The family sits around the dinner table, enjoying their meal and sharing little stories from their lives. Mostly, it's Lin and the others talking while Chu Mingzhou listens. His life is simple and there's not much to share. He can't discuss army matters with his family. Lin mentions that she plans to visit the publishing house next Monday. Chu Mingzhou looks at her. Do you need me to go with you? Lin smiles and shakes her head. No, I just want to inquire about publishing. Plus, the transportation is convenient, so I can manage on my own. Chu Mingzhou's eyes widen in curiosity as he looks at Lin. After finishing her meal, Chu Minglan puts down her chopsticks and exclaims, Wow, my sister-in-law is going to publish a book. Lin remained noncommittal, saying, It's still early, but I will work hard. Sister-in-law, when your book is published, I want to be the first to read it and show it to my classmates, telling them it's written by my sister-in-law. Sure, when the book is published, Xiaolan will be the first reader. The atmosphere at the dinner table became more relaxed and cheerful, with everyone chatting excitedly about Lin upcoming book. Since it was Friday and school had just started, the two little ones had to go to school, as usual on Saturday. Taking advantage of the quiet at home, Lin organized all her manuscripts. She had 2 books, both bilingual manuscripts. One was titled Fireflies, which focused on contemporary social changes, reflecting the times through personal stories and showcasing the development of the nation and its people. It was positive, uplifting, strong in essence, and full of hope. The light of fireflies can illuminate the world. The other was called Letters of Spring, a motivational story about a couple's struggles, reflecting the efforts of ordinary people in the face of great change, with a strong romantic element that openly discussed the love born from revolutionary friendship. 2 people, 3 meals for seasons. A lamp, a home. True and pure, unwavering until death. On Monday morning, Lin freshened up, applied light makeup, wore a new coat, and styled her hair in a relaxed low bun, looking innocent yet more feminine. Chu Mingzhou's gaze lingered on her for a while. I'll take you, Lin. He had said last night that he had things to do at the camp. How did he suddenly have time now? Really, it's not necessary. I'm just going to submit a manuscript and we'll be back soon. It's not far. Chu Mingzhou paused, stepped forward and took her hand, intertwining their fingers. It's chaotic outside lately. I'll take you. Isn't your camp busy? Not really. It's just small tasks that the instructor can handle. Lin glanced at him, but didn't press the issue. All right, then, after considering, Chu Mingzhou decided to take the bus. It was cold outside, and riding a bike would be uncomfortable. The bus was always a gathering place for many people. When the tall Captain Chu got on the bus, the lively atmosphere inside fell silent for a moment. Someone immediately whispered, At this hour, Captain Chu isn't at the camp. Why is he out with his wife? Maybe they're going for a divorce. Lin. The couple had already withdrawn their divorce application, but many people didn't know that. You can't just shout it out loud everywhere, right? This situation was twisted by Tang Jingqiao. Some people just eat the gossip without understanding it. The couple at the center of attention had become a hot topic. Now that they were right in front of everyone, they couldn't help but whisper a bit. Could they? The bus started moving quickly, and Lin hadn't even sat down before the bus swayed, causing her to stumble. Chu Mingzhou gently supported her, while his other hand protectively rested on Lin's belly. Lin heard several gasps. She was stunned herself. Be careful. In the brief moment they sat down, the gossip took a turn. They tried to keep their voices down, but Lin still heard. Oh, the wife of Captain Chu. Is she pregnant? Look at how precious Captain Chu treats her. She must be pregnant.
Then,
are they not getting divorced? Come on, can't you wish them well? The Chu family doesn't have many people left. It's not easy to have a baby. Shouldn't they take good care of it? Why talk about divorce? His wife is nice, just a bit weak. Lin was completely confused. She glanced at Chu Mingzhou and saw a faint smile on his lips. He seemed in a good mood. She nudged him with her elbow and shot him a look, urging him to listen. But Chu Mingzhou didn't lower his voice. He took her hand and patted her knuckles, saying, Be careful. I'm here with you. You're not alone right now. What does he mean, not alone? Could such ambiguous words really come from Chu Mingzhou? As soon as he said that, the bus erupted with chatter. Everyone was too cautious to speak loudly, but exchanged knowing glances. This misunderstanding was getting bigger. Linenen's face turned red, feeling both shy and anxious. She lowered her voice and said to Chu Mingzhou, "What are you talking about?" "I'm not." Seeing her shy expression, Chu Mingzhou couldn't help but laugh. He closed his eyes to rest, still holding her hand tightly on his lap. "I'll take care of it soon." Linen felt helpless. Whatever happens, happens. She wouldn't bow to fate. Instead, she'd just glare at it. Before long, the bus reached their destination. Chu Mingzhou carefully helped Linen off the bus. The way he acted was quite dramatic. Those who knew thought they were going to the publisher, while those who didn't might have thought they were going for a checkup. Linen found it amusing. She had never seen Chu Mingzhou look like this before, and it was quite interesting. The Yuaning Publishing House was a two-story building located not far from the city center on Qingsong Road, surrounded by open space and a pleasant environment. Linen realized that bringing Chu Mingzhou here was the right choice. At least in his military uniform, he made a good impression on ordinary people. As they entered the Yuaning Publishing House, the receptionist immediately greeted them with a smile. "May I ask what brings you here today?" "Hello, is editor Lu Weidong available?" "I am here to submit my work." The receptionist replied with a bright smile. "Editor Lu is here." "May I have your name? Do you have an appointment with him?" "My last name is Lin, and my full name is Linen. I was referred by Comrade Peng from Xinhua News Agency." The receptionist nodded. "Ms. Lin, please wait a moment. I will notify editor Lu right away." After a short while, a middle-aged man wearing glasses came out, smiling. "You must be Comrade Lin, here to submit the bilingual manuscript, right?" "Nice to meet you, I am Lu Weidong." "Editor Lu, it's a pleasure." Lu Weidong welcomed them inside, saying, "Nice to meet you. Let's go to the reception room to discuss." He then looked at Chu Mingzhou, "And this is?" Linen quickly introduced, "This is my partner, Chu Mingzhou." Lu Weidong shook hands with Chu Mingzhou. "Hello, Comrade Chu." The three of them entered the reception room, where tea was promptly served, and the staff were very polite. "Editor Lu, here are the manuscripts for 2 books, a bilingual version, one in Chinese and one in English." Lu Weidong eagerly took the manuscripts from Linen and began to read them carefully. The reception room was very quiet, and Linen felt as if her heart was racing like a little rabbit. It was her first time submitting work, and she was quite nervous. Chu Mingzhou held her hand under the table and gently squeezed it, offering silent support. After a while, Lu Weidong finally looked up, his eyes filled with admiration. "Comrade Lin, I took a quick look at these 2 manuscripts, and they truly impressed me." Fireflies vividly portrays the era, showcasing major social changes through the experiences of ordinary people with a unique perspective and fresh ideas. Spring Day Letters perfectly combines inspiration and love with a lively story and sincere emotions that are very impactful. Linen bit her lip and nervously asked, "Editor Lu, do you think these 2 books have publishing potential?" Lu Weidong nodded affirmatively. "Absolutely. I am very interested in these 2 books and initially believe they meet our publishing requirements. However, to ensure the quality of the books, we need a professional proofreading team to conduct a thorough review. If everything is fine, we can then discuss the royalty rates, print quantities, and marketing plans." Linen tightened her grip on Chu Mingzhou's hand and said, "Okay, no problem." Lu Weidong was actually more excited than Linen. He felt that these 2 books were a great start to the year, with excellent writing and high quality. Truly remarkable. Lu Weidong wanted to remind her, regarding the royalty rates, our publishing house usually considers various factors such as the type of book, market expectations, and the author's popularity. For your 2 books, which have fresh themes and quality content, I estimate we could offer this amount." He held up his hand, showing 5 fingers. 5%? Yes, but that's the upper limit since you are a new author. Linen was not very familiar with royalties in the publishing industry. After thinking it over, she found it acceptable. Seeing that she had no issues, Lu Weidong felt even more at ease. With good writing and a straightforward personality, she was definitely a promising talent. We can discuss the royalties later. As for the print quantity, we usually determine the first print run based on market research and evaluations of the books. I will do my best to recommend these 2 books. Lin Anan smiled and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Editor Lu, for valuing my work so much. Lu Weidong glanced at Chu Mingzhou, noting his military-style outfit with 4 pockets. He didn't dare to be too bold. He quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, Comrade Lin, no need to be polite. Your work is of high quality, and I sincerely hope we can publish and promote it. Thank you. Comrade Lin, you won't regret choosing our publishing house. You're lucky because our president has just launched a new book promotion project. Once we confirm the collaboration, we will create buzz in major newspapers before the book is published. After the official release, we will also consider holding book signing events and reader meet and greets to further enhance the visibility of the book and the author. Lin Anan paused, realizing he was making big promises, but she was still excited. Thank you. Will the costs for these marketing activities be covered by the publishing house? It's important to clarify financial matters first. Right now, she desperately needed money. That's right, the marketing costs will be covered by the publisher. This is a necessary investment for promoting the book, so the author doesn't need to worry about it. Hearing Lu Weidong's affirmative response, Lin Anan felt a huge weight lift off her shoulders, and a bright smile spread across her face. Editor Lu, that's wonderful. I'll wait for your news. Seeing that the conversation was wrapping up, Lu Weidong smiled and stood up, giving Lin Anan a gentle handshake. Comrade Lin, I hope we have a pleasant collaboration. If I find any issues during the proofreading process, I will communicate with you promptly, so please cooperate. Lin Anan quickly nodded. Editor Lu, you can count on me to cooperate fully. By the way, I live in the Northwest Military District. Let me give you my address. Sure, no problem. Chu Mingzhou quietly waited nearby, his gaze gentle. For him, it was rare to see his little wife looking flustered and a bit overwhelmed. It was adorable to see her working hard for her own career. Lu Weidong took the contact information Lin Anan provided and asked with a smile, Comrade Lin, I see you are very talented. After these 2 books are published, do you have any plans for future projects? Lin Anan felt delighted inside. Was there really such a shortage of writers in the Northwest? They were already asking about future projects before the first book was even out. Editor Lu, to be honest, I do have some creative ideas that I am preparing. However, I need to see how these 2 books perform. After all, the relationship between the work and the publisher is mutual. I hope my choices are correct. Lu Weidong laughed at Lin Anan's words and admired her even more. Comrade Lin, you are absolutely right. Our collaboration should be mutual. Don't worry, as long as these 2 books are of high quality, our publisher will do everything we can to promote them and ensure they succeed. Okay. Then, Lu Weidong briefly mentioned some points to pay attention to during the proofreading process before sending Lin Anan and Chu Mingzhou off from the publisher. Once outside, Lin Anan jumped up excitedly. Chu Mingzhou smiled and caught her, lifting her up and adjusting her position so she could comfortably sit on his wrist. Mingzhou, today went so smoothly. It feels like a dream. You did great. This is just the expected outcome. Lin Anan, feeling a bit too proud, playfully cupped his face and gave him a quick kiss. When she wanted to kiss him again, she suddenly realized they were in public. Looking down at their position, her face immediately turned red.
Put me down.
This is embarrassing. It feels like I'm being carried like a child. Chu Mingzhou ignored her and carried her toward the Yongqian Building nearby. Lin Anan had told him in the car that she wanted to explore the Yongqian Building and buy some small items. As soon as Chu Mingzhou moved, Lin Anan panicked. Mingzhou, put me down quickly. What if someone sees us? Lin Anan struggled a little, determined to get down. Then give me another kiss, and I'll let you go. Chu Mingzhou, how could he be so shameless? Lin Anan had no choice but to give him another quick kiss. The first kiss was carefree, But this one felt sneaky, and Chu Mingzhou seemed a bit dissatisfied. Still, he let her down. As soon as Lin Nin's feet touched the ground, she shot Chu Mingzhou a glare. "You're really bad." Chu Mingzhou smirked and smoothly changed the subject. The Yongqian Building is the tallest in our northwest region, standing at 36 meters, with 7 floors inside. From the top, you can see the whole city center. Want to check it out? Lin Nin's eyes lit up, and her earlier embarrassment was forgotten.
Sure.
Since we're here to explore, we can go up and enjoy the view. Saying this, she took Chu Mingzhou's hand, walking briskly. The 7-story Yongqian Building may not seem like much in the future, but for now, it stood tall among the shorter buildings, looking particularly impressive. Once inside, the atmosphere felt different from outside. It was busy yet orderly. The decor was high-end, with beige tiles covering the floor, making it bright and unique in the northwest. The lobby was surrounded by shelves and counters, with wooden benches in the center for customers to rest. As Lin Nin walked through, she was curious, but kept her eyes on the art supplies. "Mingzhou, look over there." She pointed to a female salesperson. The salesperson was speaking to other customers with an extremely arrogant attitude. Chu Mingzhou frowned and led Lin Nin to another area. After browsing for a while, Lin Nin finally found the art supplies section in a corner. The shelves held some basic crayons, watercolor pens, paints, and drawing paper, though the selection was limited. Lin Nin picked up a set of crayons and examined them closely. The craftsmanship was a bit rough, but given the current conditions, they were quite good. She looked at the paint, and the colors were mostly complete, but the packaging was a bit shabby. "I'll go next door," Chu Mingzhou said, pointing to the other side. From Lin Nin's perspective, that was the store selling men's shirts, and she didn't ask more. "Okay, you go ahead. I'll pick out some things here." Actually, Chu Mingzhou saw the women's rain boots for sale and wanted to buy a pair for Lin Nin. After spring, the snow would melt, making it not only cold but also prone to puddles. Lin Nin looked at what she was holding, wondering if these materials would meet Chu Minglin's painting needs, hesitating about what to buy. At that moment, a salesperson walked over slowly, clearly impatient. "Are you buying or not? If not, don't touch anything. These items are delicate." Lin Nin looked up and received a dismissive glance. "Lin Nin, these are all from big brands and very expensive. Usually, we're not allowed to touch them. If anything gets damaged, we have to take the blame and pay for it." Lin Nin felt a surge of anger. "You're really good at blaming others. Isn't it normal for customers to choose products? Why are you rushing me and scaring me?" The salesperson shrugged. "Hey, don't misinterpret me. I'm just giving a normal reminder." Lin Nin scoffed. "So, according to you, customers can't touch these items at all? We can only stand far away and look? Or do we have to rely on you to tell us about them before we pay? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with me?" Seeing her temper rise, the salesperson softened her tone a bit. "I'm just worried you might accidentally damage something. The cost of these art supplies is high, and we small employees can't afford it. Are you a fortune teller? Do you know I would break something just by touching it? If I did, would I make you pay?" Other customers nearby heard the commotion and started to look over. Perhaps Lin Nin struck a chord with many people as discussions began to arise. "This salesperson's attitude is really bad. She treated me the same way when I bought a pen, and that was just a $9 pen. Exactly. She acts like we're begging her to buy something. If we can't touch anything, we can't even ask a question without getting a glare. And those over there are the same. Their service attitude is terrible." When Chu Mingzhou returned with the rain boots, he saw his wife frowning and looking quite pitiful. He quickly walked over, standing beside Lin Nin, and carefully looking her over. "What happened?" "I was bullied." Lin Nin was fuming. When she met Chu Mingzhou's gaze, she instinctively pouted, almost on the verge of tears. Chu Mingzhou stepped in front of her, looking at the salesperson with a deep voice that carried undeniable authority. "As a salesperson, your job is to serve customers well. Your attitude not only affects their shopping experience, but also damages the store's reputation." The salesperson, seeing Chu Mingzhou in his crisp uniform, felt a pang of fear and stammered, "I didn't mean to. We hardworking people serve many customers every day, and it's tiring. If you insist on blaming me for poor service, then I apologize to this young lady." She quickly turned to Lin, reluctantly saying, "I'm sorry, I was wrong just now. Please don't take it to heart." Lin looked at her insincere expression and almost laughed in frustration. An apology should be sincere, not just a casual, "don't take it to heart." The salesperson became annoyed. "You didn't even buy anything. What more do you want from me? Why are you being so unreasonable?" She glanced at Chu Mingzhou as if she were the one being wronged, feeling pressured by his presence. Lin had only read about such rude salespeople in books. Experiencing it firsthand left her speechless. "Look at that." Instead of having skills, she used her cunning against customers, quickly turning the situation to make the consumer seem unreasonable. Chu Mingzhou's expression darkened instantly. He wanted to say something, but Lin stopped him, shaking her head. This wasn't something he should get involved in, especially since he was in uniform. Lin composed herself, her beautiful face showing a hint of grievance. She didn't want to argue with the salesperson and calmly asked, "You say I'm bullying you? Then tell me, how am I bullying you? I just wanted to buy some art supplies, but you ignored me and yelled at me, and now you're trying to guilt-trip me." Lin knew that arguing would only make her lose, so she played the innocent card. As a pretty young girl with a naturally delicate appearance who wouldn't feel sympathy for her. Just then, a staff member in a store uniform hurried over, clearly having heard the commotion, and his expression was quite serious. The manager approached and happened to see Lin looking like a delicate girl. He immediately nodded apologetically at her, then turned sharply to glare at the salesperson, speaking sternly, "Xiao Wang, what are you causing trouble for with the customers again? Our mall has always emphasized good service, and you seem to ignore the rules." The salesperson, seeing the manager arrive, spoke with a hint of tears in her voice. "Manager, I was just reminding her to be careful with the products, but she wouldn't listen and even called her boyfriend for backup." Lin was speechless. She fluttered her long eyelashes and pursed her lips. "I just wanted to pick some art supplies, and she came up to me aggressively and tried to chase me away." The surrounding customers, seeing Lin being bullied, were suddenly filled with anger. Some who wanted to impress Officer Chu Mingzhou began to chime in. "Yes, this manager. The salesperson's attitude has always been poor. We've all experienced it several times." "Exactly. Look at how she treated that young girl." Not to mention, the salespeople at Yongqian Building are notoriously tough. They never treat customers well. If this issue isn't resolved today, we won't come back, and we won't recommend it to our friends and family. With an attitude like this from your salespeople, oh, it's worse than the big bosses. Some even sarcastically added, "We rural folks have little experience. We finally made a trip here. Who would dare to offend the mall's salespeople?" The manager's expression grew darker as he sternly looked at the salesperson. "You dare to twist the truth? You're ruining the mall's reputation." The salesperson lowered her head, not daring to speak further. The manager quickly turned to Lin and Chu Mingzhou, forcing a smile and saying, "Could I ask you both to step aside for a moment?" The crowd exchanged glances, curious about the outcome and some wanting to vent their frustrations. But with the manager taking the two away, they were left in the dark, feeling their efforts were in vain. "You all." The manager bowed to the crowd. "Everyone, I am the business department manager of Yongqian Building. My surname is Zhou. Today, the issue was caused by our salesperson, and I will handle it seriously. As an apology, I will ensure that anyone who makes a purchase today will receive a printed towel." A printed towel? Just for making a purchase? Any amount spent qualifies? Seeing such a great deal, the crowd quieted down, and many quick hands were already starting to pay to get their towels. Manager Zhou hurriedly called for someone to maintain order and politely invited Lin and the other person to the back office to talk. "I truly apologize. It's our management's fault that you had an unpleasant shopping experience." Lin exchanged a glance with Chu Mingzhou but did not move. Manager Zhou looked at Chu Mingzhou and immediately understood his meaning. "Well, how about this? I will apply to waive your expenses for today at the mall as a way for us to express our apology. He just wanted Chu Mingzhou to leave quickly and not cause a scene in the mall, which they could not afford. Lin Enin waved her hand. No need to waive the payment. We are not after this small benefit. We just hope you can improve your employees' service attitude so that customers don't feel upset while spending money. Yes, of course. How about I give you the employee discount instead? Please forgive us. We will strengthen our management and seriously handle this matter to ensure it doesn't happen again. Lin Enin glanced at the paintbrush and paint in her hand, losing interest in arguing further. All right, I will choose a few items. Manager Zhou personally assisted her, being very attentive. I will have someone bring out some better products and give you a few extras as an apology. Lin Enin's anger faded quickly. Since they were being so accommodating, it wouldn't be appropriate to push further. Okay. Manager Zhou immediately instructed his staff to select high-quality art supplies, and soon a table was filled with various new paintbrushes, paints, and paper. Lin Enin picked a few items she thought Chu Minglan would like, while Manager Zhou smiled and offered suggestions. After selecting, Manager Zhou personally wrapped the items and handed them to Lin Enin. Please take a look, and if you need anything else, just let me know. Lin Enin accepted the package and nodded. Thank you, this is fine. All right then, please take care. Rest assured, this incident has served as a wake-up call for us. I will hold a staff meeting to reinforce discipline and improve service training. If you come again, you will definitely have a different experience. Chu Mingzhou remained silent, quietly observing everything, his presence making Manager Zhou quite apprehensive. Okay, we need to go to the observation deck now. Take care, and if you have any issues later, feel free to come find me. As Lin Enin passed by the cash register, she paused for a moment. It was really lively. At that moment, the hall was packed with people because of the event giving out printed towels. Lin Enin looked at the bustling scene and chuckled to herself. These printed towels aren't cheap. The manager is quite generous this week. It's nice to provide some benefits for everyone. Chu Mingzhou only responded with a soft Hey Mingzhou, what do you have in your hand? I bought you something, rain boots. Lin Enin was a bit surprised as she took the bag from Chu Mingzhou and opened it. Inside was a brand new pair of rain boots, wrapped in a clear plastic bag. They had a simple design and were a plain dark brown color, looking quite sturdy. Why did you think to buy me rain boots? Lin Enin looked up at him, her eyes glistening. The weather has been unpredictable lately. Soon the snow will melt, and having a good pair of rain boots will keep your feet dry when you go out. Chu Mingzhou glanced down at her feet. Just one look, and Lin Enin understood his deeper meaning. This guy has a bit of a. Lin Enin's face turned slightly red. Got it. As they talked, they walked toward the stairs. Climbing 7 flights of stairs took quite a bit of effort, especially for Lin Enin. It felt like a huge challenge. By the time they reached the 3rd floor, she was already out of breath, her legs shaking. Chu Mingzhou signaled for her to stop and then crouched down. Get on my back. Ah? Lin Enin hesitated. This was a public place, and many people were using the stairs. Come on. Chu Mingzhou's voice was low and firm, leaving no room for refusal. Lin Enin bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then gently climbed onto Chu Mingzhou's back. He stood up steadily, supporting her legs to make her more comfortable. Do you want me to carry your things? No need, just hold on tight. Chu Mingzhou instructed, then started walking up the stairs again. Lin Enin wrapped her arms around his neck, feeling his strong steps, her cheek resting against his broad back. She could hear Chu Mingzhou's steady heartbeat, and it seemed to have a calming effect, easing her earlier fatigue and embarrassment. Before long, Chu Mingzhou carried Lin Enin to the top floor. He gently set her down and looked at her flushed face, unable to resist pinching her cheek. So, are you tired now? Lin Enin pushed away Chu Mingzhou's hand, saying, if you carry me, how could I be tired? The two arrived at the observation deck. It was noon, and the warm sun hung high in the sky. The snow-covered world sparkled in the sunlight, resembling countless diamonds scattered across the ground, creating a breathtaking scene. In the distance, the mountains were dressed in silver, rolling gently and contrasting beautifully with the blue sky. From this vantage point, the entire city center came into view. The streets of the city were a mix of flat-roofed brick houses and a few taller buildings, all covered in thick snow. The roofs and gray walls appeared like a delicate ink painting. Occasionally, the cheerful sound of a bicycle bell rang out as pedestrians walked along the busy roads, where the snow was melting, revealing the wet ground beneath. In the central square, a tall statue of a leader stood proudly in the middle, solemn and dignified, with snowflakes gently landing on it, as if draping it in a pure white cloak. Surrounding the square were several display boards showcasing the country's new achievements and future development plans. Lin Enin took a gentle breath, feeling the fresh, cool air that was refreshing. I didn't expect winter scenery to be so beautiful. Everything feels so pure. Chu Mingzhou wrapped his arms around her, shielding her from most of the wind and snow, quietly gazing at her. She was admiring the view, while he was admiring her. Lin Enin noticed Chu Mingzhou's intense gaze and turned to meet his eyes. In that moment, it felt like time stood still. Tilting her head slightly, she smiled and asked, "Why are you staring at me? You look beautiful." Lin Enin's cheeks flushed even more, and she playfully glared at him. "What's with you? Your words are so sweet." Though she said this, she nestled closer into his embrace, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. Then, she reached into his coat and hugged him tightly. A faint smile appeared on Chu Mingzhou's lips, his eyes filled with affection. "Lin Enin."
Ah?
Hearing him call her full name suddenly, Lin Enin looked up, a bit confused. A snowflake gently landed on her lips as she raised her head. Chu Mingzhou hesitated for just a moment, then leaned down and kissed her. This unexpected kiss made Lin Enin's heart race, her eyes widened in surprise, and her mind went blank. It felt like the whole world faded away, leaving only his clean scent and gentle touch. Chu Mingzhou's kiss was gentle, and Lin Enin went from being nervous at first to gradually relaxing. She closed her eyes, completely lost in the moment, responding again and again. At that moment, the snowy scenery and the cold wind no longer mattered. All she felt was a soft heart, beating for each other. Until footsteps were heard nearby, Chu Mingzhou slowly released her, pulling her close and wrapping her in his coat, covering her completely. He couldn't bear for anyone else to see her lovely appearance. "Mingzhou?" Lin Enin's smile faded. It was Tang Jingqiao's voice. She had wanted to say something romantic, like how having him by her side was enough, and there was no need to brave the snow for a lifetime together. But she couldn't let Chu Mingzhou get distracted, could she? Why was this unlikable person always around? Chu Mingzhou was tall, and with Lin Enin nestled in his coat, she was completely hidden from view. "Mingzhou, what are you doing here? Isn't it busy at the camp today?" Seeing Chu Mingzhou alone, Tang Jingqiao stepped closer, her tone changing. Lin Enin peeked out, locking eyes with her. Tang Jingqiao's smile instantly froze, her eyes widening in shock and disbelief, her lips trembling as she finally found her voice. "Lin Enin?
What?
What are you two doing?" Lin Enin sniffled, half emerging from Chu Mingzhou's embrace, her cheeks flushed and lips rosy, making it obvious to anyone what they had been up to. You too." Tang Jingqiao instinctively raised her hand to her chest, almost gasping for breath. "Jingqiao." The man beside her hurried to support her, glancing at the couple. When he saw Lin Enin's face, he paused for a moment. Lin Enin raised an eyebrow, lightly coughing, as if responding to Tang Jingqiao or perhaps talking to herself. "What's going on today? I can't even enjoy the scenery without being yelled at." Chu Mingzhou found her adorable, giving her waist a gentle squeeze before letting her go. In an instant, his smile vanished, and he shot a cold glance at Tang Jingqiao. Tang Jingqiao quickly pushed the man's hand away. Chu Mingzhou's eyes were distant and cold. "Comrade Tang, please watch your words." Tang Jingqiao was taken aback, opening her mouth to say something but found her throat felt blocked, unable to make a sound. Her gaze shifted back and forth between Chu Mingzhou and Lin Enin, filled with bitterness, and her anger was rising. Lin Enin linked her arm with Chu Mingzhou's, snuggling close to him, looking small and perfectly matched with him. Let's go, it's so cold. With that, they prepared to leave. As they turned, Tang Jingqiao stepped forward to block them, saying, Mingzhou, I need to talk to you. Chu Mingzhou was about to refuse when Lin Enin interjected, just say what you need to say. You don't want to talk to my Mingzhou alone, do you? That won't work. The man standing next to Tang Jingqiao was clearly taken aback and couldn't help but smirk, finding it amusing. Lin Enin, this is serious. Please wait aside. Lin Enin blinked. I don't want to. Chu Mingzhou gently patted Lin Enin's hand, guiding her around, thinking it wasn't worth arguing with someone like Tang Jingqiao. Tang Jingqiao glared at Lin Enin, her expression fierce, as if she could devour her with her eyes. Mingzhou, our publicity department has a promotion opportunity related to the Northwest military. If you're willing, the Special Operations Camp can be featured in international reports again. Military publicity is a serious matter, and Tang Jingqiao was using it as leverage. Who gave her the nerve? Chu Mingzhou paused, his expression darkening, and he looked coldly at Tang Jingqiao. Do you even know what you're saying? Lin Enin frowned slightly. Although she didn't understand military affairs well, she knew the importance of the situation. She tightened her grip on Chu Mingzhou's arm, standing beside him, and looked at Tang Jingqiao with a stern expression. Comrade Tang, are you trying to use your resources to negotiate with my partner? What do you want? Tang Jingqiao was intimidated by their presence and instinctively took a step back, furrowing her brow. I'm doing this for the good of the Special Operations Camp, to help everyone's efforts be recognized. Mingzhou, please consider it. If you talk to me, this opportunity is for the Special Operations Camp. The honor of the Special Operations Camp is earned through our hard work and sacrifice, not through underhanded tactics. If you truly care about promoting the military, you should focus on doing your job well, instead of playing these games. Chu Mingzhou's voice was low but heavy, and after saying that, he took Lin Enin's hand and walked away. Tang Jingqiao watched their departing figures, her eyes turning red. The man beside her cleared his throat and said, Jingqiao, is this the Captain Chu you mentioned? What you're doing is really not appropriate. Tang Jingqiao turned sharply, glaring at him. What do you know? Don't forget your own identity and stop making sarcastic comments. The man shrugged, unfazed by her anger, and stepped back a bit. I wouldn't dare forget. If I did, my mom would nag me to death. Anyway, I didn't hear what just happened, so about tomorrow.
Tang Jingqiao scoffed.
Tomorrow we'll go watch a movie. After seeing each other a few times, we can tell our parents that we don't get along. And as for your girlfriend, I won't say anything about that. All right then. Lin Enin and Chu Mingzhou exited the Yongqian Building. Snow was still falling gently, covering the world in white. Lin Enin exhaled a puff of white air and looked at Chu Mingzhou. I'm a bit hungry. Chu Mingzhou, who had still looked somewhat serious, immediately relaxed. Let's go eat.
Huh.
Where are we going to eat? Wait a moment. Chu Mingzhou led her back into the mall, bought a can of malted milk and some dried fruit, and then they headed outside again. Curious, Lin Enin tightly linked her arm with Chu Mingzhou's, letting him guide her through the snow. They walked along the street for a while before turning into a small alley. Thick snow piled up on the walls on both sides, and occasionally, snowflakes fell softly. Deep in the alley, the aroma of food wafted through the air. Chu Mingzhou stopped in front of an iron door and knocked.
Who is it? Coming.
Auntie, it's me, Chu Mingzhou. As the door opened, the delicious smell intensified. The room was spacious and well-furnished, neatly organized. Wow, Captain Chu, what brings you here? The door was opened by a middle-aged woman wearing an apron and holding a spatula, clearly just coming out of the kitchen. She seemed very familiar with Chu Mingzhou. I was hungry, so I came to eat at Auntie's place. Chu Mingzhou handed her the items he bought. He squeezed Lin Enin's hand and introduced, Enin, this is Aunt Zhang, the mother of my comrade. Feeling a bit shy about suddenly being at her comrade's home, Lin Enin smiled and greeted, hello, Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang was not shy at all. She happily accepted what Chu Mingzhou brought. Oh, Captain Chu's wife is really lovely. Come in, I'll add some dishes. She turned back into the house and called out, "Guan, come out and see who's here."
Ren?
Although she knew this was a common nickname used by rural people, Lin Enen couldn't help but smile a little. However, her smile froze when she saw the young man coming out of the room. The man, around 25 or 26, had a very handsome face, but he was sitting in a wheelchair and didn't have legs. "Mingzhou, is there nothing going on at the camp today? Why do you have time to come here?" Chu Mingzhou nodded and led Lin Enen to sit down. "I just happened to arrive at mealtime, so I came to share a meal and see you. This is Lin Enen, my wife." "Hello, sister-in-law, I'm Qingming." Qingming was in a very advanced and even luxurious wheelchair. His family must be well off. Lin Enen nodded at him. "Hello, I'm Lin Enen. I know you." Lin Enen clearly felt Chu Mingzhou's hand stiffen. "You know me?" "Of course, Mingzhou often talks about you." He was cut off by Chu Mingzhou's glare. Lin Enen raised an eyebrow. Since Chu Mingzhou didn't want him to continue, she didn't ask further. Listening to their casual chat, Lin Enen formed a preliminary impression of Qingming. His family was all military. His father and brother were in the Northwest Military District, and he himself was in a Special Forces unit but retired last year due to an injury and was now recuperating at home. His mother worked in the Education Bureau and was a great cook, so it was common for his comrades to come over for meals. Before long, Aunt Zhang finished cooking, and steaming plates of food were served. "Come on, it's time to eat. Auntie made some home-cooked dishes, and don't be picky." Lin Enen quickly smiled and replied, "Auntie, you're too kind. The food looks really appetizing." Chu Mingzhou served Lin Enen a bowl of soup, blew on it, and placed it in front of her. Qingming was a bit stunned. Is this what not liking meant? "Try Aunt Zhang's cooking. You won't be disappointed." Lin Enen took a spoonful and tasted it. Her eyes lit up. The soup was fragrant and refreshing, and it tasted wonderful. "It's delicious." It was just as good as her mother's cooking. After trying a bite of the dish, she said, "It's really good." "Auntie, your cooking is amazing." Aunt Zhang beamed with joy from the compliment. "I'm glad you like it. You should come often with Captain Chu." At the dining table, everyone chatted while eating. Seeing Chu Mingzhou, Qingming was happy and insisted on opening a bottle of wine. After a few cups, he started reminiscing about funny stories from their time in the army. You wouldn't believe it, Mingzhou is known for being a hard worker. Once, during a field training exercise, he crawled several kilometers up a mountain just to earn a third-class merit. It was truly impressive. Once, the army organized a shooting competition. Mingzhou practiced day and night to achieve good results, so much so that he nearly lost his hearing. However, he performed well, hitting the target every time. Lost your hearing? Lin Enen glanced at Chu Mingzhou. Chu Mingzhou shook his head lightly, indicating he was fine. Aunt Zhang, listening nearby, showed a hint of disappointment that quickly faded away. After a couple more drinks, Qingming changed the subject, looking at Lin Enen with a smile. "Sister-in-law, do you know? When Mingzhou first married you, he kept guessing about you."
Ah.
Hearing this, Chu Mingzhou's face changed instantly, and he quickly covered Qingming's mouth, saying, "Don't say silly things." Lin Enen blinked, genuinely curious. Qingming laughed. "Sister-in-law, I'll tell you more about it later."
Please be quiet.
Chu Mingzhou drank with him, skillfully steering the conversation away. The meal was enjoyable. Afterward, Lin Enen and the others didn't linger long and soon said their goodbyes. Back home, Lin Enen felt a bit tired and quickly changed into her loungewear, resting on the bed. Chu Mingzhou made a bowl of snow pear soup and kept it warm by her side, as he needed to return to the army. "Go on, you're so busy, yet you still want to take me out. You've wasted half the day, right?" "I'm not busy." Sure. Colonel Chu is lost in the sweetness of love. So insincere. Hearing her tease, Chu Mingzhou lightly responded and walked to her side, gently patting her head. "You're right." Lin Enen smiled and glanced at him. "Oh, so you realize your mistake? You know you've been dazzled by beauty?"
Stop joking.
Chu Mingzhou placed his long fingers on her lips, pressing gently, then leaned down to give her a quick kiss, rest well. Let Lan Jia cook dinner tonight.
Okay.
Once Chu Mingzhou left, Lin Anin felt a heaviness in her chest that eased only after finishing the snow pear soup. She took a hazy nap for about an hour. Just as she woke up, someone came to the house. Hu Xiumei was brought in by a young soldier. It was her first time in the military compound, and she seemed a bit nervous. Lin Anin was surprised to see Hu Xiumei. Once the visitor's identity was confirmed, the soldier left. Lin Anin noticed the bruise under her clothes and paused. Let's talk inside. It's cold outside. Okay. Thank you, Anin. Hu Xiumei felt relieved when she saw that Lin Anin was home alone. Lin Anin led Hu Xiumei into the living room, turned around, and handed her a cup of hot water. Sister Xiumei, what's wrong? Did something happen? Hu Xiumei took the cup, her hands trembling slightly. After hesitating, her eyes began to redden. Anin, I really have no way out, so I came to find you. As she spoke, she couldn't help but start to sob quietly. Lin Anin's heart tightened. She sat beside Hu Xiumei and gently patted her back. Sister Xiumei, don't worry. Take your time and tell me what happened. Lin Anin couldn't just feel sorry for someone without understanding the situation. Since Hu Xiumei had come to her, it was clear she needed help. But Hu Xiumei was Su Wenba's wife. Although she was a nice person, the situation was serious. Hu Xiumei wiped her tears and choked out, I'm getting a divorce, but I'm stuck in a difficult position now. Really? Hu Xiumei took a deep breath, trying to calm herself before continuing. Su Wenba is terrible. He not only wants my job, but also our house. As she spoke, Hu Xiumei couldn't hold back her tears again. Lin Anin pieced together the situation. Hu Xiumei had mentioned before that Su Wenba's sister wanted her job at the Xinhua bookstore. Hu Xiumei was understandably unhappy about it, but now they were at an impasse. To get a divorce, she had to pay a price. Hu Xiumei was willing to give up her job for freedom, especially since her relatives were well off and finding another job wouldn't be too hard. But Su Wenba was not the kind of person to agree easily. He was greedy. After taking her job, he refused to agree to the divorce, not only keeping all their savings but also wanting to take their family home. He didn't even need to lift a finger. His mother could create chaos for Hu Xiumei. Lin Anin frowned, feeling speechless. Su Wenba's behavior was completely unreasonable. This is outright robbery. Did he even lay a hand on you? That's domestic violence. Can't you report it to the police? Hu Xiumei shook her head helplessly. I reported it, but it was useless. The police said it was a family dispute and told us to resolve it ourselves. Plus, I have no evidence, so the police can't do much. Lin Anin bit her lip, feeling foolish. Sister Xiumei, you should gather evidence. Your injuries are proof of his abuse. Go to the hospital for a medical assessment. Hu Xiumei looked down at her bruises, fear showing in her eyes. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't. He won't admit it. He'll say I hurt myself to frame him. Once this blows over, he'll only get worse. Lin Anin fell silent. She didn't think Hu Xiumei came to her just to complain. She also didn't believe she could help her. Fight for her? She might not be able to take a hit like Hu Xiumei. Hu Xiumei hesitated. The night before last, he was drunk and said, Your brother saw him with Jang Tong. Lin Anin was taken aback. What did that mean? Did she want Lin Zihua to stand up for her? And I'm begging you. Can your brother help me? No way. Lin Anin refused outright. It wasn't that she was heartless. She would never risk Lin Zihua. Even if Lin Zihua was willing to identify Hu Xiumei, what good would it do? There was no evidence. It would only bring endless trouble. Seeing Lin Anin's firm refusal, Hu Xiumei's eyes filled with disappointment and despair, tears streaming down her face. Anin, I'm really at my wit's end. I can't think of any other way. Your brother saw it that day. If he can testify, maybe Su Wenba will be afraid. I just want a divorce. Lin Anin felt a pang of sympathy. Looking at Hu Xiumei's pitiful state, she felt both compassion and helplessness. I understand your worries, but I really have no other options. I've been tormented by him. Your brother is a soldier. He won't be in danger.
Please help me.
Lin Enin pressed her lips together. She knew Hu Xiumei was in a tough spot, but Lin Zihua really couldn't help. Not for any reason, especially for their parents. Sister Xiumei, I might have an idea. Do you want to hear it? Hu Xiumei looked up, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. And do you really have a way? What is it? Lin Enin nodded and leaned closer, whispering for a while. The marriage laws of this era were still imperfect, and she needed to think through the details. Although the laws weren't complete, the constraints of this time were significant. Breaking the rules could lead to serious consequences. If they change their perspective, those without shoes aren't afraid of those with shoes. It wouldn't be hard to keep Su Wenba in check. Hu Xiumei now feels like she has nothing. Even the only house she has is occupied by her family. Isn't she just like someone with no shoes? But Su Wenba is different. He is a leader at the bus company, has a good job, earns well, and holds a high social status. Is it easy to bring him down? After Lin Enin whispered to Hu Xiumei first showed a hint of surprise, then hesitated, saying, Enin, will this really work? Lin Enin held Hu Xiumei's hand to encourage her. Sister Xiumei, this is the best option we have. Su Wenba is so unreasonable that normal methods won't work on him. As long as we plan carefully, there won't be any risks. In the end, Hu Xiumei gritted her teeth and agreed, okay, and then I will listen to you and give it a try. Lin Enin could have ignored it and even thought it was overstepping. But they are both suffering, and only women truly empathize with each other in times like this. After seeing Hu Xiumei off, Lin Enin only reflected briefly and didn't dwell on it too much. She went into the kitchen, planning to tidy things up. Since she was the only one at home, she decided to cook more often. It wouldn't be tiring to make some meals. She couldn't just lie around waiting for her sister-in-law to come back and cook, could she? Lin Enin hummed a tune as she heated the pot, avoiding cold water and using hot water instead. It was simple enough. I need to buy some bowls and chopsticks. She had mentioned it several times, but it just wouldn't stick in her mind. After tidying up the kitchen, arranging the pickled vegetables, moving the cured meats to hang them properly, and organizing the grains. By the time she finished, it was about time to head to the supply store to buy some vegetables and a few more bowls and chopsticks. She packed everything into her basket and headed out to pick up the little one. Comrade Lin, what a coincidence. Are those new bowls and chopsticks you bought? Lin Enin looked up to see Aunt Ma, whom she had met on the day of the celebration.
Hello, Aunt Ma.
We didn't have many bowls and chopsticks at home, so I got a few more. Lin Enin had a good impression of her. She was an experienced member of the Women's Federation, polite and friendly. Aunt Ma smiled and nodded at Lin Enin. You are from Sioux City, right? Sioux City is great, a land of fish and rice. The girls from there are different. Yes, I am from Sioux City. Aunt Ma glanced at Lin Enin's bowls and chopsticks until Lin Enin finished packing them into her basket. Then she looked away. In our northwest region, bowls and chopsticks are part of the dowry. You probably don't understand.
Ah?
Of course, Lin Enin didn't understand. Is there also this saying? Aunt Ma saw Lin Enin looking puzzled and patiently explained. Here in the northwest, when a girl gets married, her family carefully prepares a set of dishes and utensils as a dowry. This has a good meaning. It represents that the new family will have enough to eat and drink, and the number and style of the dishes are important, usually in pairs, to bring good luck. I see. I really didn't know about this tradition. I just thought we needed more dishes at home, so I came to buy some. Aunt Ma smiled and patted Lin Enin's shoulder. It's okay. Times have changed, and many young people don't pay much attention to these things. You have a kind heart, and your life will surely be prosperous. Thank you, Aunt. Lin Enin nodded, and seeing that it was almost time, she chatted politely with Aunt Ma for a bit before saying goodbye. She made a note of this. Carrying her basket, Lin Enin walked slowly toward the school. The streets after the snow were clean, and the snow piled up along the sides formed little mounds of various shapes. As soon as she reached the school gate, the bell rang. Lin Enin found a slightly open area to stand and watch the crowd intently. Sister-in-law. Chu Minglan spotted Lin Enin right away, and the two little ones bounced over. Sister Lon, your sister-in-law is here to pick you up again?
Yes.
A few girls walked out behind Chu Minglon, not familiar to Lin, whom she had likely never seen before. Lin smiled and nodded at them as a greeting, took one by the hand, and prepared to head home. Just a few steps away, she heard some light comments behind her. So pretentious, it's just a short walk, and she always has her sister-in-law come pick her up. Her sister-in-law is probably just picking up Yugo and bringing her along. Lin glanced down at Chu Minglon and noticed the little girl's smile fading. She paused, smiled, and gently ruffled Chu Minglon's hair. In our family, girls are treasures and should be cherished. After saying this, she glanced back and took Chu Minglon's hand again, smiling as they walked home. Linen's words were clear and loud, and the few girls behind them showed a hint of embarrassment upon hearing it. Chu Minglon looked up at Lin, tightened her grip, her eyes filled with gratitude, and her smile returned. Sister-in-law, you are so nice. Chu Minglon said softly. Silly girl, you are my sister. If I don't treat you well, who should I treat well? Don't listen to them. You are the treasure of our family. Chu Mingzhou nodded vigorously. Sister, don't listen to their nonsense. You are the best sister. Xiaoyu is right. After returning home, Chu Minglon quickly tied on her apron and went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Lin wanted to help, but she wouldn't let her. Sister-in-law, you can go out. I'll be quick. I can assist you. Really, it's not necessary. In the end, she was still sent out. Lin couldn't do anything about it, so she thought there would be a next time. Chu Mingzhou came back with Lin Zihua. When Lin's eyes met Lin Zihua's, she was clearly surprised. Had he changed so much in just a few days since joining the art troupe? Lin Zihua had a bright smile on his face, chatting and laughing with Chu Mingzhou, standing tall, and his eyes sparkled. Watching his transformation, Lin couldn't help but smile. What brings you back? Sis, look what I brought you. Our art troupe performed at the Martyrs Park, and the leader gave these to us. I thought you would love them, so I brought them back. Strawberries? Strawberries were quite rare at this time, still in the early growing stage with very low yield. Lin Zihua smiled at Chu Mingzhou. Brother-in-law, I told you she would like them. Chu Mingzhou lightly responded, took the strawberries, and went into the kitchen. I'll wash them for you. Lin Zihua casually sat down next to Lin, talking about the little things from the past few days and occasionally boasting about himself. Lin listened to Lin Zihua's animated stories, occasionally laughing at his jokes. He shared funny moments from rehearsals with his fellow performers and experiences from the shows, his confidence shining through. How wonderful! Chu Mingzhou came out of the kitchen with the washed strawberries and placed them on the table. They're all clean now. Lin picked up a strawberry, took a gentle bite, and the sweet and sour juice spread in her mouth, making her feel like crying. So delicious. It wasn't that she loved strawberries so much, but a special feeling stirred in her heart. It felt like she had been away from that world for a long time. Sis, if you like them, I can bring you more next time. Thank you, Zihua, you should have some too. I don't really like these. You enjoy them, and let Xiaolon and Xiaoyu have a few later. Chu Mingzhou was always sensitive and immediately sensed that his wife was not quite herself today. He sat down next to her, a little closer. Lin seemed to feel his presence and picked up another strawberry, instinctively moving closer to him, gently leaning against him. The tip of my nose caught a faint, clean scent from him, just like him. It was very comforting. It's time to eat. There was braised pork with preserved vegetables, potato mash, scrambled eggs with green onions, stir-fried dried green beans, and winter melon soup. Chu Minglon made 4 dishes and a soup, all in large portions and looking very appetizing. She also prepared a special bowl of soft porridge for Lin Anan, cooked until very tender, with a thick layer of rice oil on top. Sister-in-law bought new bowls. They are beautiful. Chu Minglon brought the dishes to the table, and everyone noticed. Lin Anan felt a bit shy. We don't have the tradition of dowry bowls and chopsticks where I come from, so. Lin Zihua didn't understand. What do you mean, sister? What dowry? Chu Mingzhou paused while serving rice. We don't need a dowry. Our family has everything we need. These bowls and chopsticks are just fine. Lin Zihua still looked confused, and Chu Minglan smiled as she explained, Zihua, I know about this. In our northwest region, when a girl gets married, her family prepares bowls and chopsticks as a dowry, symbolizing that the new family will have enough to eat. You talk too much. After being scolded by Chu Mingzhou, Chu Minglan quickly closed her mouth and obediently sat down to eat. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Anan pulled her back to sit and turned to comfort Chu Minglan. Every place has its own customs. Xiaolan didn't say anything wrong. Don't mind your brother. He's just being silly.
Chu Mingzhou.
Lin Zihua looked from one person to another, feeling a bit awkward. However, this time he didn't avoid the topic and faced it directly. Actually, my sister did have a dowry. My dad prepared a brand new tape recorder for her, but I lost it. Lin Anan looked surprised for a moment, then smiled knowingly. It's okay, I have a tape recorder now. Your brother-in-law bought it for me. What's in the past is in the past. Let's eat.
Sister.
I'm sorry. Thinking about the tape recorder made Lin Zihua feel upset. Let's eat. It's rare for you to come back. Why are you still talking? If you don't eat soon, it will get cold.
Okay.
Xiaolan, Xiuyu, eat more, and Mingzhou, you too. Lin Anan made sure everyone had some food on their plates. Everyone started eating, and Lin Anan finally took a sip of porridge. The rich aroma of rice oil spread in her mouth, warming her stomach. Chu Mingzhou quietly added some braised pork with preserved vegetables to her plate. Lin Anan smiled at him, took a bite, and found the meat tender and the flavor of the preserved vegetables fully blended in. It's really delicious. Xiaolan's cooking is getting better and better. Chu Minglan smiled again. I'm glad you like it, sister-in-law. I'll make it for you from now on. After finishing the meal, Lin Zihua washed the dishes. Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu went to their room to study, being very obedient. Lin Anan leaned back on the sofa, not thinking about anything in particular, but her brows were slightly furrowed, making her seem troubled. Chu Mingzhou reached out a finger and gently rubbed her forehead. What are you thinking about? Lin Anan glanced towards the kitchen, thought for a moment, and quietly mentioned the matter about Hu Xiumei. Chu Mingzhou was more capable of handling such matters, so it was good to discuss it with him. However, she felt reluctant to bother him with these trivial issues. After listening to Lin Anan, Chu Mingzhou frowned slightly. He pondered for a moment, gently held Lin Anan's hand, and called out, Zihua, come here after you're done washing the dishes. Brother-in-law, I'll be there soon. Lin Anan looked confused and glanced at him. I already told Sister Xiumei how to do it, so asking Zihua to come is. Lin Zihua is a soldier. If the situation is indeed as you say, he should step in. It's fine to want to protect him, but he has to take on his basic responsibilities. Lin Anan was taken aback by Chu Mingzhou's words and fell silent. She understood his reasoning. As a soldier, Lin Zihua indeed had responsibilities. But as his sister, she really didn't want him to get involved with these troublesome people. What if he encountered danger? After a while, Lin Zihua came out of the kitchen. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Chu Mingzhou gestured for Lin Zihua to sit down, his expression serious. Zihua, did you really see Su Wenba and Jang Tong in a compromising situation? Lin Zihua, just picking up a cup of water, lost his grip and spilled it all over the table, feeling embarrassed and nervous. Yes or no?
Chu Mingzhou plets?
Lin Anan wanted to say something, but Chu Mingzhou held her hand and stopped her with a look. Brother-in-law, I saw it that day when I went to the hospital. Lin Anan already knew the answer, but hearing him say it made her heart skip a beat. No wonder Lin Zihua had cut ties with Jang Tong so completely. He loved Jang Tong so much that in his past life, he was willing to dedicate his entire life, even his life, for her. Chu Mingzhou slightly raised his chin, signaling Lin Zihua to sit down. He spoke without any personal emotions, using a business-like tone to briefly explain Hu Xiumei's situation. He also mentioned Jang Tong's recent activities in the development zone, including her relationship with Qiao Su and her intentions. Lin Zihua sat quietly, listening intently. Once Chu Mingzhou finished, he took a deep breath and slowly looked up. Brother-in-law, the other day when I went to the hospital, I saw Su Wenba and Jang Tong hugging each other, and they were very close. Chu Mingzhou's expression turned serious as he nodded. Since you saw it with your own eyes, this matter needs to be handled carefully. Zihua, as a soldier, since you witness such behavior that harms others' families and is morally corrupt, it's your duty to help the public. But you must not act impulsively. Lin indeed gave Hu Xiumei some advice, which mainly consisted of 3 steps. First, she suggested that Hu Xiumei seek help from family and friends and speak the truth without fear of embarrassment. After all, everyone has their own abilities, and family can protect her to some extent, at least to prevent her from being harmed further. Second, she advised Hu Xiumei to appease Su Wenba's family while immediately starting to gather evidence. If she couldn't do it herself, she should hire someone to investigate. It was essential to track Su Wenba's income and expenses over the years and look into the people around him, especially to gather evidence of his corruption. Third, she recommended a deeper investigation into him. Jang Tong had only been in the Northwest for a few days, and if she could get involved with him, what about others? Where there is one inappropriate relationship, there are likely more. The purpose of these actions was to keep Su Wenba in check and help Hu Xiumei escape her suffering as soon as possible. Lin thought she had considered everything thoroughly, but unexpectedly, with just a few words from Chu Mingzhou, the main focus of the situation changed completely. He intended to link Su Wenba and Jang Tong together, treating Hu Xiumei merely as a civilian who could assist them in handling the matter. Jang Tong's current situation was not good. She had been sent to the harsh frontline of the Oasis Development Zone, sentenced to 3 years of hard labor. If it were confirmed that she had an inappropriate relationship with Su Wenba, it was likely that she would never return. Sister, Jang Tong, sent me a letter. Really? She still dares to write to you? It hadn't been long since she sought help from Lin's parents and wrote to Lin Zihua. How bold could Jang Tong be? Lin Zihua pressed his lips together and took the letter out of his pocket. Are you keeping it close to you? No, it's not like that. I just received it this morning, and it was convenient. Lin shot him a glance and took the letter to unfold it. At first, she wasn't bothered, but once she read it, she was both angry and amused. Why does her face look so big? You wouldn't fall for this again, would you? I'll tell you. She's been messing around with Su Wenba and gets a new partner every few days. To her, you're nothing. Seeing that Lin was genuinely upset, Chu Mingzhou quickly patted her back and took the letter to read. Jang Tong's handwriting was very similar to Lin's, quite beautiful. The writing was nice, but the content of the letter was extremely off-putting. Zihua, I hope this letter finds you well. I am currently in a difficult situation, suffering every day. Life here is really hard, the environment is terrible, and the work is exhausting. I can't keep going like this. I see no hope for the future, and each day feels aimless. Can you help me? After all, I came to the Northwest for you. Please, considering our childhood friendship, help me. I've checked, and if you can guarantee for me as a soldier and pay a deposit of 500 yuan, I can leave here early. Zihua, once I leave, I promise to repay you well. You can ask me to do anything. The letter was filled with emotional hints and moral pressure, mainly trying to get Lin Zihua to be her guarantor and pay 500 yuan to get her out. After reading the letter, Chu Mingzhou frowned tightly, filled with disgust. Lin was furious. Jang Tong is so shameless. What does she think Zihua is? An ATM or a fool? Does Zihua owe her anything? Friendship? What kind of friendship does she have with us? All she does is use us. Lin Zihua remained silent. No matter how much Lin argued, he didn't contradict her. Zihua, Jang Tong is too calculating. You need to be clear-headed. I know you value feelings, but we can't be foolish. She's not worth our effort. Sis, I know. Don't worry. Lin looked at Lin Zihua, still a bit worried. Zihua, I'm just afraid you'll soften up and get tricked again. Think about what she's done before. And her relationship with Su Wenba, which caused so much trouble for Sister Xiumei. People like her don't deserve sympathy. Lin Zihua saw Lin Anin getting upset and quickly assured her, "Sister, I really understand now. I wasn't planning to take the letter out. I was going to throw it away directly. I won't help her again." "Really?" Lin Anin wasn't very convinced. "Absolutely." Chu Mingzhou, with his well-defined fingers, lightly tapped his thigh. He wasn't too worried about Lin Zihua. He was just thinking about how to handle the details. He didn't take this kind of person seriously and wouldn't waste much time on it. Once Lin Anin finished talking to Lin Zihua, Chu Mingzhou urged them to leave, saying, "It's getting late. You should head back." Lin Zihua checked the time and realized it was indeed late. "Okay, I'll head back now." He glanced at Lin Anin, wanting to reassure her, and emphasized, "Sister, don't worry. I'm listening to brother-in-law. Go on, go on." As soon as Lin Zihua left, Chu Mingzhou didn't let Lin Anin dwell on the issue any longer and simply said he had it under control and would handle it. "Mingzhou, you go take a shower first. I'll check Xiaolon and Xiaoyu's homework."
Okay.
There wasn't much to check anyway. Homework was minimal these days, and both kids were smart with solid basics. Lin Anin told Chu Mingyu to sleep first and took Chu Minglan to her room, handing her the gifts they bought today. "Xiaolon, do you like it? Inside, there are crayons, watercolor pens, drawing paper." "Sister-in-law?" Chu Minglan secretly pinched herself and gasped softly. Her eyes sparkled with barely concealed joy, and she felt a bit lightheaded. "Is all this for me?" She carefully accepted the gift, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world. Lin Anin smiled and patted Chu Minglan's head.
Of course it's for you.
"Since you love drawing so much, make sure to enjoy it, but remember, we agreed not to let it interfere with your studies." Chu Minglan hugged the gift tightly, her voice slightly choked. "Sister-in-law, thank you. I love it so much. I've never had so many beautiful art supplies before. I promise I will study hard, and drawing won't affect my learning at all." As she spoke, she gently opened the packaging, looking at the brand new crayons, watercolor pens, and a thick stack of drawing paper, nearly moved to tears. Lin Anin was happy to see Chu Minglan's joy. "I'm glad you like it. If you want to draw in the future, use these. I hope you can create things you love and be happy. If you run out, I'll buy you more." Chu Minglan hugged Lin Anin tightly, saying, "Sister-in-law, you are better than my mom." Lin Anin felt a little stiff but smiled and patted her. She naturally felt pity for the child. When her parents passed away, Chu Minglan was probably still too young to remember. Lacking parental love and having a brother who is not good at expressing himself, Lin Anin's kindness stirred deep emotions in her heart. "Get to bed early. You have class tomorrow," Lin Anin said. "Okay, I know, sister-in-law," Chu Minglan replied. After leaving Chu Minglan's room and closing the door, Lin Anin noticed that Chu Mingzhou was done with his tasks. She tidied up, changed her clothes, and went to take a shower. "Ah, that feels nice." Not only did the hot shower feel good, but seeing the handsome man in front of her made her feel even better. Chu Mingzhou was lying sideways on the heated bed, one hand supporting his head while the other held a book that Lin Anin had tossed aside. The light fell on him, highlighting his sharp features, tall figure, and perfect proportions. As Lin Anin looked at Chu Mingzhou, a blush crept onto her face. She quietly approached, climbed onto the bed, and became a bit dazed. Chu Mingzhou lifted his head, squinting at her, and with a strong movement, pulled her into his embrace.
"What are you thinking about?"
"I was thinking about sleeping," Lin Anin blurted out without thinking.
Chu Mingzhou 跑 set?
"Right now?" Lin Anin blinked, feeling confused. Why was there no one to keep watch? Lin Anin hurriedly waved her hands. "I didn't mean it like that. I was just thinking randomly and speaking without thinking." Seeing her say something ambiguous while her eyes were glued to his chest, Chu Mingzhou chuckled softly, taking her hand and pressing it against himself. He knew exactly what this little woman liked. Lin Anin's eyelashes fluttered as she felt the firm warmth of his body. The clean, pleasant scent filled her nose, and when she looked up, she met his deep, narrow eyes, which held a hint of teasing. Her heart raced, and her face grew even hotter. Lin Anin tried to pull her hand back, but Chu Mingzhou skillfully held it in place, making it impossible for her to move. Don't you like it? Chu Mingzhou leaned in closer. As he got nearer, Lin Anin noticed his beautiful, thick eyelashes, which were slightly longer at the outer corners. When he lowered his gaze slightly, it gave him a cool and somewhat reserved look. Lin Anin moved closer, and Chu Mingzhou adjusted himself to lie down a bit. She gently brushed her nose against his eyelashes. This unconscious act of affection surprised Chu Mingzhou for a moment, but then a smile spread across his face, and his voice lowered a bit. You're playing with fire. Lin Anin raised her eyebrows and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, playfully speaking. Chu Mingzhou's ears turned hot, spreading warmth to the roots. How did you know? Lin Anin was just guessing. During dinner at the Kong family, Kong Changming hesitated several times, wanting to express that Chu Mingzhou initially had hopes for this marriage and curiosity about his wife. Chu Mingzhou was not as cold as the original character thought. He was actually warm-hearted, caring, thoughtful, and respectful towards women. He supported the original character's education and never forced her into anything, quietly sending her money and gifts every month. Even now, because of his poor health, he had to be patient and understanding, never pushing her for anything. Chu Mingzhou, tell me honestly, did you dislike me at first? Even though there were many misunderstandings in between. Lin Anin wanted to know his true feelings but left herself some room at the end, trying to suggest that it was all a misunderstanding, not her fault. Chu Mingzhou, with his clear understanding, gently rubbed her waist and said in a low voice, not exactly dislike, just respecting your choices. Lin Anin felt unhappy and fidgeted a bit. Chu Mingzhou let out a soft grunt and immediately held her steady.
But
after meeting you, I realized you are wonderful, kind, cute, and smart. I couldn't bear to let you go. With a swift motion, Chu Mingzhou turned over, supporting the back of her head with his hand, changing their positions. Lin Anin met his gaze and suddenly felt shy, giving him a playful glare. Don't be naughty. His eyes instantly became intense, as if Lin Anin's whispers ignited a fire deep within him. He gently held her chin, applying just the right amount of pressure, enough to be firm but not painful, carrying an irresistible strength. I really like you. His lips descended like a storm, forcefully taking away all the air from Lin Anin's lungs. At first, she was slightly taken aback, but then she was overwhelmed by his passion, her heart racing. She could feel that this kiss was completely different from usual, filled with urgent desire, as if he wanted her very essence. Chu Mingzhou, what do you like? Chu Mingzhou paused for a moment, slowly opened his eyes, and what reflected in his deep gaze was the person he liked the most. I like you, Lin Anin. Soft kisses fell again, with his words. Lin Anin curled her fingers tightly, lightly gripping his skin, leaving faint red marks. Every touch of their lips felt like electricity coursing through their bodies, making them both shiver slightly. In the end, Lin Anin couldn't hold back anymore and let out a soft sound, her voice breathy. This sound ignited a fire in Chu Mingzhou's heart, and he deepened the kiss, holding Lin Anin tightly in his arms as if he wanted to merge her into himself. The light in the room wasn't very bright, but it was enough to illuminate their entwined figures. The atmosphere was thick with tension, making it hard to breathe. Lin Anin slept straight through to noon the next day. Chu Mingzhou had gone to the camp early in the morning and returned around noon to cook, bringing back a particularly large fish. When Lin Anin came out, rubbing her waist, she happened to see him bending over to taste the fish soup. His face was still the same, stern, serious, and unsmiling. But Lin Anin clearly noticed something different about him. Did he seem a bit more like a husband? What a silly man. Lin Anin scolded him in her mind. After washing up, she sat down in a chair and winced in pain. There was a sharp ache in her thighs, almost unbearable. Last night, he had been a bit out of control, kissing her passionately, and his short hair had scratched her, leaving her feeling both itchy and sore. Are you hungry? Chu Mingzhou brought the prepared dishes to the table. Seeing her expression was off, he quickly knelt beside her, worried, and asked, How are you? Do you feel unwell? The room was warm, and Chu Mingzhou had already taken off his coat and loosened his military uniform collar. From Lininen's angle, she could clearly see the red marks on his collarbone. It was obvious they had been made during their playful moments. "It hurts," she said, lightly kicking Chu Mingzhou. She was genuinely upset. Upset with herself for lacking self-control. And upset with him for being a bit reckless and inexperienced. Chu Mingzhou had actually been careful, but he lacked technique and didn't know how to control his strength, which had led to this situation. To be honest, Chu Mingzhou felt flustered. The man who wasn't afraid of bullets now felt a bit helpless. "Last night was my fault."
How do you feel now?
"Is it very painful?" Lininen replied, sounding a bit pitiful. After a while, her cries of pain turned into cries of hunger. Chu Mingzhou got up and immediately made her a bowl of fish soup. "Drink this fish soup first. It's warm and easy to swallow." Lin Ainen took the fish soup, gently blew on it, and took a sip. The fresh and tender soup slid down her throat, spreading warmth throughout her body. It's delicious." Chu Mingzhou sat down across from Lin Ainen and suddenly asked, "I remember it was swollen. Do you need some medicine?" Lin Ainen. She didn't know how to answer that question and shot Chu Mingzhou a glare. Seeing her silent, Chu Mingzhou frowned. "You should take some medicine." "Stop, just be quiet and eat." Lin Ainen lowered her head to drink the soup and ignored him. Chu Mingzhou smiled slightly, thinking how much he liked his little wife in this moment, so much that it almost hurt his heart. Perhaps due to exhaustion, Lin Ainen felt particularly hungry and tired, so much that she could barely lift her fingers. She felt drained, as if she had lost 2/3 of her strength. It would take a long time to recover. Impulsiveness can be a devil. Lin Ainen had barely gotten up when she was coaxed back to lie down after finishing her meal. "You worked hard last night, so just rest today and don't worry about anything." Lin Ainen rolled her eyes at him. "I'm not the one who worked hard. You are." Chu Mingzhou paused for a moment. "I'm not tired." Lin Ainen glanced at him and indeed saw no signs of fatigue. He looked lively, like a spirited creature, full of energy. "Then hug me," Lin Ainen said, reaching out for a hug. Chu Mingzhou's throat moved as he hesitated for a moment, but then wrapped his arms around her. However, he was very careful, not daring to move too much, just gently patting her back without any extra glances or movements. Lin Ainen took her time to recover, spending almost 2 days lying in bed except for meals. Chu Mingzhou was very attentive, busy with his duties in the army but also preparing food and keeping her company. On the 3rd day, Lin Ainen had to go out for her nebulizer treatment. It was the first session, and she had one last supportive injection left. Once that was done, she would need to go back to the hospital for a checkup. As Lin Ainen stepped outside, she couldn't help but laugh at her weak body. It had been 3 days, and her legs were still trembling. That man was really something too fierce. Just walking to the health center felt like a huge effort, making her feel like she might drop from exhaustion. "Ainen, you're here?" "Ainen, why does your face look so pale?" Lininen's appearance startled Dai Lihua, who quickly helped her inside. After learning the reason for her state, Dai Lihua paused for a moment, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ainen, oh Ainen, what happened to you?" She laughed and shook her head, her eyes full of teasing. Lininen's face turned bright red. "Sister Lihua, stop laughing. I'm really worried. It's been 3 days, and I still haven't recovered." Dai Lihua finally stopped laughing and patted Lin Ainen on the shoulder. All right, I won't laugh at you anymore, but you really need to take care of yourself. Mingzhou should hold back a bit. He is careful. It was just once."
"What? Ha ha ha."
Dai Lihua laughed uncontrollably, her gaze hinting at a bit of disapproval. Linen was not pleased and quickly added, "It was about 2 hours." Dai Lihua laughed even more and gave a thumbs up. "You two are something else. I was wondering how one time could leave you like this. Don't worry, just take care of your health, and when the time comes to have a baby, it will be fine." Lin Ainen decided to change the subject. Continuing would make her anxious. The last injection hurt more than usual, and Lin Ainen was almost in a cold sweat from the pain. After a while, she finally started the nebulization treatment. Lin Enan sat quietly as the mist rose slowly, feeling incredibly comfortable. After a bit, Dai Lihua came over, checked the nebulization, then sat down and started chatting again. Lin Enan thought that Dai Lihua seemed to know everything. There was nothing she didn't know in the military compound. Hey, Enan, do you remember Luo Das Ho? The one who cooks really well, the chubby one who's very kind? She brought her daughter home a couple of days ago. I heard her daughter just had a baby girl, making it 4 girls in total, and her in-laws are not happy at all. And then there's Sure Lady. You two were chatting quite well last time. She got into a fight with her mom yesterday over marriage, and it got really messy. I heard Tang Jingqiao is on a blind date. It's someone introduced by Colonel Tang, a well-known military doctor, but he's not local. He just transferred from Shanghai. By the way, he's a young expert in respiratory issues. There are only 2 selected nationwide, and they both came to our military hospital under Professor Liang. A man flashed through Lin Nan's mind, the one she saw with Tang Jingqiao at the observation deck of Yongqian Building. Dai Lihua chatted on for a long time, and after getting thirsty, she picked up her cup and took several sips of water. Tang Jingqiao has gotten married, which is good. It saves you all from trouble and prevents her from being the subject of jokes. Lin Enan nodded in agreement. You know, Tang Jingqiao used to follow Chu Mingzhou around without feeling embarrassed. Now that she has a match, she might settle down. After Lin Enan finished her nebulization, she suddenly felt dizzy and sat in the clinic for a while. In just a short time, her eyes began to feel tired. She happened to encounter soldiers coming in for treatment with various injuries. Since coming to the Northwest, Lin Enan hasn't met many people, but among those, several were soldiers who had retired due to injuries, and these were just friends of Chu Mingzhou. How many more had she not met? Those who sacrificed for the country? There is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that a group of people is carrying the burden ahead. But this group is very quiet, so quiet that they are often overlooked. Dai Lihua was busy, so Lin Enan sat quietly and watched. Some thoughts flashed through her mind, and she suddenly wanted to write a book about these silent heroes. Sunshine, afternoon, and the injured. On this ordinary day, Lin Enan had the initial idea for her new book, Spine. Perhaps she had stayed in the clinic a bit too long, as eventually, Chu Mingzhou came to pick her up. Why are you here? Finished up, just passing by. Just passing by. Dai Lihua had also just finished her work. Seeing Lin Enan getting ready to leave, she hurried inside to get her a small ointment. Then in here. If you still feel unwell, apply this when you go back. Apply? Lin Enan understood immediately. She quickly took it, put it in her pocket, and pulled Chu Mingzhou to leave. Thank you, Sister Lihua. We'll be on our way. Okay. Be careful on the road. The two walked slowly home along a small path, with Chu Mingzhou matching Lin Enan's pace. The sunset slowly sank, painting the sky orange red, and the white snow, illuminated by the afterglow, seemed to be covered in a layer of golden silk. Snowflakes hung heavily on the branches, as if they could not bear the weight. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would, causing the branches to sway lightly and the snowflakes to fall softly. I want to eat sweet and sour dishes tonight. Sure, I'll make it for you. Lin Enan smiled slightly, linking her arm with his, and playfully said, Mingzhou, I want to write a book centered on soldiers who retired due to injuries. I want to weave their struggles into the story. Do you think it would be okay if I interviewed them? Chu Mingzhou paused, his expression thoughtful, and remained silent for a while. It can be done, but some people might not be very willing. After all, getting injured and retiring is somewhat of a regret for them. I understand. I'll ask around for you. Okay, I don't have much ability. I just want to use my writing to give a voice to the silent heroes and make their stories more real. Lin Enan spoke softly, sharing her thoughts. Chu Mingzhou tightened his grip on her hand and smiled knowingly. Is Captain Chu going home with his wife?
Yeah.
Neighbors greeted them warmly as they walked side by side. It's hard to deny that this couple looks great together. Chu Mingzhou is over 6 feet tall, with a typical athletic build, long legs, broad shoulders, and a slim waist, creating a strong V shape. Lin Anin, at about 5'6", is also tall for a girl from the south, and her slender figure makes her appear even taller. Compared to girls from the northwest, she doesn't fall short. But standing next to Chu Mingzhou, she looks delicate and dependent, completely overshadowed by a shadow. Even her instinctive actions show her reliance on him, resembling a little bird sheltered under protective wings. Chu Mingzhou has never cared much about his appearance. He believes it's the least useful trait, and only shallow people focus on looks. He values perfect training, effective command, precise shooting, and improvement in military skills, much more. However, now, he finds himself reassessing his appearance as Lin Anin repeatedly calls him handsome and expresses her fondness for him. For the first time, he feels grateful for his good looks, especially since his little wife adores them. Even when she's tired, she holds his face and sighs, saying he looks great, willing to endure anything for him. In the evening, Lin Anin went to wash up while Chu Mingzhou sat on the bed, playing with a small bottle of ointment he had taken from her pocket. The white porcelain bottle had a faint, cool medicinal scent. A slight blush appeared on Chu Mingzhou's face, but he couldn't help but smile slightly. Just then, the door creaked open, and Lin Anin walked in, her face flushed from just having taken a shower. She immediately spotted the ointment in Chu Mingzhou's hand, and her face turned bright red.
What?
What are you doing? She quickly walked up to him, reaching out to grab it. Chu Mingzhou deliberately raised his hand, smiling as he teased her. This fell out when I was tidying your clothes. I wonder what it is. Lin Anin felt both shy and anxious. You're still laughing. Give it back to me quickly. Chu Mingzhou narrowed his eyes playfully, pretending to hand her the ointment. Lin Anin leaned forward a bit, and he wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her down unexpectedly onto his lap. Ah, Lin Anin exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around Chu Mingzhou's neck. Their eyes met, and Lin Anin's face turned even redder. She wanted to stand up, but her waist was firmly held by Chu Mingzhou. Don't move. Chu Mingzhou's voice was low, with a hint of huskiness. He reached out to tuck her loose hair behind her ear. Let me help you with the ointment, okay? Lin Anin was stunned. No way. You can't see that area. It's not convenient. Lin Anin's eyes widened. I can manage just fine. I'm very capable. Her cheeks were burning, her eyes filled with panic as she tried to stand up from Chu Mingzhou's lap, but his strong arm held her firmly in place. Chu Mingzhou found her flustered yet adorable expression even more amusing, his smile deepening. Be good. How will you do it yourself? Don't squirm around or you might fall. As he spoke, he tightened his embrace, holding Lin Anin more securely. Lin Anin felt her heart racing. Was that a place where anyone could help? Was it really just a matter of visibility? She wished she could just find a hole to hide in. I'm fine now, no need for the ointment. Fine? Let me see. Lin Anin. But Chu Mingzhou seemed determined, gently kissing her forehead and softly reassuring her, We're married, Anin. I'm just helping you with the ointment, nothing more. Without needing Lin Anin's consent, he quickly laid her back down. Lin Anin felt like he was using all his special skills on her. She couldn't resist at all. Chu Mingzhou easily twisted the cap off the ointment with his thumb. His gaze was clear and focused, but his ears were flushed, revealing his inner turmoil. He gently lifted the hem of Lin Anin's shirt. Lin Anin tensed up, gripping the pillow tightly, her eyes shut, afraid to look. Just his touch made her mind go blank. Noticing her tension, Chu Mingzhou's movements became even gentler. The room fell into an eerie silence. Does it hurt? If you're uncomfortable, just tell me. Tell him? What should she say? How could she say it? Are you saying you can't take it anymore? Or that it's very exciting? Should I ask if your wound is swollen again from his touch? Lin Anin kept her eyes closed and didn't respond. It was unclear if Chu Mingzhou was doing it on purpose. His fingers had a slight callus that made Lin Anin let out a small sound, feeling overwhelmed. In a place where Lin Anin couldn't see, Chu Mingzhou's gaze was deep, and the soft sensation under his hand almost made him lose control, with the veins on his hand slowly pulsing. After finally applying the medicine, Lin Enin felt like she had endured a century, all her strength drained. Chu Mingzhou helped her adjust her clothes. Rest well. I'm going to take a shower. Lin Enin pulled the blanket over herself, wrapping up like a dumpling, even burying her head inside, letting out a soft hum. She had never felt this embarrassed in 2 lifetimes. Once he left, she realized, wait, Chu Mingzhou, didn't you already take a shower? Chu Mingzhou had already gone to the bathroom and didn't hear her last question. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't answer. She knew she was asking just for the sake of it. Her health was poor, and he didn't dare to push her further. Seeing her suffer these past few days, he preferred to control all his impulses. But being young and strong, and just starting to explore new experiences, how could he resist? Chu Mingzhou turned on the faucet, letting warm water cascade over him, but his mind kept replaying the scene of applying medicine to Lin Enin, her flushed cheeks, tightly closed eyes, and slightly trembling body, all making his heart race. By the time Chu Mingzhou returned to the room, Lin Enin was already asleep. You ungrateful little one. Chu Mingzhou looked at Lin Enin's peaceful face, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. Her long eyelashes cast a small shadow on her eyelids, and her cheeks still held a hint of blush, making her look especially beautiful. Chu Mingzhou wasn't sleepy yet, so he tidied up her desk. A letter fell to the floor. In the quiet of the night, with everything still, he sat under the light, using that piece of paper to understand her feelings. Is it where the heart leads, and where love ties? Chu Mingzhou's eyes were red. It would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. He gently folded the letter and placed it in a small box that held the family's medals, considered the most important treasures. After a long while, he stood up and walked to the sleeping Lin Enin, leaning down to place a soft kiss on her forehead. How lucky I am to have your deep affection. He whispered in her ear, his voice soft as if afraid to disturb a beautiful dream. The cafeteria of the Northwest Military District is finally reopening. Chen Taizhu and his wife have successfully taken over and made the place look nice. They are especially grateful to their fellow villager, Lin Enin, for helping them. The reopening is set for the first day of the 2nd lunar month. Chen Taizhu and his wife specifically invited Lin Enin and her family to come eat at the cafeteria, promising to serve the best dishes. Lin Enin, who has never been to the military cafeteria, agreed, thinking it would be good to learn the way there so she could visit again later. The next morning, although it was a reopening, it felt like a fresh start for Chen Taizhu and his wife. They added some decorations and held a small opening ceremony. 2 large red lanterns hung at the entrance, and several pots of beautiful plastic flowers were placed outside, adding a festive touch to the slightly old-fashioned cafeteria. Chen Taizhu and his wife stood at the door, smiling as they welcomed each guest. Lin Enin arrived early, but she came alone since her 2 children were at school and Chu Mingzhou was busy at the camp. Brother Zhu, sister-in-law, congratulations, Lin Enin said with a smile as she handed over her gift. It wasn't anything fancy, just 2 long-sleeved aprons she had made specifically for them, with oil and water-resistant fabric, which would be very useful. Oh, Lin's sister, you finally made it. Come in and sit, but this. Chen Tiezhu's wife said warmly, taking Lin Enin's arm to guide her inside, though she hesitated to accept the gift. It's just something I made myself, not valuable, so no need to be polite, Lin Enin replied. In the end, it was Chen Taizhu who nodded, and she carefully accepted the gift. Once inside the cafeteria, Lin Enin noticed it had been tidied up. The walls and floors looked new, and military-themed decorations hung on the walls. The place was clean and organized, with tables and chairs neatly arranged. Brother Zhu, this cafeteria looks really great, Lin Enin praised sincerely. Haha, we worked on it for several days, hoping everyone can enjoy their meals here. You all take a look around. I'll go prepare the food, and Lin's sister can just join us for a simple meal. Okay. Chen Tiezhu's wife chatted with Lin Enin, introducing her to various aspects of the cafeteria. Actually, the military cafeteria isn't much different from outside. The food quality isn't that high, but the focus is on large portions to fill everyone up. The staple foods are quite varied, including steamed buns, twisted rolls, soup dumplings, and rice. Occasionally, there are also fried dough sticks and pancakes. As for the meat and vegetable dishes, it mainly depends on what the military farm supplies. Common vegetables include cabbage, potatoes, radishes, and greens. Pork is the primary meat, and sometimes there is fish, but it's not very much. If there is a share for beef or lamb, they will prepare that too. Chen Tieju's wife was showing Lin and In around the cafeteria. When they reached the kitchen door, Lin and In peeked inside and saw the ingredients neatly arranged and the utensils shining. A cook was busy preparing meals in a large iron pot. Sister-in-law, you all have prepared everything so well. It's really great. Of course. Since we took over this cafeteria, we have to do it right. Hygiene, taste, and service must all be top-notch. The cafeteria wasn't very big, and everything was clear after a quick look around. Lin and In was satisfied. At least it was clean, and Chen Taiju was skilled, so everyone would likely enjoy the food. She glanced at the prices, which were very reasonable. Lin and In started to think that she could come here often in the future. Sister-in-law, Lin, it's time to eat. Before long, steaming hot dishes were served at the table by Teacher Chen. There were braised ribs, green beans with eggplant, dry pot tofu, and 2 special dishes from Sioux City that he had prepared just for Lin and In, wanting her to taste the flavors of his hometown. Lin, try this. Your brother Zhu's cooking is delicious. Chen Tieju's wife warmly encouraged Lin and In. Okay. Lin and In picked up a piece of braised rib and tasted it. The meat was tender and flavorful, rich but not greasy. It's so good. Chen Taiju smiled happily. If you like it, eat more. If you want anything in the future, just let me know, and I'll make it for you. Thank you, Brother Zhu. The 3 chatted while eating. Chen Tieju's wife was very attentive and suddenly asked Lin, you know a lot. Since our cafeteria mainly serves soldiers and their families from all over, their tastes are different, and it can be hard to please everyone. If it were you, do you have any good ideas? Lin and In thought for a moment. This kind of question is quite simple in modern times, but the cafeteria's limitations made some ideas less applicable. Sister-in-law, I think we can set up a suggestion box for everyone to write down their thoughts on the meals. You can adjust the dishes and flavors based on the feedback. This way, we can understand everyone's needs and keep improving. Also, according to the distribution notice from the military farm, we should prepare the menu in advance and display it ahead of time. Let people know what will be served on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and what will be offered on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. It's better not to announce it on the same day. We should notify and decide in advance. That's a great idea, Chen Taiju said, his eyes lighting up. Anin, you always have good suggestions. Chen Tieju's wife nodded in agreement. I was really worried before, afraid everyone wouldn't be satisfied. But now, we have a direction, and I feel much better. Thank you, sister. Lin and In smiled and waved her hand. Sister-in-law, no need to be polite. It's all for making the cafeteria better, so everyone can enjoy their meals. I'm just brainstorming. I don't know if it will work until we try it. Chen Taiju replied, let's try this method first, and if it doesn't work, we can adjust. After finishing the meal, Lin and In didn't stay long and said her goodbyes before leaving. She felt she couldn't help much, and it wouldn't be polite to interfere with Chen Taiju and his wife, who had a lot on their plate. All right, Lin's sister, take care. Come visit us often, Chen Tieju's wife said with a smile. Of course. As Lin and In walked back to the courtyard, the sun warmed her, easing the chill in the air. I just heard about it. Why are you so upset? It's not like I said your daughter is like a hen that doesn't lay eggs. But really, who brings their daughter back home during the new year? Are they getting a divorce? From a distance, Lin and In heard Aunt Wang's sharp voice. Lin and In frowned slightly, planning to walk around as she didn't like listening to arguments. Stop talking nonsense. My daughter is doing well. Her in-laws are busy, so I brought her home to rest. What's it to you? The person arguing with Aunt Wang was someone Lin and In recognized, the well-known Aunt Luo in the courtyard. Why was Aunt Wang arguing with her now? especially after celebrating her marriage. Aunt Wang held up 4 fingers, gesturing around dramatically. For daughters, no wonder she has to come back home to rest. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to show my face to anyone. How could I hold my head up? I'm not trying to be harsh. I'm just looking out for everyone. If she gets divorced, it would be so embarrassing, right? It will also affect the reputation of our military compound. Lin Unen. Is this even a reasonable thing to say? You. Aunt Luo was so angry she rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight. Many people around were whispering. Even those who were close to the two didn't dare to get too involved. At most, they tried to pull them apart and offer advice, but no one took sides. It seems the last broadcast warning was effective. Why is Aunt Wang being so troublesome? She was detained last year, and now she's causing trouble again? Doesn't she ever learn? Lin Unen suddenly remembered a saying, a single bad apple spoils the whole bunch. The atmosphere in the military compound is actually quite good. There are all kinds of people among the neighbors. While some gossip, there aren't many who love to stir up trouble, especially since speaking carelessly can lead to serious consequences these days. Just then, Wang Dali's wife hurried over. Aunt Luo, don't let this cold weather get you upset. It's not worth getting sick. Lin Unen paused and turned to look, just in time to meet Aunt Wang's gaze. Aunt Wang was clearly taken aback, pouted, and a hint of discomfort crossed her face, but she quickly returned to her arrogant demeanor. Xiong is here? Aunt I advise you not to meddle. You should have stopped your mother-in-law back then. Letting someone like her spread rumors is just asking for trouble. Bad things will come from bad actions. And now you dare to falsely accuse me? If this doesn't get cleared up, I'll report it to the security office. Aunt Luo's eyes turned red with anger as she pointed sharply at Aunt Wang. You really talk nonsense. My daughter just got back a few days ago, and your rumors have made life unbearable for her. We're all women here. How can you speak like that? Wang Dali's wife was anxious, wringing her hands and looking back and forth. Aunt Luo, please calm down. Don't let this upset you. My Aunt speaks her mind. But you. Aunt Luo spat in frustration, not letting anyone off the hook, just because your Aunt speaks her mind. It makes it right? Should we just take her abuse? I'm helping my daughter during her recovery. Who are you to say anything? Don't you understand how hurtful words can be? Lin Unen was about to turn away, thinking Aunt Luo was strong enough to handle herself. Comrade Lin. Hey, Comrade Lin. You're a college student and understand things best. You should help settle this. Lin Unen. Aunt Luo grabbed Lin Unen's wrist, making her turn around. Lin Unen sighed helplessly. Is this something she can handle? A college student isn't a judge, and how can she decide between them? She gently pulled her hand away from Aunt Luo and smiled softly. Aunt Luo, please calm down. I don't really understand this matter either. I'm just a younger generation. Everyone's attention turned to Lin Unen, and it was clear she didn't want to get involved. Aunt Luo was slightly taken aback. Comrade Lin. The moment Lin Unen met her gaze, she froze for a second. Her eyes held too many emotions. They looked very much like Lin's mother's eyes. Lin Unen lowered her gaze slightly, paused, and then spoke again. Aunt Wang, if we dig too deeply into some matters, it won't look good for anyone. Don't you understand this principle? Aunt Luo is worried about her daughter and brought her back home to rest after giving birth. This is a mother's care. Aunt Wang frowned, her expression not looking good. Think about it. If your daughter faces difficulties in the future, you would hope others would be understanding, rather than just making sarcastic comments, right? If it were someone else, Aunt Wang might have fought back, but this was Lin Unen, and the troubles she faced under Chu Mingzhou were still fresh in her mind. Aunt Wang's face turned red and pale, wanting to argue but hesitating. She could only stare in silence. Seeing this, Lin Unen seized the moment. Moreover, times have changed. Whether it's a boy or a girl, it doesn't matter. A daughter can be just as loving and filial. Having 4 daughters means 4 blessings. We can't cling to old beliefs and harm neighborly harmony. Aunt Luo's eyes flickered, her anger dissipating, and she began to cry. Lin Unen had a good impression of her, so she felt more kindness and gently advised, Aunt Luo, It's natural to care for your daughter. Everyone sees that. Some things you shouldn't take to heart. If it really comes to a point where it's necessary, let the security office handle it. Aunt Luo wiped her tears with the back of her hand, her voice choked. Yes, I'm not one to hold grudges. I just can't stand her making up stories about people. Lin and nodded slightly and looked at Aunt Wang with a cold glint in her eyes. Aunt Wang, what do you think? Should we continue arguing, or take a step back for a broader view? If it goes to the security office, it might not end well. Aunt Wang felt a bit uneasy. I'll let it go this time. But don't let me catch you next time. If you dare to wrong me again, this isn't over. Though she still seemed somewhat unconvinced, her tone had softened significantly. Wang Dali's wife quickly stepped forward to pull Aunt Wang back. Second aunt, let's listen to Comrade Lin, and not be upset. Let's go home. She then cast a grateful glance at Lin. Comrade Lin, we really owe you today. Lin and shifted slightly, not accepting her kindness. It's okay, I was just passing by. As the situation settled, everyone began to disperse. As the crowd gradually thinned, Lin could still faintly hear a few side comments. When Aunt Wang was younger, she really valued her husband's skills. Over the years, she often pointed out his mistakes. Do you think it could be? Of course. He is so capable, much better than her. She always wants to compare, but never measures up. Now, she's criticizing her daughter. Stop talking, or she'll start causing trouble again. So, she was a rival? But Lin truly didn't like her. People like Aunt Wang, who love to stir up trouble, are like hidden reefs beneath a calm lake, ready to disrupt a harmonious atmosphere. They are not good for anyone. When Lin returned home, she sat at her desk for a long time without writing. Finally, she decided not to write and instead gathered some fabric to make clothes for her family. The army had sent down a lot of fabric last time, and it was just sitting there. Spring would be here soon, and in Lin's eyes, none of the clothes for the Chu siblings were good enough. They all needed to be replaced, inside and out, top to bottom. She twirled her pencil, and various clothing styles flashed through her mind. She was eager to make clothes for Chu Mingzhou because it felt rewarding. He was like a clothes hanger. Everything looked good on him, and he could pull off any style, even better than a model. As she thought, she began sketching simple designs. She planned to make Chu Mingzhou a casual jacket for spring and autumn, along with a modified Zhongshan suit, plus a few everyday shirts. For Chu Minglan, she would make 2 beautiful dresses. The young girl was at the age where she loved to look pretty, and it was good to start early to avoid falling behind later. As for Chu Mingzhou, she would make 2 sets of sportswear. He was a playful boy, and since he was growing, loose-fitting outfits would be perfect. Before she knew it, the sky had darkened. Lin paused her work and rubbed her sore shoulders. She heard familiar footsteps outside, and soon the door opened. Chu Mingzhou and the 2 little ones arrived almost simultaneously. Hun, what are you doing? Chu Mingzhou frowned disapprovingly when he saw Lin sitting among the fabric. I'm making clothes for you. Spring is coming soon. Lin glanced at the sky outside and paused. Look, I got so busy that I lost track of time. Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu were about to join in when Chu Mingzhou sent them away. Yuga, go do your homework first. I bought groceries for the kitchen. Longjia, please help tidy up. Oh, okay, big brother. Got it, brother. Once the 2 younger ones left, Chu Mingzhou looked at Lin deeply. He didn't scold her, but quietly helped her tidy up the fabric. She was upset. Lin immediately stood up, hugged his waist, and snuggled close, quickly admitting her mistake. Mingzhou, I was wrong. She knew he was worried about her and didn't want to say anything harsh, so she felt a bit frustrated. In fact, Lin cared about her health more than anyone else. She was aware and wouldn't overdo it. It was just that the habits she formed in her past life were hard to change. When she got involved in something, she wanted to do it well and finish it. Chu Mingzhou pressed his lips together, feeling her unique scent, and his frustration eased a bit. He gently patted Lin's back, his voice still cool. I hope you can prioritize your health. These little tasks aren't important. Lin and nuzzled against him like a well-behaved kitten. I was wrong. I'll be careful next time. But my husband is so sweet to me, I'm so lucky. Chu Mingzhou found it both amusing and frustrating. He let her hug him for a while before settling her on the sofa. I'll go cook and bring you back a black chicken. Yeah, I want to drink black chicken soup. Okay, I'll go make it. Chu Mingzhou moved quickly, and soon the kitchen was filled with the aroma of food. Sister-in-law, I finished my homework. Chu Mingzhou bounced into the living room and sat next to Lin. Lin loved to praise him, and kids his age loved to hear it, so he always came to her. Sister-in-law, I got 100 on my math test this semester. Wow, Xiuyu, you're amazing. You got a perfect score in math. That's so smart. Chu Mingzhou's eyes sparkled with joy as he wiggled on the sofa. Hee, sister-in-law, I want to get 100 on every test from now on. Lin pretended not to believe him. Really? Xiaoyu is really that good? Chu Mingzhou puffed out his chest. Sister-in-law, don't you believe me? I'm super good. Just wait and see. All right, I'll wait to see. But little man, you can't brag, okay? After some business talk, the meal was served. The family began to eat. Chu Mingzhou placed both chicken legs into Lin's bowl, while the younger brother and sister each got a chicken wing. By the way, sister-in-law, tomorrow a barber will come to the courtyard, and we can get free haircuts, Chu Minglan said, leaving Lin confused. What barber? Tomorrow is the second day of the second month, the Spring Dragon Festival. Oh, I see. Is it true that on February 2nd, the dragon raises its head and both adults and children should get haircuts? Yes, that's the saying. Chu Mingzhou instinctively scratched his head, a bit reluctant. Sister-in-law, I don't want to get a haircut. After a haircut, the wind blows, and my head feels cold. Lin laughed and added some food to his bowl. Xiaoyu, getting a haircut for the Spring Dragon Festival is a good tradition. After you get a haircut, you'll become smarter, and your grades will improve. Plus, the weather will warm up soon. Hearing this, Chu Mingzhou tilted his head and thought for a moment before agreeing. Lin then looked at Chu Mingzhou. Mingzhou, are you going? I won't go. My hair is short. I can let it grow a bit more. After the meal, Chu Minglan and Chu Mingzhou took the initiative to clean up the dishes, while Lin turned on the radio and snuggled next to Chu Mingzhou to listen. Since Chu Mingzhou installed an antenna at home, her radio could now pick up signals. The radio content was very formal, usually patriotic and party-promoting programs. After tuning for a while, she found her favorite channel, which played news about social events with a strong sense of the times, but also some new information. Mingzhou, rub my belly, I'm too full.
Chu Mingzhou chúc cờ sốc đi.
I'll rub it for you in the room.
But
they will take care of themselves. No need to worry. Chu Mingzhou unexpectedly picked her up and carried her to the room. Lin was confused. She just felt full, and now it turned into a full-body massage? Chu Mingzhou was gentle. He noticed Lin was ticklish and delicate, and she was very thin. Lin couldn't help but giggle. Be gentle, it tickles. Chu Mingzhou looked at her with concern in his eyes. Okay, I'll be careful. But it feels nice. Mingzhou, how do you know how to massage? I know a little. Chu Mingzhou didn't mention that he learned some techniques from an old military doctor who said they could help her health, especially with her night sweats. Actually, even Lin didn't realize she had this problem, so she couldn't connect the dots. She thought Chu Mingzhou was being dishonest and was messing around. As she was being pressed, Lin felt incredibly comfortable and a bit drowsy. Don't sleep yet. Wash your face and soak your feet first. Okay. Chu Mingzhou prepared a basin of warm water to wash her face and hands, and another basin of hot water for her to soak her feet. Lin let Chu Mingzhou take care of her and smiled sweetly at him. Mingzhou, you're so caring. What do you mean? It means you're very handsome. Lin's eyelids were getting heavy. As he dried her feet, she quickly snuggled into the blanket. Good night. Chu Mingzhou quietly watched her for a while. The moonlight shone through the window onto her face, highlighting her thin features, and he felt a surge of tenderness. While massaging her, his hands touched her bony body, and it felt like his heart was gently tugged by an invisible hand. It hurt so much. What should I do with you? Chu Mingzhou held her hand against his face and gently rubbed it. Linen. You need to get better soon. On February 2nd, Dragon raises its head, a little drinking and oiling up, with spring thunder rumbling the night before. Today brings good sunshine. Early the next morning, several barbers arrived at the military compound, ringing a little bell. Linen was taken out by Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu to a place in the compound that resembled a hall. There were many people on the way, all heading to get haircuts. By the time the three arrived, quite a few were already in line. Chu Minglan pulled Lin and in to find a spot. Sister-in-law, we can just line up here. It's free. Chu Mingyu looked around and then ran to the next line to stand with his friends, chattering away happily. This time, there were 5 barbers, each with a chair and scissors, starting to cut hair. Lin Enin watched in amazement, noticing how skilled and fast they were, the scissors dancing in their hands, quickly creating neat hairstyles. She touched her own hair, hesitated for a long time, but still couldn't bring herself to cut it. Her hair was in better condition than when she first arrived, although it still had a dull yellow tint and couldn't compare to others' shiny black hair. It was noticeably glossier and smoother. Comrade Lin, you came early. Linen looked up and happened to meet Aunt Luo, who was in line ahead. Aunt Luo, what a coincidence. After what happened yesterday, Aunt Luo became even friendlier with Linen. Seeing her touch her hair nervously, she quickly smiled and said, Your hair looks just like my daughter's after giving birth. Very dry and yellow. It's really just lacking nutrients and it can be restored. When do you have some free time? Come to my house and take some sesame. Just chew on a couple every morning, and in 2 months, your hair will be shiny and black. Lin Enin felt a bit shy from her enthusiasm. Thank you, Andy, but that's too much trouble. Oh, it's not a hassle at all. Besides, I make those sesame myself using traditional methods, steamed and sun-dried 9 times. They smell amazing. Sesame is good for hair, and I also added some walnuts, red dates, and black beans, ground into powder and mixed with honey to form. They taste great. Lin Enin shook her head again. Really, Annie, you don't have to. I've had weak health since I was little, and my hair has always been like this. I probably need to get my health back to normal first. You really need to take good care of yourself during pregnancy. After you have the baby, you must pay special attention during your recovery. I can share some recipes with you then, and I promise you'll be healthy and plump. Lin Enin was taken aback. Aunt Luo must have heard something and thought she was pregnant. Lin Enin was a bit stunned, opening her mouth but not knowing how to respond. If she denied it, it would be like undermining her partner. She couldn't bring herself to say anything. Seeing Lin Enin silent, Aunt Luo thought she was just shy. After a moment, she sighed. It's tough for girls who marry far away, especially after having children. Your parents aren't nearby, and there are no elders from the Chu family to help. If you ever need anything, just call me. It's not easy. Noticing Aunt Luo's strong emotions, Lin Enin quickly nodded and replied, Okay, thank you, Auntie. After a few exchanges, they opened up more, and their relationship naturally grew closer. Aunt Luo's family was capable. Her husband and son were in the military, and her only daughter had married far away. This time, she brought her daughter back because the in-laws were pressuring her. They had 4 daughters, and her family couldn't accept her. What a lovely person she was when she got married, and now she's come back looking so thin. So when Aunt Luo saw Lin Enin's appearance, she felt empathy and thought of her own daughter, which softened her heart. The group moved forward, and soon it was Aunt Luo's turn to get her hair cut. She stopped talking, sat down in the chair, and said to the barber, Master, just give me a short cut. It's easier to manage. All right. The barber skillfully picked up the scissors and began to trim. Lin Enin looked at Aunt Luo, feeling a bit touched. The excessive warmth was a bit overwhelming, but her sincerity made Lin Enin feel warm inside. After finishing with Lin Enin, Aunt Luo moved on to Chu Minglan. Chu Minglan had beautiful hair, thick and black, reaching her waist. Master, please cut it to here. Chu Minglan indicated her shoulder. Seeing she truly wanted a shorter cut, Lin Enin didn't say much. A slightly shorter style would be easier to manage. Aunt Luo waited nearby, not leaving until both kids were done. Then she approached and said, "Comrade Lin, let's go home and get the sesame." "Aunt, really, you don't have to. Come on, it's not far between our houses. It's on the way." Lin and couldn't refuse, so she agreed. She thought that since she accepted something, she could return the favor later. On the way, Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu were like two happy little birds, hopping along. "Lan, you take such good care of her, unlike my granddaughter." Aunt Luo realized she had misspoken and quickly stopped herself. Their houses were indeed not far apart, just a turn away. "Aunt, your entrance is really beautiful, right? The flowers were painted by my daughter, and she also wrote the characters. Her father did the stone carving. It looks nice, doesn't it? Very pretty." Aunt Luo opened the door and led Linen and the two children inside. The yard was small but tidy. The snow had been cleared well, and the ground had been swept clean early in the morning. "Come in and warm up by the fire. I'll get you some sesame." "Okay, thank you, Aunt." Lin and glanced around the room. The furniture was a bit old but spotless. On the table were some family photos, showing a happy family. In the photo, Aunt Luo looked very young, with a chubby little girl beside her, smiling brightly with sparkling eyes.
Who are you?
A cold female voice came from behind. Lin and turned around and faced a very thin face that looked almost unrecognizable. Chu Minglan also turned around, startled, instinctively hiding behind Linen, sister-in-law. Seeing his sister hide, Chu Mingyu hurried to hide behind Linen as well. It's okay. This is Aunt Luo's sister." Lin reassured them, but she felt uneasy looking at the woman in front of her. She was too thin, even thinner than herself. Her whole face seemed sunken, making her eyes look very large. Lin tried to keep her tone gentle. "Hello, I'm Lin, your neighbor. Aunt Luo said to come and get some sesame, so I came over."
Leelu nudas legally. Im Leelu.
"I'm sorry if my appearance
scared you."
Her voice was very soft, as if a breeze cut it away. Lin quickly waved her hand. "Not at all. The kids are just being silly, don't take it to heart." Leelu forced a smile, but it looked a bit stiff on her thin face. "It's okay." At that moment, Aunt Luo came out from the back room, holding 2 jars. When she saw her daughter, she paused for a moment. "Leelu, why are you out? If you're not feeling well, you should rest more." "This is Anan, the wife of Captain Chu. Mom, I just came out to get a glass of water." Aunt Luo handed the jars to Lin. "Comrade Lin, take these sesame. Have 2 every morning. They work really well. Come back for more when you finish." "Thank you, Aunt." Lin accepted the jars without hesitation and said her goodbyes. Aunt Luo politely saw her off. On the way back, Lin felt a bit heavy-hearted. Leelu's emaciated figure lingered in her mind, making her feel a pang of sadness. A once healthy person had become so frail. Who knows how much pain lay behind that? Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu noticed Linen's unusual mood and stopped bouncing around, quietly following her. "Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Is it because of that sister's appearance?" Linen came back to her senses and saw Chu Minglan's worried eyes. She forced a smile. "I'm fine, Xiaolan. It's just that seeing Aunt Luo's daughter like that makes me feel a bit sad." Chu Mingyu leaned in with a naive expression. "Sister-in-law, why is that sister so thin? Is she sick?" Linen gently patted Chu Mingyu's head. "Maybe she's been through some tough times and has suffered a lot. So, you both should learn to cherish your life now and care for the people around you." Chu Mingyu nodded, somewhat understanding. Lin didn't want to explain too much to the kids. These matters could be simplified to family discord or, at a deeper level, human nature. Discussions about human nature are often the most cruel topics. "Xiaoyu is so good. I'll make you both 8 treasure rice for lunch. How does that sound?" "Great. Yes." Chu Mingyu's eyes lit up, and he jumped with excitement. "I've never had 8 treasure rice. Does it have 8 treasures hidden in it?"
Ha ha ha.
After returning home, Lin began preparing to make 8 treasure rice. Chu Minglan followed her closely, saying she wanted to learn how to make it. In reality, the little girl didn't want her sister-in-law to do all the work, so she helped out to lighten the load. When Lin's mother left, she brought many local specialties, and Chu's aunt also bought quite a bit. Lin and Nin gathered everything, and the ingredients for 8 treasure rice were mostly complete, except for red bean paste, which could be replaced with brown sugar. She soaked the glutinous rice first, then found dates, lotus seeds, longan, sunflower seeds, and raisins. She arranged the ingredients on the table and estimated the quantities in her mind. Let's make a bit more to share with everyone. Listening to my sister-in-law, Chu Minglan felt a bit reluctant. The ingredients were all top quality, and giving them away, just thinking about it made her sad. But since her sister-in-law said so, she agreed, believing there must be a reason behind it. Sister-in-law, let me peel the longan, Chu Minglan offered, taking the longan and peeling it carefully. Okay. Lin and Nin took out several bowls of different sizes to use. First, she spread a layer of lard in each bowl, then arranged the various ingredients in different patterns at the bottom, with dates shaped like plum blossoms and sunflower seeds forming little flowers. It looked beautiful. Next, Lin and Nin drained the soaked glutinous rice and spread it over the arranged ingredients, placing brown sugar in the middle and topping it with another layer of glutinous rice, pressing it down firmly. Xiaolon, add some firewood. It needs to steam for over half an hour.
Got it, sister-in-law.
Finally, she placed the bowls in the steamer. While waiting, Lin and Nin had some free time and began telling the story of 8 treasure rice. The 2 little ones listened, a bit confused. During the Song dynasty, there was a scholar who was very talented, but his family was poor, and he often went hungry. On his way to take the imperial exam, he encountered a landslide and got trapped in a broken temple. In his time of hunger and cold, he discovered a mouse nest with a variety of grains, 8 kinds in total. To survive, he made a fire and cooked, and it was this 8 treasure rice that saved his life. Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu occasionally frowned while listening, wanting to say something but feeling it was odd. How did sweet 8 treasure rice relate to mice? Seeing their expressions, Lin and Nin couldn't help but laugh. Later, he survived thanks to this 8 treasure rice, achieved top honors, and eventually became a prime minister, dedicating his life to the people and the country. Because of this, people began to see the 8 treasure rice as a good omen, delicious and meaningful, and it slowly became a festive dish. Chu Mingyu scratched his head. Sister-in-law, this isn't what the mice stole, right? Can it really taste good? Lin and Nin was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. It's delicious. Eating it will even make you smarter. Finally, steam rose from the steamer, and the sweet aroma of the 8 treasure rice filled the kitchen. It needs to sit for another half hour to soak in the flavors.
Chu Minggu, why that easily?
When Chu Mingzhou came home, he saw the 3 of them crowded in the kitchen and walked over. Lin and Nin was about to flip the bowl onto a plate, but was afraid of getting burned, so she looked for a cloth. I'll do it. Oh, when did you come back?
Just now.
Why are you back in the kitchen? Lin and Nin gestured for him to stop talking and directed him to help. Chu Mingzhou followed her instructions, flipped the bowl, and poured out the 8 treasure rice. The dish was colorful, with red dates, longan, and raisins gleaming enticingly. Wow, it looks amazing! Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu exclaimed in unison. Lin and Nin raised an eyebrow at them. Of course. Not only does it look good, but it tastes great too. She had Chu Mingzhou serve 2 more portions and took them to the main hall. Chu Mingyu couldn't wait even a minute. He scooped a big spoonful, blew on it a couple of times, and popped it into his mouth. His eyes lit up instantly. Delicious. Sister-in-law, this is so good. Sweet and sticky, even better than I imagined. Right? I didn't lie to you.
Chu Minglan, not that we got to sin.
Chu Mingzhou looked at Lin and Nin thoughtfully, and also took a spoonful to try. How is it? Very tasty. I made a lot. This flavor is liked by everyone, young and old. I'll give a portion to Zihuai, Sister Li Hua, Instructor Lu, Pan Guiyang, Brother Zhuzi, Aunt Luo, and Commander Su. Lin and Nin counted off a list of people on her fingers. Chu Mingzhou was a bit surprised. Don't make so much next time, and don't worry about them.
Huh? How what?
No way, not allowed. Lin and pressed her lips together, her voice getting softer, making a bit more isn't a hassle. You can't be so unreasonable.
Okay. You. Brute.
Chu Mingzhou couldn't help but laugh at her frustration, but chose not to argue. As Lin slowly finished her meal and lay down for a nap, she was suddenly held tightly by Chu Mingzhou, who seemed to be nibbling at her lips.
Chu Mingzhou.
Do you believe I can pinch you until you can't move? Chu Mingzhou looked at the pouting Lin and loosened his grip slightly, still holding her gently in his arms. His tone was a bit helpless. It's not that I'm unreasonable. I just care about you. Lin huffed a couple of times. I'm not fragile. I won't tire out that easily. I just wanted to make something tasty to share with you. She was doing it for herself. Chu Mingzhou's dark eyes were filled with complex emotions as he gazed at her for a while, then slowly leaned down and kissed her again. His touch was gentle, brushing lightly against her lower lip, then shifting to soft caresses. The tender kisses gradually turned into a deeper connection, making her lose her senses. Lin felt overwhelmed by the kiss, a tingling sensation rising up her spine, hard to control. She had never been this sensitive before. Taking advantage of her daze, Chu Mingzhou grabbed her hand and wrapped it around his neck, gently lifting her onto his lap. I think you have too much energy. Lin. His clearly defined fingers had already lifted her shirt slightly, the rough pads of his fingers gliding over her skin, sending electric shivers through her. Lin's cheeks flushed, and she pushed him away, breathless. You, be serious. It's broad daylight, and Xiaolan and the others are still here. Her voice was slightly breathy, and she nervously glanced at the door, feeling extremely tense. With her soft movements against him, it was almost too much for him to handle. A blush spread across Chu Mingzhou's collarbone as he held her firmly. Don't move. Lin felt as if his gaze was pulling her in. Not now, I'm scared. Chu Mingzhou chuckled softly, the sound resonating in his chest. He stopped his movements but kept Lin tightly in his embrace, resting his forehead against hers, affectionately rubbing against her. All right, we'll wait until tonight. Chu Mingzhou. After a moment, Chu Mingzhou regained his serious demeanor, softly agreeing and encouraging her to take a nap. The warm afternoon sunlight poured into the room, but Lin couldn't settle in Chu Mingzhou's arms. She kept shifting and turning, her heart racing, and her flushed cheeks lingering in color. Usually, she would need at least an hour for a nap, but today her mind was elsewhere and she couldn't sleep at all. Chu Mingzhou closed his eyes, a faint smile on his lips, gently patting her as she turned over and over, without revealing anything. Finally, Chu Mingzhou got up right on time, and Lin happily followed, saying, I'm going to the art troupe to deliver some 8 treasure rice to Zihua. Okay, I'll take you there. Lin quickly went to her desk drawer and took out an envelope. This is a new song I wrote for the art troupe, I'll take it with me. This was Lin's new song Rushing Forward, which had a popular and uplifting tune filled with hope. She planned to sell it for a good price to the art troupe since Lu Qing had said they had plenty of money. She had a hospital follow-up next week, and it was better to be prepared for any costs. After packing several portions of 8 treasure rice into a basket, she headed out. In the afternoon courtyard, the sunlight cast long shadows of the two, occasionally overlapping in a friendly manner. Soon, they arrived at the art troupe. Chu Mingzhou didn't say much, just tightened her scarf and said, Finish up and come back early. If Lu Qing asks you for help, you can refuse. Okay, I know. Once Chu Mingzhou left, Lin confidently entered the art troupe. Hey, Comrade Lin, you're here? Where's Zihua? I just saw him. Tell him his sister is here. Familiar faces greeted her, all very polite. Anan. Pan Guian was talking to the lighting technician when he saw Lin and waved. Lin smiled and nodded. Busy? Not busy. Are you here to see Zihua? Yes, but I specifically came to see Instructor Lu. By the way, I brought you some food. Lin shook the basket in her hand without lifting the cloth. After all, she only prepared some for a few close friends, so she felt a bit shy about the others seeing it. Pan Guiyang paused but accepted it graciously, saying, "Thank you. Instructor Liu is in the office. I'll take you there."
Great.
Pan Guiyang led Lin Anan to the door of Lu Qing's office, gently knocked, and upon hearing come in, he opened the door and signaled Lin Anan to enter. Lu Qing was sitting at his desk, focused on a document. When he heard the noise, he looked up and immediately smiled. "Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Please have a seat." Lin Anan walked over with a smile and placed the basket on the nearby table, saying, "I made some 8 treasure rice from Sioux City for you to try." She lifted the cloth covering the basket, revealing the 8 treasure rice she had carefully packed in plastic bags, choosing the best-looking ones. Lu Qing exclaimed and stood up, walking over to Lin Anan. "You know, I still remember that marinated dish from last time, and this 8 treasure rice is one of my favorites." Lin Anan smiled and shook her head, handing one portion to him and passing the others to Pan Guiyang, asking him to help distribute them. "There are also some for Minister Bai and Minister He. Could you please help?" "Of course, I'll take them over shortly." Once done, only 2 portions remained in the basket, meant for Lin Zihua. Seeing Lu Qing in a good mood, Lin Anan sat down nearby and cheerfully took out an envelope containing a new song she had written. "I wrote a new song in my spare time. Take a look and tell me what you think." Lu Qing's smile paused for a moment. Then his eyes lit up as he eagerly took the envelope, a hint of joy on his face. "A new song? I can't wait to see it." He quickly opened the envelope and pulled out the lyrics and melody, reading them with great focus. As he read, he instinctively hummed the melody softly, his expression changing with the lyrics. Lin Anan sat smiling, not saying much. She was very confident in her abilities. The years of experience were not for nothing. In the next 50 or 60 years, she would produce countless hit songs, and all she needed to do was pick a few suitable ones for inspiration to create something even more remarkable. After a while, Lu Qing finally finished reading. His eyes were filled with excitement. "This is great. This song perfectly fits the needs of our art troupe. It's like it was made just for us." Seeing his satisfaction, Lin Anan felt relieved. "As long as it fits." Lu Qing pondered for a moment, telling Lin Anan to wait while he quickly ran out with the song. "Sister?" Lin Zihua rushed over as soon as he heard his sister had arrived. Seeing only Lin Anan and Pan Guiyang in the office, he immediately came in. A young girl followed him, whom Lin Anan recognized as one of the main singers in the art troupe, named Guan, who seemed to be about the same age as Lin Zihua and had just turned 18. "Hello, Anan's sister." Guan greeted Lin Anan with a smile. Lin Anan handed the basket to Lin Zihua. "A treasure rice. I saved 2 portions for you." "Really?" Lin Zihua quickly took it, glanced inside, and handed 1 portion to Guan. "This is a specialty dish from Sioux City. Here you go." Guan's little face turned red, feeling a bit shy. Seeing that she hesitated to take it, Lin Zihua directly placed it into her arms, saying, "My sister made this. You should eat it." Lin Anan raised an eyebrow and glanced at Pan Guiyang, as if sensing something different.
"Thank you, Zihua."
"Thank you, Anan's sister." "You're welcome." Pan Guiyang looked between Lin Zihua and Guan and joked, "Zihua, what about the others in the group if you give this to Guan?" Lin Zihua paused slightly, a hint of discomfort flashed across his face, and there was a faint blush behind his ears. "Brother Pan, please don't tease me. Guan is my good friend." That response was off-topic. Lin Anan brought the conversation back, asking about Lin Zihua's recent situation. They chatted about ordinary matters, which quickly eased the atmosphere. "Sister-in-law, good news." Lu Qing rushed in. Noticing that there was serious business to discuss, Pan Guiyang nodded at Lin Anan and took Lin Zihua and Guan out first. Lu Qing couldn't hide his smile. "Sister-in-law, the team leader happened to see your new song and praised it highly." "That's great. I was worried the leaders wouldn't be satisfied." "How could they? Everyone sees your talent." "The leaders asked me to discuss the price with you. They said as long as your price is reasonable, they won't negotiate." Lin Anan bit her lip, realizing Lu Qing was quite clever, trying to play this game. The art troupe was one of the wealthiest departments in the Northwest Military Region, so if he wanted to bargain, she wouldn't hold back. Instructor Lu, this song will definitely bring positive influence to the art troupe. I'm not greedy. I'll just ask for 3,000 yuan, which is the market price for similar high-quality songs. What do you think? The price was made up by Lin Anan, knowing that she needed to start high to negotiate down. Lu Qing's smile froze on his face, genuinely taken aback by the 3,000 yuan. High-quality songs in the market usually only went for about 1,000 yuan. He swallowed back the compliments he was about to give. What's wrong?
This.
Lu Qing quickly regained some composure, weighing his options in his mind. Lin Anan's price far exceeded expectations, but the song rush was indeed of high quality. Both the melody and lyrics fit the art troupe's current needs perfectly, and it might shine in various performances, bringing unexpected results. Meeting Lin Anan's teasing gaze, he threw caution to the wind. Sister-in-law. She quickly turned around and poured a cup of tea for Lin Anan. You might not know much about the music market. The situation is quite bad right now.
Oh?
Is that so? I asked the record company, and even selling it for 3,000 is too low. But you know me. I'm dedicated and only want to contribute to the organization's artistic efforts, not for the money. Lu Qing's mouth twitched. He didn't want to engage in her fanciful talk. He simply held up one finger. Since this involves the group's budget, my maximum authority is 800. I'll give you 1,000.
Deal.
Lin Anan blinked. What's wrong? For the organization, if it's 2,000 less, then it's 2,000 less. It's not a big deal. We're all on the same team. Lu Qing. He should have just said 800 from the start. Seeing his troubled expression, Lin Anan took the opportunity to sweeten the deal. This song is special. It has a grand feel and a strong sense of patriotism. Its meaning is clear. It's suitable for various instruments and perfect for dance, small performances, mixed-gender choirs, and more. It's a very layered song. When the time comes, I'll choreograph some dance moves for you, ensuring the whole performance is more impactful. Lu Qing looked at her strangely but eventually nodded. All right, it's settled then. 1,000 yuan, paid in cash. It was packed in a thick envelope. After receiving the money, Lin Anan felt energized. She stayed in the art troupe for a while longer, helping several department heads, and happily agreed to assist them. What a joy! Chu Mingzhou's monthly salary was only around 80 yuan, and she had just earned as much as he would in a year with a little effort. She really felt accomplished. When she got home, Chu Mingzhou was already back, stacking firewood. Sweetheart Lin Anan cheerfully entered, floating over to him like a butterfly, and gave him a big kiss on the cheek. Then she proudly waved the envelope. Look. Chu Mingzhou paused, a bit bewildered by her sudden action. Your wife earned 1,000 yuan today. Isn't that great? Chu Mingzhou moved the firewood aside, careful not to get her dirty, allowing her to hug his waist.
So much? Yep.
Let's go inside. Chu Mingzhou placed the firewood in the kitchen and washed his hands. He then took Lin Anan to the living room, accepted the envelope from her, felt the thick stack, and was slightly shocked. He handed it back to her. Keep it safe. My wife is really impressive. Lin Anan burst into laughter. Listening to his dry compliments and seeing his slightly stiff expression is really amusing. Thank you for the compliment. Chu Mingzhou ignored her teasing, reached for the hot water bottle beside them, placed it in her hands, and held her hands gently, breathing on them. Where are your gloves? Your hands are all red from the cold. Lin Anan's eyes flickered. This man, with so much money around, his attention is only on her hands? I left the gloves with Zihua. I forgot. Are you hungry? There's one last stew, and Longjia is watching it.
I'm hungry.
Hearing this, Chu Mingzhou gently squeezed Lin Anan's hand. Then warm your hands here. I'll go help out and try to get your meal ready sooner. With that, he stood up and went to the kitchen. Lin Anan watched his back, feeling as if her heart was melting. That's just how Chu Mingzhou is. His care is silent, extremely thoughtful, yet he never expresses it. He is truly the perfect, practical man. But then she realized, He is Chu Mingzhou, known for being cold and serious in the Northwest Military District, someone people wouldn't dare to approach. The warmth from the hot water bottle not only warmed her hands, but also her heart. Before long, Chu Mingzhou and Chu Minglan came out of the kitchen, both carrying steaming dishes. The family of four washed their hands and sat down to eat. It was a perfectly normal meal, yet Lin Enin talked much more than usual. She had earned 420 yuan from doing a translation and serving as a backup for a performance. That money was hard-earned, requiring a lot of effort. But this time was different. Writing a song easily brought in 1,000 yuan, which was quite a sum in this era. With her mood lifted, Lin Enin felt that Chu Mingzhou looked particularly handsome tonight. She noticed that her little husband was unusually easy to talk to, and even when she teased him for more, he was quite cooperative. He seemed like a completely different person, both obedient and sweet. Chu Mingzhou, are you ready? Lin Enin wrinkled her nose and pushed his face away. They were so close that it felt like they were almost kissing, yet he still hadn't made a move. Chu Mingzhou was clearly taken aback. After losing control last time, he was cautious, knowing Lin Enin's health was fragile, so he had to be gentle. But this little woman was being a bit provocative. Lin Enin was pulled closer by his grip on her neck, and Chu Mingzhou's eyes darkened. I'm very capable. I just don't want to hurt you. He really has thick skin. Lin Enin's words were silenced by his kiss, leaving only broken sobs that echoed through the night. Exhausted, Lin Enin began to hide, cry, and tremble. However, Chu Mingzhou remained calm and strong, showing no signs of fatigue. In the end, feeling sorry for her, he switched to gentle kisses and let her sleep. Lin Enin felt that a person's limits could truly be pushed. This time, she had improved a lot, having only rested for 2 days. And she was still quite resilient. After the weekend, Chu Mingzhou received a task that would take him away for 5 days. Lin Enin confidently assured him, "You can go without worry. I'll be here at home." "Yes, I've already asked Sister Lon to come back daily to cook. Just relax at home," he replied, still a bit worried and reluctant, as this was his first major mission since she joined him. Lin Enin helped him pack. It was just a small bag, quite pitifully light. Xiao Lan and Xiao Yu are both studying, so it's very convenient. I don't have to worry at all.
Right.
Before leaving, Chu Mingzhou held her in his arms for a while, reminding her, remember to go to the hospital for a checkup on Thursday. I've asked Lu Qing to give Zi Huai half a day off to accompany you. Okay, I got it. They hesitated for a while, one looking back multiple times, the other walking a few steps and turning back. Finally, when Lin Enin noticed a neighbor smiling from a distance, she blushed and ran back home. The good news from Yuaning Publishing came on Tuesday. It was confirmed. Lu Weidong personally came to deliver the news, saying, "Comrade Lin, great news. Our publishing house has thoroughly reviewed your 2 books and finalized everything. Editor Lu, please come in." Lin Enin welcomed him inside and immediately prepared some good tea. "I managed to secure a royalty rate of 5% for you. As for the print run, our president initially planned to print 5,000 copies to test the market since you're a new author," Lu Weidong explained. He was quite thirsty, quickly picking up the tea, blowing on it, and taking several sips. "But I have high hopes for your work, especially since it's bilingual, such a rarity. So I applied to print 20,000 copies." Lin Enin wasn't very clear about publishing numbers in this era, but going from 5,000 to 20,000 was quite a leap. "Editor Lu, thank you so much." Lu Weidong smiled and shook his head. "No need to be polite. Let's print 20,000 copies and test the market. If it goes well, I will do my best to support you." "Thank you." Lu Weidong went on to discuss more details. At the very least, Lin Enin felt that his promises were sincere and substantial, making her feel comfortable. After finishing their discussion, Lin Enin changed her coat, and the 2 of them headed out. "What I mean is to publish it urgently. Spring letters fits perfectly with the current season. If it launches in spring." As they talked, they walked towards the military district gate. By coincidence, they ran into Aunt Wang and Aunt Hu. Aunt Wang looked at Lu Weidong several times, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Aunt Hu's eyes were darting around. With just one glance, Lin Anan could tell her intentions were not good. Lin Anan remembered her. They had crossed paths recently in a public restroom. Aunt Wang, what a coincidence. Comrade Lin. After the incident with Chu Mingzhou on the bus, Lin Anan had had enough. She didn't want to be in that situation again. She couldn't stay silent about everything, waiting for Chu Mingzhou to solve problems when they became too big. So now, she needed to take the initiative. If they loved gossip so much, she would give them something to talk about. Lin Anan smiled and nodded at Aunt Wang, her smile warm and appropriate. I'm about to publish my book, and I need to go sign the contract. What? A book? You? Aunt Hu was taken aback. Her impression of Lin Anan was not good. Actually, it was very poor. A young woman, causing trouble in a public restroom, had no manners at all. How could someone like that publish a book? Lin Anan brushed her hair back. Yes, a major editor came to see me. I'm heading to the publishing house now. Once the book is published, I'll bring a copy for you to see. Aunt Hu frowned and asked without thinking, a major editor? Just him? Lu Weidong adjusted his glasses and looked at Aunt Hu, unsure of her intentions. After all, this was a military district, and he didn't want to say anything wrong that might offend important military families. This is Editor Lu from Yuaning Publishing House, the largest publisher in the Northwest.
Ah.
Aunt Hu wanted to say more, but Aunt Wang pulled her back. Aunt Wang smiled awkwardly. Comrade Lin, congratulations. You're really impressive to be publishing a book. Lin Anan waved her hand. It's all right. We'll be on our way now. You two stay busy. Lu Weidong nodded and followed Lin Anan outside, ignoring the changing expressions of Aunt Wang and the others. They arrived at the publishing house, where Lin Anan carefully read the contract terms. After confirming everything was correct, she signed it. Lu Weidong extended his hand to Lin Anan, saying, Comrade Lin, I look forward to our cooperation. We will proceed with the publishing plan as soon as possible. Lin Anan shook his hand lightly and replied, Thank you. Lu Weidong then called over 2 young colleagues from the publicity department. We will definitely promote this in the newspapers. Our publishing house has rich resources in print media. Once the first batch of books is on sale, if it meets expectations, we will arrange a signing event to increase exposure for both the books and Comrade Lin. Additionally, I think we can hold small reading sharing sessions at schools and libraries for fireflies to attract more readers. Everyone is very interested in cultural exchange, and since our book is bilingual, there's a chance to enter. Once everything was settled, Lin Anan took her leave. The sky was gradually darkening. On this winter evening, the cold wind made Lin Anan pull her coat tighter around her. The streetlights along the road lit up one by one, casting a soft glow that contrasted with the fading evening sky. Lin Anan boarded the bus back to the military compound, feeling particularly cheerful. Thinking back on her conversation with Lu Weidong and the publicity plan for her book, she felt hopeful and excited about the future. As the bus passed a small square, it suddenly braked, causing many people to push onto the bus. Lin Anan glanced out the window and saw a familiar figure. Lin Anan focused her gaze and saw a tall figure dressed in a long dark gray coat that looked high quality, shining under the streetlights. Her heart raced, and a sense of familiarity washed over her. Just as she tried to get a better look, the bus started moving, and the figure gradually faded from view. That was Comrade Lin. Lin Anan's thoughts were interrupted, and she looked up to see Aunt Luo and Leelu. Oh, Aunt, what a coincidence. Lin Anan was sitting in the last row, and there were 2 empty seats beside her, so she quickly made way for them. Aunt Luo was holding a baby wrapped tightly in a blanket, making it impossible to see the child's face. It must be Leelu's 4th daughter. Our provincial maternal and child health hospital just opened, so I brought Lulu and Xiaoni to take a look. Comrade Lin, what about you? Aunt Luo started the conversation, and Lin Anan didn't hold back. Oh, I just visited the publishing house to sign a contract. I'm preparing to publish a book. My health has never been great, and I can't help much at home. I used to write some literary works, so I thought I'd try publishing to see if I could earn a little living. Aunt Luo's eyes filled with admiration. Comrade Lin, you are really impressive. Writing and publishing a book is not something just anyone can do. College students are indeed different from ordinary girls. Leelu smiled lightly, with a hint of envy in her eyes. Yes, Comrade Lin is really amazing. Linen smiled and waved her hand. I'm just giving it a try. I can't be sure if it will succeed. But opportunities are in our own hands, and we shouldn't give up easily. Well said, Comrade Lin. With your abilities, your book will surely be great. If a publisher is interested, it must be excellent. Thank you for your kind words, Aunt Luo. By the way, what happened to Lulu and Xiaoni? When Aunt Luo mentioned her granddaughter, she sighed softly. This child has had a tough start. She was weak in the and was born prematurely, so her foundation is fragile. I thought since the Provincial Maternal and Child Health Hospital is newly opened, the medical conditions would be good, so I brought her here. But they couldn't find any specific issues, just said both mother and daughter are malnourished and need to be well taken care of. After speaking, Aunt Luo gently patted the swaddled baby, revealing her little face to Linen. She was so tiny, and even though she was a month old, she looked like she had just been born, thin and frail, with some wrinkles on her forehead. Linen felt a sharp pang in her heart, feeling particularly sad. She leaned slightly forward, her gaze falling on the little one wrapped in layers, and softly said, "Premature babies require extra care. Aunt Luo, don't worry too much. Xiaoni will be fine. Yes, I just hope she grows up healthy, and that both she and Lulu will be okay." Leelu bit her lip and gently held Aunt Luo's hand, saying nothing, her eyes downcast. Seeing that her words had changed the mood, Aunt Luo quickly shifted the topic with a smile. My Lulu used to be talented. She was great at drawing and writing. She even joked about wanting to publish a book when she grew up and become a painter or a calligrapher. Leelu tugged at Aunt Luo.
Mom, stop joking.
Linen, hearing Aunt Luo's words, smiled and looked at Leelu. Lulu, I've seen your drawings. They are beautiful.
Ah?
Right at your doorstep. At that moment, Aunt Luo mentioned that the stone carvings at their door were based on her daughter's drawings. They looked so beautiful in the carvings, so it was clear that Leelu had great artistic skills. Leelu's cheeks turned slightly red, and she shyly said, "Comrade Lin, I just doodled when I was a child. Besides, these are just hobbies without any real skill." Hobbies without any real skill? This was the second time Lin Ainen heard this definition of hobbies. Whether from teachers or ordinary people, they seemed to think these were useless pastimes. Perhaps influenced by the Cultural Revolution, the current education policy is somewhat skewed. They do value culture, but they place much more importance on children's academic achievements while viewing their hobbies as trivial. Lin Ainen straightened up, her tone becoming serious. Lulu, please don't think that way. In this era, people may focus more on tangible results and practical skills for survival, but cultural and artistic nourishment is equally important. Look at the educated youth who went to the countryside. They faced tough conditions not just to work but also to actively spread cultural knowledge and engage in various cultural activities. This was to promote cultural exchange and integration to some extent. Aunt Luo looked troubled. Well, Comrade Lin, you make a good point, but we ordinary folks just hope our children can have a stable life. Some hobbies really can't put food on the table. Lin Ainen gently shook her head and patiently explained, Aunt Luo, you see, society is gradually developing, and in the future, there will definitely be a need for more culturally and artistically talented individuals. Take the publishing industry, for example. Without artists to design covers or talented writers to create beautiful promotional text, how can books attract readers? That's true. After chatting, Lin Ainen learned that Leelu not only had talent, but also had a unique experience. She had been guided by two old painters who were sent down to work for a while. One was a very famous traditional Chinese painter, and the other was a foreigner. However, after Leelu got married, she never picked up a brush again because her in-laws did not approve. Lulu, would you like to try cover design? Leelu's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister Ainen, do you mean? Lin Ainen smiled sweetly at her, signaling her not to be nervous. I have 2 books that are about to be published, and I just finalized everything today. As the author, I have the right to provide my own cover design. So, do you want to give it a try? Leelu quickly shook her head. No, I definitely can't. Leelu felt she couldn't accept. For the past 3 years, she had only been busy with children and work, and had almost forgotten everything else. Lin had a bright future ahead. How could she let herself hold her back? Seeing Leelu's flustered reaction, Lin felt a strange sadness. Leelu, don't be so quick to deny yourself.
I'm just asking you to try.
You know, good cover artists are rare, and the ones from the publishers might not suit my taste. Aunt Luo noticed Lin's sincere concern and understood her good intentions. It seemed that Leelu's marriage was likely over. It was just a matter of time. A woman returning to her family after a divorce, especially with a child, had a tough road ahead. Lin was giving her an opportunity, hoping she could use her influence. Aunt Luo was a sensible person. Once she understood, her words changed. Leelu, since Lin believes in you so much, why not give it a try? We shouldn't let her kindness go to waste. Leelu bit her lip, filled with hesitation and struggle. After a long while, she quietly murmured, but I'm afraid I won't do well and will delay your book, Enen. You haven't even tried or taken the first step. How do you know you can't do it? Even if it doesn't work out in the end, that's okay. Just think of it as practice. Besides, I have 2 books, one called Spring Letters and the other, Fireflies. Just hearing the titles, don't you already have images in your mind? Lin encouraged her gently. Leelu's eyes gradually lit up, as if Lin's words had ignited a spark in her heart.
And then.
I'll give it a try. That's the spirit. Come to my house to get some paper and pens. I just bought some recently and have extras. My little Lon also likes to draw. If you have time later, could you guide her a bit? Of course, no problem. They agreed on this matter, and Leelu said she could have a draft ready in a day or 2. Lin replied that there was no rush, thinking about her hospital checkup on Thursday, and she could also inform the publisher then. This matter was settled. When she got home, the kitchen was already filled with the smell of cooking. Before leaving, Lin had left a note on the table, which Chu Mingzhou saw. As soon as she arrived home, it was just in time for dinner. Seeing Lin giving Leelu art supplies, Chu Mingzhou was momentarily surprised. Aunt Luo, Leelu, why don't you stay for a meal? No, Lulu's dad must have done a great job. Let's head back first.
All right.
After sending them off, Lin turned to explain to Chu Mingzhou, Xiaolon, this sister can also draw, and she has great skills. My sister-in-law asked her to try drawing book covers to see if there's a chance for collaboration. If it works out, it's just helping out a neighbor. Chu Mingzhou brought the dishes to the table and served Lin some rice. Hearing her explanation made her feel touched. Sister-in-law, this is a good thing. If she needs more supplies, I have plenty in my room that you just bought for me. That's great. Thank you, Xiaolon, but we won't need that much. Hurry up and eat. Okay. The 3 of them started dinner. With Chu Mingzhou not at home, the atmosphere among them became more relaxed and friendly. Things they wouldn't say in front of their brother, they could talk about freely in front of their sister-in-law. Lin didn't teach anything else. Both kids did well in school and had good personalities. As long as they are guided properly and have the right values, they will be fine in the future. Leelu didn't disappoint Lin only asked her to do her best. Regardless of whether she produced a drawing or not, she would visit the publisher on Thursday to give her this opportunity. If she could create a draft, that would be even better, as she could take it along to show the editor. In the end, she took only a day and a half to draw 2 cover drafts, and Lin really liked her style. The draft for Fireflies had a deep blue background, resembling the calm earth after nightfall. In the center of the image, a group of glowing fireflies danced around a little girl with a ponytail. The girl wore a simple dress, slightly tilting her head with a look of longing and hope, as if sharing her thoughts with the fireflies. At her feet were a cluster of blooming little flowers, with delicate petals and clear patterns. The glow of the fireflies lit up the girl's face, adding a touch of liveliness and warmth to the tranquil scene, as if giving people courage and strength to move forward in the dark, perfectly matching the theme of fireflies. The cover for Spring Letter presented a fresh scene, with soft pink and vibrant green as the main colors, creating a romantic spring atmosphere. In the picture, a couple stood hand in hand in the middle of a tender green field, leaning on each other and gazing into the distance. Pink cherry blossom petals fell around them like snow, dancing in the air and adding a dreamy quality to the entire image. The expressions of the two people were unclear, but they perfectly conveyed vitality and beauty, capturing the romance and hope contained in a letter in spring. Lin Anan looked at the two cover drafts with admiration. She felt that Leelu not only captured the essence of both books perfectly, but also demonstrated a high level of artistic skill. That's really good, I like it a lot. Seeing Lin Anan's satisfaction, Leelu felt relieved. Early the next morning, Lin Zihua arrived early. Lu Qing generously gave him a day off to accompany his sister to the doctor. After a light breakfast, they set off, scheduled to meet Professor Liang at 9:30, so they decided to visit the publishing house first. Lin Anan held the two carefully drawn cover drafts by Leelu and walked briskly into the publishing house. Inside, the staff were busy moving between offices, and the air was filled with the unique scent of paper and ink. She walked straight to Editor Lu's office and gently knocked on the door. A familiar voice from inside said, "Come in." Lin Anan opened the door with a smile. "Good morning, Editor Lu." Editor Lu looked up, saw Lin Anan, and quickly stood up to greet her. "Comrade Lin, what brings you here? Please have a seat." "Who is this?" "This is my brother, Lin Zihua." "Oh, hello, Comrade Lin." "Good morning, Editor Lu." After exchanging greetings, Lin Anan got straight to the point. She placed the folder containing the artwork on the desk and pushed it toward Lu, saying, "Editor Lu, please take a look at this. It's the book cover I had someone help me with." A glimmer of curiosity appeared in Editor Lu's eyes as he quickly opened the folder and took out the artwork one by one. When the draft for Fireflies was revealed, he leaned forward slightly to examine it closely. "This is well done." Lu couldn't help but praise. "Every detail is handled quite exquisitely." "Did Comrade Lin hire a professional designer?" Lin Anan replied, "I think it's great too. Please take a look at the other one, A Letter in Spring." Following her suggestion, Lu shifted his gaze to the other draft, and his eyes lit up again. "This one is equally impressive. I had already arranged for the best art editor at the publishing house for you, but it seems we won't need that. Comrade Lin, these two cover drafts are perfect. If you give the go-ahead, we can finalize them. We can have the designer communicate with our design team to refine some details. They will definitely become a highlight of the book." Lin Anan felt very happy. "That's great, Editor Lu. Please take care of the cover details for me." Editor Lu waved his hand repeatedly. "It's no trouble at all. It's my duty." Lin Anan politely mentioned Leelu's situation. Lu Weidong, being sharp, realized that Leelu was a military family member but not a professional designer, just Lin Anan's neighbor. His mind started to work. "Comrade Lin, you can have her come to the publishing house and just ask for me. There might be more opportunities for collaboration in the future." "That sounds good." "No problem." It was a fortunate coincidence. Lin Anan helped with a small effort, and the outcome would depend on Leelu's own luck. When Lin Anan and her companion arrived at the hospital, the timing was perfect. Professor Liang noticed that Lin Anan was feeling much better and asked her about her recent condition, nodding in satisfaction. "This time we need to do 3 types of tests, and then we will discuss your treatment plan."
Okay.
The tests included lung function, a chest X-ray, and a blood test. Lin Anan's condition was rare at the military hospital, so she received several privileges. A young nurse guided her through the tests smoothly. The lung function test involved Lin Anan following the nurse's instructions to take deep breaths and exhale forcefully multiple times. Although the process was a bit tedious, it wasn't uncomfortable. The nurse was very patient, operating the machine while softly reassuring her, "Comrade Lin, don't be nervous. You're doing great. Just a little longer." Lin Anan nodded slightly, indicating she was fine. After the lung function test, it was time for the chest X-ray. Lin stood in the designated position and adjusted her posture as the doctor instructed. The check was completed quickly with the machine's gentle hum. The last test was the blood test, which involved drawing quite a bit of blood. By the end, Lin felt like she could hardly lift her arm. Lin Zihua frowned beside her. "Sister, are you okay? Does it hurt?" Lin's face visibly paled. "I'm fine. It doesn't hurt. It feels like a mosquito bite." While waiting for the test results, Lin Zihua insisted on getting Lin something to drink. "I'll go to the hospital cafeteria and buy something to help with your blood. You look too pale." Lin couldn't refuse him and nodded in agreement. The waiting area was busy, with anxious family members and tired patients. Lin was sitting and waiting for her test results when she suddenly spotted a familiar figure. "Lin, please go to window 3 to collect your test report."
Coming.
Just then, her test results were ready, and Lin quickly got up to collect them. Lin Zihua had not returned yet, so she decided to find Professor Liang first. Professor Liang carefully examined the reports, occasionally frowning or nodding. After reviewing them, he looked up and said, "Based on the results, your recovery is better than I expected. However, I suspect you may have a congenital lung function issue, and I need to bring in a few specialists for consultation." "Okay." Professor Liang was about to take Lin to another examination room. Before leaving, she instructed the nurse to bring Lin Zihua to her when he returned. The nurse nodded in agreement. Professor Liang led Lin to a larger examination room, which had several empty desks, likely intended for consultations. He asked Lin to sit and wait. As she sat in the chair, her heart raced with anxiety. She couldn't help but worry about whether the congenital lung function issue would be serious and if it would affect her future treatment and recovery. She unconsciously clenched the edge of her clothes, her palms slightly sweating. After a while, several specialists entered the room one after another. After greeting each other, they gathered around, and Professor Liang distributed Lin's reports and medical history to them. The specialists began to study the reports closely, occasionally whispering to each other. At that moment, the door opened again, and two tall figures entered the room. Lin looked up and met a pair of deep-set eyes that seemed to hold a 1,000-year-old glacier, clear yet cold. No, the glacier had melted. Upon seeing Lin, the person froze, their previous detachment replaced by surprise. "Lin?" Lin blinked and almost blurted out, "Guian." The previously quiet atmosphere in the room was instantly disrupted by their exchange, and the specialists looked up toward the door. Professor Liang also seemed surprised, glancing between Lin and Guian. "Do you know each other?" Guian did not respond. He stood frozen, his gaze locked onto Lin, his breath visibly unsteady. Lin's heart raced suddenly, a reflex of his body. Suddenly, memories of Guian flooded her mind, filled with youthful feelings, unspoken tension, and the pain of separation. Her hand unconsciously loosened its grip on her clothes, then tightened again. Finally, Lin calmed her racing heart and broke the silence, saying, "Guian and I are old classmates." "Old classmates?" Guian narrowed his eyes slightly, but did not deny it. "I see," Professor Liang said, pointing to a nearby seat. "Dr. Gu and Dr. Su, please take your seats. This is the special case I mentioned to you. She is my patient, named Lin. Lin recognized Dr. Su, who was Tang Jingqiao's blind date. What a small world. Su Tianyi, sitting next to Guian, was the first to react, smiling and nodding. After greeting the other experts, he sat down in the left seat. Guian followed suit and took a seat. His gaze remained fixed on Lin, filled with complex emotions, shock, confusion, and a hint of unnoticeable joy. Professor Liang cleared his throat, breaking the brief silence. "Everyone, let's discuss Comrade Lin's condition. Based on the current test results, she is recovering better than expected, but I suspect she has a congenital lung function issue, which is why I asked you all to consult." The experts nodded and refocused on Lin's test reports and medical history. Guian forced himself to pull back his thoughts and concentrate on the analysis of her condition. He picked up the report and studied it closely, frowning. Her illness. Is it really that serious? He had specifically changed his specialty for her. But what about her? She had disappeared. The experts shared their opinions. Some suggested further lung imaging, while others proposed genetic testing for a more comprehensive understanding of her condition. However, many of these suggestions were difficult to implement in this era due to a lack of equipment, requiring approval from higher authorities. Guian listened attentively, occasionally sharing his insights. His voice was steady, but his slightly trembling fingers revealed his inner turmoil. At that moment, Lin Enin was extremely frightened. Guian was not innocent in relation to the original owner. He was her first crush and the deepest secret she had hidden. The original owner had spent 6 months studying in Shanghai due to health issues when she was just 17. At a very young age, she met the person who would amaze her throughout her youth, Guian. Guian is 3 years older than the original character, but is not her classmate. Their meeting is somewhat like a scene from a novel. Once, the original character was hospitalized due to an illness, and Guian was her neighbor in the hospital. By chance, they became friends during their stay. Guian is very handsome, with delicate features and a clean, gentle aura, like the warm sunlight of spring, comforting but not blinding. He is also knowledgeable and polite, which makes him quite charming to the original character. However, Guian was only hospitalized for a few days due to a lung infection before being discharged. Their next encounter was in a small alley next to the school. It was a typical scene of bullying followed by a heroic rescue. Despite being such a refined and clean person, he fought fiercely without caring for his own safety. Their past together was brief, lasting only a few months. Guian felt she was still young and never mentioned his past, quietly watching over her instead. When he learned that her illness could be life-threatening, he hesitated for a long time before deciding to change his major to study a rare field that could save her life. Due to limited resources in the country, his parents had to use their connections to find a way for him to study abroad. The Gu family was well off, and since he was their only son, they couldn't refuse him. Ultimately, once Guian decided to go abroad to study medicine, their relationship abruptly ended before it even began. Guian said, "Since your family has secured a spot for you at a university, focus on your studies. After you graduate, I will come back to find you." At that time, it was the 1970s and a long-distance relationship was not feasible, so they lost contact. The original character felt betrayed, thinking it was her one-sided affection, which broke her heart. She didn't dare to mention it to anyone, feeling scared and embarrassed, and kept her sadness to herself, which only worsened her illness. From then on, she hid her feelings for Guian, not speaking about him and trying not to think of him. Later, she followed her family's arrangement and married Chu Mingzhou. If we consider the timeline, Guian was indeed first in her heart. Lin Ainen frowned, strongly disapproving of this idea and dismissing it. Guian was the first love of the original character. What does that have to do with Lin Ainen? From the data of the lung function tests, some indicators are within the normal range, but slight changes still suggest potential abnormalities in the lungs. Combined with the chest X-ray images, the possibility of congenital dysfunction is quite high. However, more precise examinations are needed to determine the specific type and severity of the condition. "Let me follow up on this case," Guian suggested as he stood up. Lin Ainen froze, about to refuse, but Professor Liang quickly decided, "That's exactly what I was thinking." Dr. Gu is one of the few experts in respiratory and critical care medicine. He is the most suitable person to handle this case.
Okay.
Lin Ainen was glad to be sitting down. Otherwise, she might have been overwhelmed. What if Guian took over? Would they have to interact often? How would she face that? It was nerve-wracking. Professor Liang smiled at Lin Ainen and said, "Don't worry, I will follow up with Dr. Gu. Trust us. He is definitely the best person in the country for your case." Lin Ainen swallowed her objections and replied, "All right then." The consultation lasted a long time, and in the end, the experts agreed on further examination items, including high-precision 3D lung scans and deep genetic testing. Professor Liang looked at Lin Ainen again. "The upcoming tests will be quite complex, but this is the only way to accurately assess the condition. Don't worry too much. We will manage the equipment. Okay, Professor Liang, I will cooperate. Health is the most important thing. After the consultation ended, the experts gradually left, and Lin Anan also stood up to leave. Guian watched her back and, after hesitating for a moment, quickly followed her. Qi Tianyi tried to stop him, but couldn't. Anan, Guian called out in the hallway. Lin Anan opened her mouth but stopped, slowly turning around, unsure of what to say.
Huh.
Guian looked at her with complicated emotions in his eyes. Anan, how have you been all these years? Why are you here? How did you get so sick? I came to the Northwest with the military. I got married. Lin Anan took a step back, quickly clarifying her situation, first stating her identity and then answering the most important question. Guian squinted slightly. What did you say? Lin Anan took a deep breath, trying to keep her tone calm, and repeated, I said I got married and came to the Northwest with the military. As for being sick, this is an old issue, you know that. After saying this, Lin Anan lowered her head, feeling uneasy and unable to meet Guian's gaze. Guian's expression dimmed instantly. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he held back. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke, Is that so? Then, congratulations. His voice was a bit hoarse, trying to maintain a calm exterior, but inside, he felt a storm of emotions. He wanted to ask Lin Anan why. Why did she go back on her word? Did she know? He had searched for her for a long time. Lin Anan looked up, seeing the forced smile on Guian's face, and pretended not to understand. The past was behind her. She had her own life now, and couldn't be tied down. Dr. Gu, I hope you can take good care of my condition in the future. The way she emphasized Dr. Gu made Guian's expression darker. He understood her meaning and felt a dull pain in his heart. Okay, I will do my best to help you. Guian lowered his gaze, his tone becoming distant. After saying this, he didn't say goodbye, and just walked away. Lin Anan blinked, surprised by how straightforward he was. He showed no signs of rekindling old feelings. He was refreshingly direct. Sis, what are you daydreaming about? Lin Zihua had been waiting outside for a long time. After his drink cooled down, he drank it quickly and then rushed to the restroom, just missing Guian. If he had seen Guian, he would have remembered the photo of his sister hidden in his wallet. I'm done here. Let's go get the nebulizer medication and finish it at the hospital. I need to come back next week for a more thorough checkup. The hospital seems to be short on equipment and needs to be moved. Oh, okay, let's go. Since she had to return next week, Professor Liang only prescribed one nebulizer treatment for 26 yuan. No need for additional injections, which made it much cheaper. In Guian's office, as soon as Lin Anan left, he began to gather all her medical records. He called it Understanding the Patient. Guian tightly gripped the case file in his hands, and the more he looked, the more confused he became. Lin Anan had only come to the Northwest a little over a year ago, which meant her marriage wasn't long. Thinking about how Lin Anan belonged to someone else now felt like a sharp pain in his heart. Just over 3 months late? He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, but memories of his time with Lin Anan kept flooding his mind. Ah Yen, how do you know Lin Anan? I've seen her before. Su Tianyi walked in, having heard Tang Jingqiao mention Chu Mingzhou and Lin Anan, and was now curious. After all, he knew everything about Guian's past, and they had returned from Country M together. How could Lin Anan be Guian's classmate? Guian looked up, his cold gaze sweeping over him. Have you seen her? Where? Su Tianyi poured himself a cup of tea and sat down next to him, completely unaware of his discomfort. She's the blind date my dad arranged for me, remember? The daughter of Colonel Tang from the Northwest Military District, Tang Jingqiao. Get to the point. That time I took Tang Jingqiao out for dinner. After we casually strolled around, I saw Lin Anan with her man at the observation deck of Yongqian Building enjoying the view. They seemed to be quite affectionate. With a loud snap, Guian broke the pen in his hand. Su Tianyi jumped in surprise. What's wrong? Keep talking, give me more details. Su Tianyi noticed the redness in the corner of Guian's eyes and that his palm seemed to be bleeding. Although Guian usually had a cold demeanor, He was always polite and gentle. This was the first time Su Tianyi had seen him like this. Su Tianyi was puzzled. Yen, are you okay? When did you become classmates with Lin Anan? Why are you so concerned about her? Guian swallowed hard, his face showing little emotion as he tossed the broken pen into the trash can. He picked up a cotton swab and disinfected himself, seemingly indifferent to the pain. I met her 6 years ago. Oh, before you went abroad? Yeah. Seeing that he didn't need help, Su Tianyi took another sip of tea and continued. It's funny. Tang Jingqiao is interested in Lin Anan's man and told me they almost got together. It's all Lin Anan's fault for getting in the way. She even said that man almost divorced Lin Anan for her.
What?
Guian felt a surge of anger rise within him. He struggled to suppress his emotions, but the cotton swab pressing against his wound revealed his fury. Almost divorced her for someone else? Guian's voice was icy, as if carrying the chill of 1,000 years. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept that she gave up on him to marry someone else. He couldn't accept that someone treated her poorly, trampling on her and belittling her. He couldn't imagine what Lin Anan had gone through in her marriage. She was so timid and must have been very scared. He felt even more heartbroken for the potential harm Lin Anan might have suffered, angry that that man hadn't protected her properly. However, in my opinion, Tang Jingqiao isn't a good person. You can only trust about 30% of what she says. If that couple is doing well, how could they divorce because of her? Su Tianyi looked up and saw Guian's expression, realizing that things were not simple. Yen, what happened to you? Guian did not answer his question and lowered his gaze. Yen, what is your relationship with Lin Anan? Su Tianyi's voice trembled as he asked. He knew Guian was a very upright person and would not lie. But once the question was out, Su Tianyi felt scared, worried that he would hear an answer he didn't want to. Guian tossed aside the cotton, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself. Old classmates. Is it really just classmates? Yes. Su Tianyi finally relaxed. You scared me. I almost thought she was your old flame. She's a military wife now. Guian didn't want to hear any more of Su Tianyi's chatter. I'm just interested in her case because she's a familiar person, so I want to help her. He shook his hand, adjusted his sleeves, sat up straight, and picked up Lin Anan's case again. His expression became cold and distant, but deep down, there was still a hint of pain he couldn't hide. Help. You shouldn't say such things. If someone hears you, it won't be good. COPD can't be cured, especially since she's so ill. We can only do our best. I will help her. Guian didn't say the second part of his sentence. He would do whatever it took to help her no matter what. At the very least, he wanted her to live and be happy. Chu Mingzhou returned on Friday evening. Lin Anan and the others had just finished dinner and were lounging on the sofa, listening to the radio and chatting. Chu Mingzhou was accompanied by 2 soldiers, directing them to unload items from the car trunk, a large bathtub, and a tightly packed wooden box. He was also carrying a bag. Back already? Lin Anan wanted to rush over for a hug, but when she saw the outsiders, she stopped and put on a serious face, quickly offering them warm water.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
We have more work to do, so we'll be leaving now. All right, take care. Once the soldiers were gone, Lin Anan immediately jumped into Chu Mingzhou's arms. Mingzhou. Suddenly noticing something was off, she realized he had an unpleasant smell. Lin Anan frowned and quickly stepped back from his embrace. Chu Mingzhou stiffened and cleared his throat. It's from the training. It can be a bit strong. I'll go take a shower. Training can be tough. You must be exhausted.
Chu Mingzhou.
Seeing Lin Anan covering her nose and fanning herself in a cute way made Chu Mingzhou both angry and amused. He handed the bag to Lin Anan, saying, "Inside is a medicinal bath, specially prepared for your body type." Then he turned to find a wrench and quickly opened the wooden box, saying, "Lan Jie, please wash these dishes."
Coming.
After that, Chu Mingzhou glanced at Lin Anan and went to the bathroom. Lin Anan was a bit confused. She wanted to check the bathtub, but hearing him mention bowls and plates made her hurry to help Chu Minglan. The wooden box was large and contained a complete set of dishes, wrapped in layers of newspaper and secured with straw, making it very sturdy. When Lin Enin unwrapped a plate, her hand almost trembled. Chu Mingzhou actually brought back a whole set of ceramic dishes. Lin Enin gently touched the gilded peony pattern, feeling its delicate texture. The design was elegant and the craftsmanship exquisite, indicating it was a rare set of dishes. Where did he get these? Lin Enin couldn't help but murmur. Chu Mingzhou beside her looked excited. Sister-in-law, these are so beautiful. Chu Minglan, cautious, started washing them carefully. A few days ago, my brother said we had enough dishes, so why did he buy more? Lin Enin's eyes slightly reddened. It would be a lie to say she wasn't touched. Chu Minglan didn't understand. But she did. He bought these for her. Just because someone mentioned she didn't have a dowry, he took it to heart. Chu Mingzhou was really thoughtful. Lin Enin gently set the plate aside and continued to unwrap the other dishes, marveling at their beauty with each piece. These were truly crafted with traditional skills. What wonderful items! Before long, Chu Mingzhou came out of the bathroom. He walked over to Lin Enin, gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders, and helped her up, saying, "Come with me." The meaning was clear. Stop working and come back to the room with me. Lin Enin shot him a glare, feeling a bit embarrassed. Chu Minglan chuckled quietly, pretending not to see. "What are you thinking? I want to show you the bathtub." Lin Enin huffed, took the bag of medicinal bath he brought, and headed to the bathroom. The bathroom had just been used by Chu Mingzhou. The shower door was still open, and a faint scent of soap lingered. "I passed through Yonghe County on the way back and heard that medicinal baths are popular there, so I went to take a look and bought a bathtub. Later, while passing through Ning County, I bought a set of bowls and chopsticks," Chu Mingzhou said casually. Lin Enin's eyes were immediately drawn to the large bathtub. The bathtub was placed in the corner, its wooden surface gleaming, with clear grain patterns showing that it was made from high-quality wood. Chu Mingzhou walked over to the bathtub and gently patted it, saying, "You've been talking about wanting to take a bath, right? I got this for you, so make sure to enjoy it." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Chu Mingzhou smiled and opened the bag, revealing herbs that emitted a strong fragrance. He took out a packet of herbs and gave careful instructions. "Just soak once or twice a week. Before you soak, let me know, and I'll boil the herbs for you. Since you're not feeling well, soak for about 5 minutes at a time, 3 times. It's best to have a cup of sweet water ready while you soak." Lin Enin turned and hugged him, her eyes glistening. "Aren't you supposed to be on a mission? Buying a bathtub and utensils like this is a bit personal, isn't it?" Chu Mingzhou paused. "I said I was just passing by. With so many little soldiers following you, aren't you embarrassed?" Chu Mingzhou chuckled softly, leaned down, and playfully nudged his nose against hers. Then he suddenly kissed her deeply. "Have you taken a bath? I want you. Xiao Lan and Xiao Yu have bathed, but I haven't yet." Lin Enin's face turned bright red from Chu Mingzhou's sudden action. She pushed him away, but he held her hands behind her back. The kiss was urgent, leaving Lin Enin dizzy. Before she could react, he picked her up and carried her straight to the room, saying, "No need to bathe now."
Ah.
Lin Enin felt embarrassed, thinking about how Chu Minglan was still in the kitchen. Wouldn't she see everything? Just focus on washing the dishes and don't look around. Before they reached the kitchen, Chu Mingzhou reminded her. Chu Minglan had just stepped out when she quickly retreated and closed the kitchen door. Lin Enin felt like she wanted to disappear. Her dignity was shattered at that moment. "Just let it be." She bit down on Chu Mingzhou's lower lip. Chu Mingzhou didn't care about the pain. Since she initiated it, he deepened the kiss. He kicked open the bedroom door, carrying Lin Enin inside, and then closed the door with his foot. Gently placing Lin Enin on the bed, Chu Mingzhou's gaze was filled with intensity as he looked at her flushed cheeks and slightly messy hair, unable to resist kissing her again. Lin Enin gradually succumbed to his advances, unconsciously wrapping her arms around Chu Mingzhou's neck, tightening her grip slightly. The room was filled with a warm atmosphere, and their heartbeats intertwined, strong and uncontrollable. After a while, Chu Mingzhou slowly released Lin Enin, looking into her dazed eyes and softly saying, "And I miss you so much." Lin Enin breathed lightly, her cheeks flushed, Be gentle. I miss you too. Chu Mingzhou chuckled, holding her even tighter, as if wanting to merge her into himself. After a long night of ups and downs, Lin Enen finally understood the meaning of a saying. Too much to bear. Exhausted, she fell asleep. Feeling drained, she realized the hospital visit was in vain. Chu Mingzhou's eyes were deep, savoring the moment. Once he had her cleaned up, he held her close and fell asleep himself. In fact, Chu Mingzhou hadn't slept well for 3 days. The soldiers on the mission with him were complaining because the captain had put too much pressure on them, making them finish 2 days' work in 1 day, speeding up progress significantly. The next day was Saturday. Chu Mingzhou left early, spent about an hour at the camp, and finished his tasks. He then went grocery shopping, planning to cook a nice meal for Lin Enen, who was too delicate. When Chu Mingzhou returned, he unexpectedly ran into Guian, who was visiting. Their eyes met, and the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Guian looked at Chu Mingzhou, his originally cold gaze now mixed with complex emotions, scrutiny, and subtle hostility, due to Lin Enen. Sometimes, a man's intuition is very accurate. For instance, Chu Mingzhou was usually serious and indifferent to others, but he felt inexplicable dislike towards Guian. Chu Mingzhou broke the silence first, his tone unfriendly. Who are you looking for? Guian frowned slightly, maintaining a polite but distant demeanor. I am Guian, Lin Enen's attending physician. I need to discuss some matters regarding her condition with her. Chu Mingzhou raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Guian's personal visit as a doctor, but still stepped aside to let him in. Please come in, my partner is still resting. Guian entered the room, glancing around. The yard was clean and tidy, the furniture was complete, and everything felt warm. He withdrew his gaze, his eyes slightly darkening. I can wait for her to wake up. Chu Mingzhou paused, turned his head to look at him, and his expression became serious. She might not wake up for a while. Is there something serious about her condition? Guian thought for a moment. I suppose so. Chu Mingzhou welcomed him into the main hall, and Chu Minglan wisely took the dishes away, pouring tea for the two of them. Chu Mingyu rushed in, chattering away, but when he saw his older brother had a guest, he quickly ran out again. This is your son?
Huh.
Chu Mingzhou looked at him oddly. He's my younger brother. Guian paused and lightly acknowledged him. He had heard that Lin Enen marrying Chu Mingzhou was considered a good match. This man was the youngest colonel in the Northwest Military District, and his overall qualities were quite good. But even though he was young, he was already 26 and might have a past. Guian glanced around the hall, noticing the sewing machine and the tape recorder. Since he said Lin Enen was still sleeping and hadn't been made to wake up early to work, it seemed they treated her well. Dr. Gu, how is my wife's condition? Is there something wrong? Chu Mingzhou's mind was no longer on the doctor. He was only worried about his little wife's health. If it weren't serious, why would the doctor come? Guian pressed his lips together, thinking about how to phrase his response. Comrade Chu, Lin Enen's condition is quite complex. We suspect she has a congenital lung function issue, which makes treatment more difficult. However, we have developed a treatment plan, though it carries higher risks. Chu Mingzhou's expression changed slightly. What does high risk mean? Didn't Professor Liang say it only needed insurance treatment?
Could it
endanger her life? It won't endanger her life, Guian assured him. Chu Mingzhou finally relaxed. That's good. Please proceed with the treatment plan. Money is not an issue. Guian looked at Chu Mingzhou, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. He could tell that Chu Mingzhou's concern for Lin Enen was genuine. It seemed their relationship was indeed strong. Guian felt a tightness in his heart, a dull pain. Though he was reluctant, he wouldn't act poorly. Given the situation, if this man truly cared for Lin Enen, he wouldn't interfere.
But
time would reveal a person's true heart. Their marriage was too recent to guarantee it wasn't an act. After all, Enen's health was very poor, and the costs of treatment were not just about money. Guian spoke again. Comrade Chu, this treatment is long-term, and the costs are very high. It's fine. How much do you need? I will prepare it in time. Guian looked at him deeply and said, money is not the most important issue. This treatment plan involves some advanced methods that require not only the patient's cooperation but also the support of the family. Chu Mingzhou frowned, his expression serious. Dr. Gu, can you be more specific? Chu Minglan, having overheard the conversation, quietly moved a small stool nearby to listen. She thought it would be good to remember some details to help take care of her sister-in-law when her brother was not home. For example, during certain treatments, there may be a temporary inflammatory response in the lungs, which could worsen symptoms like coughing and difficulty breathing. It's important to focus on nutrition, avoid overexertion, maintain a positive mood, and avoid heavy work or exposure to cold. Guian explained a lot, including his personal thoughts, which might seem overly strict by today's standards. Most families wouldn't be able to meet such expectations, nor would they want their daughter-in-law to have such a burden. But he didn't know that these were just part of Lin Nin's daily life. The Chu family never made things difficult for her and always prioritized her well-being. Chu Mingzhou listened quietly and nodded seriously. We are aware of these things. We don't let her do much at home, but my wife has a habit of writing and often sits for long periods. Guian shuddered. Anin had once told him that she would weave the beauty of the world into her writing, including him. So what was she writing about? Guian tried to suppress the emotion stirred by Lin Nin's writing habits and kept his tone steady. Sitting for long periods while writing isn't good either. She should get up and move around regularly to stretch and promote blood circulation. This will help her recovery. Chu Mingzhou listened carefully and made a mental note of these points. No problem, I'll remind her. Is there anything else we need to pay attention to? Guian shook his head but emphasized again, her mental state is very important during treatment. Avoid exposing her to anything that might cause anxiety or worry. Also, medication may have side effects, such as gastrointestinal discomfort or dizziness, so you need to keep an eye on her. If any serious side effects occur, contact me immediately. Okay. At that moment, Lin Nin got up, put on a comfortable cotton jacket, and went to wash up and tidy herself. When she arrived in the main hall and saw Guian, she felt completely unsettled. Why was he here? She glanced at Chu Mingzhou. Did he say something inappropriate? Seeing his little wife come out, Chu Mingzhou waved to her. "Anin, come here." Lin Nin's steps were a bit stiff, and she instinctively clenched her fists. "I'm coming." Chu Mingzhou reached out his hand and pulled her to sit beside him. "Are you hungry? There's still some porridge warming in the pot. Do you want to eat a little to fill your stomach?" "I'm not very hungry. I'll eat later." Chu Minglan immediately stood up. "Sister-in-law, brother bought a lot of ingredients. I'll go cook now." She glanced at Guian. "Dr. Gu, why don't you stay for dinner?" The young girl was simple-minded and didn't think too much. She just felt that since he was her sister-in-law's doctor, they should treat him well. If the family treated him nicely, he would take care of her sister-in-law's treatment. He probably won't eat. Lin Nin's refusal came out without thinking. All three of them turned to look at her. Chu Mingzhou and Chu Minglan had puzzled expressions, while Guian looked indifferent. Dr. Gu is an expert and usually very busy. Today is Saturday, Chu Mingzhou reminded her. Right, he's usually so busy. It's rare for him to have a day off, so he shouldn't spend too much time with us. Chu Mingzhou narrowed his eyes, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. Guian smiled wryly in his heart, but continued, "Well, I won't eat. I came here just to deliver the medicine. I've already explained the precautions to your family, so I should take my leave now." He opened his bag and took out a small white plastic bag containing several pre-packaged medications. There are quite a few imported medicines in here, so the price is a bit higher. The total is 78 yuan. Here's the receipt. His formal demeanor eased the awkwardness. "Okay, just a moment." Chu Mingzhou got up to get the money. "Sister-in-law, I'll go cook." Chu Minglan also turned and went to the kitchen. There was a moment of silence in the hall. Lin Nin lowered her head slightly, avoiding Guian's gaze, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the hem of her clothes. She knew her earlier reaction was a bit extreme, but Guian's presence still threw her off balance. Everything in front of her was something she had worked hard to achieve. Having been reborn in this strange world, experiencing joys she had never felt in 2 lifetimes, She didn't want any mistakes or surprises. Guian looked at Lin and sighed inwardly, but his expression remained calm. You don't need to be afraid. I won't do anything to you. Lin felt a lump in her throat and didn't dare to say anything harsh, fearing it might upset him. Thank you. Chu Mingzhou was quick with the money. When he returned to the main hall, he overheard a conversation between Guian and Lin Anan. Take this medicine as prescribed 3 times a day, 1 packet each time. Don't miss any doses. If you feel unwell during the treatment, contact me anytime. I understand, Dr. Gu. Thank you so much. I've already informed your partner about some important matters. Please cooperate well.
Okay.
Chu Mingzhou handed the money to Guian. Dr. Gu, thank you for your help. Guian took the money, put it in his bag without counting, and said, It's my duty. The equipment won't be ready quickly, so she can't delay taking this medicine. I'll leave now and will inform you about the follow-up treatment. With that, he stood up, nodded slightly to both of them, and walked towards the door. Lin Anan instinctively sighed in relief. Once Guian's figure disappeared at the door, she finally relaxed completely. Chu Mingzhou saw him off and didn't go into the kitchen. Instead, he returned to sit beside Lin Anan. He gently placed his hand over hers and quietly watched her. Chu Mingzhou, with his special forces background, was much more observant than others. He noticed her tightly clenched fist, her feigned calmness, and her instinctive avoidance. Anan, is there something you want to tell me?
Ah.
Lin Anan's heart raced, and she looked up at him, her eyes flickering.
What?
Chu Mingzhou looked at her intently and tightened his grip. It's nothing. I'll go make dinner. Seeing she didn't want to speak, he prepared to get up. Lin Anan hesitated for a moment before pulling him back. Mingzhou, I have something to report to you.
Report?
Chu Mingzhou's serious expression softened at her nervous and cautious demeanor, and a smile appeared on his face as he sat back down. Then you better explain this report clearly. Lin Anan nodded like a chick pecking at grain, gathering her thoughts on how to express herself clearly without causing misunderstandings. Actually, I knew Dr. Gu before. He's like a senior to me. I didn't mention him before because I completely forgot about him, and we aren't very close. I felt a bit nervous when I saw him and was afraid you might misunderstand. As she spoke, she looked up cautiously, observing Chu Mingzhou's expression. When I was 17, I went to Shanghai for treatment and studied at Jingqiao Middle School. Guian is quite a nice person. He helped me when I was being bullied. Lin Anan slightly changed the story of how she met Guian, leaving out the ambiguous parts but being mostly honest. It wasn't that she was being honest. She just didn't want to lie to Chu Mingzhou. Lies need many more lies to cover them up, and she couldn't hide anything from Chu Mingzhou.
Chu Mingzhou was a bit surprised.
He suspected there might be some past connection between them, but he didn't expect Lin Anan to explain it in such detail. The doubts in his mind quickly faded away. He gently squeezed Lin Anan's hand and said, Silly girl, why would I misunderstand? Since you are old classmates, we should invite him for dinner. There should be boundaries between men and women. We need to be careful, she replied. Chu Mingzhou was amused by her and smiled. All right. Lin Anan lifted her chin dramatically and said, Chu Mingzhou, remember, in my eyes, you are the best. No other guy matters to me. She emphasized her name and then reached out for a hug. Chu Mingzhou laughed and pulled her into his arms, resting his chin on the top of her head and giving her a gentle nuzzle. I, Lin Anan, like you the most, and only you. I feel the same. Then let's share a kiss. Lin Anan looked up and leaned in, giving him a quick peck on his lips. Chu Mingzhou loved her playful and cute demeanor, and his smile grew wider as he held her tightly, not wanting to let go. After a while, Lin Anan wriggled out of his embrace, her cheeks slightly flushed.
I'm hungry.
Chu Mingzhou playfully tapped her nose. I'll go cook. Okay, Chu Mingzhou got up and went to the kitchen. Before long, delicious smells wafted from the kitchen. Chu Mingqiao ran off to play next door while Chu Mingzhou and Chu Minglan were busy in the kitchen. When the food was almost ready, Lin Anan stood up to call for them. Uncle Zhang, is my little you over there with you? Uncle Zhang was someone who had come to their house for decorations last year. He often met Linen and was very polite, being an old soldier. Is Mingzhou's wife here? Yu is inside.
Qingming.
Your aunt is frying peanuts. Take some back for Mingzhou to enjoy with his drink. Linen went to call someone and was handed a big plate of garlic peanuts. Sister-in-law. Chu Mingzhou bounced out, followed by a tall, thin boy who was about the same age. The little boy stole a glance at Linen, feeling very shy. When he saw Linen looking at him, he quietly called out, "Sister-in-law." "This is Fu Ger, my good brother," Chu Mingzhou introduced. Linen found it interesting and greeted him, saying, "Hello, Fu Ger. Come over to my house to play sometime, and I'll get you some candy." Fu Ger blushed deeply, nervously biting his lip, and softly replied, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Linen smiled and patted Chu Mingzhou's head, saying, "Shall you play with Fu Ger for a bit, then we'll go home for dinner. Your brother is almost done cooking." Chu Mingzhou nodded, took Linen's hand, and waved goodbye to the others. When they got home, dinner was already on the table. One dish was yam and pork rib soup, rich and flavorful, with soft yam that particularly caught Linen's eye. Seeing her eyeing it, Chu Mingzhou immediately served her a bowl. "Thank you, Mingzhou." Everyone began to eat, and the food was delicious. In the afternoon, Linen was lounging in a chair reading when she received a postal notice saying there were 2 remittances for her to collect. Checking the time, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and since it was still early, she planned to go. "Mingzhou, will you accompany me to the post office?" "Sure." Linen changed into a different outfit, and before leaving, she took out a letter and 200 yuan from a box, planning to send them home. Since she was going anyway, it made sense. The year had ended, and the letter was for her parents. The money was her way of showing care, wanting them to buy something nice, since their children were not around. After all, she had earned her first bucket of gold, and even after giving away 200, she still had over 1,000 left. Plus, she would have income from her book later, so there was no rush to spend it. She asked Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu if they wanted to go out, but both shook their heads. One said he wanted to go play with Fu Ger. The other said she had plans with sister Leelu. Linen found it interesting and learned that Leelu was going to teach Chu Minglan how to draw. "All right, you two go ahead, but come back early tonight."
"Got it, sister-in-law."
The city was much livelier on Saturdays than usual. Chu Mingzhou and Linen got off the bus and strolled slowly toward the post office. As Linen looked at the bustling street, she felt a special warmth and her mood lifted. Why are there so many people? Is everyone out shopping on Saturday? Chu Mingzhou spoke softly, glancing ahead. That area on the west side is Chongli Road, a place for shady dealings. The black market? Linen looked around. This place isn't exactly remote. Why are these people so bold? Didn't they say that the crackdown on speculation is at its peak right now? Seeing that Chu Mingzhou didn't react much, she curiously asked, "Aren't they going to arrest anyone?" "They do, but it's much better now. They only catch a few because every place has its own rules, and the common people need to live too." "That's quite reasonable. It's a tough time. Even buying meat is hard, and food at supply stores is limited." Her life in the military compound was much better compared to the outside, as military families often received special treatment, but most common people were struggling. When they arrived at the post office, Linen first went to collect her 2 remittances. Looking at the remittance slip in her hand, she was a bit confused. One was from her father, for 180 yuan. The other was surprisingly from Jang Tong, for 30 yuan. "I wanted to send money to Mom. Why did she send me money instead?" She glanced at Chu Mingzhou. What does Jang Tong mean by this? Paying back a debt. Linen suddenly understood. Jang Tong had taken so much from the original owner earlier, and Chu Mingzhou had calculated it all, converting it into cash. "Last time you said to let her pay it back slowly. Is that what you meant?"
"Yes."
"How did she agree to that? Does she dare to refuse?" "She has to send you money every month from now on. It's not a lot, but it's still a pleasant surprise." Linen put the 30 yuan away, turned around, and sent the money from her father back, adding 200 more along with a letter. After leaving the post office, Linen was a bit curious about the black market. Mingzhou, let's go check out Changli Road. I've never seen a black market before. Chu Mingzhou replied, the black market isn't a proper market. If you want something, I can take you to the department store. I'm not really looking for anything, just a little curious. Let's not go then, let's head back. Chu Mingzhou took Lin Yin's hand and smiled. Okay, let's go home. They intentionally slowed their pace, walking along the street towards the main road. Passing by a photo studio, Lin Yin stopped, staring at the photos displayed in the window, her eyes lighting up. She looked down at her and Chu Mingzhou's outfits. They were both wearing new clothes and looked quite neat. Mingzhou, let's take a picture. Lin Yin turned to Chu Mingzhou, her eyes full of excitement. Chu Mingzhou followed her gaze. You want to take a picture?
Yes. All right.
Entering the photo studio, it wasn't very large, but it was nicely decorated and very clean, with various props and backdrops neatly arranged. The boss warmly welcomed the guests, saying, "Hello, would you like to take some photos? What type are you interested in?" He took a closer look at the two. Wow, this beautiful couple really looks great. Lin Yin looked around and said, "We would like to take a group photo."
Sure.
The boss led them to a backdrop and began to introduce it. This is our newest backdrop, a beautiful landscape painting. It has a lot of charm, and you won't find this in other studios. What do you think? Lin Yin looked at the large landscape painting and shook her head. Boss, do you have a solid color backdrop? I think a solid color would look simpler and more elegant. The boss was slightly surprised but quickly smiled and said, "Yes, we have white, blue, red, army green, and more. You can choose which color you prefer." Lin Yin turned to Chu Mingzhou and asked for his opinion. Mingzhou, which color do you think is good? I'm fine with whatever you choose. Lin Yin glanced at their outfits. She was wearing a khaki coat with a cream-colored sweater underneath, while Chu Mingzhou wore a brown coat with a black turtleneck. A warm color backdrop would match well, like beige. In the end, she chose a soft beige color. Boss, we'll take this one.
Great.
The boss quickly set up the beige backdrop and carefully adjusted the lighting to ensure it was evenly distributed on the backdrop and the two of them. Lin Yin helped Chu Mingzhou straighten his collar and fixed her hair. Please stand over here. Sir, move a little closer to the lady, and ma'am, turn slightly to the side and smile. Chu Mingzhou moved closer to Lin Yin, gently wrapping his arm around her waist. Lin Yin leaned in slightly, and they both turned slightly towards the camera, smiling brightly. The boss looked through the camera lens, carefully observing the scene. Yes, just like that. Keep this pose, it's perfect. With a crisp click, the moment was perfectly captured. Oh, you two look fantastic together. The boss couldn't help but compliment them. Lin Yin smiled shyly and asked, "Boss, when can we pick up the photos?" The boss looked up and replied enthusiastically, "Usually, you can pick them up in a week. If you're in a hurry, you can pay a little extra for rush processing, and you'll get them in 3 days. No rush. We'll come back in a week. Saturday works perfectly." The boss nodded and asked, "What size do you want for the photos? Do you need frames?" For the size and whether to get frames, Chu Mingzhou followed Lin Yin's lead, but he requested a 3-inch photo for himself. Lin Yin thought for a moment and said, "Let's get a 6-inch photo, and yes, we need a frame. Also, let's get another 3-inch photo with a protective cover." The boss smiled and nodded, "No problem. The 6-inch photo will look great and impressive, and the 3-inch one is perfect for carrying. What kind of frame are you considering? We have wooden and metal frames in various styles." Lin Yin walked over to the frame display area and started to choose carefully. Her eyes wandered among the many frames, finally resting on a simple wooden frame in a light beige color that complemented their chosen off-white background. "I'll take this one." "Great choice. This frame is a classic in our store and very popular. With your photos, it will look amazing." "Thank you." After selecting the frame, Chu Mingzhou paid, and the two of them left the photo studio together. "Next time, let's bring Xiaoyu and Xiaolon along for a family photo."
Sure.
When they got home, Lin Yin went back to her room to grab 20 yuan, planning to visit Aunt Luo. Leelu did a great job on the cover, so she wanted to give her some payment. That day, She asked Editor Lu about the cost of hiring a professional designer for a cover, which is usually around 20 to 30 yuan per piece. For a regular cover editor, it ranges from 3 to 10 yuan. Lin Enan decided to pay Leelu 50 yuan for her work. She also had another request. She wanted Leelu to help design a matching book cover and bookmark. Currently, the concept of a book cover isn't common in the market, but it will be popular in the future. After filtering through many readers' preferences, it's clear that this can greatly enhance the book's appeal. As for the bookmarks, they would be considered a gift. Personally, she really liked delicate little things like bookmarks because they are convenient. You can mark your place without bending the corners of the pages. Is Aunt Luo home? Yes, come in. Seeing that Aunt Luo's door was open, Lin Enan knocked and entered the yard. Aunt Luo was working with a young man in the yard. They were using a large sieve, shaking it back and forth to sift something. This millet has just been dried and ground. We're sifting out the impurities. This year's millet is good. Are you from Sioux City, Comrade Lin? I heard people in Sioux City love to eat rice cakes. The sticky dumplings made from millet are really delicious, almost like rice cakes. Aunt will make some for you later. No, Aunt, you are too kind. Lin Enan had never seen millet before, so she leaned in to take a closer look. Is this yellow corn? Aunt Luo, seeing her curiosity, smiled and said, haven't you seen it before? Millet is grown in dry areas and is a crop from our northwest. The yellow steamed buns we often eat here are made from this.
I see.
I've only seen it in books. This is my first time seeing it. Aunt Luo continued to introduce her. Comrade Lin, this is my eldest son, Li Qi. Big brother, this is Captain Chu's wife, Lin Enan. Li Qi looked very much like Aunt Luo, with a friendly face and dark skin, clearly a down-to-earth person. Hello, sister-in-law. Li Qi greeted Lin Enan with a smile, directly calling her sister-in-law. Hello, Comrade Li, Lin Enan responded with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Enan looked around and said, I came to pick up Xiaolon and also to find Lulu for something. Aunt Luo was almost done too, moving the sieve to the hallway with Li Qi. Looking for Lulu? She's inside, saying she was teaching Lan Jia to draw. Come, Aunt will take you there. Okay, thank you, Aunt.
What are you saying?
You're really too polite. Aunt Luo wiped her hands on her apron, instructed Li Qi to tidy up, and led Lin Enan into the room on the far west side. As soon as they entered, they saw Leelu and Chu Minglan sitting by the Kong table. One was leaning over the table, seriously drawing something with a pen, while the other sat beside her, watching intently. Hearing footsteps, Leelu looked up and saw Lin Enan, immediately greeting her, Sister Enan. Her voice was soft, as there was a sleeping baby on the Kong, and she didn't want to wake him. Chu Minglan also looked up, her eyes brightening when she saw Lin Enan, sister-in-law. Lin Enan nodded at the two, and walked closer to look at the drawing on the table. The paper depicted a delicate landscape painting, with rolling mountains appearing through the mist, and a clear stream winding through lush green grass, where colorful wildflowers bloomed. The brushstrokes were fine and vivid, almost making one feel the gentle breeze over the grass. Lulu, you draw so well, Lin Enan whispered in admiration. Leelu's cheeks flushed with a shy red. This is the back mountain of our military compound, where we played since we were little.
It's quite ordinary.
Chu Minglan couldn't help but say, Sister-in-law, Lulu is amazing. She can draw anything. She has taught me many drawing techniques, and I've learned a lot. Lin Enan smiled and patted Chu Minglan's head. Then you should study hard, Xiaolan. Aunt Luo stepped forward to pick up the child, wanting to give the space to the others. However, Lin Enan was taking out 50 yuan from her pocket and gently placed it on the table. Lulu, this is your payment. I'm really satisfied with the cover you drew. It helped me a lot. Leelu was taken aback, her eyes filled with surprise and reluctance. Sister Enan, this is too much. I just helped you out. I can't accept this much money. At that time, an ordinary worker's salary was only about 30 yuan, and that was for formal workers. For someone like Leelu, who was away from the workplace, 50 yuan was indeed a lot. Lin Enan held Leelu's hand and pushed the money into her palm, saying seriously, Lulu, don't refuse. You deserve this. I've checked, and professional designers charge around 20 to 30 yuan for a cover. Your drawing skills are just as good as theirs, and I have more work I'd like to ask you about. Leelu still hesitated, looking at the money in her hand, and then at Lin Anan. But Lin Anan interrupted her with a smile. Listen to me first. I want you to help design matching book covers and bookmarks. What do you think? Leelu bit her lip and pushed the money back. Sister Anan, just tell me what you need me to draw. You really don't need to pay me. There are many problems with my drawings. I've been to the publishing house, and I need guidance everywhere. I'm not worth this much money. Don't say that. Lin Anan didn't take the money, but sat beside her, speaking seriously. You're just starting out, and learning is important, but your drawings have no issues. What I'm offering is my honest price. Aunt Luo's eyes turned red. She was truly grateful for this young girl. She understood what this meant for her daughter. Lin Anan and the people at the publishing house were helping Leelu, not just guiding her but also showing interest in recruiting her. They were giving her a chance. Lulu, listen to your sister Anan. If she gives it to you, just accept it. But Mom. Accept it. Lin Anan nodded with a smile. If you keep being polite, I won't ask you again in the future. Now, let me share my ideas for the book cover and bookmarks. Okay. Leelu stopped hesitating, tightly holding the money, and wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Taking a breath, I pulled out a new sheet of paper and picked up my pen. Anan, go ahead, I'm listening. Lin Anan patiently shared her thoughts in detail. Leelu took notes and said, I can have a draft ready for you in about 2 days. Is that okay? Sure, no rush. Take your time. I trust you. With that settled, Lin Anan took Chu Mingzhou and said goodbye. Aunt Luo accompanied Leelu, eager to see her home safely. Lin Anan chuckled to herself. You both should head back. It's cold outside, and you don't want the kids to catch a chill. All right, I'll make you some steamed buns and sticky rice dumplings in the next couple of days and bring them to your house. Sounds great. Thank you, Aunt. In the evening, Lin Anan washed her hair and sat on the heated bed, drying it off. The more she rubbed, the more she wished for a hairdryer. Her hair was long, and washing it was a hassle, especially in the winter when it was easy to catch a cold. Hairdryers weren't expensive, around 20 yuan, but they were out of stock and required an industrial ticket, which her family didn't have. When Chu Mingzhou entered the room, he saw Lin Anan frowning while drying her hair and occasionally shaking her hands. He walked over, took the towel from her, sat behind her, and started drying her hair. Mingzhou, I want to buy a hairdryer, but we don't have an industrial ticket. Chu Mingzhou paused for a moment. A hairdryer? It should arrive in a few days. I ordered one. Really? Lin Anan turned her head in surprise, her eyes sparkling with joy. You ordered one? When did this happen? I had no idea. Chu Mingzhou smiled slightly, continuing his task. I got an industrial ticket recently and ordered it from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. I forgot to tell you. Lin Anan felt warm inside, her lips curving into a smile. Mingzhou, you're so good to me. Is that what you call being good? Lin Anan turned around and immediately hugged him, snuggling close. Oh my, I'm so touched. You're just like Doraemon. You can make anything I wish for come true. What's Doraemon? Oh, I read about it. It's a robotic cat that can transform into anything. Chu Mingzhou gently touched her hair, feeling it was almost dry, and his long fingers ran through her hair roots, smoothing it out. I'm not a cat. Of course, you're not a cat. You're my very best husband. Chu Mingzhou couldn't handle her playful affection. He swallowed hard, and his movements became even gentler. Lin Anan was quite the talker, always saying whatever came to her mind. Mingzhou, I have low blood sugar. Quickly say some sweet words to cure me. In my heart, everyone is equal, but you, Commander Chu, are a bit heavier. The landscape is beautiful, but it can't compare to you being completely bare. I have a secret that I need to tell you mouth to mouth. Chu Mingzhou's deep eyes held a hint of warmth as he turned her around. With a swift motion, he took the towel she used to dry her hair and wrapped it around her neck, gently pulling her forward. He bent down and kissed her passionately. This little mouth knows how to talk. His lips were eager and warm, filled with an irresistible love. Lin Enon let out a soft sound, instinctively gripping his clothes. In the struggle, she accidentally tossed aside his remaining shirt. Chu Mingzhou slightly opened his eyes, his dark gaze filled with tenderness. Each kiss was filled with endless desire. His strong arms wrapped tightly around Lin Enon's waist, pulling her close as if he wanted to merge their bodies. Lin Enon's breathing became rapid and chaotic, her heart racing wildly from the kiss. She unconsciously responded to Chu Mingzhou's kiss, inhaling his surprisingly pleasant scent, clean yet a bit wild. The light and shadows danced around them, making their figures appear somewhat blurred. In the midst of this intimate moment, their feelings surged, overwhelming their reason, leaving only the intense love between them filling the air, as if it could ignite the whole world. The warmth of the fire dried her last damp strands of hair, but the sweat that trickled down her forehead dampened her loose strands again.
Enon.
Lin Enon tilted her head slightly, her cheeks flushed like the sunset, her gaze dreamy and a bit confused. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, her breath brushing against Chu Mingzhou's face. Chu Mingzhou gently caressed Lin Enon's flushed cheek, his fingers gliding over her warm skin, his voice hoarse like sandpaper. "What about the secret?"
You didn't say.
Lin Enon bit her lower lip lightly, her eyes sparkling. She gently held Chu Mingzhou's hand, pressing her face deeper into his palm. "Chu Mingzhou, you are really good at kissing." Her lips were captured again, making it hard to breathe. She wrapped her arms around his waist, her nails lightly digging in. His abdomen was firm and flat, with clear lines of muscles and waist, as if carved by a knife, without any excess fat. His legs were long and straight, with well-defined muscles full of strength. His athletic figure resembled that of a cheetah, embodying beauty in speed and power. Truly, he had the physique of a top male lead from a Korean comic. The next morning, the first rain of spring fell in the northwest. The fine raindrops fell like cow hair, gently tapping on the window and making a soft sound. Lin Enon slowly woke up, noticing that the spot beside her where Chu Mingzhou had been was already empty. She raised her hand to rub her waist, recalling the tenderness of the night before, feeling a bit frustrated. This man was really captivating, and his energy was too much. She sat up and glanced at the edge of the bed, searching for her warm clothes. Outside, the sound of the rain pattered softly. Lin Enon got up, slipped on her shoes, and walked to the window. She gently opened and a rush of earthy fragrance filled the air. She took a deep breath and felt refreshed. In the yard, the snow had melted overnight. The melting snow mixed with raindrops, forming a shallow stream that flowed gently downhill. Hu Xiumei came to the Chu family despite the rain. She wore a hat and a raincoat, holding a briefcase in her arms. Lin Enon had just finished breakfast and quickly welcomed her in. "Why did you come in such heavy rain, Sister Xiumei? Did you get wet?" Hu Xiumei took off her hat and raincoat, accepting the towel Lin Enon offered to wipe her face. "I have good news, but I couldn't find anyone to discuss it with, so I wanted to ask you." Lin Enon hesitated for a moment, recalling what Chu Mingzhou had said that day, but she nodded. From the first moment she saw Hu Xiumei, it felt like she could see the hardships this woman had faced. At least Lin Enon could sense her suffering every time they interacted. Perhaps it was the times they lived in, but it seemed that the burdens placed on women were incredibly heavy. Not to mention breaking free completely. Even striving for freedom was extremely difficult. "And I really owe it to you. I made such great progress because of you. I couldn't find the detective you mentioned, but I have a cousin who is very capable." Hu Xiumei rarely smiled, but today her face showed a rare joy. Sitting in the chair, her posture was more relaxed than usual, and her voice was much lighter. She was honest and not particularly clever, but she was very effective. After leaving the Chu family last time, she followed Lin Enon's steps to start planning. She first returned to her family and then visited her uncle. With the veil lifted, she was no longer afraid of being laughed at. However, things turned out better than she expected. She didn't hear any harsh words directed at her, but her elders often expressed their disappointment and frustration with her situation. In the end, her 3 uncles and 3 maternal uncles went together to confront Su Wenba. Several of her relatives held respectable positions, including a train driver, a postal worker, a publisher, and a government employee. Following Hu Xiumei's advice, they did not mention divorce. Instead, they pressured Su Wenba. He repeatedly insisted that it was all a misunderstanding, claiming that it was just a couple's quarrel and that he had no other intentions, promising he would never take advantage of the Hu family's ancestral home. After a few exchanges, Su Wenba indeed became more compliant. He stopped mentioning the ancestral home and no longer physically confronted Hu Xiumei, though he remained quite cold. As for Hu Xiumei's mother-in-law and sister-in-law, they continued to be harsh, but were careful not to go too far in front of outsiders. With some time on her hands, Hu Xiumei followed Lin Nin's suggestion to gather evidence. This wasn't a proud matter, and her family didn't dare to help openly, but they were willing to assist discreetly as much as they could. As for a detective, Hu Xiumei had no idea what that was. After asking around without success, she finally turned to a distant cousin known for being a bit of a troublemaker, asking him to help investigate Su Wenba in detail. Although this cousin lacked skills, he loved to engage in small schemes to make quick money and had a wide network. Look at these photos. My cousin borrowed a camera and went through a lot of trouble to take them. Unfortunately, many were overexposed and can't be used, which is a shame, Hu Xiumei said, pushing a stack of photos toward Lin Nin. Lin Nin opened her mouth in surprise. You wouldn't believe it, but Su Wenba was quite the ladies' man. There were at least 3 or 4 women, each with their own charm. The photos were well taken, showing various poses, including some with affectionate gestures and even kissing. Just these photos could be enough to accuse him of misconduct. Hu Xiumei pulled out another stack of photos. He has also been illegally selling bus tickets, and the quantity is huge, all recorded in a ledger. I carefully searched the house as you suggested, and indeed, I stumbled upon this ledger. I took pictures of the contents, but returned the original to avoid him finding out. Lin Nin took the ledger and examined it closely, her eyes widening.
He sold
nearly 10,000 yuan? Yes, a total of 9,756 yuan, all from selling blink tickets over the years. That's outrageous. Hu Xiumei's voice carried a hint of relief. He looks so respectable on the outside. Who would have thought he was doing these things behind our backs? After all these years, I never noticed a thing. It's not too late to find out now. The evidence we have is enough to get him in serious trouble. Yes. Also, he has used his connections several times to assign staff housing to female subordinates. Look at this. Hu Xiumei pulled out another document, clearly showing details, including the house assigned to Jang Tong. This was just part of what she had uncovered. You did the right thing by keeping this evidence. We can start to take action soon. With this evidence, it didn't matter whether Lin Zihua could testify or not. Lin Nin really didn't want Lin Zihua to get involved, but Chu Mingzhou was trying to reason with her. Hu Xiumei seemed to understand her dilemma. Nin, when I came to you last time, I was truly at my wit's end. But now I am more confident. If you don't want your brother to get involved, just keep him out of it. It will be fine. Lin Nin bit her lip and thought for a moment. When my partner returns, I will discuss it with him and get back to you. Okay, I will follow your lead. I really appreciate your help. Without you, I don't know how I would have managed. Lin Nin quickly waved her hand. Don't say that. I haven't done much. This is all your own strength. Hu Xiumei understood her personality well. She didn't like to hear too much praise. Once this is resolved, I will definitely thank you properly. No need, no need. The two discussed some details, such as how to handle Su Wenba's possible retaliation and strategies in case he discovered the evidence was obtained secretly. Lin Nin suggested that Hu Xiumei stay with relatives for a few days, preferably in a household with more men, since it would only be for a short time. Su Wenba was too dangerous. What if he found out the truth and decided to retaliate? Moreover, the Su family members were not easy to deal with, and now that they had settled in Hu Xiumei's home, it would be a challenge to get rid of them later. Hu Xiumei nodded in agreement. After Hu Xiumei left, Lin Anan leaned back in her rocking chair, rocking slowly, but her mind was restless. On one hand, she felt proud of Hu Xiumei's growth, transforming from a submissive woman into someone willing to take action and defend herself. On the other hand, she felt helpless, knowing that many women like Hu Xiumei were trapped in unhappy marriages, facing numerous challenges, including pressure from their families and societal constraints. Women constraints, transforming like a butterfly. Lin Anan had a sudden inspiration. She gently tapped her feet to steady the rocking chair and got up to walk inside the room. She took out paper and a pen to jot down her ideas. Her pen moved quickly across the paper as she poured out her thoughts on women, constraints, and growth, turning them into vivid words. She ended with the title Chains. Lin Anan set down her pen and carefully reviewed her notes, feeling very satisfied. Through storytelling, she aimed to convey the strength of women, breaking free from constraints, and the courage to transform. This book was included in her new writing plan, alongside The Backbone, as the main theme for this year's writing. Stories about women always attract readers, and as television becomes more popular and adaptations spread, it could even be turned into a movie, making it a well-received work. Of course, profit is important, but principles and ideals matter even more. At that moment, footsteps were heard outside. Lin Anan looked up to see Chu Mingzhou returning. He put away his umbrella and leaned it against the door. Their eyes met, and his expression softened a bit. "What are you doing?" Seeing him back, Lin Anan quickly got up to greet him. "Mingzhou." She let out a small gasp as her legs felt weak, nearly causing her to fall. Her attention had been on other things, but now that she relaxed, she realized her legs felt as soft as cotton, likely still swollen. Chu Mingzhou stepped forward to steady her, concern flashing in his eyes. "Are you okay?" Lin Anan shot him a glance. "What do you think? You try switching places with me." Chu Mingzhou paused, his ears inexplicably warming. "Well, next time I'll lie down instead." Lin Anan? Is that what she meant? What is he thinking? How did the serious Captain Chu end up with such thoughts? Lin Anan gently pushed him away. "I need to talk to you." Chu Mingzhou bent down and picked her up, carrying her to the bed. "We'll talk later. I need to apply medicine for you." Hey, that's not necessary. Stay away, I don't need your help."
Chu Mingzhou.
In the face of absolute strength, Lin Anan's resistance was naturally ineffective. She felt utterly defeated. After a chaotic struggle, she completely gave up. "Who told you to be so heavy?"
What?
"Nothing." Chu Mingzhou smiled slightly, pretending not to understand. As she adjusted her pants, Lin Anan truly didn't want to acknowledge him anymore. Decided to have a silent treatment for half an hour. Chu Mingzhou had no idea about the silent treatment and thought she had fallen asleep. "Next Saturday is Qingming Festival. I'll take you to the Martyrs' Cemetery." Lin Anan was taken aback. The silent treatment ended, and she moved closer to him, saying, "Okay." Seeing her like this, Chu Mingzhou gently rubbed her head. "No need to be nervous, we're just going to take a look." At this time, they can't hold any memorial ceremonies. People might come secretly, but as a soldier, Chu Mingzhou had to set an example, so he only said they would go to see. They would be visiting the ancestors of the Chu family who had passed away. "Mingzhou, can we bring some fruits or something?" Chu Mingzhou wanted to say no, but didn't want to waste her kindness.
Sure.
"Great, I'll prepare in advance."
Just keep it simple. Got it.
The Chu family has a strong and honorable background, rooted in the Northwest for generations, sacrificing much for their beliefs. Now, only the 3 siblings remain, and their numbers are quite small. If the story followed its original path, Chu Mingzhou wouldn't live past 28. In 2 years. But now the plot has changed significantly, and there won't be any past storylines. This was a big deal for Lin Anan. She couldn't be careless. She wouldn't let anything happen to Chu Mingzhou. By the way, Mingzhou, Sister Xiumei came by. She collected a lot of evidence. Lin Anan briefly explained the situation, mainly wanting to ask how Lin Zihua would arrange things and if he needed to be a witness. After listening to Lin Anan, Chu Mingzhou thought for a moment. From the evidence that Hu Xiumei has, it's indeed sufficient. Even without Zihua as a witness, Su Wenba's crimes are enough for him to face the consequences. Yes. But Zihua knows some details and is involved with Jang Tong. You don't want her to keep working in the front line, do you? I do. How could she not want that? After all, Jang Tong is the original female lead, an unpredictable presence. What if her halo brought everything back to chaos? Chu Mingzhou held Lin Ainen's hand and gently squeezed it. Leave this to me. You don't need to worry. I'll have Zihua provide a written statement, and I will submit it personally to the Gobi Oasis Development Area. Once that statement is submitted, how many years would Jang Tong's 3 years turn into? So unfair. But Lin Ainen liked it. Okay, I'll follow your lead. You're amazing, hubby. Chu Mingzhou found her amusing, caught between laughter and exasperation. The rain outside is getting heavier, mixed with a bit of mist. Maybe because of the melting snow, Lin Ainen feels the temperature has dropped again, making her hands and feet cold. On such a chilly day, writing is tough. The most comfortable thing is to snuggle up in bed, read a book, and snack. Moreover, Lin Ainen has an injury that makes it hard for her to move around. Chu Mingzhou went out again in the afternoon, while Chu Minglan came to Lin Ainen's room twice. Sister-in-law, our school is participating in a political promotion activity, which involves putting up posters and handing out materials in the streets or villages. In 1975, political promotion activities were very popular, and various organizations and schools often took part, considered a serious political task.
When is it?
Next Monday, tomorrow, but I see it's raining heavily outside. I don't know if it will happen. Lin Ainen said to wait a moment, then got up to turn on the radio, trying to tune in to a weather forecast station. Noticing the rain boots Chu Mingzhou bought for her, she asked, "By the way, Xiaolan, do you and Siu have rain boots?" Chu Minglan followed Lin Ainen's gaze, shook her head, then nodded. "We have some." "Show me."
Huh?
"What do you mean, huh?" "Hurry up and bring Siu's too." "Oh, okay." After tuning the radio, she still couldn't hear if it would rain tomorrow. Lin Ainen got up and took out some insoles from the cabinet. These were the insoles she made for her rain boots last time, and she had made a pair for the 2 kids as well. But when Chu Minglan brought the rain boots, Lin Ainen was a bit speechless. "Can you wear these?" They weren't broken, just too small. Lin Ainen could tell at a glance that neither pair fit. As kids who were still growing, their feet had likely grown quite a bit in just a month or 2. How could they wear small shoes? Chu Minglan looked at the 2 pairs of rain boots and bit her lip. "Sister-in-law, these were bought by my older brother 2 years ago. I didn't notice they seemed a bit small, but they can be worn for now." Lin Ainen sighed, feeling a bit ashamed, realizing that Chu Mingzhou was really focused on her and didn't care much for the 2 little ones. "These rain boots won't work. Even if it doesn't rain tomorrow, the ground from the melting snow will be wet, so you need rain boots. I'll go to the supplies store to buy you some." "Sister-in-law, you don't have to. Rain boots are expensive, and we won't wear them for long." Lin Ainen glanced out the window and then at her cloth shoes. Just walking around the house had already made them wet. "It's so cold outside." Lin Ainen patted Chu Minglan's head and said, "Xiaolan, rain boots are not something you wear for just a few days. You still have to participate in the political event and you could get cold feet." Chu Minglan felt touched, her eyes turning red. "Sister-in-law, you are so kind." "Of course, I'm the best sister-in-law in the world. Why are you being polite with me? You and Xiaoyu are my family, so I must take good care of you." Chu Minglan rarely showed her childlike side and suddenly hugged Lin Ainen tightly, rubbing against her.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
"You are the best sister-in-law ever." "Oh, you have quite a sweet tongue," Lin Ainen teased her, feeling a bit heartbroken as she hugged her back. Before long, Chu Minglan called over Chu Mingyu. Lin Ainen asked Chu Mingyu to stretch out his feet for a closer look, and indeed, his feet had grown quite a bit. She glanced outside at the weather. The rain had lessened compared to before, and the supply and marketing cooperative wasn't far, so they could make it in time.
Plus.
She really wanted to eat hot pot. Staying at home and enjoying hot pot in this weather would be amazing. There was still plenty of food stored at home, especially beef and lamb. The weather would warm up soon, so they needed to finish it off, and hot pot would be perfect. Without hesitation, she said, "Let's go. Sister-in-law will buy you rain boots and some vegetables. We're having hot pot for dinner." "But it's raining outside. You can't get wet," Chu Minglan quickly protested. "I'm not foolish. I'll use an umbrella."
But
"No buts, just go and come back quickly." Lin Anin changed into a different outfit, specifically wearing a long coat made of waterproof material, put on her rain boots, and grabbed the largest umbrella from home. Chu Minglan thought for a moment, told Chu Mingzhou to stay in the house, and took an umbrella herself. She grabbed a backpack and jogged to catch up. Lin Anin looked at the following Chu Minglan with some helplessness. "Xiaolan, what are you doing? The rain hasn't stopped, and it's so cold. You should stay inside." "Sister-in-law, I want to go with you. I can help carry things. Look, I brought my backpack." Unable to argue with her, Lin Anin finally nodded in agreement. "All right then, stay close to me and don't run around. The road is slippery, so be careful not to fall." The two of them held the umbrella and walked toward the supply and marketing cooperative. Along the way, raindrops hit the umbrella, making a rhythmic pattering sound. When they arrived at the cooperative, it was quite crowded inside. Lin Anin led Chu Minglan straight to the counter selling rain boots. "Excuse me, I would like to buy children's rain boots. The rain boots are over here. Feel free to choose." There weren't many rain boots in stock, and even fewer for children. Lin Anin took a while to choose and found 2 pairs of rain boots that were the right size and style, and they were a nice army green color. "These 2 pairs." "Okay, comrade. 2 pairs of children's rain boots cost 8 yuan plus a ticket."
all right.
Chu Minglan was shocked by the high price and exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, that's too expensive. I don't want them." Lin Anin ignored her and signaled the salesperson to wrap them up. Just then, 2 people squeezed in from the right. One of them was a girl about the same age as Chu Minglan, who glanced at them and pointed at the rain boots Lin Anin had chosen for Chu.
These are 4 yuan, right?
"She doesn't want them, I want them." Seeing the newcomers, Chu Minglan took a small step back. Xingyue. Xingyue? Lin Anin thought she had heard that name before but couldn't remember where. Frowning slightly, Lin Anin looked at the girl and said coldly, "Sorry, I already chose these rain boots." Xingyue, however, was unfazed and raised her chin. Chu Minglan just said she doesn't want them. The girl in front of her was very pretty and well-dressed, clearly raised in a pampered environment. Looking at the woman behind her, she also had an arrogant attitude. With a smile on her face, she completely dismissed Lin Anin. Lin Anin felt a bit annoyed. Their attitude was really unpleasant. She didn't want to argue, so she knocked on the counter and told the salesperson, "Wrap them up quickly. What are you waiting for?" The salesperson looked a bit troubled but nodded and hurried to get a bag. "You." Xingyue was furious that Lin Anin ignored her, and since even Chu Minglan was silent, she got even angrier. She turned to shake the arm of the woman behind her. "Annie, I want those. Look, all the other colors are ugly." The woman, called Auntie, frowned and stepped forward, forcing a smile as she said to Lin Anin, "Comrade, the child doesn't understand. She just likes those. Please let her have them." Lin Anin replied, "Comrade, you should understand the principle of first come, first served. I chose these rain boots first and am already paying for them. Why should I give them to you? If the child doesn't understand, does that mean the adult doesn't either?" The smile on the woman's face froze, and a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. "That's a harsh thing to say. Our Xingyue usually gets what she wants. It's just a pair of rain boots. What's the harm in letting her have them? If she usually gets what she wants, then go buy from somewhere else. This supply and marketing cooperative isn't owned by your family, and you can't just take things by force." People around heard the noise, and many came closer to listen. The salesperson looked at this, and then that, feeling a bit awkward. "Comrade, this." Lin Anin nodded at the salesperson, took out some money and the ticket, and paid directly. Xingyue was almost in tears. "Aunt, I have an event at school tomorrow. I really need those rain boots." She reached out to grab the rain boots that the salesperson had already wrapped up. Lin Anan quickly snatched the rain boots away. You're just a young girl, not very old, but you're bold enough to try to take them? You're the one trying to take them from me. How can you act like this at your age? Lin Anan wasn't swayed by her words. So what if she was younger? She wouldn't let her have it. I'm buying my own things. What's wrong with that? Step aside. If you keep making a fuss, I'll talk to your parents and see how they raise you. If one child is misbehaving, I can't believe all of you are. Qingming was intimidated by Lin Anan's strong attitude and didn't dare to act again, but she still complained loudly to Chu Mingzhou. Chu Mingzhou, are you trying to take my things? I won't let this go. I'm not. Chu Mingzhou was almost in tears from fear. The woman felt embarrassed and huffed. I was trying to be reasonable with you, but you insist on making a scene. How rude. After saying that, she tried to pull Qingming away. Seeing Chu Mingzhou biting her lip and looking scared, Lin Anan sensed something was wrong.
Wait.
Lin Anan recognized that expression. It was the look of someone being bullied.
No.
The woman and Qingming stopped and turned back, looking annoyed and angry. Lin Anan stepped forward, staring directly at the woman, her tone firm. You keep saying I lack manners, but what about your behavior just now? Publicly trying to take someone else's chosen items and being rude. Is that your idea of good upbringing? Apologize. People around nodded in agreement, some quietly chiming in. Who is that? So unreasonable. Is that girl from the Shi family? Oh, she really is the granddaughter of team leader Shi. All right, stop talking. The woman's face turned red and white as she wanted to argue, but felt pressured by the crowd's gaze. She could only stiffen her neck and say, apologize? We didn't do anything wrong. The rain boots are still in your hands, right? Is it really necessary to be so serious? It is absolutely necessary. Your actions have caused a lot of trouble. You not only want to take advantage of us, but now this young girl dares to threaten us, and then blames us for being serious. How is that fair? Qingming listened nearby, her face turning red with anger. Chu Mingzhou, are you just going to stand there while your sister-in-law acts like that? Lin Anan found it amusing despite her anger. She only wanted to warn the older one and teach the younger one a lesson. Now, the younger one was stepping forward herself? Lin Anan moved to protect Chu Mingzhou behind her. Young lady, you need to apologize. Not only did you threaten someone, but you also insulted them, right? Qingming widened her eyes in disbelief at Lin Anan, as if she had never seen someone like her before. She was so angry that her chest heaved, and she shouted, I won't apologize.
What can you do about it?
You country bumpkin, do you even know where you are to speak to me like that? Seeing Qingming getting more agitated, the woman began to panic and instinctively tugged at her arm, trying to silence her. But Qingming was too angry to listen and continued shouting, My grandpa is a commander. If you mess with me, you'll regret it. Lin Anan was not intimidated by her words. Instead, she smiled and stepped closer, staring at Qingming. So, what if your grandpa is a commander? Does that give you the right to bully others? You must apologize today, or this isn't over. People around them looked worried when they heard Qingming mention her grandpa. Some kindly suggested, Comrade, it's just a small matter. Why not let it go? Lin Anan gratefully nodded at the person who spoke. Apologize quickly, or even your grandpa won't help you. My friend Lan, and I wouldn't dare scold her. How can you, an outsider, bully her like this? Seeing the situation escalating, the woman realized they needed to resolve this quickly. She forced a smile and said, Comrade, it's just a little quarrel between kids. It's not a big deal. Lin Anan remained silent, just watching her coldly. As the woman's attitude softened and more people gathered around, she finally relented. All right, I'm sorry, okay? Without giving Lin Anan a chance to respond, she quickly pulled Qingming away, hurrying off. Qingming shot a reluctant glare at Chu Mingzhou as they left. Lin Anan watched their retreating figures, still feeling a bit upset, but she knew getting an apology from them was a good outcome for today. She looked down at Chu Mingzhou beside her and noticed the girl's eyes were red and her body was slightly trembling. Lin Anan gently hugged Chu Mingzhou and softly comforted her, saying, Don't be afraid. I'm here for you. Chu Minglan looked up at Lin Anan, her voice trembling. Sister, I feel so useless. I didn't dare to speak just now. Is that girl often bullying you? Lin Anan asked. Chu Minglan remained silent for a while before shaking her head. Seeing the way Chu Minglan avoided her gaze, Lin Anan knew she was hiding something. All right, let's not think about it now. Let's go buy some groceries and have hot pot for dinner. Lin Anan was concerned about this situation and planned to talk to Chu Mingzhou later and visit the school to find out what was really happening. If there was bullying going on, it didn't matter who her grandfather was. She wouldn't let it slide. Having endured bullying for over 10 years herself, Lin Anan had relied on her own strength and knowledge to become excellent enough that they no longer dared to target her. After being taken back by the Lin family, she had died in such a muddled way, which was truly sad to think about. Chu Minglan was a true family member to her, a sister. Now that she had the ability to protect her, she wouldn't let her suffer such bullying. Bullying leaves an indelible shadow on childhood. After buying the groceries and returning home, Chu Minglan tried to adjust her emotions, washed her face, and immediately started preparing the hot pot ingredients. Lin Anan watched her pretend to be strong, feeling a pang in her heart. She intentionally chatted with Chu Minglan. As they talked, Lin Anan remembered who Xiangyue was. Chu Minglan said she was the prettiest girl in the military compound. Before long, Chu Mingzhou came home. As soon as he entered and saw Lin Anan in the kitchen, he changed his clothes and rolled up his sleeves to help. Just one glance, and he sensed something was off. Chu Mingzhou frowned slightly. What happened? He shouldn't have asked, but once he did, Lin Anan's emotions surged, and she pulled him out of the kitchen to complain. Mingzhou, I went out today to buy rain boots for Xiaolan and Xiaoyu, and I was bullied. She poured out everything about the conflict at the supply and marketing cooperative and her suspicions about Chu Minglan possibly facing bullying at school, carefully emphasizing the important parts. After listening, Chu Mingzhou's expression darkened, and a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. The granddaughter of the old Shi family? Yeah, she's the granddaughter of Commander Shi. That girl's name is Xiangyue. Chu Mingzhou saw her cough a couple of times while speaking, so he quickly poured her a cup of warm water, saying, Don't worry. Lin Anan first complained and then blamed him. You really don't care about Xiaolan at all. She's been bullied for a long time and you haven't noticed? I want to go to school tomorrow to talk to the homeroom teacher about it. Chu Mingzhou accepted the blame without arguing, pulling her closer and gently patting her back. It's my fault. I didn't pay attention. Lin Anan leaned in his arms, her emotions calming down a bit. How can kids be like this? They bully others just because they have a little power. Xiaolan is so sensible. She shouldn't have to endure this. Don't be upset. I'll handle this. Lin Anan looked up at him and nodded. Then I'll go to school tomorrow too. Being bullied for a long time is not okay. Chu Mingzhou didn't want her to get involved. Knowing her emotions shouldn't be too high-strung, it wasn't worth getting upset over these matters. After some discussion, Chu Mingzhou promised to go and find out what was happening, which finally calmed Lin Anan down. Once they had settled their feelings, the family prepared to eat. They decided to put the unpleasant matters aside for tomorrow and enjoy their meal. Seeing the hot pot they had been thinking about, Lin Anan's smile returned. The rain tapped gently on the window, and the world outside seemed to be covered in a thin veil, creating a damp and peaceful atmosphere. Inside, the family sat around the steaming hot pot, which bubbled with a broth made from bones and corn. The spices in the broth swirled around, releasing a rich and tempting aroma that filled the entire room. Lin Anan added ingredients to the pot, having prepared several types of vegetables and freshly made meatballs, along with beef and lamb that her aunt had brought during the new year. The portions were generous, enough for 4 people. Tender lamb slices slowly slid into the pot with the help of chopsticks, causing a small splash. Soon after, cabbage, tofu, potatoes, and other ingredients followed. Chu Mingzhou occasionally rubbed his hands together, mumbling, It smells so good. When can we eat? Chu Minglan was more reserved, but her desire was hard to hide, and she reminded her brother, Don't rush. It needs to be cooked first. Okay, let's start eating.
Yay.
Everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks and placed the cooked ingredients into their bowls. Chu Mingzhou dipped the lamb slice into the special sauce Lin and made, took a bite, and the juices burst in his mouth. He squinted his eyes in satisfaction and said, "It's so delicious." "Sister-in-law, can I eat hot pot every day?" "Sure, no problem." The rain outside continued to fall steadily, and the steam from the hot pot blurred the window. The next day, the weather was surprisingly nice. The heavy rain stopped suddenly, and the sun came out. The warm sunlight made the snow melt even faster, but the cold temperature still made people shiver. Early in the morning, Chu Mingzhou was called away by Instructor Qin from the Special Forces camp, looking quite urgent. "You take care of your own matters first. I'll take Xiaolon and the others to school later. Don't worry, I'll just talk to the homeroom teacher. They have a political promotion event today." Bullying in schools cannot be delayed, especially when parents are already aware of it. Every moment counts. Delaying even a day could lead to more serious consequences. Chu Mingzhou felt a bit uneasy, but seeing her determination, he could only give a few more instructions. "If anything happens, don't panic. If it can't be resolved, just wait for me to finish my work." "I understand. You go ahead, I'll manage," she replied confidently.
All right.
He placed a kiss on her forehead, put on his military cap, and left. Lin Anan carefully got ready, applying light makeup to improve her complexion. She paid close attention to her outfit, aiming to present herself as composed and graceful. At the very least, she wanted to appear strong and not someone who looked weak and easily bullied. "Sister-in-law, you're up." Chu Minglan was making porridge, preparing to have breakfast with Chu Mingzhou. When she saw Lin Anan, she quickly added another bowl and chopsticks. "Sister-in-law is taking you to school." Chu Minglan paused, a hint of nervousness flashing in her eyes. Lin Anan acted as if nothing was wrong, pretending not to notice her unease. "It's on the way. I still need to find Leelu later. Didn't she say she would draw the book cover and bookmarks? I might even need to go to the city." Seeing that her sister-in-law was not concerned about the issue, with Qingyue, Chu Minglan visibly relaxed. The two little ones had already put on their new rain boots and were dressed in sporty outfits, looking lively and cute. After a quick breakfast, Lin Anan bundled them up warmly before heading out. Although the sun was bright, the chilly wind made them shiver. Lin Anan held Chu Minglan's hand with one hand and Chu Mingzhou's with the other, and the three of them walked toward the school against the cold wind. Chu Mingzhou was bouncing with joy, very pleased with his new rain boots, and kept saying, "Sister-in-law, these rain boots are so comfortable to walk in. They're not slippery at all. As long as they're comfortable. Remember, there's an event at school today, so don't run around too much and stay safe." Chu Minglan appeared a bit silent, occasionally glancing at Lin Anan, as if she were checking whether her sister-in-law was genuinely just giving them a ride to school. Lin Anan noticed Chu Minglan's little actions but didn't mention it. She casually continued chatting with them about school activities. Soon, the three arrived at the school gate. There were already many students on campus, all preparing for the upcoming political event. Lin Anan led the two children towards the classroom building. As they passed through the corridor, she saw a group of students gathered together, chattering about something. She casually glanced over and was surprised to find Qingyue among them. Qingyue also spotted Lin Anan and her companions, and her expression instantly soured. She pouted and deliberately raised her voice, saying, "See? I told you, but you didn't believe me. Chu Minglan really took my rain boots, and she's wearing them right now." Lin Anan frowned, stopped in her tracks, and coldly looked at Qingyue. The girls next to Qingyue heard this and turned their gazes toward Chu Minglan, scrutinizing her. Chu Minglan's face turned pale, and she tightly grasped Lin Anan's hand, her lips trembling. Lin Anan gently patted Chu Minglan's hand to reassure her, then stepped forward to face Qingyue directly. She wouldn't let the young girl's good nature be taken advantage of, and she disliked when others distorted the truth. Some things could be tolerated, but not clarifying certain statements was like accepting unfair blame, which could harm Chu Minglan's reputation. Lin Anan's voice was clear and strong. "Qingyue, you have quite the talent for twisting the truth. It was you who snatched the rain boots I picked out for my sister. So how did it turn into Chu Minglan stealing from you? Xingyue huffed, defiantly saying, "Don't slander me. Those rain boots were meant for me. Chu Minglan is just jealous and deliberately tried to take them from me." Lin Enin smiled slightly, looking around at the other students, her tone softening. "Is that so? I heard your grandfather is a leader, right? Your aunt mentioned that you usually get whatever you want. That's quite impressive." After all, Xingyue was just a 13-year-old girl. Being spoiled didn't mean she was smart. Hearing Lin Enin's tone soften and praise her, she huffed a couple of times. "Of course. I'm not like Chu Minglan. She was born with a mother but raised without one. What right does she have to compare with me?" Lin Enin's gaze deepened as she looked around, noticing the expressions on everyone's faces. So, this was how they talked about Xiaolon usually? Lin Enin felt a surge of anger inside but controlled herself, maintaining a faint smile. "Classmate Shi, it seems you take great pride in your family background. However, that does not justify bullying classmates or twisting the truth." Before Xingyue could respond, Lin Enin shifted her focus to the surrounding students. "I'm sure everyone is curious. How did Chu Minglan, who has been suppressed by Xingyue for so long, suddenly gain the courage to fight back?" Many students looked surprised, clearly aware of the situation. Lin Enin continued, "Yesterday at the supply store, I picked out rain boots for Xiaolon and was about to pay when classmate Shi and her aunt tried to take them by force, even using harsh words against us. Many people witnessed this. Now, just because we wouldn't let go of the rain boots, we are being falsely accused? We are all classmates in the same school and should help and respect each other. Yet classmate Shi uses her family's power to bully others, and you all just stand by and watch." The students surrounding them exchanged glances, some looking uncomfortable. Others, who were unaware of the details, began to see Lin Enin's point and started whispering among themselves. Lin Enin didn't want the younger students to judge the situation. She just wanted to let it develop further. Most students in this elementary school came from military families, raised with strong values. She didn't believe they were all like Xingyue. At the very least, they should have the ability to tell right from wrong. As Lin Enin spoke, Xingyue's face turned pale and then flushed with anger. She shouted, "Don't listen to her nonsense. You all know what kind of person Chu Minglan is. If anyone dares to support her, I will cut ties with you." Lin Enin replied coolly, "Classmate Shi, are you threatening us with your grandfather again? This only shows how unreasonable you are. Look at yourself now. Do you really think everyone will always be afraid of you?" Lin Enin turned to the students again, sincerely urging, "Classmates, what classmate Shi is doing is bullying. If everyone chooses to stay silent today, tomorrow it could be you who gets bullied." Her words were heartfelt and persuasive, stirring a commotion among the crowd. Soon a small, shy girl stepped forward. She raised her hand, her voice trembling slightly. I also want to say that Xingyue often bullies people at school. She takes my stationery and makes me help her with chores. If I don't help, she scolds me." This stirred up a wave of support, and a few more children stood up. "It's true. She often mocks me for my grades and calls me ugly. Yeah, last time I accidentally bumped into her, she forced me to kneel and clean her shoes.
Wah.
Last time she hit me and locked me in a wooden house at the foot of the back mountain. My grandma searched for me all night." Seeing her classmates stand up to accuse her, Xingyue panicked. Her eyes turned red, but she tried to act tough, saying, You are all lying. I didn't do anything." Lin Enin gently hugged Chu Minglan's shoulder, giving her strength in her own way. "Xiaolon, don't be afraid. Look, your classmates are very brave." Chu Minglan's eyes sparkled with tears as she nodded firmly. "Sister, what they said is true. Xingyue often bullies me, forces me to do her chores, tears my books, and scratches my new clothes." Lin Enin clenched her fists tightly, looking coldly at Xingyue with a very serious tone. "Xingyue, you need to come with me to the teacher's office. This matter must be addressed. You ran away yesterday, but today, you can't escape." Xingyue bit her lip and stumbled back a step. "I was just joking with her. Don't try to bully me." Then she turned to run away. Just then, Chu Mingling's homeroom teacher, Ms. Su, arrived and blocked Xingyue's path. Seeing a crowd gathered, and Lin and among them, Ms. Su quickly walked over. What's going on? Lin and nodded slightly to Ms. Su and got straight to the point, a mess. Su, my Xiaolon has been bullied at school for a long time. This is very serious, and we need to talk about it. Here's what happened. Lin and spoke quickly, detailing the situation. The students who had just pointed out Xingyue were still present, not only from Chu Mingling's class but also from other classes. After hearing this, Ms. Su's face turned pale. She looked at Xingyue with a stern tone. Xingyue, is what Lin said true? Xingyue lowered her head, biting her lip and remaining silent, tears welling in her eyes, looking wronged.
MS. So.
Xingyue not only took her classmates' stationery, forced them to help her with chores, and made them kneel to clean her shoes, but she also mocked and insulted them, and even hit people. Bullying in school is not a small issue. It can cause great harm to children's mental and physical health. The school must take serious action, or I will report this to the education department and will not tolerate it. Teacher Su looked very serious and quickly nodded. Comrade Lin, you can rest assured that I will investigate the matter thoroughly and give you an explanation. Let's go to the office to talk. She then looked at Xingyue, who wanted to leave, and said, Xingyue, you also need to go to the office with the teacher. Upon hearing that she had to go to the office, Xingyue became anxious and almost cried. Teacher Su, I won't go. They are all slandering me. I didn't bully anyone. Xingyue, I have always thought you were a smart child, just a bit difficult, but now the facts are clear. If you did something wrong, you must bravely admit it and correct it. Avoiding it won't solve the problem. With no choice, Xingyue had to follow along. She glared fiercely at Lin and the others. Such young children, yet their eyes were as fierce as if they were poisoned. Lin took Chu Mingling's hand and softly encouraged her. Xiaolon, let's go. Bullying is not a small matter. We must face it bravely. With my sister-in-law and teacher Su here, we don't have to be afraid of her. Chu Minglong pressed her lips together, her eyes filled with tears. However, having her sister-in-law there made her feel inexplicably reassured. On the way, Lin taught Chu Minglong how to effectively report what happened. Xiaolon, you need to tell the teacher everything you know and experienced, including the time, place, and number of people involved. Make sure to express it clearly. We need to resolve this completely. If not, my sister-in-law will report it to the police. Chu Minglong nodded slightly, gripping Lin's hand tightly. Once they entered the office, Teacher Su asked everyone to sit down. Soon, the home roachers of several other students arrived. The situation was even more serious than Lin had imagined. The experiences shared by several children were not much different from the bullying Lin had faced before. Oppression, insults, beatings, threats, intimidation. Moreover, Xingyue was not alone. She had several accomplices who often hung out with her. As Teacher Su and the other home roachers listened to the children's accounts, their expressions grew increasingly serious. Teacher Su furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with sorrow. She looked at Xingyue and asked sternly, Xingyue, how do you explain this? So many classmates have come forward to accuse you. Do you still want to argue? How can a young girl be so cruel? Xingyue lowered her head, gripping the hem of her clothes tightly, her body trembling slightly, yet she still refused to admit. I didn't do anything. They are all lying. I didn't bully them. Lin looked at Xingyue with great disgust, feeling hopeless. Teacher Su, the experiences of so many children are clear. Bullying in school cannot be tolerated and must be dealt with seriously. Otherwise, the harm to these children is too great. I thought it wasn't serious, but now I demand her expulsion. I cannot accept such a cruel child in the same class as my child. Other teachers nodded in agreement, saying, yes, this is not a small matter. It needs to be reported and handled seriously. Teacher Su took a deep breath, her eyes red with anger. I understand. Don't worry, Lin. I will give you an explanation. Xingyue, why did you do this? We are all classmates. Why did you act this way? Xingyue bit her lip, silent for a long time, then quietly said, I just thought it was fun. I didn't do anything, they just wouldn't listen. How unreasonable and self-righteous. A male teacher, unable to contain his anger, slammed his hand on the desk. You think it's fun? Just because you think it's fun, you let so many children live in fear? School is for learning and becoming a useful person in society, not for bullying classmates. I will tell my grandpa. After being scolded, Xingyue finally burst into tears, insisting on calling her grandpa. Teacher Su could no longer listen. Xingyue, I will contact your parents. If you think you can use your grandpa to intimidate us, let me tell you, it won't work. In school, everyone is equal. No one can act recklessly because of their family background. You have hurt so many classmates, and you must face the consequences. Lin Anan watched Xingyue cry and frowned. You still want to call your grandpa? If he knew what you were doing at school, what would he think? Did he teach you to bully classmates? Do you think calling him will solve the problem? You must pay the price and give an explanation to all those you bullied. Hearing Lin Anan's words, Xingyue's cries softened a bit, but she still sobbed. My grandpa will deal with you all. You are all bullying me. At that moment, a female teacher hugged her student tightly and couldn't help but speak up. Who is really bullying whom? Look at these classmates you bullied. Do you think their emotional scars can be easily erased? Teacher Su rubbed her temples and said to Lin Anan and the other homeroom teachers, let's first sort out the situation, write a report, and submit it to the school leaders to get their opinions. After all, expelling a student is a serious matter that needs careful handling. Although Lin Anan felt anxious, she knew Teacher Su was right, so she nodded in agreement. Teacher Su, I hope the school can handle this quickly and provide a fair outcome for the children. These kids have been greatly affected in their minds and lives due to Xingyue's bullying, and we can't let them live in fear any longer. The other homeroom teachers also expressed their support, saying, yes, we must address this quickly to give the children an explanation and to warn all students and staff that we cannot allow bullying to spread in our school. Lin Anan specifically asked about the other children involved, noting their situations, planning to visit them later. One person's strength is small, but what about the strength of a group? Every child is precious to their parents. Xingyue lowered her head, silent, and starting to cry loudly, feeling scared. Lin Anan turned to comfort Chu Minglan and the other students, saying, don't be afraid, the school will handle this matter well. You must trust your teachers, such things won't happen again. You were very brave today. The other children nodded, their eyes filled with tears. After a while, Teacher Su said to Lin Anan, Lin, thank you for your hard work today. I will start handling this immediately. The school has a political event, but I will inform you as soon as I have news. Lin Anan nodded, all right, Teacher Su, thank you for your help. I hope the school takes this seriously. With that, Lin Anan took her leave. Now that the situation was clear, she focused on the key points. Once outside the school, she returned to the military compound. Gong Li Kun, number 3, East-West Alley. Qi Shui, number 7, South 3rd Alley. Ma Jingyun, number 1, South 5th Alley.
Su línea, número 5, vuela ley.
These 4 children were the brave ones who stood up today, while she was unaware of the others who did not. Lin Anan didn't mind the effort and decided to visit each one. She first arrived at Gong Li Kun's home and gently knocked on the door. When the door opened, a slightly tired-looking woman peeked out, her eyes filled with confusion upon seeing Lin Anan. Lin Anan quickly introduced herself and explained her purpose for visiting. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes turned red instantly. She grabbed Lin Anan's hand and led her inside, saying, is what you said true? My little Kun has always been well-behaved. How could this happen? Once inside, Lin Anan looked around and noticed that the family seemed to be struggling, with 2 small children present. After chatting for a while, the woman began to cry. No wonder little Kun often has injuries. No matter how I asked, he wouldn't say anything. How can these kids be so cruel? Lin Anan gently reassured her, I completely understand your feelings. What happened today was discovered, but if it hadn't been found out, I can't even imagine. We need to seek justice for the children. This situation is extremely serious. Yes, you are right, the woman replied. They continued discussing the matter until they reached an agreement, and then Lin Enin left the Gong family. Next, she went to Qi Shue's house. Qi Shue's father was home. He was a tall and strong man. Upon hearing Lin Enin's account, he slammed the table in anger. This is unacceptable. My daughter is so well-behaved. How could she suffer like this at school? I always teach her to be kind to others, but it seems that has become a reason for others to bully her. Lin Nin said, Comrade Qi, I came here to discuss how we can resolve this issue together. The school is already preparing a report, but as parents, we can't just wait. We need to take action and pressure the school to ensure strict punishment. Qi Shue's father frowned, his tone firm. Sister, you tell me what to do, and I will support you. I can't just stand by while my daughter is bullied. If the school doesn't handle it well, I will confront Xingyue's parents. Lin Enin quickly advised, Brother, let's hold off on confronting Xingyue's parents for now. We should wait for the school's response first. If we are not satisfied with their handling, we can think of a solution together. Right now, the most important thing is to unite and support the children. After thinking for a moment, Qi Shue's father nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'm just so angry. Even though my daughter hasn't said much, I can see she's been upset, and it feels like a thorn in my heart. They exchanged more details about the children's daily behavior, and then Lin Enin said her goodbyes and headed to Ma Jingyun's house. Ma Jingyun's parents were in a special forces unit and were often away from home, so she usually lived with her grandparents. Ma grandma had a fiery temper, and after a few words, she was already furious and wanted to go to the school to confront someone. Comrade Lin, you are such a good person. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't even know how much Jingyun has suffered at school. These troublesome people, my wife will confront them. It's not a loss anyway. Lin Enin quickly comforted her. Auntie, please don't be anxious. We need to think of a way together so that the children can be well and study peacefully in the future. Grandpa Ma puffed on his pipe. Isn't that the granddaughter of old Shi? I should go talk to him. Don't say I'm bringing up old grievances. If I hadn't saved his life back then, he wouldn't be living so well now. Lin Enin was taken aback and didn't respond much. After leaving the Ma family, Lin Enin arrived at her last stop, Su Lingya's home. In this time, contacting parents relied entirely on walking. Visiting one family meant repeating everything, which was really not an easy task. Lin Enin patted her chest, feeling a bit exhausted. The door to Su Lingya's house was half open. Lin Enin gently pushed it open. The room was somewhat dim. An elderly person with gray hair was sitting on a small stool, mending a pair of worn-out shoes. Hearing the noise, the old person looked up, squinting at Lin Enin for a moment. Lin Enin took a breath, stepped forward, introduced herself softly, and explained her purpose. As the elder listened, their hands stopped moving, and their eyes gradually filled with tears. What a pity. This child Lingya has had a hard life. She lost her parents when she was young, and it's thanks to the organization's care that she could go to school. I never expected her to suffer like this at school. Lin Enin felt a pang in her heart as she looked at the elder. The elder must be at least 70 or 80 years old, hunched over, and wearing patched clothes. Lin Enin wouldn't let her get involved in the trouble. Auntie, I came today to update you on the situation. Don't worry, since I'm handling this matter, I won't let the children be bullied. The school is already addressing it, and I will make sure the children get justice. The elder, seeing that Lin Enin took on the matter of Su Lingya, repeatedly thanked her. Comrade Lin, thank you. You've really helped us. Thanks to kind people like you, we have hope. Saying this, the elder went to get something from inside, and Lin Enin couldn't stop her. In the end, the elder prepared a basket of food and insisted that Lin Enin take it. Lin Enin firmly refused, quickly saying, Auntie, I can't accept these. I'm just visiting parents to keep you informed. Please don't worry too much. This matter will be resolved. The elder looked at Lin Enin gratefully. Young lady, thank you. You have such a good heart. Lingya didn't tell me when she came back. As her grandmother, I feel so unworthy. Don't blame yourself, ma'am. The child didn't say anything because she didn't want to worry you. Please pay more attention to Lingya's feelings, and if anything happens, feel free to contact me. Lin Anan left her address and then stood up to say goodbye. When the old woman learned that Lin Anan was the daughter-in-law of Captain Chu, she paused and then burst into tears. Her husband had been a soldier under Commander Chu, fighting bravely until the end. Her 3 sons were also soldiers under Colonel Chu, who sacrificed their lives in the same battle. So, you're from the Chu family.
No wonder, no wonder.
After leaving Su Lingyao's house, Lin Anan took a deep breath. Every parent she visited today was quite nice. Once home, Lin Anan slumped into a chair. She knew that bullying in schools existed in every era. To ensure children can learn in a safe and harmonious environment, it requires the joint efforts of parents, schools, and society. She believed that as long as everyone worked together, they could bring sunshine back to children's school lives. At the very least, she would not allow Chu Minglan to live in darkness. She had to protect her. After resting for a moment, Lin Anan decided to wait for Chu Mingzhou to return so they could discuss their next steps. She wanted to create a bullying-free environment for her child, no matter how powerful the bullies were. If necessary, she would take up her pen and raise awareness through the media. Public opinion could be a much stronger force than this. After thinking for a while, Lin Anan moved to her desk, picked up a pen, and wrote a short piece about school bullying. She planned to submit it to the newspaper or Xinhua news agency the next time she went to the city, hoping to draw more attention to this issue. Schools should be safe havens, yet the shadow of bullying quietly grows. Many children suffer in silence, facing malicious insults and even physical harm. These actions leave deep scars, robbing them of their bright smiles and filling their eyes with fear and helplessness. Children are the future builders of our country. How can we allow them to be bullied at such a young age? The root causes include a lack of proper family education, which leads some children to not understand respect, neglect in school management, which fails to detect and stop bullying in time, and the infiltration of negative societal trends that encourage such behavior. At this moment, it is urgent for everyone to join hands. Parents should lead by example, nurturing kindness in their children. Schools must strengthen educational oversight and impose strict penalties for bullying actions, creating a friendly atmosphere in society and setting positive examples. Let's work together to dispel the shadows of bullying and give children a clear sky, helping them grow strong. Just as Lin Anan finished writing, a military vehicle stopped at her doorstep. Wang Hu got out, only to deliver a message from Chu Mingzhou that he would be home late today. Lin Anan acknowledged it politely and saw him off. Since Chu Mingzhou wouldn't be home for dinner, she decided to take the 2 little ones to the cafeteria, saving herself the trouble of cooking. Right at lunchtime, Lin Anan went to pick them up from school. She happened to see Teacher Su walking out with Chu Ming. When Teacher Su spotted Lin Anan waiting at the gate, she seemed a bit taken aback. Teacher Su thought Lin Anan was anxious about the situation with Xinhua and had come to demand an explanation. Comrade Lin, I've already looked into the matter and submitted a report. Please don't worry. Lin Anan blinked and quickly replied, How can I not worry? I'm so anxious I can't sit still. Teacher Su, I'm not feeling well and shouldn't be upset, but I'm so worried my chest hurts. Lin Anan hoped for more misunderstanding, frowning and sighing as she confronted her. In the end, Teacher Su could only nod in agreement. Once she felt it was enough, Lin Anan turned to leave, holding the hands of the 2 little ones. Chu Minglan felt guilty, fearing her actions might upset her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, are you okay? Teacher Su is very good. She will handle it well and won't favor Xinhua. Seeing Chu Minglan's worried expression warmed Lin Anan's heart. She gently patted her head and said softly, Xiaolon, I'm fine. I just want to resolve this quickly, so you can focus on school without feeling wronged. Don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. Chu Mingyu chimed in, Sister-in-law, my sister is naughty. She never tells me. Otherwise, I would have dealt with Xinhua. I have plenty of brothers. Before he could finish, Lin Anan playfully tapped his head. Protecting your sister is good, but you're not a troublemaker. You have brothers, huh?
Ha ha ha.
Chu Mingzhou rubbed his head and laughed along. Lin and Nen held their hands tightly. Let's go to the cafeteria. Uncle Taizhu makes delicious food.
Yay!
Chu Minglan still looked a bit down, so Lin and Nen noticed and intentionally changed the subject, sharing some funny stories to bring a smile back to her face. When Lin and Nen arrived at the cafeteria, many people were already eating. She found an empty seat and went to get her meal. Chun Tieju's wife saw Lin and Nen and quickly put down what she was doing. Lin, don't serve yourself. I'll take care of it, she said, winking at her. All right, then I'll trouble you, sister-in-law. Before long, Chun Tieju's wife brought over steaming hot dishes, adding an extra meat dish, braised pork with preserved vegetables. The two little ones' eyes lit up at the sight of so much delicious food. Lin, why didn't you say you were coming? Luckily, your brother prepared good food today. Lin and Nen smiled gratefully. Thank you, sister-in-law. My husband is busy today and won't be home for dinner. My younger siblings have a school event and are tired, so we didn't cook at home and came here for a meal. Oh, don't mention it. Your family, so no need to be polite. We're happy to have you here every day. Chun Tieju's wife pulled over a stool and sat down. She was warm and friendly, and Lin and Nen chatted with her while eating. When the conversation turned to school bullying, Chun Tieju's wife became very animated.
Ah?
I know that girl you mentioned. Is she very pretty? Yes, she's quite beautiful. Just last week, a girl with the surname, she came here with a woman. It was unbelievable. She complained about everything before even taking a bite, insisting there were hygiene issues. In the end, we had to waive the meal fee just to send them off properly. By the way, I heard the girl call that woman her aunt, and she said, that woman is going to marry into the Tang family. Chun Tieju's wife couldn't hide her disdain for the two, but as an ordinary person, she didn't dare to provoke them, given their connections. Lin and Nen paused with her chopsticks. It seemed everyone wanted to be associated with the Tang family. She knew that Tang Jingqiao had a brother named Tang Muyang, who seemed to be educated as well. However, Lin and Nen wouldn't say much. If the Tang family could marry Xingyue's aunt, that was truly their blessing. Very fitting. Chun Tieju's wife continued to complain. Lin, you should have seen that woman. She was so arrogant, acting like this cafeteria belonged to her. It really annoyed everyone, but we couldn't do anything about it. Lin and Nen shook her head slightly and softly reassured, sister-in-law, don't be upset. It's not worth it to hurt yourself over such people. They will eventually face consequences. She understood that with the bullying scandal at school, the Shi family would have to step in sooner or later, and they would have to do so with humility. As for her aunt's arrogant behavior, they would just have to wait and see. Chun Tieju's wife, feeling sympathetic, served food to Chu Minglan, saying, what a good child. How could those heartless people do such a thing? Lin, it seems their family has a lot of power. If you confront them, won't it end badly for you? Lin and Nen remained calm and confident. Sister-in-law, we are not afraid of this. The truth prevails everywhere, and this bullying issue is about the children's mental and physical health. It's a matter of principle, and no matter who is involved, there must be an explanation. We are all from military families, and most people in the army are principled and reasonable. Chun Tieju's wife sighed in relief. That's true, Lin. You have such courage. I really admire your spirit. Lin and Nen laughed at her expression. I don't have much strength. If anything, it might just be what others call the pride of a scholar, which is simply not tolerating wrongdoing. Seeing her friend brighten up, Chun Tieju's wife felt more at ease. The cafeteria had been running for a while, and she naturally interacted with various people. It was the busiest place, and she heard a lot of news. She felt that she and Lin and Nen shared a deep friendship, able to talk about anything. As they exchanged topics, Lin and Nen raised her eyebrows, finding it added some excitement to her otherwise dull life. She didn't recognize many of the people mentioned, but she listened quietly. However, there were two she was familiar with, Shi Lady and Leelu. Do you know the Shi family? The father passed away early, and they have several daughters. I heard she married off the first few, without much thought, and now there's only one left. That woman is even thinking of selling her last daughter to buy a vehicle for her son. Lin and nodded, indicating she was aware. That daughter is called Lady, and she's quite fierce. She even dared to argue with her mother, but her brother broke her leg. She absolutely refused to marry, causing a huge scene, but in the end, it was her good friend who convinced her, and now she has agreed. Lin paused. Good friend? It wouldn't be Tang Jingqiao, would it? Hey, how did you know? Many people are praising that girl from the Tang family now. She said she would come. The Shi family is causing such a commotion that everyone in the courtyard is annoyed, but in the end, they still gave her face and stopped arguing. Lin found it amusing. Is this really a close friend? It seems more like a frenemy. Knowing it's a dangerous situation, she still encourages others to jump in, sacrificing her friend while gaining a good reputation for herself. Tang Jingqiao's tactics are quite clever. Chun Tieju's wife continued to talk, and then there's the Li family. Didn't the Li family's daughter have 4 girls? She was kicked out by her husband, but thankfully, the Li family took her back. Now it seems her husband is causing a fuss about divorce, saying he doesn't want any of the 4 girls and wants her to take them all, plus the Li family has to pay the bride price. Lin gently put down her utensils, frowning slightly. Is that true? She had been getting close to Leelu lately and hadn't heard a word about it. 1 baby is manageable, but 4. Chu Mingzhou also slowed down her eating, listening intently. She had a good relationship with Leelu and felt worried just hearing about it. Lin was filled with confusion and couldn't help but ask, Sister-in-law, how do you know about the Li family situation? Is her husband really that unreasonable? I heard it from Leelu's aunt. Apparently, her husband is already on a train heading to our courtyard. Just thinking about those 4 girls is heartbreaking. Chun Tieju's wife sighed deeply. Lin furrowed her brows tighter. This is simply too much. The children aren't just Leelu's. Why should they all be thrown at her? That's just wrong. By the way, I don't know who spread the news, but they say Leelu has started making money. I don't know what job it is, but she can earn $50 in just a few days. Lin's heart sank. Her kind intentions. Could they have harmed someone? After that, she didn't pay attention to what Chun Tieju's wife was saying. She was thinking about asking more when she went to get the book cover and bookmark designs in the afternoon. If her good intentions caused trouble, she needed to fix it quickly. After finishing her meal, Lin took the 2 little ones back to school and then headed to the Li family. She walked quickly, feeling anxious. It seemed that the world's hardships were particularly aimed at those who were already struggling. When she arrived at the Li family's door, Lin gently knocked. The door opened, and Aunt Luo smiled when she saw Lin. You're here.
Come in.
Aunt Luo knew that Lin came for the design draft, so she directly led her to Leelu's room. The sticky rice dumplings and steamed buns will be ready by tomorrow. I'll bring them to you then. Aunt, you are too kind. I feel embarrassed to refuse. Refuse? What? It's all our own stuff. It's not worth much. All right then, thank you in advance, Aunt. Lin entered the room where Leelu had just finished feeding her child. She had very little milk, but fortunately, the military farm had cows, and Aunt Luo brought milk back to cook every day, so the child was doing okay. Nin, you're here. Yes, I just came to take a look. Leelu quickly handed the child to Aunt Luo and got up to get the design draft. The book cover and bookmark are done. Let me know if you need any changes. Take your time, no rush. It was just some small additions, and with Leelu's design skills, there was really nothing to change. Lin pretended to look closely and brought up the topic. I heard from a sister-in-law that your husband's family is coming to take the child. Aunt Luo and Leelu exchanged glances and fell silent. Leelu's eyes showed discomfort, and her heart felt heavy. Aunt Luo sighed deeply and took the lead in the conversation, understanding that Lin was a good person and realizing why she had come. Yes, they're probably arriving in a day or 2, but it's tough for Leelu and the kids. Leelu's eyes turned red instantly. She lowered her head, her voice choked with emotion. It's embarrassing to say, but I worked so hard for their family, and just because I didn't give birth to a son, I was kicked out. Now he wants to make things even worse. Lin Enin gently patted Li Lu's shoulder to comfort her. So, what are you thinking? I heard someone say that you have a job now, which is why. That's not it. It's far away, and only people in the courtyard know I'm making money. He definitely doesn't know. Aunt Luo felt a bit guilty. It's my fault for being too happy and not keeping my mouth shut. How could that be her fault? Lin Enin completely understood Aunt Luo. Everyone was gossiping about her daughter, and even if she defended her by saying she could earn money, it was just a way to stand up for her. It was only natural. Aunt, this isn't your fault. Lu is helping me with the design. It's all legitimate work. Earning money through hard work is nothing to be ashamed of. Hearing Lin Enin's words, Aunt Luo's eyes began to redden as well. Lu has had a tough life. After returning to her family, she faced a lot of disdain. If it weren't for you finding her some work, I don't know how she would get by. Leelu nodded in agreement. The conversation has reached this point, and Lin Enin hopes they can be more cautious. She gently suggests, so he came this time to discuss divorce? He even brought the child, which clearly shows he doesn't want to be involved. You should prepare yourself. Leelu pressed her lips together, thinking for a while before sharing her thoughts. The Yongqian Publishing House seems interested in hiring me, but their requirements are very strict. I feel like I'm not good enough, so I didn't dare to apply. If possible, I want to take this step and give it a try.
Then,
I can run a place and take good care of the child. Lin Enin opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. It's great that she is brave enough to pursue a job. This is not just a job for Leelu, it's a way for her to reconnect with society. Moreover, if the position is suitable, it will allow her to showcase her strengths. But taking care of 4 young children? That's not something just anyone can manage. Have you thought this through? And do you think I can't handle it? Of course not. I mean, with the children, you might struggle to manage alone.
Leelu clenched her fist.
I can't let him have our daughter. Since he brought her, fine. Let him take care of her. He will only face hardships. Lin Enin has never been a mother, so she can't fully understand Leelu's feelings right now. But she recognizes the greatness of motherhood. Looking at the frail young woman in front of her, she realizes that at just over 20, Leelu is still like a student herself. Aunt Luo sniffled beside them. It's okay, dear, Mom will help you. Don't worry, Leelu. Lin Enin's eyes slightly moistened. The promise of Mom will help you carries a heavy weight. Turning to Leelu, Lin Enin tried to smile encouragingly. Leelu, since you've made up your mind, be brave and give it a shot. The fact that Yongqian Publishing House is interested in you shows you have the ability. If you encounter any difficulties at work, feel free to reach out to me. I will help you as much as I can.
Leelu nodded vigorously. Thank you, Enin.
Without you, I wouldn't have this courage. I know there will be many challenges, but I'm not afraid. For my child, I have to fight. All right, then please take this manuscript to the publishing house and tell Editor Lu that I've approved it.
Sure thing.
Before leaving, Lin Enin still felt a bit uneasy and reminded her, Leelu, since you've made your decision, when your husband's family comes, just cut ties decisively. If they make unreasonable demands, we will rely on the law, especially regarding child custody and support, which are clearly defined in our country. Okay. After leaving the Li family, Lin Enin still felt heavy-hearted. She was not an idealist. Rather, she had seen too much of the harsh reality, and everywhere she looked, there were thorns. Leelu's situation was truly difficult in such times. Once home, she sat at her desk for a long time before she began to write. The dusk outside grew darker. When the 2 little ones came back, they greeted Lin Enin and, seeing her busy, did not disturb her. Chu Mingzhou went to his room to do his homework, while Chu Minglan headed to the kitchen. Chu Mingzhou returned only when it was completely dark. Mingzhou. He hadn't even taken off his coat when Lin Enin rushed to him, her eyes already red. Chu Mingzhou quickly opened his military coat and wrapped her in it. What's wrong? Lin Enin didn't speak, burying her face in his chest. Chu Mingzhou gently patted her back, patiently waiting for her to calm down. After a while, Lin Enin looked up, her eyes red, her voice a bit choked. Mingzhou, I feel so useless. I clearly have no ability, yet I can't bear to see others suffer. Chu Mingzhou paused for a moment, still holding her, not saying much. At this moment, she needed someone to listen, not to interrupt her with solutions. Mingzhou, do you know? Xiaolin has been bullied at school for years. It's not just her. Many children are affected. They are at the most innocent age, yet some people are just so cruel, trapping others in their own tyranny. And that girl from the Li family, she did nothing wrong, yet she has been let down, trampled, and abandoned, and even the innocent child has to live in rejection. As Lin spoke, her voice began to tremble with tears. Seeing them makes my heart ache. I want to help them, but I feel so powerless. I'm so useless. Seeing her starting to cry, Chu Mingzhou felt a deep ache in his heart and gently wiped her tears away. No, who says you are useless? On the contrary, you are kind and have a brave heart, which is exactly what my wife should be like. Lin laughed at his words, tears welling up in her eyes, and her mouth couldn't help but curve into a smile as she playfully punched him in the chest. Your wife still has to put on a show, right? If I don't do well, then I'm not your wife anymore, is that it? Don't talk nonsense. Chu Mingzhou picked her up and walked to the edge of the bed, placing her on his lap. Lin instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. If I can't handle it, then you take over.
Okay.
Chu Mingzhou brushed her bangs aside. This world is inherently unfair, which is why we need soldiers like us. You've already done well, so don't put too much pressure on yourself. Lin leaned against Chu Mingzhou's chest, feeling his strong heartbeat, which made her feel much more at ease. Don't worry, I'll visit the school first thing tomorrow and talk to the principal. When Lin brother returned, he quickly called everyone to dinner. Lin sniffled, gathered her emotions, and stepped out of the room. At the dinner table, she naturally avoided heavy topics, wanting the family meal to be cheerful. However, after dinner, Lin became quite clingy. As soon as Chu Mingzhou finished a shower, she pulled him onto the bed to cuddle. Noticing that his wife seemed to lack security, Chu Mingzhou gently held her, his fingers softly running through her hair. Lin chattered away, wanting to report everything she knew, even mentioning the incident with Lady. I think Tang Jingqiao is really bad. She pretends to be a sister but encourages others to marry such a terrible person, all to boost her own reputation. Isn't that excessive? Chu Mingzhou responded with a light finding her daily chatter surprisingly relieving. I wonder if Lady will hate her once she realizes. Chu Mingzhou pulled her a bit closer. Tang Jingqiao won't stay in the Northwest Propaganda Department for long. She'll probably be transferred elsewhere, so don't worry about her. Really? She's leaving the Northwest? Yes. That's great. Lin didn't ask why, trusting that whatever Chu Mingzhou said was a fact. Because she didn't inquire further, she remained unaware of how cunning Chu Mingzhou could be, and she would soon receive quite a surprise. Since their last encounter at the observation deck, where Tang Jingqiao boasted about her position in the Northwest Propaganda Department, Chu Mingzhou had kept it in mind. When he passed by the Northwest Propaganda headquarters, he even made a special trip to the minister's office for a cup of tea. Not only did he secure a promotional opportunity for the Northwest Infantry Brigade, but he also pointed out and criticized Tang Jingqiao's behavior. Chu Mingzhou understood the situation clearly. He still remembered how Captain Tang had delayed his divorce application last time. He didn't give his Special Forces unit a chance to avoid suspicion. Instead, he handed the opportunity to Captain Huang, who was Captain Tang's rival. Captain Huang not only owed him a favor, but Captain Tang was completely unaware of it. Who could he blame? It was Tang Jingqiao's mistake for thinking she could use the opportunity to make a deal with Chu Mingzhou instead of realizing her father was involved. It was a self-inflicted problem. Although this wasn't a big deal at this moment, seizing exposure opportunities was important for promoting his unit. It could intimidate enemy nations and help secure better resources from the organization. Every leader cares for their soldiers. Even a little extra equipment is a guarantee for their safety. All right, it's time to rest.
Vav, I'm scared.
Scared of what? Scared of ghosts.
Chu Mingzhou.
The next morning, Chu Mingzhou took the two little ones to school. Lin, despite her weak body, was very direct with her feedback. She was in pain all over and couldn't get up. Maybe it was because she walked too much yesterday. She felt like she was falling apart and had no strength. Slowly getting up, it was almost noon by the time she was ready. However, Guian's medicine was really effective. As long as Lin took her medicine on time, her symptoms had been controlled, and her mental state had improved significantly in just a few days. Lin opened the door. Lin had just finished washing up when Aunt Luo came to knock. She brought a big basket of yellow steamed buns and 2 large plates of sticky rice dumplings, all freshly made and still warm. I don't know if you'll like it, but I brought some for you to try. I have plenty more at home. If you enjoy it, I can bring you more. Lin quickly took the basket and plates from Aunt Luo. Auntie, I really like them. Please come in. Lin wasn't lying. She genuinely loved them. These were authentic handmade whole grain foods, golden in color and incredibly fragrant. All right then, I won't come in. My family. Today, Leelu's in-laws are visiting, and Aunt Luo couldn't leave. Even Leelu's 2 brothers took the day off to stay home. Lin nodded eagerly. That's fine. I'll wait for my younger siblings to finish eating, then I'll come over to help. Good, if you don't mind, you can come. Okay. Lin wasn't trying to meddle. She had a bit of a personal interest in this. Firstly, she wanted material for her new book. She wanted to see the struggles of women firsthand. There were some details she hadn't experienced, and it was hard to understand them fully. Since she had a rare opportunity, she didn't want to miss it. On the condition that she wouldn't get into trouble, she was willing to help. Secondly, for the sake of this rare friendship, even though there was some sympathy involved, Leelu was kind-hearted and talented. If given the chance, she could become a great cover artist in the future. Aunt Luo patted Lin's hand, interrupting her thoughts. She would remember this kindness. Everyone in the courtyard avoided the situation, but Lin was warm-hearted. Not only did she not mind, but she was also willing to lend a hand everywhere. After Aunt Luo left, Lin took out the yellow steamed buns and sticky rice dumplings, placing them in an insulated wooden bucket and covering them with a thick blanket, planning to eat together with Chu Mingzhou and the others when they returned. She also prepared a few dishes: stir-fried dried green beans with cured meat, sweet and sour cabbage, and stewed beef with potatoes. It would surely be delicious with the yellow steamed buns at lunch. She broke off a sticky rice dumpling to taste. It was chewy and filled with sweet red bean paste. So delicious. Chu Mingzhou and Chu Minglan arrived home almost at the same time. Chu Minglan occasionally glanced at her older brother, smiling happily. Aunt Luo brought yellow steamed buns and sticky rice dumplings. I made a few dishes. Wash your hands and come eat. Coming, sister-in-law. Lin looked at Chu Mingzhou and saw him calm and steady, with no signs of extra emotion on his face. You went to Shaolan's school this morning? How was it? As everyone sat down at the table, Lin couldn't help but ask. These yellow steamed buns have a solid texture and rich flavor. They are really good, Chu Mingzhou replied, changing the subject to praise the buns instead. Lin blinked and looked at Chu Minglan. Chu Minglan cleared her throat and gave Lin a thumbs up. Brother was amazing. The principal even told us that they are all classmates, and Xinghua didn't mean any harm. He just wanted her to apologize. Brother came in from behind and immediately silenced him. Then he went to the principal's office. Just now, the principal said the school is going to expel Xinghua, and also, Wang Jiawei and Liang Yi are going to face punishment. Chu Minglan spoke with a smile that never left her face, clearly very happy. Lin paused.
Huh?
Is that how it was resolved? Chu Mingzhou is impressive.
But
she hasn't even shown her true skills yet. Chu Mingzhou picked up some food and put it in her bowl, saying, "Hurry up and eat. After you're done, I'll tell you." Lin nodded instinctively and murmured, "If you're so useful, you should have said so earlier. I wouldn't have made a fuss. I could have just let you handle it." Chu Mingzhou paused, frowned, and glanced at her. "Eat." Lin huffed at him and obediently lowered her head to eat. During lunch break, Lin pulled Chu Mingzhou aside to get the details. Seeing Lin Ainen's eager expression, Chu Mingzhou couldn't help but chuckle. I went to school early today and first found the head teacher. At first, the head teacher wanted to downplay the situation, saying it was just a small conflict between classmates and suggested that she and Yu apologize to settle it. It turned out that before going to school, Chu Mingzhou had already assessed the teacher's attitudes. The head teacher and the vice principal had connections to the Shi family. With that relationship, even when the issue was clear, they would still try to minimize it. Moreover, since Chu Mingzhou rarely showed up over the years, they thought it wouldn't be difficult to handle. They believed that a little persuasion would suffice, especially since Lin Ainen was just a young girl and Chu Minglan still needed to stay in school. But unexpectedly, several parents showed up early in the morning, causing a commotion, and even Captain Chu came in person. So you just picked them up and tossed them out? Yes, we cannot tolerate such dismissive bullying behavior. This is not only about Lan's learning environment, but also about the school's educational values. After that, I went to see the principal. The principal of Shirley P Elementary School is named Mr. Wang, a person of good character, so you can trust his handling of the situation. Lin Ainen played with her fingers, frowning in thought. Seeing her cute expression, Chu Mingzhou reached out and poked her cheek. If this kind of thing gets out, it will greatly affect the school's reputation. After all, Shirley P Elementary is a school for military families and is known for its good educational environment and values. Expelling Shi Yingyue to uphold the school's standards is necessary. Lin Ainen nodded slightly. This approach seems reasonable. If I find out there's a next time, I won't hold back. You have the ability, Chu Mingzhou said, looking at Lin Ainen with a smile in his eyes. Don't worry, the school will definitely strengthen its management in this area in the future. And after this incident, other students will learn from it and won't dare to misbehave easily. Lin Ainen sighed softly. I really didn't expect things to be resolved so smoothly. I had prepared many plans, and even thought about making it public to put pressure on them through social opinion. Chu Mingzhou laughed and playfully tapped Lin Ainen's nose. You really can't wait even a day. I told you to leave it to me. You don't need to worry. All right, my man is the best. It's my fault. I'm usually busy and don't pay enough attention to Lanjia. It's fine, what's important is that it's resolved. Xiaoluan can focus on her studies now. After the lunch break, Chu Mingzhou and the others went out. Just as Lin Ainen finished tidying up and was about to visit Aunt Luo, someone knocked on the door. Coming. At the door stood two women, one of whom Lin Ainen recognized as Xingyue's aunt. The other woman, who resembled her but was fuller in figure, was likely Xingyue's mother, as she wore a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Hello, Comrade Lin. I am Xingyue's mother, Xiaoyu, and this is my sister, Xia Shui, whom you've met. Lin Ainen felt a jolt of surprise but kept her expression neutral, nodding slightly. Are you here for something? Xia Shui let out a slight cold snort and lifted the items she was holding. We're here to apologize. Won't Comrade Lin invite us in to sit? At this time, many neighbors were heading to work, and people were passing by, glancing over. No need for an apology. I have things to do, Lin Ainen said, clearly refusing to let them in. Xiaoyu's smile froze. Of course. It's all my daughter Ye's fault for being thoughtless. She's spoiled at home and doesn't know how to joke properly. It's our mistake for not teaching her well. Joke? Lin Ainen was confused. The school had already decided to expel Shi Yingyue, so what were they doing here pretending to be concerned? Did they really need to say such vague things? Seeing her impatience, Xiaoyu became even more polite, quickly handing Lin Ainen a gift and revealing their purpose. Comrade Lin, Ye's grandfather is unwell and was upset last night, and he still can't get up. Please, have mercy and sign a letter of understanding for us. I scolded Ye well last night. She won't dare to do it again, really. All the blame is on us parents. Ye is still young, and if she's expelled, she won't have a future. As long as you sign the letter of understanding, we will voluntarily transfer her.
Moral coerción?
Lin Ainen looked at the gift handed to her, but did not reach out to take it. She felt disdain for the actions of the mother and daughter. I'm sorry, I can't sign. Comrade Lin, Ye truly knows she was wrong and has reflected deeply. She was just spoiled, but her heart is good. We promise to educate her properly from now on. Please consider that she is still young and doesn't understand. Give her another chance. Xia Yu's face was filled with anxiety, and she pretended to kneel. Xia Shui pulled at her side, shouting, "Comrade Lin, you are being too unreasonable. My sister is even willing to kneel to you. What more do you want? Everyone makes mistakes. Besides, your child is fine, right?" The neighbors gathered around, curious about the commotion, whispering among themselves. Lin and In felt a mix of anger and amusement. They loved to put on a show, but she wasn't interested in watching. Lin and In stood tall, cleared her throat, and raised her voice a few notches. "Comrade Xia, it's not that I won't give Shi Yingyue a chance, but her actions have already caused serious consequences. Bullying in school is not a small matter. We can't just overlook it with a simple, she doesn't understand. When she bullied, hit, insulted, and threatened her classmates, how innocent were those children she harmed? Moreover, the school has already decided to expel her, which is responsible for all students. I have no right to forgive anyone on their behalf." A gasp went through the crowd. Every household had children, and many kids attended Shirley primary school. When bullying was mentioned, most people couldn't accept it. Voices of outrage quickly arose. When did this happen? Isn't she the daughter-in-law of team leader Shi? Did team leader Shi's granddaughter bully someone? Did she bully Lan Jie and Yuge? Mingzhou's wife, you can't agree to this. As a sister-in-law, you should think of the two kids. Exactly. If she had hit my Yaozu, I would have torn her apart. While some were angry, others were skeptical. Didn't Lan Jie and Yuge just go out? They look fine to me. They don't seem to have been hurt. Team leader Shi's granddaughter is just a girl. How strong can she be? It's probably just kids playing. Yes, they came to apologize. We are neighbors, so let's move on. Hearing these differing opinions, Lin Enin frowned slightly. She stepped outside and slammed her front door shut. School bullying is never a small issue. If a child behaves like that, it's indeed an education problem, and the parents should apologize. Of course, even if she didn't kneel down, I wouldn't forgive her, even if she died at my doorstep. You. However, the two dissenting voices continued to mumble quietly. One tall, thin woman scoffed, "I think it's making a big deal out of nothing. Kids fight and play. It's not that serious. They came to apologize, and yet they still won't let it go. Aren't they just trying to take advantage of the situation?" Lin Enin shot her a cold glance. "If you think school bullying is no big deal, then I wish your family experiences it more." "What? Are you cursing someone?" Lin Enin ignored her and pushed through the crowd, saying, "Whoever acts like a saint, let them be." The woman wanted to say more but was pulled back by an older lady. "You should say less. You have 3 kids at home. If they get bullied at school, let's see how you react." Seeing Lin Enin leave, the others glanced at the Xia sisters and quickly dispersed. "Yeah, let's go." Lin Enin didn't give the Xia sisters a chance to speak. The Xia sisters felt embarrassed and wondered how Lin Enin, looking so frail, could walk away so quickly. Why is Lin Enin so stubborn? Does she really think we didn't bring enough gifts? We brought the milk powder. What more does she want? Xiaoya, what should we do? If I go back to my father-in-law like this, I'll get scolded. Xiaoya frowned, feeling frustrated. "Sister, Lin Enin is so ungrateful. We came to plead nicely, and she's so tough. Should we go to a few other families first?" Xiaoyu sighed helplessly. "The other families won't help. Lin Enin is the main problem." Xiaoya gritted her teeth and said fiercely, "Humph, then we can't be polite anymore. If Lin Enin won't give us a way out, we won't let her off easily either." Xiaoyu stopped her with a look. "Don't act rashly. If we want to deal with her, we need to wait until things calm down. Let's go home first. I'll think of a plan." Meanwhile, Lin Enin walked quickly, feeling out of breath. She didn't know the Xia sisters' other thoughts, but she had already categorized them as the bad guys and would avoid any dealings with them in the future. Next time, she wouldn't even open the door. When she arrived at the Li family's house, the door was tightly shut. Lin Enin knocked on the door. Li Qi opened it. Sister-in-law, you're here? Yes, what happened? Li Qi shook his head and welcomed the guests into the house. Leelu and Aunt Luo were sitting in the main hall, along with a few unfamiliar faces. Aunt Luo quickly introduced everyone. This is Lulu's uncle and aunt, and this is her second brother. This is the wife of Captain Chu, a friend of my Lulu. She helped Lulu find her job, and she is really nice. Li Lin and the others nodded at Lin and smiled back, acknowledging them. She sat down next to Li Lu and said with concern, "They haven't arrived yet, right? I was delayed outside for a bit." Li Lu forced a small smile and replied, "Sister Nin, it's fine. I'm just a bit anxious about how they will act when they arrive." Just as Li Lu finished speaking, there was a loud knock at the door. It was clear that her in-laws had arrived. Li Qi called out to Li Lin, "Let's go open the door together." Okay. Aunt Luo straightened her clothes and sat up straight. "Lulu, don't be afraid. Sit tight. I'll take care of everything." Lin bit her lip and sat quietly, her eyes fixed on the door with a serious expression. She hoped the Li family could resolve things smoothly and that she could remember everything that happened. When the door opened, 3 people rushed in aggressively. The guards who had come to them were stunned. Li Qi quickly sent the guards away and closed the door to discuss matters. The leader was a burly man with a fierce look, followed by a dark-skinned woman and a short old lady. The old lady held a child who was dressed in rags and looked very thin. She also carried a bamboo basket on her back, which was crammed with 2 more children. Despite being squeezed in such a small basket, the 2 children remained silent until they saw Li Lu. "Mommy!" The 2 children called out pitifully, their voices tinged with tears. Li Lu's heart tightened, her eyes reddened, and she could no longer sit still. She rushed over. "Li Lu, you're just sitting here comfortably." The man shouted angrily at Li Lu. Li Lu trembled slightly but ignored him and went to pick up the children. The old lady didn't stop her. She let go of the child's hand and dropped the bamboo basket heavily. Thankfully, Li Qi caught it just in time, or the 2 children would have fallen. "Big sister, second sister, third sister, why are you all so thin?" Li Lu almost lunged forward, unable to hold back her tears. Aunt Luo and Aunt Li quickly stepped forward, each taking a child into their arms. Aunt Li said, "I'll take the kids to the back, so you can talk." The 3 kids had been holding back their feelings when they didn't see their mother, but now that they had found her, they were reluctant to leave. Li Lu wiped her tears and gently reassured them, "Be good. Go to the back and see your sister. Auntie will bring you some snacks and Mommy will be there soon." When food was mentioned, the kids instinctively swallowed, looking confused but clearly very hungry. "Be good. Go eat something first." After a few encouraging words, the children followed Aunt Li to the back room. Lin clutched her chest, feeling a sharp pain. These 3 kids were so pitiful, they looked neglected, and it was hard for anyone to bear. A man with a rough face scoffed and plopped down onto a chair, his eyes cold as he looked at Li Lu with no warmth. "How can you leave home during the new year and now pretend to care about your daughter?" Li Lu trembled with anger and retorted, "Wang Yuan, you have no heart. I didn't leave home. I was forced out. When I left, the kids were fine, and now look at them after such a short time. What have you done to them?" A dark-skinned woman sat down beside him, speaking harshly. "Oh, you think you have a reason? Who knows if you ran off with some man? Without a woman at home, of course, the kids would lose some weight. You should blame yourself. You all." Aunt Luo pulled Li Lu aside, signaling her to stop saying meaningless things and to sit quietly. Aunt Luo felt guilty, thinking, "We were blind to let Lu marry into this family. They claim to have a stable job, but after 3 years, he still hasn't gotten a position and is just working in the fields. It's one thing to earn points, but to treat his wife and kids so coldly is unacceptable. If you want a divorce, then do it. There's no need to force a life together that isn't working." Wang's mother looked around. This was her first visit to her daughter-in-law's family. To be honest, the conditions were quite good. The small house in the military compound was bright and spacious, with neat furniture. It was even better than what the matchmaker had described. With such a good home, how could her daughter not help out? Who said anything about divorce? We're here to take someone home. As soon as Wang's mother spoke, the Li family was taken aback, and Leelu trembled, unable to hide her fear. Li Qi was the first to speak. After how you treated my sister, you want to take her back? I disagree. Wang's mother exchanged a glance with Wang Yuan, her eyes filled with calculation.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
You want to disrupt our family? Even though you are Li Lu's older brother, that doesn't make sense. Aunt Luo scoffed, clearly seeing through their intentions. Stop pretending. Now you say you want to take Lulu back, but where were you before? You forced her into a corner, and now you act like you care. Do you think we can't see through your plans? Wang Yuan frowned, impatiently replying, What are you talking about? Li Lu is my wife, and the child is from our family. It's only right for us to take her back. Only right? How is it right after how you treated Lulu? You pushed her away, and now want to bring her back. Do you think she is just something you can call back at will? Wang Yuan's sister-in-law, a dark-skinned woman, sarcastically said, Humph, who can you blame? A hen that doesn't lay eggs. Shut up. How can you speak like that to your sister-in-law? You insult people with every word. You're a woman too. How can you say such things? Even the chairman said boys and girls are equal. Seeing Aunt Luo put her in a difficult position, Wang's sister-in-law could only fall silent, realizing that arguing about this was pointless. Wang Yuan, see? I told you I wouldn't come. I can't even say a word of truth without being targeted. Wang Yuan glared at the Li family, fiercely declaring, Either way, Li Lu must come back with us today, or this won't end.
Li Qi stepped forward, firmly blocking Leelu.
Whether my sister goes back or not depends on her own wishes. Do you think you can force her? You really think you can bully my family? Seeing the standoff, Wang's mother began to play the emotional card. Leelu, please come back with us. The child misses you. Can you really bear to leave? Leelu trembled slightly, her voice resolute. I won't go back. I never want to return to that home. I can't forget what you did to me. You don't get to decide. The argument escalated, with both sides shouting back and forth. Li Lin, who had been silent, stood up and said calmly, You brought the children here, which shows you are serious about the divorce. What? Suddenly you don't want to go through with it. Fine, you can take everyone back with you. Everyone turned to look at him, including Li Lu, who was in disbelief. Usually her second brother had the best relationship with her, so how could he? Li Lin glanced at Li Lu with a cold expression. Once a daughter is married, she is like spilled water. Mom, don't try to stop this. The Wang family was stunned. Wang's mother was the first to react, jumping up in a panic. What are you talking about? You've brought the children here. There's no reason to take them back. So you mean to take only Lulu back and leave the children? That's illegal. Wang's mother shot a look at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan also came to his senses and pointed at Li Lin, shouting, Stop talking nonsense. Just because we're on your territory doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. What law have I broken? You're just trying to frame me. Li Lin laughed at the foolishness of it all, then hurry up and take everyone, big and small. I don't have time to waste with you. Lin and Aunt Luo understood what was happening. Lin gently patted the sobbing Li Lu to remind her. Aunt Luo gritted her teeth and nodded. Yes, I brought my daughter back because I was worried about her. She's back, but now our family is being criticized. If you insist on taking her, go ahead. There's not much luggage anyway.
Mom.
Li Qi felt his mother and second brother had gone mad, and his anger flared up. Aunt Luo shot him a look. Listen to your brother. Li Qi was taken aback and instantly calmed down. This was the Li family's secret signal. The Li family always did this. The second brother was the smartest, so everyone had an agreement to follow his lead in tough situations. Sister Wang was not having it and shouted, Why should we? The children have been brought here. There's no way to take them back. We can't afford to raise them. Besides, Li Lu's background is too poor. She just stays at home all day like a dead person. Even if she goes out to work, she can't earn more than a few points a day. Li Lin found their reasoning amusing and sat down calmly again. These 4 children belong to the Wang family. They have nothing to do with the Li family. If you want to leave the children with me, then let's go to the protection office and discuss it there. The Wang family initially saw that the Li family had good conditions and felt sorry for their daughter, wanting to pressure the Li family and propose some conditions, like returning the 100 yuan betrothal gift and asking for some benefits. But the situation was not right. The Li family seemed eager for them to take their daughter away, clearly not taking Leelu seriously. Wang's mother changed her tone. What my eldest daughter-in-law said is not wrong. Leelu is just a burden. Marrying such a daughter into our family is like a scam. We have taken care of her for 3 years, and what do we get? She only gave birth to 4 children who are a financial burden. We haven't even come to you for compensation yet. Li Lin exchanged glances with his older brother. Li Qi had already realized what was meant. It was a signal for him to take a tough stance. Li Qi was tall and strong, not as heavy as Wang Yuan, but he was a solid man from the army and could easily throw Wang Yuan far away with a single move. Wang Yuan joined his mother, saying, "Exactly. The matchmaker said she would be a capable and good wife, but you all..." In an instant, Li Qi threw Wang Yuan out of the main hall. With a loud thud, he hit the ground. Lin Anan thought she heard the sound of Wang Yuan's bones cracking. Wang Yuan fell to the ground, wincing in pain and unable to get up for a while. Wang's sister-in-law and mother rushed over, screaming. Wang's sister-in-law helped Wang Yuan up while angrily shouting, "You Li family dare to hit people. Just wait, I will call the police and make sure you regret it. This marriage must be annulled. My mother-in-law and Yuan are kind-hearted and wanted to bring her back to live well, but you all are being unreasonable." Li Qi stood his ground, his eyes filled with anger. "Call the police? Go ahead. Let's see if the police will handle your abandonment of children and beating of women, or if they will support my self-defense. You come here causing trouble and dare to threaten me. Do you really think our Li family is easy to bully?" Wang's mother, heartbroken seeing her son hurt, cried out, "You are bullying us. We came with good intentions to bring Leelu back, and this is how you treat us. Leelu, look at your family. This is their attitude towards you." Seeing the Wang family's disgraceful behavior, Leelu's fear gradually turned into anger. "Stop pretending to be pitiful. Everyone sees how you treated me. If we are to separate, then let's separate. These children truly belong to the Wang family. I don't want any of them. Take them back the way you brought them." Wang Deseo glared fiercely at Leelu and said, "You must be dreaming. You heartless person. Look at your miserable state. Even now, you are siding with outsiders. Do you believe I will have a Yuan teach you a lesson?" Aunt Luo stood up with her arms crossed. "Outsiders? You are the real outsiders. The way you treated Lulu and neglected the children, do you really want to settle the score? You came all this way to cause a divorce, then changed your mind, and now you want a divorce again. You think you can just say whatever you want." Wang Yuan finally regained his composure, struggled to stand up, and pointed at Li Qi, saying, "Just wait. This matter isn't over." He then turned to Leelu. "Divorce? You can't expect me to take responsibility for those children you had. I don't want any of it." Seeing his attitude still arrogant, Li Qi stepped forward and raised his fist. Wang Yuan quickly took a big step back. Wang's mother and sister felt scared and lost the confidence they had when they first entered. Uncle Li timely interjected, acting all businesslike. "All right, everyone, let's keep it down. I have important matters to attend to in my unit, and no time to watch you argue. If you're going to divorce, make it clear so I can report back to the family." Hearing Uncle Li say this, Wang's mother calculated in her mind that she couldn't leave empty-handed and needed to gain something from this. She wiped her tears, looking pitiful and helpless, and said, "Since you want a divorce, we need to clarify things. Our family gave $100 as a bride price, and that money needs to be returned. Also, Leelu has lived with us for years without paying, so we deserve an explanation." Li Lin scoffed. "Bride price? How can you even mention that? My sister came with her own bride price and dowry, which you have already taken. As for living without paying, do I need to teach you how to read? She has given birth and taken care of the household. Don't those count as contributions? Wang Yuan nodded. Giving birth? All she had were burdens. What good are they? Li Qi's anger flared up again, and he stepped forward, making Wang Yuan retreat in fear. Say that again. What's wrong with girls? Are girls not human? With your outdated views on gender, you don't deserve to be a father. Wang Deseo quickly grabbed Wang Yuan, afraid he would provoke the Li family further. She secretly hoped they would get divorced quickly and that Leelu would never return to her family. Leelu, look at what you've turned your family into. Since you want a divorce, let's make it quick and not drag it out. Leelu looked at the Wang family with disgust in her eyes. I've wanted to leave Wang Yuan for a long time. You can take the kids. My life will be so much better without your family. Wang's mother became anxious upon hearing this. We don't want any of those troublemakers. Leelu frowned. You can't just say this or that. What do you really want? Wang's mother, still not giving up, said if you want a divorce, the kids can stay with you, but you need to pay us 300 yuan as compensation for taking care of you all these years. 300 yuan? You really think you can get that? Linen, sipping water from the table, saw the right moment and slowly spoke up. Aunt Wang, I advise you to say less, or you might get into trouble. Leelu can accuse you of extortion. As for the kids, if you can give them to her, do it quickly, and then discuss child support. The Wang family was confused by the words of the delicate young girl. What extortion? What child support? Lin Enin put down her cup and explained calmly to the bewildered Wang family, think about it. Leelu has been living with you, having children and doing housework. Don't you think her contributions outweigh your so-called care? Now you're asking her for 300 yuan. Isn't that extortion? Legally, that could lead to jail time. Wang's mother turned pale, a hint of panic in her eyes, but she still insisted. You don't scare us. How is this extortion? We deserve this. Lin Enin replied lightly, who told you that you deserve it? Let's talk about the kids. According to Article 13 of the marriage law in Huagua, parents have the obligation to support and educate their children. Article 21 states that if the children are raised by the mother, the father must provide necessary living and education expenses, either fully or partially, until the children can live independently. If an agreement cannot be reached, the People's Court can make a decision. The Wang family exchanged glances. Wang's mother gaped. What law is that? I've never heard of it. You're just talking nonsense. How can those troublemakers deserve anything? Aunt Wang, if you don't believe me, you can go out and ask someone who knows the law. Wang's sister-in-law scrutinized Lin Enin. You must be from the Li family, right? Of course, you would speak in their favor. Lin Enin shook her head. I'm just a neighbor. I'm a student from a workers' and peasants' university, educated, and I was asked to be a witness. This matter with the Li family has nothing to do with me. I won't speak for them, and what I say is the truth. Wang Yuan frowned and muttered softly. Nonsense. What child support? We don't have that kind of money. If she wants the child, she can take them. Don't bring money into this. Lin Enin sighed again and shook her head. Comrade Wang, this isn't about what you want. It's the law. As the child's parents, you must take on the responsibility of raising them. If you don't pay child support, Leelu can take you to court, and then the court will enforce it. Of course, you could end up in jail. Sister Wang, hearing this, became very anxious.
How can this be?
Even if we had money, we wouldn't give it to those troublemakers. Li Lin chimed in, no money? Just now you asked us for 300 yuan, and now you say you can't pay child support. You really know how to calculate. Wang's mother gritted her teeth and asked, then, how much child support do we have to pay? Everyone looked at Lin Enin. Lin Enin, with a calm expression, mimicked Uncle Li San and said in a businesslike manner, child support is based on the parent's income. If it goes to court, it would be 30% of your monthly income for one child, but it will be adjusted based on actual circumstances and income levels. Wang Yuan felt like the sky was falling. 30%? What about 4 children? Why don't you just rob someone? I don't have that much money. Lin Enin understood. That's why I said it's best for you to discuss this privately. Instead of making a fuss, it would be better to sit down and negotiate. Taking advantage of the Wang family's stunned silence, Lin Enin continued, I see that Comrade Wang is young and capable, surely someone with talent. In marriage, it's not about right or wrong, it's just about compatibility. A forced situation won't be sweet. Since Leelu is willing to take on the burden of these 4 children, not negotiating would be a loss for you. You could consider a one-time payment to avoid future entanglements. As long as you don't break the law, money can be earned again. Then you can find a good wife. Someone as wonderful as sister-in-law, and everything will be prosperous in the future. Her words flattered them. 4 greedy people like the Wang family, weighing the pros and cons, was their specialty. Coincidentally, they took Lin Enin's words to heart. Wang's mother, hearing this, was the first to be swayed and began to ponder. She thought that if she paid the child support in one lump sum, she would have to give a large amount of money, but she wouldn't have to worry about these burdens anymore, and Leelu wouldn't come knocking on her door again using the children as an excuse. Moreover, Lin Enin praised her son for being young and capable, hinting that she should find him a good wife, which made her feel quite pleased. Wang's mother looked at Wang Yuan and then at Sister Wang. The 3 exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a silent agreement. Wang's mother cleared her throat and said, since that's the case, we can consider a one-time payment for child support, but you need to give us a number that isn't too excessive. Lin Enin looked at Leelu, who appeared conflicted. Then she glanced at Aunt Luo, who also seemed uncertain. Finally, it was Li Lin who spoke up. If we calculate monthly, one child should get 10 yuan, which adds up to 120 a year. For 4 children, that would be 500 a year. Wang Yuan's eyes widened in shock. 500 a year? Are you out of your mind? If that's the case, I'll take the children back, and Leelu can give me 500 a year. Leelu clenched her fists, clearly anxious. Sister Wang chimed in exactly, 500? This is robbery. If Leelu could give me 500 a year, I'd take care of those girls myself. Lin Enin nodded in agreement. Comrade Li, this is unreasonable. Comrade Wang is just a hard-working farmer who earns only a little each month, maybe 20 or 30 yuan at most. This is too unfair. The Wang family quickly nodded in agreement. Li Lin frowned and pondered for a moment. So, how much do you think is reasonable? If it's too little, we in the Li family won't accept the child. If they want to ask Leelu for money, that's her problem. I won't let my mother give her a single cent. The Wang family was taken aback by his shamelessness. All 3 of them were thinking along the same lines. Leelu hardly had any money. She couldn't even come up with 50 yuan a year, let alone 500. It seemed like the Li family was being very unfair. Lin Enin nodded. How about a one-time payment of 500?
What?
Wang's mother jumped up. 500? That would be their entire savings. Wang Yuan immediately rejected it. Impossible. We don't have that much money. Lin Enin looked troubled and continued to patiently persuade. Comrade Wang, while 500 seems like a lot, it covers your responsibility for raising the children. From now on, their food, clothing, education, and medical expenses will no longer be your concern. Moreover, according to the law, if you go through the court process, the child support you have to pay may be much more than this amount. Besides, you are young and capable, so you will definitely earn this money back in the future. The Wang family hesitated and walked toward the door, murmuring to each other for a while. The Li family started to feel anxious, especially Leelu, who was afraid they would notice something and really take the child away. In the end, Wang's mother gritted her teeth and said, at most 300 yuan. We really can't come up with more than that. Li Lin showed impatience. Enough talk, just take your people and leave. We are all busy here, and this is wasting our time. Lin Enin silently praised him for being so calm. Leelu wanted to say something, but Lin Enin gently tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to stay calm. Lin Enin looked at Wang's mother, frowning as if she was frustrated that she couldn't see the situation clearly. Aunt Wang, 300 yuan is indeed a bit low. The kids are growing up every day, and expenses will only increase. I won't get involved in your matters anymore, so you don't think I'm trying to gain something. If you keep dragging this out, it might turn into a real mess. Seeing that Lin Anin was really about to leave, Aunt Wang grabbed her. Comrade, it's not that we don't trust you. We just really don't have the money. Lin Anin had already walked out of the main hall, but feeling a bit sympathetic, she waved to the Wang family. When they got closer, she lowered her voice and advised, 500 yuan is just a year's worth of child support according to the Li family's second son's calculation. If you truly don't have the money, go borrow it and quickly resolve this issue. Don't say I didn't warn you. Pay the money quickly and get the divorce done. After paying, make sure the Li family gives you a receipt and signs an agreement to ensure they can't go back on their word or cause any more trouble. After all, who would she marry after leaving such an excellent man like Brother Wang? And, with 4 more dependents. After saying this, Lin Anin politely nodded to the Li family and left. She had already set the stage for them. Li Lin was a very smart person and would surely know how to handle the situation. Tomorrow was Wednesday. As long as the Wang family agreed, the Li family could seize the opportunity to finalize the divorce immediately. Lin Anin rubbed her temples, her mind flashing with the faces of the Wang family. They were unpleasant but suitable for writing. They represented the most real and ugly shackles. As for the Wang family, they were indeed confused by Lin Anin's words. They feared that without her, there would be no one to reason with them, and the Li family might become unreasonable. What if they demanded more or even resorted to violence? Or we could just pay that amount and be done with it. Life has become unbearable. I feel very conflicted. $300 is already a lot for us, and 500 is all we have. Mom, it's better to settle this once and for all. We won't have to deal with Leelu again, and legally, we might end up paying even more. Sister Wang tried to persuade them, acting as if she understood the law, even though she didn't. Wang Yuan looked unhappy. 500 is too much. Where are we going to get that much money? It's not a small amount. We don't even earn that much in a year. Wang's mother nodded in agreement. I only have 300 with me, and I lent 200 to your uncle. I really can't come up with that much right now. After some more arguing, Wang's mother finally said, let's do as she says. 500 it is. I'll borrow money from someone and settle this quickly. Where? Wang Yuan didn't know where his mother would borrow money. The only person he knew in the area was Aunt Luo, who had helped him find a match. But he didn't say anything more. After all, he was used to relying on his mother. Sister Wang was unhappy but had her own plans. Her husband had left early, and there was no one to help at home. Her 2 sons were grown and needed a bigger house, plus she needed Wang Yuan to support their education. The Wang family turned back to the living room. Wang's mother looked at the Li family and said, all right, we agree to pay $500 as a one-time settlement for the support fee, but I don't have that much money on me. We need to raise it now. Tomorrow, let a yuan go with Leelu to file for divorce. We'll bring the divorce application proof. After the divorce, we need to write an agreement, sign it, and exchange the money for the agreement. The Li family felt relieved, but kept their expressions neutral. Okay, since you agree, let's do it by the book. I'll go and file for the divorce application right away. We'll meet at the Civil Affairs Department at 9 tomorrow morning. Seeing the Li family so decisive, the Wang family didn't say anything more and left quickly, holding their heads high. Finally, they're gone, Aunt Luo said, patting her chest. Leelu's tears flowed freely. She pinched herself to make sure it was real. Mom, I have to thank Sister Anin.
Liela yena nudda.
Sister Chu is really great. Leelu, you should thank her properly. He quickly stood up. Uncle, could you please come with me? We need to get that divorce application done quickly. We must finalize the divorce tomorrow. Yes, let's go. After the Wang family left the Li family, they borrowed money to leave. Wang's mother went straight to find Aunt Luo, who was the matchmaker for Leelu years ago. Aunt Luo lived in Donglin Village, the same village as Qin Taizhu and his family, and she was actually a close relative of Qin Tiezhu's wife. Aunt Luo's family was relatively well off, and they had some dealings with the Wang family. When Wang's mother met Aunt Luo, she first expressed her family's difficulties and then cautiously asked to borrow money. Since she was asking for help, Wang's mother didn't dare to mention the issue with Leelu or the child support, fearing that Aunt Li might think she was blaming her, which would make it impossible to borrow any money. Aunt Li frowned and hesitated after hearing this. After Wang's mother repeatedly assured her, Aunt Li reluctantly agreed. She didn't think the Wang family would be unable to repay, as they were in decent condition, and Wang Yuan was considered a small leader in the village. Moreover, with Li Lu's connection, since she was the one who secured the coal, no one expected that a girl who seemed promising would end up having 4 daughters, which was indeed disappointing. Wang's mother thanked her profusely, took the money, and hurriedly left. The 3 of them didn't dare to stay long with Aunt Li and finally found a local villager's home to stay at, giving them a few bucks. Traveling by train and causing a scene at the Li family had indeed worn the Wang family out. Once they rested, there was naturally no time to inquire about divorce and child support issues. Lin was unaware that her small act had brought closure to Li Lu's divorce situation. With the marriage ended, the child support was secured, and they had completely rid themselves of the Wang family. Even Aunt Li, who had meddled in the past, faced consequences. As soon as Lin got home, she sat down at her desk and began to write, focusing on her new book titled The Shackles, which was about women's issues. Though Lin had not been here long, she had 2 vivid examples around her. One was an ungrateful man who abused his partner, and the other was a mama's boy who prioritized sons over daughters and lacked responsibility. These 2 terrible men were classic examples of their kind, no matter the era. However, it was fortunate that Hu Xiumei and Leelu both bravely left their toxic marriages. Su Wenbao might be worse off, as the evidence Hu Xiumei collected could easily lead to severe consequences for him in this time, with no chance of escape. As for Wang Yuan, such a man did not deserve a better life. 500 yuan was not a small amount for the Wang family. Without Leelu to work for them, his reputation for being heartless would surely spread. Moreover, he also had a sister-in-law who was very protective of him. Sister-in-law, Teacher Su has arrived. Hearing Chu Minglin's voice, Lin quickly put down her pen, set aside her draft, and went out to greet her. Comrade Lin, sorry to disturb you. Teacher Su was very polite, and from the first glance, Lin had a good impression of her. Although they had some differing views, she was a good teacher with a proper character and approach. Teacher Su, please come in and have a seat. Lin brewed some Longjing tea, and then sat down across from her. Seeing the adults talking, Chu Mingzhou said he would go next door to play with Fugue and dashed off like a monkey. Chu Minglan obediently sat beside Lin. Teacher Su took out a document from her bag and handed it to Lin. Comrade Lin, please take a look at this. Lin's eyes showed suspicion. She knew it was about school bullying and quickly reached out to take it. As she read a few lines, Lin frowned. After finishing, she felt a bit angry. Weren't we told the school had already made a decision? Why do we have to confirm it again? Teacher Su's expression was also not good. It's like this. Our elementary school was originally the 8th Route Army School in the Northwest, and it changed its nature 4 years ago to become the 2nd primary school of Shirley-Pa. As you know, during the Cultural Revolution, it was quite a struggle for our school to get approval. The vice principal worked very hard for it. The vice principal has connections with the Shi family, and they're trying to pressure us to suppress this matter. Lin slammed the table in anger. How can this be suppressed? School bullying is a very serious issue that affects children's mental and physical health. Just because they have connections, can they ignore school rules and the suffering of the bullied children? Teacher Su sighed helplessly. Comrade Lin, I also think this is wrong, but my voice carries little weight in the school. I can only inform you of the situation and see if you can think of a solution. Chu Minglin's smile instantly froze on her face. Lin immediately pulled her closer and gently patted her arm to comfort her. Think of a solution? Sure. Then please let Teacher Su convey a message. I may not have much ability, but I am quite good at writing. My solution is simple, to expose this matter to the news and newspapers. I will also ask my partner to think of a way to apply some pressure through the military. After all, this is no longer just an internal school issue. It concerns the future of the children and has a very negative impact. Teacher Su's face showed deep guilt. Comrade Lin, I really had no choice but to come to you. You don't know those bullied children. I still feel scared thinking about it. Lin Enin took a deep breath and tried to calm her anger. There was no point in getting mad at Teacher Su. It wasn't her fault. What a situation with the Shi family. They were really pushing their luck, treating people poorly. In the afternoon, they came asking for a letter of understanding, and now they wanted to change the punishment to a warning. Is Principal Wang on the same page? Chu Mingzhou said that Principal Wang was a good elder, and if he judged people this way, it meant he was a decent person. But if he was good, why was he allowing such chaos? Principal Wang received an urgent notice this afternoon and was assigned to a meeting in the neighboring province. He left all school matters to the vice principal, Teacher Su said with difficulty, pausing before continuing. The vice principal is not easy to deal with, so please be careful. This is a complete mess. Such a good school has such a problem, and they treat important matters about children's growth like a joke. At that moment, Chu Mingzhou returned home and saw that Chu Minglin's homeroom teacher was there, while his wife looked upset.
Teacher Su?
Comrade Chu, this. To be honest, Teacher Su felt a bit intimidated by Chu Mingzhou. He was always serious and stern in front of others. Even though she was Chu Minglin's teacher, he didn't show much warmth. Teacher Su forced herself to explain the situation more gently. Chu Mingzhou took off his coat and military cap, then sat next to Lin. Sister Lan, you go make dinner first. Chu Minglan hesitated for a moment. Oh, okay. She politely greeted Teacher Su before heading to the kitchen. Chu Mingzhou looked at Teacher Su and said calmly, Teacher Su, I understand the situation now. Would you like to stay for dinner? Teacher Su opened her mouth, but quickly shook her head. No, I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Chu Mingzhou nodded, showing no intention of keeping her. Teacher Su nodded to Lin and left quickly, not needing anyone to see her off. As soon as she left, Lin wanted to complain. But suddenly, Chu Mingzhou leaned down and kissed her on the lips. Lin, seeing her eyes widen in surprise, the anger in her gaze turned into confusion, which was quite amusing to him. The long speech she had prepared turned into a simple phrase. They are so arrogant. Chu Mingzhou smiled slightly, gently pinched her cheek, and said softly, Don't be angry. It will hurt my heart. Chu Mingzhou wrapped her hand in his and patiently said, Meinen is always soft-hearted and upright. She can't stand people who act recklessly. Lin nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I will handle it. Can I report their wrongdoing to the news agency? As long as you're happy. Chu Mingzhou meant it was okay. As they got closer, Lin was captivated by his handsome face. She raised her hand to trace his features. He looked so good. His strong lines seemed carefully sculpted, especially his eyes, deep and bright like twinkling stars in the night sky, dark enough to draw you in. When he looked at Lin, his eyes overflowed with endless warmth, as if he could pour all the softest love into her. Then you do your thing, and I'll do mine. Chu Mingzhou chuckled, took her other hand and kissed it, saying, Okay, I'll do my thing. Lin was still processing this. Yes, you should focus. I'll rewrite my article. The last draft was too short and polite. This time, I need to write a detailed piece. Chu Mingzhou's hand moved to her waist, pulling her closer. All right. Lin felt her cheeks flush from his sudden affection, and her heart raced. She playfully scolded, Don't mess around. I'm being serious. Seeing her shy expression, Chu Mingzhou couldn't help but kiss her forehead again. Stop that. With that, Lin freed herself from his embrace, worried the little ones might see them since they were still in the living room. Chu Mingzhou let her go, stood up and rolled up his sleeves. I'll go cook. Remember, don't get too upset. It's not worth it. In a couple of days, I will give you a satisfactory answer. Oh dear. Chu Mingzhou is taking on a lot. Okay. Lin waved her hand and pretended to say, Mingzhou, you've worked hard. Then she leaned back on the sofa, stretching lazily, feeling extremely comfortable. Chu Mingzhou looked at Lin's relaxed expression, a slight smile on his lips, but there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He had gotten a haircut today, not as short as usual but styled differently this time. Did she not notice at all? Was it not nice? Why didn't she compliment him a bit? Chu Mingzhou turned and walked into the kitchen, taking over the task from Chu Minglong, and began to skillfully prepare dinner. Before long, Chu Mingyu returned. He first peeked into the kitchen, then ran over to sit next to Lin. Sister-in-law, do you know how to play chess? Chess? What kind of chess do you want to play, Xiaoyu? Do you know? Grandpa Fu can play Chinese chess, and he's super good at it. He taught me today and said I was really slow. He rambled on and on. In summary, the child is smart but lacks talent for chess and is quite poor at it. Lin laughed at him. Xiaoyu is not slow. Chinese chess is difficult, and without guidance, of course, it's hard to play. But sister-in-law can teach you how to play Gomoku. I promise you'll learn it quickly. Chu Mingyu's eyes lit up. What is Gomoku? Can I really learn it quickly? Sister-in-law, please teach me. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? I'll teach you after dinner. Yay. Kids are like that. They get so fixated on one thing that even mealtime becomes a distraction. When the food was served, Chu Mingyu seemed the most eager, but his mind had already wandered. What's wrong with you, Yuga? Lin serve him some dishes. I mentioned playing Gomoku with him after dinner, and now he can't wait. Gomoku? Chu Minglong was curious too. Chu Mingyu immediately started to boast, repeating what Lin had just said, but with a mix of misunderstanding and exaggeration. He made Gomoku sound like the best game ever, claiming it was unbeatable and could defeat everything. Lin laughed so hard her eyes crinkled. We'll play together soon. Let's have some fun. Yes, let's have fun. After dinner, the family gathered in the living room. Although they didn't have a Gomoku board, paper and pen would do since it's simple. You can even play on the ground. After each game, just sweep the dirt away with your foot and draw a new board. Next time sister-in-law goes to the department store, if they have a set of Go pieces, we can play both Go and Gomoku. Lin got the paper and pen ready and began explaining the rules. She first drew a simple chessboard on paper with horizontal and vertical lines. One of us will draw circles and the other will draw crosses, replacing the black and white pieces, and we will place them on the intersections of the board. The black pieces go first, then the white pieces. Whoever connects 5 pieces in a row, horizontally, vertically, or diagonally, wins. It's that simple, easy to understand, right? Chu Mingyu and Chu Minglong leaned in closely, their eyes fixed on the board, listening intently. Chu Mingyu eagerly raised his hand. Sister-in-law, I understand. I want to go first. I want to win first. Lin smiled and nodded. All right, Xiaoyu goes first. Let's see your skills. Chu Mingyu chuckled and drew a circle in the center. Lin calmly drew a cross next to him. The first game officially began. Chu Mingzhou took a quick glance and understood. Seeing his wife was excited, he got up to cut some apples for her. Look, if I play this way, Xiaoyu, you need to be careful to prevent me from connecting 5 pieces. Chu Mingyu frowned, carefully observing the board and thinking of a strategy. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I got it. Sister-in-law, I'll block you here. He drew another circle. Chu Minglong couldn't help but nod. Good job, you gur. Gomoku is simple, and the 2 kids grasped it quickly. But it also requires strategy, and soon, Chu Mingyu was at a loss. Oh no, sister-in-law, you have 5 crosses. Lin raised an eyebrow at him. I won. No way. I didn't notice the left side. Sister-in-law, let's play again. Lin smiled and patted Chu Mingyu's head. Okay, let's have another round. This time, you need to be more careful. Chu Mingyu regained his confidence, flipped over a piece of paper, drew some lines, and again placed a circle in the center. This time, he was clearly more focused, his eyes glued to the board as if he wanted to foresee every possible move. Lin continued at a steady pace. Xiaoyu, pay attention to the board and think about how I might move next to block me. Chu Minglong leaned in closer, seriously observing the game, occasionally giving Chu Mingyu advice. Yugur, move this way first to occupy this side and don't let sister-in-law easily connect 5 pieces. Listening to his sister's suggestions, Chu Mingyu carefully drew one circle after another on the board. As the game progressed, he became fully familiar with it, and his grasp of the situation became increasingly precise. Lin Enin intentionally set a few traps to test him. Chu Mingzhou almost fell for the trap, but thanks to Chu Minglin's timely reminder, he managed to react in time. After an intense game, Chu Mingzhou finally seized the opportunity and excitedly shouted, Sister-in-law, I won. This time I got 5 in a row. You're really amazing, Uyghur, Lin Enin said, pretending to pat her forehead as if she had lost badly. Oh no, the younger generation is too strong. Chu Mingzhou laughed proudly. Sister-in-law, I told you I could win. Let's play another round. I want to win again. Lin Enin handed the pen to Chu Minglan. No way. Sister-in-law has already lost to you. I want Xiao Lan to help me get my revenge. Chu Minglan took the pen and stood tall. All right, I'll avenge sister-in-law. Uyghur, don't underestimate me. I won't let you win easily like sister-in-law did. Chu Mingzhou confidently raised his chin. Sister, bring it on. I'm not afraid of anyone. A new round began, and both kids were completely absorbed in the game of Go Bang. Lin Enin lazily leaned back on the sofa, happily accepting snacks from Chu Mingzhou, occasionally whispering to him and chatting about everyday things, with a bit of teasing mixed in. For example, the moon is a crescent tonight, quite special, but it can only be the second most beautiful thing.
Ha!
The first is you. And another. Mingzhou, do you like me a lot? I won't teach you, though. Chu Mingzhou. Am I sweet-talking? Do you want to try? I do. Chu Mingzhou, you're a trickster.
Chu Mingzhou.
I must be out of my mind. By the time Lin Enin closed her mouth, she was already being pulled by Chu Mingzhou to take a shower. Before leaving, he reminded her, have fun, but rest early. We have class tomorrow. Got it, big brother.
Ah.
The bathroom was tiled, and in this weather, the tiles were quite cold. Just leaning against the wall made Lin Enin shiver. When the faucet was turned on, warm water poured down, and soon the temperature rose. What are you doing? I can wash myself. The consequence of her playful words was being pinched by the chin and kissed. In the bathroom, the steam filled the air, creating a warm mist that blurred their surroundings, making the atmosphere even more enchanting. Chu Mingzhou's eyes turned slightly red, a fiery warmth rising within him as he gazed deeply at Lin Enin, as if he wanted to take her completely into his embrace. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Her breath was disrupted by the kiss, and she could only instinctively let out soft, broken sounds between their lips. After a while, Chu Mingzhou slowly released her and turned her around, holding her close, his gaze still filled with lingering warmth as he looked at Lin Enin's flushed, misty face. Lin Enin gasped for air, her chest rising and falling slightly.
You.
Why are you being so reckless? Chu Mingzhou smiled softly, a hint of satisfaction and pride in his expression, gently nudging her nose. I couldn't help it. As he spoke, he picked up a towel nearby and gently wiped the water droplets from her face and hair, his touch tender, yet igniting a spark. Lin Enin's cheeks turned bright red as she turned her head to avoid his intense gaze, feeling a bit helpless to complain. In the end, Lin Enin was carried out, the night had deepened, and the yard was quiet. Once on the bed, Lin Enin pretended to be asleep. Seeing her adorable appearance, Chu Mingzhou couldn't hide his smile as he lay down beside her. What's wrong? What was wrong? Lin Enin let out a muffled sound, burying her face deeper into the blanket, saying in a muffled voice, You better stay away from me. Chu Mingzhou chuckled, ignoring her protest, and pulled her into his embrace. No way, I'm afraid of ghosts too. Lin Enin. They slept well through the night. The consequence of their reckless behavior was that Lin Enin ended up lying on the bed all day. Her legs felt weak like cotton, and her waist was hard to straighten. Lin Enin finally understood a saying, it's hardest to bear the favors of a beautiful person. The next day was Thursday. Lin Enin had finally caught her breath and had to get up because she needed to go to the hospital. The article on school bullying was also urgent and needed to be submitted to the newspaper quickly while the topic was still hot. Enin's sister. Just as she was about to leave, Aunt Luo came by with Leelu. Seeing their cheerful expressions, Lin and knew something good had happened. Auntie, Lulu, come in. Is there good news? Aunt Luo nodded repeatedly with a smile. Yes, we ran around all day yesterday and the divorce paperwork and child custody have been completed. The Wang family has already left. Leelu's eyes were filled with gratitude and joy, and she spoke with a bit of emotion and, if it weren't for your help, I wouldn't know what to do. I really don't know how to thank you. After saying this, she even bowed deeply to Lin. This was quite a gesture of gratitude. Lin hurried to help her up. No, I didn't do much. Lulu, you don't need to do that. Come in and sit. They both carried several items, saying they were gifts of thanks. Lin found it useless to refuse and finally nodded to accept. You really are a great help to Lulu. What seemed like just a few words from you completely changed her situation. Thanks to your support, Lulu has secured a job at Yongqian Publishing House, and she can start next Monday. That's wonderful. Yes, she will be a graphic editor, a formal position, with a monthly salary of $35. Seeing that Leelu's eyes were red, Lin patted her hand. You achieved this with your own abilities. I just lent a hand, so you need to work hard from now on. Yes, and don't worry. I will definitely work hard. My 2 books haven't been published yet, and I don't know how they will do once they are out, but I am already preparing a new book. Can I ask you to design the cover? Leelu nodded eagerly. Sure. If you trust me, I can design the covers for all your future books. Of course, I trust you. Lulu, you are so talented. As they chatted, the topic shifted to school bullying. Lin mentioned that she wanted to submit an article to a newspaper and also visit the military hospital. Aunt Luo quickly said they were also going to the city and offered to go together. That sounds great. Let's go together. They said Lin was a benefactor, and it was true. After waiting for the divorce paperwork to be completed yesterday, Leelu stopped by the publishing house, where she not only received a job offer, but also found a place to rent. The people at Yongqian Publishing House were really nice. When they learned about her situation, they welcomed her, and editor Lu even introduced her to a nearby rental. It's a nice brick house. Although it's in an alley, it's spacious, quiet, and well-lit. It's also convenient to go out, and the rent is only $8 a month. I'm about to go check it out. Lin wanted to visit the publishing house first to find out which newspaper was reliable for submissions. The 3 of them set out together. At the entrance of the publishing house, Lin separated from them, saying, I'll go ask about the newspapers first. I'll find you in a bit. Lin planned to go to the hospital in the afternoon, but Leelu insisted on treating her to lunch at a state-run restaurant. Feeling unable to refuse her kind invitation, Lin agreed. The publishing house was filled with the familiar scent of paper and ink. Little did Lin know that her 2 books had already caused quite a stir within Yongqian Publishing House. Many people who had seen her recognized her as the author of the bilingual books and greeted her warmly. Lin arrived at Editor Lu's office. Editor Lu was just getting up to pour water. Seeing Lin he immediately greeted her with a smile. Comrade Lin, what brings you here? Lin smiled and nodded at him. Editor Lu, I'm here to ask for your advice on which newspaper is best for submitting an article about school bullying. You know the field well, so please guide me. Editor Lu adjusted his glasses and thought for a moment before saying, if we're talking about influence and attention to social issues, both the city newspaper and youth newspaper are good options. The city newspaper has a wide audience and can quickly generate local reactions. The youth newspaper has strong appeal among young people. They are passionate, and if the report gets out, it will attract a lot of attention. Okay, got it. Editor Lu then asked for more details. There's no need to make it complicated. Just give me the article, and our publishing house will do the background check. If everything is accurate, we'll publish it. There's a high demand for social topics like this. Really? Such a good opportunity. Lin was certainly pleased. Editor Lu, this is a huge help. Editor Lu waved his hand. Although our publishing house has limited resources, handling this small matter is no problem. Besides, letting more people see the truth about school bullying and seeking justice for those children is a good thing. Thank you so much, Editor Lu. Don't worry, I've prepared the article thoroughly, with solid evidence that will definitely attract social attention. As she spoke, she took out the carefully organized article from her bag and handed it to Editor Lu. Editor Lu took the article and carefully flipped through a few pages. The more he read, the more satisfied he became. Nodding in praise, Comrade Lin, this article is very well written. You clearly explained the background of the issue, the bully's actions, and the attitudes of the bully's family and school. It's evident that you've put in a lot of effort. Editor Lu tightened his grip on the article. He loved topics that spark discussion and controversy. To be honest, my own child is also a victim, and I'm still very angry about it. Moreover, what do we lack in our writing work? It's the moral compass. If we don't dare to speak up, then what's the point of all the education we've received? Editor Lu placed the article on the table and nodded seriously. Comrade Lin, your awareness is commendable. We will arrange for this to be published as quickly as possible, aiming for a good position in the newspaper. They were in perfect agreement. Before leaving, Editor Lu mentioned that it was on the way and offered to show Lin and in the courtyard he had introduced. He also hinted at the issue of payment, saying they would see how things went and try to get her a good fee. Lin was delighted to hear this. Not only would the announcement be free, but she would also receive payment? That was wonderful. In the end, Lin asked Editor Lu for a favor to help her subscribe to a newspaper for the long term. Editor Lu readily agreed. After leaving the publishing house, the two headed towards Birch Lane, which was diagonally across the street. Leelu was meeting with the landlord today to finalize the rental agreement. Since Lin had some free time, she was curious about the city's housing and decided to take a look. She felt particularly cheerful. Many of the trees along the street had new buds, giving a lively feeling. Before long, they turned into Birch Lane. The lane was quiet and deep, winding ahead with houses arranged nicely on both sides. As they walked, Lin quickly spotted the black iron gate at the end of the lane that Leelu had mentioned. Editor Lu had other matters to attend to, so he pointed out the gate and left. Lu, come in quickly. The gate was open, and Aunt Luo was talking with a middle-aged woman who was the landlord. The landlord was a friendly woman with a warm smile, and she nodded at Lin as a greeting. Lin followed her into the yard, which was small but clean and tidy. In the center was a well, and the main house consisted of 3 brick rooms, which were quite nice. I'm looking for long-term renters for this house. I'm going to retire in the nearby River City with my son, and won't be back for a year. I'm not boasting. This house has good lighting and ventilation. The furniture is simple but complete, so you can feel at home, the landlord explained. Leelu's eyes sparkled, clearly pleased with the house. Aunt Chen, let's finalize this. Don't worry, I'll take good care of it and keep it in great shape for you.
All right.
Aunt Luo took Lin in to see several rooms. It's really nice here. It must be comfortable to live in. Aunt Chen pointed to the back, saying, the main street is right behind us. It used to be a business area, but now it's closed off. My son said that it might open again in the future, so you could use it then. That sounds great. Leelu chatted with the landlord for a while about rent and utilities, and soon they finalized the rental agreement. The landlord handed the keys to Leelu and reminded her, Comrade Lee, the elderly couple living across the hall, are famous barefoot doctors. If you ever have a headache or feel unwell, just knock on their door, and they will help you. Just be mindful of a few things.
Great.
This is perfect. Leelu has 4 kids, and what do children fear the most? Getting sick. Having doctors living nearby who can help with everyday ailments is wonderful. Once everything was settled, Leelu linked arms with Lin and stepped outside. Today went so smoothly. I found a job and rented a place. All thanks to you. I don't know how to repay you. Lin chuckled awkwardly. I guess I can't shake off this benefactor label, huh? Ha ha ha. The location is indeed great, well-connected, and not far from anywhere. The 3 of them chatted happily as they headed to the state-run restaurant. Leelu now considered herself a bit wealthy, with over 500 yuan in hand. Treating Lin, this great benefactor, to a meal was no problem at all. By mealtime, The restaurant was bustling with people, and many tables were full. Waiters hurried between tables, looking quite busy. The three found a window seat and sat down. Leelu pointed to the menu and said, "Anin, look and see what you want. Order whatever you like." Lin and Anin glanced at the menu and noted the good selection. "Leelu, let's just order a couple of home-style dishes. We won't eat much with three of us." Seeing her being polite, Leelu stood up. "All right, I'll go order." In the end, she ordered braised lamb, stir-fried winter melon, sweet and sour ribs, and a tomato and egg soup. Before long, steaming dishes were served at their table. The three of them ate and chatted, creating a wonderful atmosphere. When Leelu talked about her future work plans, her eyes sparkled with hope. "And then, once I start at the publishing house, I will work hard. I'll learn whatever I don't understand. I pick things up quickly." Editor Lu said he would help me get a cover design for a bestseller. Lin and Anin took small bites and nodded in agreement. "Yes, you should seize this opportunity. It's a great chance to learn. If you do well, the publishing house will be happy to support you." Honestly, in just a few days, Leelu's appearance hadn't changed much since they first met. But Lin and Anin felt that she had come alive. At this moment, sitting in front of her and talking about dreams was a vibrant young woman. A family together, no matter how tough or tiring, is sweet. Plus, you have a special skill, so life will definitely get better in the future. Just then, a loud voice from the next table caught their attention. "Hey, you haven't seen it, have you?" That person dug up a big bag of real copper coins in the middle of the night. But then his neighbor saw him and forced him to reveal the spot. Now, everyone in the village is digging. Digging for money? This was interesting, and Lin and Anin turned to take a look. At the next table sat a few plainly dressed men, and the one speaking was animated, wearing an exaggerated expression as if trying hard to emphasize the truth of the story. Is that true? How can something like that happen? If those coins are old, they must be worth a lot, another man said, sounding skeptical. Am I lying? I heard it from a relative in the village. It was quite a scene. Everyone was out with shovels and picks, eager to turn over the ground, the first man assured, patting his chest. Those who find them will be rich. But does that count as cultural relics? If it is, do they have to hand it over to the government? Another man raised his concern. Who knows? Everyone is digging, and maybe they'll find other treasures too, the man said carelessly. Lin and Anin listened to their conversation, frowning slightly. If they really were cultural relics, digging them up without permission would be illegal, and the villagers' actions could damage the relics. She only caught part of the conversation and didn't pay much attention, but made a mental note of it. After finishing their meal, Aunt Luo and Leelu said they needed to head back to the military compound first, as moving was a big deal, and there was a lot to prepare. Lin and Anin waved goodbye to them and headed towards the hospital alone. Feeling a bit too full, she chose to walk instead of taking the bus. Taking a shortcut, it would only take about 15 to 20 minutes to reach the hospital. However, the more she walked, the more she felt something was off, as if someone was following her. She trusted her instincts and quickly turned, abandoning the alley for the main road. Better to take a little longer than to ignore a potential threat. Lin and Anin quickened her pace, her heart racing. At the corner, she glanced back at her reflection in the glass and noticed 3 or 4 suspicious figures. She tried to stay calm, her mind racing as she thought of how to handle the situation. She knew she couldn't panic. Panicking would only lead to mistakes. She wasn't sure who was following her. Could it be a thief? Or a robber? No way. In broad daylight, they would face serious consequences. She glanced ahead at the main road. There were many pedestrians, but if the person was desperate, it could be dangerous for her in public. Suddenly, she saw that the police station was not far ahead, and her heart lifted. Without worrying about whether those people were after her, she quickened her pace and ran straight toward the police station. The few people following Lin and Anin were confused. They hadn't done anything, so why was she running to report to the police? Realizing her intention, they hurriedly ran after her, wanting to stop her. They were being paid to do a job, and if it failed, they would lose their money. Lin and Anin wasn't in great shape, and running like this made her lungs hurt. After just a few steps, she was already sweating. Help! Someone is trying to rob and kill me. She shouted without thinking twice. People in this era were warm-hearted. They would help catch a thief, especially when a woman was shouting about murder near the police station. When bystanders saw that some men were rushing after her, someone shouted, "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Trying to rob and kill in broad daylight? Who gave you the courage?" With that shout, many people stopped and gathered around. The followers of Lin and In were even more bewildered. What was this about robbery and murder? Seeing the situation turning against them, they exchanged glances, changed direction, and ran away quickly. "Officer.
Quick.
There are murders over there. I'm a military wife. My husband is the captain of a special forces unit in the Northwest Military District, Chu Mingzhou. Please protect me." Lin Enin gasped, her heart racing. She knew how to grab attention, introducing herself and pointing out the direction of the criminals with precision. The priority was to catch them and not let the danger escape. The police on duty immediately frowned and looked over, not having time to ask what was going on. Facing a military wife, they didn't expect her to be making things up.
Quick.
Catch the murderers. Lin Enin was taken into the police station. Feeling embarrassed, she was so scared that she started to cry. The only female officer in the station came over, speaking softly to comfort her and help her calm down. "Don't be afraid. You're safe now. We're here to help you. Please take a moment to collect yourself and slowly tell me what happened." Lin Enin took a few deep breaths, trying hard to stop her tears. But she had nothing to say at the moment because she didn't understand what was happening. The female officer didn't push her, gently patting her back with great patience. "We've already sent someone to notify your partner." Lin Enin nodded. About 10 minutes later, 2 people who had been following Lin Enin were caught. It was hard to say if she was lucky or unlucky. One of the criminals was actually a murderer. However, the criminals felt wronged because they had only been paid to scare Lin Enin and to get her fingerprint. They never intended to harm her. As for why they acted in broad daylight, because she never left the military compound. They had been with her all morning, and it was only when she finally walked alone into a small alley that they made their move. They didn't know what to make of the situation. Chu Mingzhou arrived quickly. When he learned that his wife was in the police station and being chased, he immediately left the training at the camp and drove over in a military vehicle. He wasn't alone, for men in military uniforms entered the police station, causing the officers to stand up instinctively. "Where is my wife?" The police hurriedly led him to where Enin was. Chu Mingzhou strode over, and seeing Lin Enin safe, but with tear stains on her face, he felt both heartbroken and angry. He squatted down beside Lin Enin, gently holding her hand. "Enin, don't be afraid, I'm here." When Lin Enin saw Chu Mingzhou, her feelings of grievance surged again, and tears began to well up in her eyes.
"Mingzhou,
I'm so scared." Chu Mingzhou didn't care if anyone was around. He directly pulled her into his arms, softly patting her back and speaking gently, "It's okay, I'm here. No one can hurt you now." The 3 men he brought were taken aback and quickly cleared the area. "I'm really scared. They wanted to kill me. I haven't been here long, and I don't know anyone. Why did they want to kill me?" Her fear was real, especially after hearing there was a murderer inside. Lin Enin felt a bitter taste in her mouth. Having lived a second life, everything beautiful had just begun. If she died again, she couldn't bear to think about it. Chu Mingzhou's gaze turned icy. "Wang Hu, have the person in charge of this station come here." Wang Hu was standing not far away, facing away from them. Upon hearing Captain Chu call him, he immediately responded and went over. After calming Lin Enin, Chu Mingzhou finally stood up. Director, who also arrived and quickly saluted, "Captain Chu, we have already captured 2 people who are following your wife. One of them is confirmed to be an escaped murderer. According to their statements, they were hired by someone else." "Hired by whom?" Director, who swallowed hard. "They are not willing to say for now, but we will intensify the interrogation and definitely find out who is behind this."
Ha.
Chu Mingzhou didn't say much more to him. He took off his coat and draped it over Lin Enin, then picked her up and headed outside. "We will take these individuals into our custody, and we will submit a report to your bureau later." Director, whose face changed. Captain Chu, this isn't following the rules. The case is still under investigation, and according to regulations, we can't transfer custody at will. Chu Mingzhou stopped, impatience evident in his eyes. My wife nearly lost her life. This involves the safety of military spouses, which is a serious matter. Our unit has the capability and responsibility to handle this. Your bureau can continue investigating the relevant leads, and we will fully cooperate. I must take these two with me today. Director, who hesitated. He understood Chu Mingzhou's identity and background and recognized the sensitivity of the situation. However, as the head of the police department, he couldn't easily break the rules. Captain Chu, I understand your feelings, but we still need to follow the procedures. How about this? I will immediately consult my superiors. What do you think? Director, Hu said cautiously. Chu Mingzhou frowned, clearly dissatisfied with this response. Instruct Officer Qin and Captain Ke to stay. Within an hour, they must bring the individuals back to the camp. Yes, Captain. Director, who felt a sweat forming on his forehead, not daring to relax for a moment, and hurried to handle the transfer. He inwardly lamented that this person arrived too quickly. They hadn't clarified anything yet, and now the individuals were taken away. How could they cooperate with the investigation? Capturing a dangerous escaped criminal should have been a great achievement, but now it felt like a hot potato. After Chu Mingzhou placed Lin Anin in the back of the military vehicle, he climbed in as well. Wang Hu took the driver's seat and immediately drove back to the military compound. Lin Anin still showed a hint of fear in her eyes, but she calmed down and thought quickly. Mingzhou, I've been thinking, and the only name that comes to mind is the Shi family. Do you think I'm overthinking?
But,
after all, team leader Shi is a leader in our northwest military region. He shouldn't be involved in something like this, right? Chu Mingzhou sat beside her, holding her tightly and refusing to let go. Old Shi won't be able to resist those dirty tricks from his family. Lin Anin tightened her grip on his military jacket. It's so scary. Don't be afraid. I'll be with you wherever you go from now on. By the way, I still need to go to the hospital. I haven't done my nebulization this week. Chu Mingzhou hesitated for a moment. Wang Hu, take us to the military hospital. Wang Hu was slightly surprised. Looking through the rearview mirror, he saw Lin Anin curled up in the captain's embrace and thought something serious had happened. He quickly turned the steering wheel and headed to the hospital. Wang Hu was also worried. Others hadn't seen it, but he had just been standing next to the captain when that big stick was broken in half. He hadn't seen the captain so angry in a long time. It seemed like he could eat someone. Wang Hu shook his head to focus and drove quickly, yet steadily. This lady really couldn't get into trouble, or everyone would have a hard time. The car soon arrived at the military hospital. Chu Mingzhou wanted to carry Lin Anin out, but she refused. I'm fine now. It's busy in the hospital, and I don't want to draw attention. Seeing her insist, Chu Mingzhou didn't push it further. Guian had been waiting in the consultation room for a while, glancing at his watch and tapping his long fingers on the table, frowning slightly. Why wasn't Lin Anin here yet? When there was a knock on the consultation room door, Guian immediately sat up straight. Dr. Gu. He only glanced at Lin Anin before standing up. What happened to Anin? Lin Anin's face looked quite pale. Her small face was white, and her eyes were red. She was breathing heavily, clearly struggling to catch her breath. Chu Mingzhou's expression was serious as he explained for Lin Anin. She was just frightened and ran a bit. Please check if she's okay. Upon hearing this, Guian's brow furrowed even tighter, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Please sit down. I'll examine her. Chu Mingzhou helped Lin Anin sit down, but Guian then asked him to leave. Could the family wait outside, please? Chu Mingzhou's brows tightened immediately. Guian glanced at him and pointed to a new piece of equipment inside, adding, We need further examination. Comrade Chu, please step outside for a moment. Chu Mingzhou's eyes showed concern, but he didn't think too much and nodded. Anin, I'll be right outside.
Call me if you need anything.
Okay. As soon as the door to the room closed, Guian crouched down. What scared you? Who frightened you? Lin Enan saw a very complicated emotion in his eyes. She leaned back for a moment, then quickly stood up and walked toward the equipment.
I just ran into some bad people.
I'm fine, but my chest hurts a lot. Didn't you say we would do an examination? Guian looked at Lin Enan's distant demeanor and clenched his fist, his palm suddenly turning red. He walked over to the equipment, preparing calmly as usual. I need to know what happened to determine your condition. Don't misunderstand. Please lie down and relax. Don't be tense. Lin Enan bit her lip, followed his instructions, and briefly explained, on the way to the hospital, some bad people were following me, so I ran a bit and went to the police station. I was a little scared. After she spoke, the room was quiet except for the faint buzzing of the equipment. Guian responded with a soft skillfully operating the machine while focusing on the data on the screen, though his eyes were clouded with concern. Lin Enan didn't recognize the equipment. She saw Guian place a device that looked like a stethoscope on her chest and listen quietly. After a long while, Guian slowly spoke. There are already serious wheezing sounds in your lungs. If it happens again, you will need to be hospitalized.
Ah?
Is it serious? Seeing her fear, Guian softened his tone. There's no need to worry too much. This is just a small device for accurately detecting lung sounds. Other professional equipment is on the way, and I will make sure you get the best resources. Hearing this, Lin Enan, who had just sat up, quickly leaned back again. Guian's eyes showed hurt, but he composed himself and stepped away, opening the examination room door to signal Chu Mingzhou to come in. He then sat at the desk to write a new prescription. He wished he could be alone with Lin Enan, but he could see the fear in her eyes. At this moment, she probably wanted someone else by her side. Chu Mingzhou hurried into the examination room and saw Lin Enan sitting on the examination bed, worry written all over his face. Dr. Gu, how is my partner? Guian didn't look up and simply repeated what he had just said, but only the first part.
Chu Mingzhou Frau Wen.
Is there a better treatment option? Guian paused his writing, looked up, and said seriously, Captain Chu, Lin Enan's condition needs to be taken seriously. I have already warned you multiple times that she cannot be scared or engage in intense exercise. Have you forgotten? Chu Mingzhou's jawline was tense, filled with self-reproach. It was my oversight. Lin Enan quickly shook her head. You can't blame yourself. It was an accident. Guian slammed his pen down. Be gentle with her, always. At this, the three of them were momentarily stunned. As adults, they understood the meaning behind Guian's words. It was unfortunate that Guian was such a skilled doctor. He had already figured it out from her walking posture, her delicate appearance, and her physical condition. This was more than just a matter of running or not. Lin Enan blinked, feeling overwhelmed. Is something wrong with this person? What are they even saying? During the rest of the treatment, Lin Enan was especially quiet. In short, she felt utterly embarrassed. And it didn't stop there. After she finished her nebulization, she actually heard Chu Mingzhou seriously asking Guian, does our intimate life affect my partner's health? Professor Liang said it's fine in moderation, so we were intimate. If it's not okay, we'll stop. Yes. Chu Mingzhou was asking the former partner if he could be intimate with Lin Enan. His expression was very serious, his gaze as determined as if he were making a pledge. Guian was facing away from him, but happened to be facing Lin Enan. Guian's eyes were deep, like they held a great storm within. Just one glance made Lin Enan shiver. Lin Enan felt her face burning and wanted to turn and run, but her feet felt glued to the ground. Seeing her awkwardness, Guian felt a mix of emotions. He took a deep breath and turned to Chu Mingzhou, speaking as calmly as possible. Captain Chu, Lin Enan's condition is indeed quite special. If intimacy is excessive, it may put a strain on her health. However, it's not completely off-limits, as long as she is in good health. After saying this, Guian left without looking back. Lin Enan finally found her voice and urgently said, Mingzhou, did you get the medicine? Seeing she was okay, Chu Mingzhou nodded and went to take her hand. Lin Enan gently exclaimed, ouch, holding her head. I have a headache. It hurts so much. Let's hurry home. I want to rest. Is it very painful? Should we ask again? No need to ask, let's just go home. Chu Mingzhou, though a bit puzzled, nodded. All right, let's go home. The two criminals had already been handed over to the military. Chu Mingzhou took Lin and home, reassured her that she was fine, and then hurried back to the unit. Once in the hands of the special forces, the interrogation methods are far from gentle. They use techniques meant for spies, truly making someone experience the depths of. Chu Mingzhou returned to the unit and headed straight for the interrogation room. Two criminals were brought in, and after just over half an hour, they were barely hanging on. Normally, they were ruthless individuals who had seen it all, but now they resembled two bugs gasping for air. We'll talk, we'll tell you everything. The only words they could manage were pleas for mercy. Chu Mingzhou nodded to a young soldier and took a seat on a nearby bench. One of the criminals, still able to speak, trembled as he said, "We were paid to help someone out. We didn't know she was your partner. We just wanted her to leave a fingerprint, then." Instructor Qin quickly handed a piece of paper to Chu Mingzhou. Chu Mingzhou narrowed his eyes, his anger almost spilling over. Was someone really planning to harm someone over school bullying? Who hired you? A woman, about 1.6 meters tall, with beautiful eyes, but she was wearing a mask so we couldn't see her whole face. She definitely knows your partner. She described her in detail, even knowing when she would leave the military compound. As for what was written on that paper, we couldn't understand it. Seeing Chu Mingzhou silent, the criminals broke into a cold sweat. Really, sir, we're not lying. Chu Mingzhou stood up and walked a few steps closer to them. Is there anything else? The two criminals exchanged fearful glances, realizing they had nothing more to say. No, really. Chu Mingzhou lightly hummed and put on his gloves again. Make sure to clarify everything about your accomplices. The two criminals nodded vigorously, eager to cooperate. Interestingly, the four notorious individuals from the northwest had gathered because the fourth one's village had unearthed ancient coins, rumored to be artifacts. Chu Mingzhou exited the interrogation room, his voice cold as he instructed Wang Huyu and Instructor Qin keep a close watch and ensure the detailed statements are prepared. Remember, it's intentional hired murder. Report everything clearly today, and as for these individuals, they should all face execution. Wang Hu opened his mouth. Yes, Captain Chu. Chu Mingzhou glanced at the letter of understanding in his hand, his eyes icy, and headed straight to the office of Chief Shi. Bullying in schools is primarily a children's issue, and the worst that can happen is the expulsion of the bully. But now it's different. This is a gang crime, an intentional attack on a military family. If I don't take a piece out of the Shi family, my anger won't subside. Lin is also busy. She quickly wrote her second article and plans to send someone immediately to deliver it to Editor Lu for a seamless and stronger release. This is not just her personal experience, it's also evidence of a crime. Some people don't deserve to be spoken to nicely. They should be overwhelmed by public opinion. Chu Mingzhou entered the office of Commander Shi without knocking. Seeing Chu Mingzhou storm in, Commander Shi was clearly taken aback and put down the document in his hand. Captain Chu, what's wrong? Chu Mingzhou slammed the letter of understanding on the desk. You dare to hire someone to commit murder over a letter of understanding? How dare the Shi family do this? I've already caught the criminals, and they have confessed. How do you want to handle this? Commander Shi picked up the letter, his face turned pale, and his hand trembled slightly, clearly very angry. This is impossible. My family's younger generation is very well behaved. They would never do such a thing. Never? Is it that they wouldn't dare to bully classmates arrogantly, or that they wouldn't dare to hire someone to commit murder? Commander Shi frowned tightly and did not respond. Chu Mingzhou scoffed. The two criminals have confessed completely. They were hired by a woman who wanted to kill my partner, and this woman knows everything about my partner. Commander Shi, you better give me a reasonable explanation, or I won't let this go. Commander Shi's eyes were fixed on the letter, and he already had an answer in his mind. Captain Chu, I truly don't know about this matter, but since it has happened, I will investigate thoroughly and give you an explanation. The Shi family has gone too far this time. Intentional murder of a military family is an unforgivable crime. Commander Shi opened his mouth. I understand. I will investigate this as soon as possible and will not be lenient. Also, I want to see your precious granddaughter expelled within a day. If she continues to hold on to any false hopes, I guarantee she won't be able to leave. Chu Mingzhou gave Commander Shi a deep look and turned to leave, his anger still unresolved. He knew that the issues with the Shi family wouldn't be resolved easily. He had to be fully prepared to deal with all their counteractions. In the eyes of others, Chu Mingzhou has always been the most composed person. Even when facing his parents' sacrifices, he handles everything calmly and quietly takes on the responsibility of raising his younger siblings. No one would expect him to cause such a stir in the army. Indeed, Chu Mingzhou turned on his heel and first went to Colonel Su's office, then dragged him to General Zheng's office. The commander is rarely present, and currently, the highest leader in the Northwest military region is General Zheng. As a military family member, he shouldn't have caused a scene in front of him. But since it was Chu Mingzhou, General Zheng had to pay attention. Seeing the serious expressions on Chu Mingzhou and Colonel Su's faces, General Zheng frowned slightly and put down the documents in his hand. Mingzhou? Colonel Su? What's the matter? Without wasting any words, Chu Mingzhou stepped forward and saluted. I am here to report a very serious matter. The Shi family hired someone to murder my wife, and the nature of this crime is extremely severe. As he spoke, Chu Mingzhou's voice lowered a notch. Grandpa Zheng, I want an explanation. General Zheng had a close relationship with Grandpa Chu. If it weren't for Grandpa Chu's sacrifice, General Zheng wouldn't even hold this position. General Zheng has always valued Chu Mingzhou, who usually speaks little and rarely smiles. Now, calling him Grandpa Zheng has made his heart race. General Zheng's expression instantly became serious. Is what you said true? Do you have evidence? Yes. Chu Mingzhou handed over the testimonies and relevant evidence. This incident started with bullying at the second primary school of Shirley. Our sister Lan has been bullied by Yue, the granddaughter of the Shi family, for a long time. When my wife discovered this, she requested the school to take action. These are the testimonies of two criminals who have confessed. They were hired by a woman whose goal was to force my wife to sign a letter of understanding and then silence her. The actions of the Shi family have seriously violated the law and military discipline. General Zheng exchanged glances with Colonel Su, both taken aback. He took the evidence and examined it carefully, frowning. The Shi family has some nerve. Instead of targeting the enemy, they are attacking their own people, bullying women and children. Mingzhou, don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory answer. General Zheng responded directly, without any evasive attitude. Chu Mingzhou saluted again. Thank you, General Zheng. Once he agreed, the title changed back to General Zheng. Zheng Junzhong smiled and shook his head, not bothered at all. I heard your spouse is not well. Is everything okay this time? How is Lanjie? I can give you 2 days off to spend time with your family. Chu Mingzhou wanted to say it wasn't necessary. He planned to watch the criminals face justice. However, he held back and replied, Yes, my spouse almost had to be hospitalized but just returned from the hospital. After leaving Zheng Junzhong's office, Su Tuanzhang looked upset. Let's go to your home. With such a big issue, why didn't you say anything?
You should have told me.
It's my fault for neglecting Lanjie, which led to all this trouble. Yes, it is your fault. Linenen's new manuscript was entrusted to Aunt Luo to take to the publisher. Aunt Luo was on her way to help with some things at Leelu's new home and was happy to assist. However, she returned quickly, looking quite distressed. And it's bad news. Someone at the publisher received a threat saying that if they publish your manuscript, especially the one about school bullying, there will be retaliation. Lin Enin felt a tightness in her chest. Is the publisher in danger now? What did editor Lu say? At that moment, Chu Mingzhou and Su Tuanzhang arrived home, and they overheard the conversation. Su Tuanzhang shouted angrily, What a bold move. This is a threat against the public. Chu Mingzhou had already explained the details to Su Tuanzhang on the way home. Aunt Luo's words were clear, and all three understood the situation. Aunt Luo was startled and quickly stood up. Lin nodded to Su Tuanzhang and reassured Aunt Luo to sit down and explain further. Editor Liu has seen your new manuscript. He said they are not afraid and will publish it. They will work overnight to format it, and it will be released tomorrow. You can definitely see it in the city newspaper. That's great. Chu Mingzhou sat down next to Lin without saying much, just exchanging a glance with Su Tuanzhang. Su Tuanzhang was still fuming. Which reckless person from the Shi family did this? Such behavior seriously violates the law and moral standards. At that moment, Lin suddenly thought of something. Wait, Lan Jie hasn't returned yet. Could these people pose a threat to her? Chu Mingzhou gently patted her hand. I've sent someone to pick her up. Don't worry. That's good to hear. Aunt Luo took note of the situation and, seeing the leaders from the Chu family, quickly took her leave. Lin walked her out, feeling bad for having troubled her and scared her in the process. Aunt Luo was really scared. And you should go back quickly. It's best for you to stay at home these days and not go out. There's nowhere safer than our military compound. Aunt, I understand. Thank you for your hard work. I'm not working hard. I wouldn't have come back with Leelu if I had known this would happen. After seeing Aunt Luo off, Lin returned to the house. She sat next to Chu Mingzhou, still feeling a bit worried. I don't know who team leader she will finally hand over. I plan to apply for his accountability for complicity, negligence, and protection. He should at least receive a serious warning and military discipline, Chu Mingzhou said with a stern expression, his words lacking warmth. Out of team leader Su's sight, he gently held Lin's hand, always paying attention to her feelings. Team leader Su sighed and nodded. That's right. Mingzhou, don't worry. I will fully support you. Before long, Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu returned. The two little ones had no idea what was going on. When they saw team leader Su, Chu Mingyu happily bounced over to greet him for a while. Since Chu Mingzhou and team leader Su still had things to discuss, Lin took the initiative to lead Chu Minglan to cook. Stay away from the smoke. Don't worry, I'll just help little Lan. Lin took Chu Minglan's hand and went outside. Chu Minglan quietly said to her, sister-in-law, when I just left school, I saw people from Xing Yue's family. There were 7 of them, and even her grandfather was there. Lin had no idea that Chu Mingzhou had already caused a stir in the army. She thought the Shi family was still being arrogant and causing trouble. When tomorrow's newspaper comes out, it should create quite a stir. She would also need to visit the Education Bureau to file a complaint. She couldn't believe that if this became widely known, they would still have the face to avoid resolving it. Little Lan, don't be afraid. With your brother and me here, we will definitely help you and protect you well. Can you tell me more about what you saw when you saw Xing Yue's family? What were they doing? Did they say anything? Chu Minglan thought for a moment. They looked very angry. Xing Yue's grandfather scolded her, and they all went to the vice principal's office. I was a bit scared, so I quickly left with you Ge. Lin didn't say anything more. She helped Chu Minglan light the fire and chop vegetables. As they cooked, the atmosphere gradually became more relaxed. What happened to Lin was something she wouldn't share with Chu Minglan, as there was no need to add to the child's worries. It was quite frightening. When the food was served, Captain Su, as usual, placed the tickets and money on the table before starting to eat. The group gathered around the dining table and began their meal. Chu Mingyu was excitedly talking about school, completely unaware of the tense atmosphere at home. Thankfully, his carefree nature lightened the mood for the adults. After dinner, Captain Su prepared to leave and asked, "Are you going for Qingming Festival?" "Yes, we are. I'll take an in to meet my parents." "That's good." The next morning, several newspapers, including the Northwest Daily, Liberation Daily, Northwest City News, and Youth Daily, published 2 shocking headlines. Don't let bullying drive away the sunshine in schools. Bullying leads to a hired murder incident. What will happen to the victims and their families? Linen's article was carefully edited and placed on the front or second page, accompanied by some relevant evidence images. The news caused quite a stir among those who read the papers. Citizens discussed the horrific events and strongly condemned the actions of the bullies and their families. The newspaper Lin and held was personally delivered by editor Lu. Lin, don't worry. Our chief editor is not weak. We even used that threatening letter from yesterday. Look, it's right in this corner as solid evidence. Editor Lu pointed to the image in the bottom right of the article. Lin and nodded in agreement. The accompanying image was well done. At the top was a main image featuring a row of 7 children. The photo on the left showed the children's innocent smiles, while the one on the right captured their crying faces, filled with fear and bearing injuries. This photo was carefully considered by the chief editor before being used. He took it himself. He hates bullying more than anyone. The 7 children in the image were all victims of bullying, and 5 of them had already passed away. This incident had caused quite a stir. Thanks to their arrogance, which threatened our publishing house, the chief editor was motivated to take action, giving you some support as well. Editor Lu explained softly, following Lin An's gaze. Thank you all so much. Lin An then noticed the middle image, which was simply a photo of the entrance to the police station where she sought help. At the bottom of the photo, there is a line of small text in parentheses. The city's police responded quickly, capturing 2 suspects within 10 minutes. This praises the efficiency of the police while confirming the murder-for-hire case. In the bottom right corner is the threatening letter, accompanied by a caption, Inyuan Publishing House is a socialist unit and will never fear power. Look at that, how clever. The term power carries a lot of meaning. Editor Lu, thank you so much for your hard work, Lin An said. Editor Lu smiled and shook his head. No need to be polite. We are connected in a way. I have a younger sister about your age who is often unwell. Seeing you feels familiar, so don't keep thanking me. Lin An felt a mix of emotions. How strange that her sickly appearance resonated with someone. By the way, the newspapers I ordered for you will start arriving at your home next Monday. You were quite shaken yesterday, and I was worried you wouldn't have any news.
That's true, she replied.
Editor Lu had other matters to attend to, so after discussing for a while, he stood up to leave. But really, Comrade Lin, you are very brave. Our chief editor has praised you, saying you are a role model for women. Lin An felt a bit shy from the compliments. Thank you for the praise. I also appreciate the support and help from your publishing house. Without your efforts, these reports wouldn't have been published so smoothly. Haha, our publishing house is dedicated to exposing social issues and speaking for justice. It is an honor for us to be involved in this matter. Lin An thought editor Lu was quite talented. His skill in mutual praise was impressive. After seeing him out, Lin An turned back to her room. Chu Mingzhou had gone out last night and returned at 4 in the morning. He hadn't even gotten up when editor Lu visited. He was still in bed. Lin An wanted to hurry back to the room, snuggle under the covers, and sleep beside him. It was a rare opportunity. After all, this man never lingered in bed. She tiptoed into the room, carefully took off her shoes, climbed onto the bed, and slowly moved closer to him. As soon as she got near, Chu Mingzhou instinctively reached out his arm and pulled her into his embrace. Lin An rested against his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, feeling a bit heartbroken. He was always busy, yet he never complained when he came home. He silently fulfilled all her needs, always on time. He would handle any trouble related to her swiftly and decisively, leaving her with no worries. Lin An nestled closer to him, holding him tightly. In contrast to the gentle sweetness on Lin An's side, the atmosphere in the Shi family was heavy with gloom. The family leader, Mr. Shi, was sitting in the main hall, with his eldest son, who is also Xing Yue's father, to his left. The others were kneeling with their heads bowed, including Xia Shui, who had come to seek help from her sister. The latest Liberation Daily was spread out on the coffee table, with a glaring headline reading, "Do not let bullying dull the sunshine of our campus," displayed for everyone to see. Mr. Shi's face was dark with anger as he stared at the headline and its content. "Look at what you've done." Mr. Shi slammed his hand on the table, causing the newspaper to shake. "You've brought shame to the Shi family." Xing Yue's father pressed his lips together and hesitated for a long time before speaking. "Dad, you're not well. Please don't get upset." I just returned this morning and didn't expect things to escalate like this. Mr. Shi shot him an angry glare, knowing his son was unreliable but generally decent. He would never dare to get involved in something as serious as hiring someone to harm another. His gaze swept over the Xia sisters. One was the usually obedient daughter-in-law, and the other was a newcomer. Xiaoyu looked up and met Mr. Shi's gaze, quickly lowering her head again, trembling in fear. Qingming, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, felt increasingly wronged. Before Mr. Shi could speak, she started to choke up. "Grandpa, you can't blame me entirely. I only had a small disagreement with my classmates, but they insisted on making it a big deal. Not only do they want to expel me, but now they've also put it in the newspaper to embarrass me." Mr. Shi was furious, clutching his chest. Listen to her. She still has the nerve to blame others. "Xiaoyu, is this how you teach my granddaughter?" Xiaoyu quickly knelt up straighter, pulling Qingming into her embrace and shaking her head, urging her to stop talking. If you hadn't done something wrong first, would they have kept bringing it up? The Shi family has always valued rules and honor, but what have you all done? Mr. Shi continued, slapping the newspaper again. And what's this about hiring someone to harm another? Explain it to me clearly. If you want to stay safe, you better give me a full account of who did this. Xiaoyu unconsciously shifted her gaze to her younger sister and gave her a meaningful look. Xia Shui was taken aback, her eyes filled with disbelief. Sister? She had thought that coming to her sister would lead to a better life and a good marriage, but she never expected to get caught up in such trouble. Moreover, everything she did was approved by her sister, and it was all for Yaya. Now, Xiaoyu's intention was clear. She wanted Xia Shui to take responsibility for this situation. "Captain Shi, Xia Shui began to speak. But Xiaoyu interrupted. "Dad, my sister doesn't understand. She just wanted to protect Yaya, but she is kind-hearted and innocent. The idea of hiring someone to harm another is a misunderstanding." Captain Shi's gaze was cold, and he grew angrier as he listened, staring hard at Xia Shui. "You tell me." Xia Shui froze. I didn't do anything. I just asked someone to get Lin and In to sign a letter of understanding. After all, Yaya is still young, and if she gets expelled, it will affect her future." "Captain Shi, I really didn't." Xia Shui spoke in a stammer, completely losing her usual confidence. "You just asked someone to get a letter of understanding? Why would you send someone to a criminal for that? Did you think they would just take the blame for themselves and say they were going to silence her? You better tell me the truth, or the Shi family won't protect you." Xia Shui was bewildered. What could she say? She truly didn't know. How could she understand what those criminals were thinking? "Captain Shi, I really didn't know those people would do something like this. I just gave them some money to scare Lin and In into not pursuing the matter and to get her to sign the letter. I truly didn't know why they wanted to harm her." Yaya's father couldn't take it anymore and shot a resentful glance at his wife. "Xiaoyu, look at your dear sister. Now the Shi family is going to be dragged down by her." Xiaoyu lowered her head, sobbing, tightly holding her daughter. Not only did she not speak up for Xia Shui, but she also prevented Yaya from saying anything more. In fact, Xiaoyu knew better than anyone that this was a serious matter, far worse than school bullying. If they wanted to resolve it, someone had to take the blame. If not Xia Shui, then it had to be her. Her life was so good now, with a supportive husband and daughter. She couldn't let herself get involved in this. Xia Shui looked from one person to the other, completely panicked. She was so scared that tears streamed down her face as she took several steps forward and knelt down. "Uncle Shi, I know I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. I just want to help Yaya. I don't want her to be expelled, and I don't want her to be sad." The leader of the Shi family snorted heavily. "Don't call me uncle. We are not close. Do you think you are helping her by doing this? You are ruining her and the entire Shi family. This situation has escalated, and you must take responsibility for your actions." "No, I really didn't hire anyone to harm anyone. How could I dare to do such a thing? I didn't." Just as Xia Shui was panicking and trying to explain, there was suddenly a rush of footsteps outside. Old Shi, someone from General Zheng has arrived. The leader of the Shi family's expression instantly darkened. He glanced at the still-crying Xia Shui. Xia Shui, go with them. Remember to clarify the truth. If you really didn't instruct them to harm anyone, the Shi family will help you within reason. But if you hide anything that involves the Shi family, we will not take responsibility for your fate. His words seemed fair, but they carried a warning. Xia Shui's heart tightened, and her tears flowed even more. She looked at Xia Yu and Xingyue with teary eyes. Sister, Yai. Xia Yu bit her lip. Although she felt guilty, she turned her gaze away, holding Xingyue tightly. Go quickly. Don't keep them waiting. Xia Shui looked at Xia Yu in despair but ultimately stood up and followed the person outside. After Xia Shui was taken away, the Shi family fell into silence. The leader of the Shi family remained still, and everyone else did not move. Prepare the gifts. Yaya, come with me to apologize to the Chu family. What? Xia Shui has been taken away. Why does Yaya have to apologize? Yaya has already been expelled. Xia Yu blurted out. The leader of the Shi family pointed at her, trembling with anger. Fool. How can you still ask me why? Because your daughter has bullied her classmates for a long time, causing them serious harm. Being expelled is what she deserves. Dad, prepare the gifts properly. Today, I will take your family to apologize. How could I, Shi Zhengwo, have such a disgraceful family? Lin Anan said that the leader of the Shi family would have to bend down. Sure enough, just half a day after the news broke, the entire Shi family came to apologize in an orderly manner. To show their sincerity, they came boldly, carrying gifts and putting on a show. The door was opened by Chu Mingzhou. Seeing the Shi family at the door, his expression instantly turned cold. Leader Shi, what are you here for? The team leader looked at Chu Mingzhou with a hint of shame on his face. Captain Chu, we are here to apologize. This incident was caused by my granddaughter, Xingyue. It was her fault, and it was also our fault as her elders. On behalf of the Shi family, I apologize to you. Many neighbors nearby were watching the scene and moved closer. Chu Mingzhou frowned and stepped aside to let them in. However, he did not close the door, allowing others to watch, and even let some familiar neighbors enter the yard without any objections. Seeing so many people following them in, the Shi family members looked uneasy. At least in the military compound, the Shi family was considered respectable. Now that they were here to sincerely apologize, they were being surrounded like this? It was clearly an attempt by Chu Mingzhou to humiliate them. The team leader felt uncomfortable, but still used his eyes to signal the others to stop. This must be little Chu Minglan, right? Grandpa brought Yue here to apologize to you. Seeing Chu Minglan standing next to Lin Anan, the team leader deliberately softened his voice and put on a rare smile. Chu Minglan stood tall, quietly watching Xingyue, completely shedding her usual timid demeanor. Her sister-in-law had told her that a good temperament should be shown at all times, but it should never be displayed in front of bad people, especially someone like Xingyue. The team leader nudged Xingyue, signaling her to apologize quickly. Xingyue looked at Chu Minglan, took a deep breath, and said, Chu Minglan, I know I was wrong before. I shouldn't have bullied you and made you suffer so much. I truly regret it and hope you can forgive me. As she spoke, she slightly lowered her head. Her apology was sincere enough, and with so many people watching, her voice was loud, clearly a result of her family's teachings. Xia Yu also apologized from the side. Minglan, it's my fault for not educating Yingwe properly. I apologize to you too. I will make sure to teach her to be a better child in the future. Chu Minglan looked at Shi Yingwe and Xia Yu, remained silent for a while, and then said, I can forgive you, but that doesn't mean what you did can be erased. I hope you learn your lesson and truly change so you won't bully others again. Lin Anan had also discussed this with Chu Minglan. Forgiveness doesn't mean being foolish or magnanimous. It means completely sweeping away the negativity from your life, not allowing it to become a lingering scar that continues to hurt you. Forgiving her is also a way of forgiving yourself. Of course, forgiveness does not mean there should be no consequences. Xingyue hurriedly nodded, I will, Chu Minglan. I promise I will never bully anyone again. Chu Minglan ignored her and did not respond. Xingyue, I hope you can keep your word. Bullying is a very serious issue. It can cause lifelong harm to the victims. You need to understand your mistake. Team leader, she felt relieved that Lin Anan only mentioned bullying and did not question the murder-for-hire incident. Comrade Lin, don't worry. Our family will ensure Yingyu reflects and receives proper education. This incident has served as a wake-up call for us. We will strengthen the guidance of our younger family members and prevent similar incidents from happening again. While they were apologizing, more and more people gathered in the Chu family's courtyard. The elders in the military district had a habit of reading the newspaper. This morning's news, concerning the district, quickly spread from person to person. By the end of the morning, nearly every household had heard about it. The Shi family's apology confirmed the truth of the incident, which made everyone anxious. This was a significant event in the military district. Lin Anan exchanged a glance with Chu Mingzhou and took the lead in bringing Chu Mingyue and Chu Minglan back inside. The following matters were not suitable for children to hear. Once the three left, Chu Mingzhou spoke with a stern face. Team leader Shi, an apology is just one part. The key is the follow-up actions. The murder-for-hire incident must be thoroughly investigated and punished according to the law. The Shi family must not protect the offenders. Furthermore, the Shi family has been in the military district for many years and should set a good example. Now that this has happened, you should also work on improving your family's reputation to prevent such disgraceful incidents that tarnish the name of soldiers. As soon as he finished speaking, the gathered crowd began to whisper among themselves. Oh my goodness, is what the newspaper said true? Did the Shi family really hire a killer to harm Mingzhou's wife just because she wouldn't sign a settlement? I heard it was someone named Xia Shui. Who is she? She is the sister of the old Shi family's daughter-in-law, the one who is being courted by the Tang family. How can someone like that marry into our military district? Absolutely not. I'm not good with words. If I offend her, I might not even know what hit me. Like mother, like daughter. I used to think the Shi family daughter-in-law was nice, but if her sister is like this, how good can she be? No wonder her daughter behaves this way and bullies others. Yes, people like that should leave our district. They bring harmful influences. That Xia Shui should be punished severely. The voices rose from low to high, eventually turning into a heated debate. The leader of the Shi family looked pale, and the family members appeared devastated, wanting to argue but unsure how to start. They wished they had been less conspicuous upon arrival. Finally, the leader of the Shi family stepped forward and bowed to everyone. After all, he had been in a leadership position for many years, and his authority was still strong. The crowd fell silent. Everyone, let me say a few words. This incident is indeed our Shi family's fault. We spoiled the child, allowing her to be arrogant at such a young age and not understand the importance of friendship with classmates. As for the murder-for-hire incident, I have heard about it. I have already handed over the suspect, Xia Shui, to the authorities. Our Shi family will fully cooperate with the investigation. If we make a mistake, we must not be lenient. We will reflect deeply and restore the reputation of the Shi family, ensuring we do not bring shame to the military district. The leader's words were well spoken, taking responsibility, distancing himself from the situation, and stating his position. Hearing this, the crowd's thoughts began to shift, and they started discussing among themselves. Many felt he had a point since Xia Shui was related to the Shi family, and they could not interfere. If it had been someone else, this matter might have been overlooked, and they would just wait for the subsequent judgment. Unfortunately, he encountered the unyielding Chu Mingzhou. Everyone in the Shi family should actively cooperate with the investigation. As for the leader, he is our senior colleague and should take the lead in acknowledging his shared responsibility, indulgence, and cover-up. The leader of the Shi family was taken aback. How should he respond? Admitting would mean accepting shared guilt with Xia Shui, which could lead to his dismissal. If he refused, it would be seen as defying the organization's thorough investigation, appearing guilty, uncooperative, and lacking awareness. The leader of the Shi family felt distressed, opening his mouth but unsure how to reply. The eyes of those around him were focused on him, their scrutinizing gazes feeling heavy. Chu Mingzhou's anger had not fully faded, and he was unmoved by the leader's discomfort. Additionally, my wife was attacked by several criminals yesterday, worsening her condition and causing irreversible harm. I will hold you accountable for this. When mistakes are made, one must be brave enough to take responsibility. The military district and the public are watching this matter closely, hoping for a fair resolution. I trust the leader will not be vague, right? Otherwise, how can you gain everyone's trust? The leader of the group felt a lump in his throat. He knew that what Chu Mingzhou said was true, but admitting to these accusations was absolutely out of the question. After much hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, "Captain Chu, I admit that I have failed in educating the younger generation. I did not correcting you as wrong behavior in time, and I take full responsibility for that. However, as for condoning or covering up, I swear to heaven that I, Shi Jiangwo, have never done such a thing. Although Xia Shui is a relative of my daughter-in-law, I had no knowledge of her wrongdoing. The moment I found out, I immediately reported her to the organization to show my willingness to cooperate with the investigation. There was absolutely no cover-up." The crowd began to murmur again, with some feeling that the leader's words were sincere. But most had been made clear by Chu Mingzhou and were no longer convinced. "So, you're denying it?" The leader did not expect Chu Mingzhou to be so relentless, pushing him to this point. Sweat beads formed on his forehead as he shifted the topic to Lin Anan. "We will admit to what we need to, and we will not evade responsibility. As for the shock that Comrade Lin experienced, although it was not caused by our family, there are many connections involved. I am willing to offer compensation as a gesture of goodwill." Chu Mingzhou scoffed. "Compensation? Can money make up for the injuries my wife suffered? She was already in poor health, and after this incident, her condition worsened. If anything happens to her, can you take responsibility?" The leader's expression turned troubled as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Captain Chu, I know that words and money cannot heal the trauma Comrade Lin has suffered, but our family truly regrets this and wants to make amends. What do you think we can do, besides financial compensation, to help ease Comrade Lin's feelings? Please just let us know. An official public apology." "What?" Chu Mingzhou's gaze was icy as he repeated slowly, "I want you to make a public apology. I want everyone to see that the Shi family is taking responsibility for their actions and that those who were harmed receive a public explanation." The leader's face turned pale. The Shi family had always held some prestige in the military district, and a public apology would completely ruin their reputation. But seeing the undeniable expression on Chu Mingzhou's face and the disapproving looks from the neighbors around him, he realized there was no turning back. "Captain Chu, I understand. We will discuss this and comply." The leader spoke slowly, his voice filled with bitterness. Chu Mingzhou nodded. "I hope you can resolve this quickly. Also, regarding Shi Yue, the school has decided to expel her. This is the punishment she deserves, and she must deeply reflect on her actions. If there are any more bullying incidents in the future, we will not be lenient." Team leader Shi quickly replied, "Yes, the school's handling is fair and reasonable. We will not interfere again. The Shi family will definitely take this as a lesson and strengthen the moral education of the younger generation. Additionally, since your spouse was startled, we are willing to cover the medical expenses. Please do not refuse, as this is a serious matter, and I would feel bad otherwise. There is no need for medical expenses. Just to be safe, my spouse needs a thorough checkup. I will have the hospital provide a certificate and receipts for you later." "All right, no problem." At this moment, team leader Shi was unaware that the costs for the new medical equipment would be extremely high. Chu Mingzhou and Lin Anan never intended for him to bear the costs, yet he insisted on stepping forward. Later, Guian would provide a perfect report, ensuring Lin Anan received a comprehensive examination, which would cost a significant amount. Just then, a military district messenger hurried in. "Captain Chu, team leader Shi, General Zheng requests your presence at the military headquarters. He says there is new progress regarding the Xia Shui case." Team leader, Shi had just calmed down when more news arrived. His heart raced again as he shot a stern look at his daughter-in-law. You all go back first. I will go with Captain Chu. Xiaoyu quickly pulled Xingyue behind her husband, nodding repeatedly. Chu Mingzhou and team leader, she followed the messenger to the military headquarters, remaining silent along the way. Team leader, she felt anxious, unsure if this new development would be good or bad for the Shi family. He silently prayed that it wouldn't reveal more scandals. Otherwise, the Shi family would truly lose face in the military district. Chu Mingzhou's thoughts were much simpler. He was solely focused on seeking justice for his daughter-in-law and would not allow anyone to escape responsibility due to past prestige or connections. Upon arriving at the military headquarters, General Zheng sat behind his desk with a serious expression. When he saw them enter, he gestured for them to sit down. I called you here because there has been a significant breakthrough in Xia Shue's interrogation. She revealed that, in addition to the criminals she contacted, there is a middleman involved who facilitated the connections, and this middleman is also linked to the illegal trade of cultural relics. As he spoke, team leader, she felt a sharp pain in his chest and struggled to stay seated. How did this become connected to artifact traffickers again? If it can be called a cultural relic, then it is truly a national treasure, not just some coins that Lin and heard about at the dinner table. Thanks to Captain Chu's timely report, the troops have already sent someone. If this is true, Chu Mingzhou, you will achieve great merit. Chu Mingzhou pressed his lips together and did not respond, as he was also confused. Team leader Shi's face was pale, and his hands trembled slightly. Director Zheng, I really had no idea. If I had known earlier, I definitely wouldn't have let it slide. Director Zheng looked at him sharply. Team leader Shi, this is not the time for you to plead your case. The military district has decided that you will be suspended and must cooperate fully with the investigation. There must be no concealment. If you dare to cover for anyone, you will face the consequences. Sweat beads formed on team leader Shi's forehead. He opened his mouth, but was momentarily speechless. After a while, he managed to say, Yes, I will cooperate fully and absolutely will not cover for anyone. It's over. Team leader Shi knew that he was truly finished this time. He was one step too late. He glanced at Chu Mingzhou and understood everything in his heart. It turned out that what he said was not a discussion, but a notification. Chu Mingzhou had never intended to let anyone off the hook. All the mistakes began when his loved one was hurt. After Chu Mingzhou left with team leader Shi, Lin and In came out of the house. There were so many people in the yard, so she felt she should at least see them off. However, she was startled by the neighbors' enthusiasm. It was rare to meet them for the first time. Mrs. Mingzhou, you are just too honest and soft-hearted. It's because you seem easy to bully that these people can be so unreasonable. No, they can't even be called people. Exactly, this time we really owe it to Comrade Lin. Otherwise, who knows how our kids would be bullied at school. Comrade Lin must have been scared by the criminal, right? My aunt has some special herbs that are good for calming nerves, picked by the elders in the family. They are really effective. My child drinks them when scared at night. I can get you some. I didn't expect Captain Chu's wife to be so warm-hearted and so aware. You are truly a good person. Lin wore a polite smile and didn't mind the chatter, nodding in response and graciously seeing everyone off. They say distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. If this incident brings everyone closer together, it's not a bad thing. Xiaolon, Xiaoyu, come with me to the supply and marketing cooperative. Once everyone left, Lin and In planned to go out. Here we go. Before leaving, I glanced at the nuts and snacks at home, thinking about how much we needed to prepare for the Qingming Festival tomorrow. Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu happily ran to Lin inside, and the three of them headed to the supply store together. On the way, many people greeted Lin, both from the neighborhood and the military. They chatted for a bit, and what should have been a short walk turned into a 20-minute stroll. Chu Mingyu cheerfully said, Sister-in-law, the neighbors are really nice today. I never noticed before. Lin smiled and patted his head. Yes, everyone is busy with their own things, but they're still very helpful when it matters. Once inside the supply store, it was even busier than usual, with a group of people gathered together, looking quite noticeable. As they got closer, they realized they were listening to a radio. The content being played was actually an article Lin Enin had written for the newspaper. Lin Enin raised her eyebrows, didn't linger too long, and moved between the shelves, carefully selecting fruits and snacks, and also bought some canned fruit for the two little ones. By the time Lin Enin finished shopping, that group was still chatting away. Among them, there was an older man who looked quite amusing, puffing out his cheeks and on the counter, saying, "This girl named Xia Shui should be punished. She's a pest to society, and at such a young age, she has no respect for the law." The old man spoke passionately, and those around him nodded in agreement. Seeing everyone so engaged, Lin Enin felt reassured. This opened up a new perspective for her. In this time of limited information, any news would draw more attention. Could she start writing some news articles? That could be a way to earn some money. She should find a chance to talk to Editor Lu about it. Earning some living expenses would be nice. The three of them strolled home, and just as they reached the door, they saw Lin Zihua and Du Wan loitering outside. "Sister." Seeing Lin and in return, Lin Zihua hurried over, taking the things from her hands and looking her over from head to toe. "Sister, are you okay? Did you get hurt? With such a big incident. Why didn't you tell me?" Du Wan also looked at Lin Enin with concern. "Enin, are you alright?" Lin Enin smiled and shook her head. "I'm fine. Aren't you busy with the art troupe today?" She opened the door to let them in. Seeing Lin Zihua, Chu Minglan and Chu Mingzhou were very happy and surrounded him, chattering away. Lin Zihua was organizing things while gently patting Chu Mingzhou's head. "I heard something happened here, so I took a leave to come over." "Sister, please tell me what happened. How did they bully Xiaolon? And how did they bully you? I must confront them." All right. You think you're so tough," Lin Enin said as she sent the two younger ones away. "Xiaolon, go start cooking. Xiaoyu, help your sister out. Soon, Brother Zihua will come to assist you." "Okay, sister-in-law." Once they left, Lin Enin pulled Lin Zihua to sit down. "Du Juan, you sit too." She poured tea for both of them and then explained everything in detail, from the campus bullying by Shi Yingyue to Xia Shui hiring someone to cause trouble. Lin Zihua clenched his fists, his face filled with anger. This is too much. How can it not be related to the Shi family? Everyone can see they are in cahoots. They think they can do whatever they want just because they have some power. There isn't a decent person among them. Lin Zihua said angrily. Du Juan agreed. Exactly, and you must have faced a lot of unfairness during this time. Thankfully, Captain Chu is here. Otherwise, what would we do? Lin Enin lightly tapped Lin Zihua. You talk too much. Some things we just need to understand ourselves. Your brother-in-law knows how to handle it. The Shi family is under investigation now. They won't escape. Plus, this incident will make more people aware of campus bullying, which is a good thing. Everyone understands the reasoning, but Lin Zihua was still upset. Sister, I'm scared. His eyes turned red as he spoke. Those are murderers. With your small frame, how can you dare to confront them? If Mom and Dad find out, they would be furious. Lin Enin couldn't help but laugh at him. Oh, I'm fine. I'm clever. If I sense any danger, I will run away. Only a fool would get into trouble, out of curiosity. Lin Zihua looked at Lin Enin, still worried. Sister, you can't take such risks in the future. If anything happens, you must tell me right away. I can protect you. Okay, I understand. Du Juan sat for a while, learned about the situation, and then stood up, saying she would help Chu Minglan, leaving the space for the Lin siblings. Lin Enin couldn't be persuaded otherwise. She was such a polite girl. Zihua, are you and Du Juan dating? Lin Zihua was angry and worried just a moment ago, but now his cheeks turned red with embarrassment and anger.
What are you talking about?
Du Wan and I are just good friends. Oh, if you're just good friends, why are you blushing?
Sis.
Honestly, this girl is pretty. She's fairer than you, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. She looks lively. Lin Zihua. He paused for a moment and quickly changed the subject. What does brother-in-law plan to do next? He's working on it now. The outcome is already decided. It's just a matter of how severe the judgment will be. By the way, tomorrow is tomb sweeping day. I want to go to the Martyrs' Cemetery with your brother-in-law. If you have time tomorrow, remember to call Mom and Dad.
I know.
Sis, can I go with you tomorrow?
I'll call Mom and Dad tonight.
Afraid Lin Anan would disagree. Lin Zihua added, I also want to pay my respects to the heroes. They dedicated their lives to the country and the people and shouldn't be forgotten. Wow, he's sounding so noble, really becoming more like Lu Qing. Lin Anan nodded. Sure, if you want to go, let's go together. After finishing their conversation, Lin Anan casually brought up Jang Tong's situation. She explained in detail, and Lin Zihua remained silent. This is how it is. Jang Tong could leave the development zone in 3 years, but now it's different. With Su Wenba involved, she probably won't get out for at least 10 years. As she spoke, Lin Anan observed Lin Zihua's expression. He kept his head down, didn't ask questions, and didn't engage in conversation. His emotions were well hidden, but Lin Anan could tell he was affected when Jang Tong was mentioned. But she had to say it. She needed to shatter his idealized image of her. The facts about her moral failings shouldn't be romanticized. Staying away from bad people is the key to a long life. Moreover, Lin Zihua was clearly flirting with Guan. One shouldn't be indecisive. If you like someone, you should be clear about your feelings and be with them properly, or don't lead others on. Lin Zihua was silent for a while before slowly saying, Sis, I understand. People should face the consequences of their actions, as you said.
Yes.
I'll help them out. Okay, go ahead. Lin Anan stretched, got up, and found a bamboo basket to organize the things they would need for tomorrow. By the time Chu Mingzhou returned, it was already after dinner. Lin Anan was just seeing Lin Zihua, and the others off. Brother-in-law, you're back? Yes. Captain Chu Duan also greeted. Chu Mingzhou glanced at her and nodded. After spending the afternoon together, Lin Anan had a very good impression of Duan. She could sing, dance, and perform various acts, and her sensitivity to art was even higher than Lin Zihua's. She was also very clever. As they chatted, Duan found her own style. Just before leaving, Duan wanted to say she would come often, but seeing Chu Mingzhou made her a bit nervous, so she quickly kept quiet. Lin Zihua noticed Duan's unease and gently touched her arm, whispering, Don't be nervous. My brother-in-law is really nice. Then he turned to Chu Mingzhou and Lin Anan, saying, Sister, brother-in-law, we're leaving now. I'll come on time tomorrow. Lin Anan smiled and nodded. Be careful on the way. See you tomorrow. Chu Mingzhou also nodded slightly, watching Lin Zihua and Duan leave. After they left, Lin Anan linked her arm with Chu Mingzhou's and walked inside. Are you hungry? I saved some food for you. It's really delicious. Okay, thank you, Anan. Lin Anan looked at him suspiciously, wondering why he was being so polite. Seeing her doubtful expression, Chu Mingzhou was slightly taken aback but quickly realized and smiled, explaining, What? Can I say thank you? I'm sincerely grateful for my wife's thoughtful care. As he spoke, he gently pinched Lin Anan's cheek. Lin Anan swatted his hand away and shot him a look. Say more sweet things to me. I love it. Chu Mingzhou chuckled. Then I'll practice more. You're amazing. Chu Mingzhou ate quickly and wasn't picky. He ate whatever was given and had a big appetite. However, he had good table manners. Unlike others who might eat ravenously, he maintained proper etiquette. Once he finished most of his meal, Lin Anan finally asked, How's everything going? Chu Mingzhou's expression turned serious. Our matter is settled. 2 of the criminals received the death penalty, while Xia Shui and the other 2 will serve time in prison and then be sent to the toughest places for labor. It won't be short. Team leader, she can't escape either. He will face severe punishment and likely be dismissed. Really? Chu Mingzhou took a sip of soup and replied, Yes, General Zheng has ordered a thorough investigation, leaving no detail or related person unchecked. The Shi family won't escape punishment this time. However, a major incident is involved in this.
Ah.
Is there anything else that happened? Chu Mingzhou nodded, thought for a moment, and decided to tell her, as this news wouldn't stay hidden for long. There seems to be an ancient tomb discovered in Qingming village. It's a royal tomb from the Qing dynasty. Lin was astonished. The team and archaeologists have already arrived on site and preliminarily determined it to be the tomb of a certain Qin ruler, covering at least over 5,000 square meters. The tomb is pyramid-shaped, with 3 levels, reaching over 20 meters deep and as tall as a 10-story building. The main issue is the organization wants to credit this achievement to Chu Mingzhou. There were many coincidences, and the reason is simple. The criminals that Xia Shui found were indeed very dangerous. It's usually hard to catch these 4 who call themselves the 4 overlords of the Northwest. Unfortunately, Lin's involvement led to their capture. Without hesitation, Chu Mingzhou brought the criminals back to the unit and swiftly interrogated them. They revealed everything, and this information landed in Chu Mingzhou's hands. Chu Mingzhou, being cautious, immediately sent special forces to investigate and reported it right away. Lin blinked. Is this like a pie falling from the sky? Chu Mingzhou lightly agreed. In his heart, he prioritized his little wife, but he didn't think it was appropriate to say that. After all, discovering such a precious royal tomb holds immense significance for the country and the organization. And with this achievement credited to him, mentioning anything else would seem ungrateful. Lin's eyes sparkled. Finding such an important tomb will definitely help the country's historical research. Mingzhou, you're amazing, making a great contribution to the country. Chu Mingzhou frowned, unsure how to respond appropriately. I'm proud of you, Lin said, giving him a thumbs up. Chu Mingzhou didn't know that in the future, there would be an internet buzzword called support and another term called emotional value. Lin was the type who seemed a bit boastful but actually had a high emotional value. Whatever he did, she never dampened his spirits. She would just coolly praise him, boosting his confidence in a mysterious way. After saying that, she would act all sweet and clingy. Oh, my husband is so great, truly a hero. And my husband is so impressive, always protecting me. A whole bunch of sweet compliments would leave him feeling dazed. On Qingming Festival, the sky seemed to be covered with a thin veil, gloomy and drizzling lightly. The rain was small but showed no signs of stopping. In the distance, the scenery became hazy under the light rain. The pines and cypresses around the Martyrs' Cemetery appeared even more lush, with raindrops hanging on the needles like sparkling beads. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the rain softly onto people's faces, refreshing and cool. This light rain felt like tears from above, expressing endless sorrow for the fallen heroes and ancestors, adding a sense of solemnity and tranquility to this special day. Chu Mingzhou borrowed a military vehicle and got busy early in the morning, bringing not only the items prepared by Lin, but also some brooms and tools. Lin Zihua arrived early as well, saying little but quickly offering to help. By the time the family reached the Martyrs' Cemetery, there were already many people, mostly soldiers or their families. Everyone was quiet, merely nodding to acquaintances. Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu closely followed Lin, their faces unusually serious, lacking their usual liveliness. Chu Mingzhou and Lin Zihua each carried a broom and tools, while one of them held a basket, leading the way, with Lin holding the hands of the 2 younger ones, following behind. As they entered the Martyrs' Cemetery, the environment was different from what Lin had imagined. The dirt paths were muddy from the rain, making it look desolate and worn. The tombstones were small and, for the era of burial, could even be considered too simple. They walked further in, and at a relatively back position, Chu Mingzhou stopped. He first set down the broom, adjusted his uniform, and solemnly saluted. "We're here." Lin and the others also stood still, instinctively bowing to the tombstone. "Mom and Dad are here, and Grandpa is up there." They split into 2 groups. Lin and Chu Minglan began tidying up at one spot, while Chu Mingzhou took Chu Mingyu to clean up at Grandpa's site. Lin Zihua also kept busy, helping nearby families, all of whom were direct relatives of the Chu family. Chu Siren and Mu Kaiwa. Lin crouched down, gently brushing away the dust from the tombstone engraved with the names of Chu Siren and Mu Kaihua, feeling a surge of complex emotions. Chu Minglan also knelt beside her, starting to remove weeds, murmuring, "Dad, Mom, we came to see you. This is my sister-in-law, Lin. She is very good to us. Take care over there and don't worry about us." Lin Anan saw a mix of emotions on the little girl's face for the first time, both fragile and strong, a contradiction that was heart-wrenching. Meanwhile, Chu Mingzhou and Chu Mingyu arrived at their grandfather's tombstone. Chu Mingzhou set down his tools and stood in front of the tombstone, gazing at the name for a long time. He was usually reserved with his feelings, but at that moment, his eyes were filled with nostalgia and respect, as if he were having a silent conversation with his grandfather. After a while, he began to clear the weeds and debris around. Chu Mingyu picked up a small shovel and tried to imitate him. Lin Zihua was nearby, helping to tidy up the tombstones of other direct relatives of the Chu family. His movements were gentle, his face expressionless, but he was very focused. After about half an hour, everyone finished cleaning, and Lin Anan began to arrange the offerings. Each tombstone had 2 sets of offerings and a bouquet of artificial flowers. Chu Minglan helped beside her, carefully wiping the water droplets off the artificial flowers to make them look brighter, as if that would help their parents see the most beautiful version of themselves. Everyone stood around the tombstone, and in the quiet atmosphere, only the sound of the gentle rain could be heard. "Dad, Mom, we're here to see you. Everything is fine at home. My wife has come to join the army. She is kind and capable. Lon and you are both very understanding, so don't worry. I will continue to work hard in the army and protect our country, living up to your expectations." Chu Mingzhou's voice was heavy, and it was rare for him to say so much. Chu Minglan's eyes were red as she nodded. "Dad, Mom, I will study hard too. My sister-in-law has taught me a lot, and I won't let you down." Chu Mingyu stood to the side, biting his lip, on the verge of tears. After a moment, he managed to say 4 words, "Yes, me too." Chu Mingzhou paused and silently glanced at him. Lin Anan's eyes were also a bit misty as she stood beside Chu Mingzhou. "Dad, Mom, even though I never had the chance to meet you, I will take care of Xiaolon and Xiaoyu with Mingzhou. We will manage this family well, work hard, and we will never forget you." After speaking, everyone stood quietly for a moment, as if waiting for a response from their loved ones. Except for Lin Anan, the others didn't use umbrellas. Although the rain was light, it still trickled down their cheeks, making it hard to tell if it was rain or tears. After a moment, Chu Mingzhou slightly raised his head and looked at the overcast sky. "Let's go. It's time to head back." One by one, they bowed to the tombstone to say goodbye. On the way back, the car was still quiet. The rain outside continued to fall, hitting the car window and blurring the view. Chu Minglan leaned on Lin Nan's shoulder and fell asleep, her face still showing traces of tears. Lin Nan gently held her, gazing into the distance. Lin Zihua also looked out the window, lost in thought. He felt a bit homesick. Chu Mingzhou focused on driving, his gaze steady, but showing a hint of fatigue. His thoughts drifted back to his childhood, remembering the teachings and love from his parents and grandfather as if it were just yesterday. Now, he bore the responsibility of his family and understood his mission well. Despite the pressure, he never thought of backing down. The car continued to drive through the rain when suddenly, Lin Zihua broke the silence. "Sister, do you think it's useless that I joined the army but only developed in the art troupe?" Lin Nan turned her head slightly to look at him, puzzled.
"Zihua, how can you think that?"
"The work in the art troupe is also important. You contribute to the arts, promote culture, and boost morale. It's a pillar of spiritual strength." Chu Mingzhou nodded. "Every position in the army is essential. We charge into battle to protect our country, while you inspire through art, contributing to the nation just as much." Lin Zihua lowered his gaze and pondered for a while. "I understand now." Lin Nan found his expression both amusing and understandable. Entering a place like a martyr's cemetery truly changes a person's feelings. It's not a movie or a story, but a real sacrifice, the flesh and blood walls built by our ancestors. Walking past row after row of tombstones, all martyrs who sacrificed for the country, can indeed be very shocking. Even Lin Nen felt a moment of daze, blaming herself for not being capable and realizing how little she could contribute to the country. Just as they arrived home, Aunt Luo came knocking on the door. "Aunt, why did you bring so much?" Lin Nen hurried to help. Aunt Luo brought a large pot of soup, smelling delicious, along with a big basket. "Nen, here are some steamed buns and sweet rice cakes, traditional foods from our northwest for the Qingming Festival. You should try them." Lin Nen quickly welcomed Aunt Luo inside. "Aunt, you're too kind to bring us such tasty treats. Please come in and sit. It's still raining outside." Aunt Luo helped bring the items inside and was about to leave. "There's no need to be polite. Today is Qingming Festival, and I thought since you are a new bride from out of town, you might not have prepared anything, so I made a little extra. It's nothing special." That said, Aunt Luo's cooking truly lived up to its reputation. Lin Nen tasted one dish that was similar to a Northwest green rice cake and another that resembled sweet fermented rice. Both so delicious, they made her want to savor every bite. Aunt Luo smiled and said, "This sweet fermented rice is mainly made from oat and barley, fermented with yeast. When you eat it, it's processed a bit, giving it a sweet and sour taste that refreshes the palate and quenches thirst. And these steamed buns come in two flavors. The one I made with red is sweet, while the other is savory, made with alfalfa sprouts and flour. They're really tasty." Listening to Aunt Luo's introduction, Lin Nen nodded continuously, her face full of admiration. "Aunt, your skills are truly impressive. The food you make not only tastes great, but is also very refined." "Oh, this is just an old family recipe, nothing special. I'm glad you like it. If you ever want more, just let me know, and I'll make it for you. Today is a bit rushed, but next year, I'll make you something special. I'll steam big buns with walnuts, red dates, and beans inside, shaped like a dragon, with an egg in the middle. It's very auspicious." Lin Nen nodded eagerly in agreement. Before leaving, Aunt Luo mentioned that Leelu would start work next Monday and invited Lin Nen and others to a moving-in dinner at her new home on Thursday night. Lin Nen calculated and realized she needed to go to the hospital on Thursday. "Thursday night works for me." Just as she was leaving, Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu came out and rushed to the table, looking eager. "Xiaolon, Xiaoyu, you should try this. It's from Aunt Luo." Chu Minglan picked up a steamed bun, took a bite, and her eyes lit up. "Wow, this is so good." Chu Mingyu quickly tried the sweet fermented rice and smacked his lips. "This is delicious too, sweet and tangy." Chu Mingzhou took Lin Zihua to the military farm, where they were helping to catch spring fish for Qingming Festival. Many people went to help, and afterward, they would release new fish fry for the year. 2 went, and 6 returned. 3 of them helped carry the fish, while Lu Qing came along to join for a meal, or, as he put it, to see Chu Minglan and Lin Nen, especially since this event had caused quite a stir. Sister-in-law. Lin Nen was slightly surprised to see Lu Qing. He really couldn't resist being mentioned. As soon as he showed up immediately.
"Come in and sit down."
"Your matter was mentioned by Zihua yesterday. I was worried, so I came to check on you." He glanced at the delicious food on the table, his eyes lighting up. "This looks great, clearly made with skill." Lin Nen twitched her mouth and handed him a bowl. Lu Qing was not shy at all. He smiled and took a small bowl, serving himself some sweet porridge. After tasting it, he nodded, "It's delicious. Your sister-in-law is really talented. This wasn't made by me. It was brought over by Aunt Luo next door." "Oh, I see." After that, the conversation paused as he finished the bowl of sweet porridge. "Lan Jia, come help me." Chu Mingzhou poked his head out of the kitchen, calling for Chu Minglan. There were a lot of fish today, so they needed to prepare several dishes and smoke the excess. Only Lin Nen and Lu Qing were left in the hall. They chatted casually. Lin Nen felt she had figured Lu Qing out. He only came when he had something to discuss. After some small talk, Lu Qing lightly coughed. "Sister-in-law, the article you wrote in the newspaper was really good." "It was okay, just something I wrote casually." Lu Qing's eyes sparkled. Our art troupe often needs to submit promotional articles for various newspapers. Some even reach the capital.
But
The writing skills of the clerks in the troupe aren't very good. Here we go. Lin had just thought about writing a news article for some extra money yesterday, and now he was asking for help. How convenient. She couldn't help but tease him a bit. Promotional articles? Anyone can write those. How could they be bad? You must have high standards. Lu Qing sighed, showing a helpless expression. Sister-in-law, it's not that I have high standards. You don't know. Those clerks write promotional articles that are either dull and lack flair or completely disorganized and unusable.
so,
I was hoping to ask you for help. Lin looked at him with a teasing smile. Oh, you want me to help write a promotional article? No way. That's too much responsibility for me. Lu Qing's eyes shifted as he pretended to think. Sister-in-law, think about it. If you help our art troupe write the promotional article, your work would be published in major newspapers. That would be quite an achievement. Plus, our troupe won't let you help for free. We will definitely provide you with appropriate compensation. Lin raised an eyebrow. Compensation? How much can you offer? Lu Qing felt a tightness in her heart and quickly tried to take back her words. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Although the pay isn't much, I assure you it won't be for nothing. We can discuss the exact amount. Lin chuckled lightly. I can think about it. What's there to think about? To be honest, I've considered this carefully. There's also another task you can do at home, which is translating foreign stage plays. She rambled on, summarizing that there were two tasks: writing promotional materials and translating foreign stage plays, ensuring the plot and dialogue were accurate. I know that someone like you who understands multiple languages is rare. Our art troupe is lucky to have you.
but
You need to take care of your health at home. This work is light, and the pay is decent. Lu Qing passionately praised the opportunity. Lin wanted to laugh. Being around someone as clever as Lin Zihua was indeed beneficial, turning one idea into many. All right, mainly because my health isn't great and medical expenses are high. If I can ease the pressure at home and help the art troupe, I'm happy to do it. Oh, good. Lu Qing had prepared many more things to say, but suddenly found them unnecessary. She quickly turned and handed the folder she brought to Lin, her movements smooth and clearly well-prepared. Lin took the folder, raised an eyebrow at Lu Qing, and smirked, teasing, "Looks like you were sure I would agree, even bringing the materials in advance." Lu Qing smiled shyly. "Not really, I just brought it along. But I know you will definitely help us. You're so capable and enthusiastic, and this work really suits you." All right. Lin opened the folder and briefly scanned its contents. The promotional materials, theme, and requirements were detailed, along with some references from previous activities of the art troupe. As for the stage play materials, it included the original script and some background information. When is the deadline for the promotional material? And how long will the stage play translation take? Lin asked. You have half a month for the promotional material. The stage play translation doesn't have a strict deadline, but it would be best to finish it within a month since we will need to start rehearsals and preparations afterward. Okay, I understand. I will try to finish on time. However, if I have any questions or need more information during the translation process, you need to provide it to me promptly. Lu Qing nodded quickly. No problem, sister-in-law. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. I will do my best to help. At that moment, Chu Mingzhou came out of the kitchen and saw the folder in Lin's hands. He asked, what is this? Lin explained the situation to Chu Mingzhou. After listening, he frowned slightly and looked at Lu Qing, saying, You should come to my house less often when there's nothing urgent. Lu Qing quickly explained, Mingzhou, I know sister-in-law is not feeling well, so these two tasks are not very urgent or heavy. She can arrange the timing based on her health, and our art troupe offers good pay. Look, it has become good pay again. Chu Mingzhou didn't want to argue, do you really want to do this? If you feel tired, don't push yourself.
I'm fine.
Look, I can do this work at home, and it won't be too tiring. Plus, I can earn some money to help with household expenses and use my skills. I think it's great. Lin seemed to have made up her mind, so Chu Mingzhou didn't insist further. All right, then it's up to you. He then took Lu Qing away. Go help in the kitchen. Why do you need so many people in the kitchen? In the following days, Lin Enan was quite relaxed, just writing books and drafts at home. The apology from the Shi family was settled quickly. Within 4 days, Lin Enan saw their apology letter in the newspaper. The space was small, but it was noticeable. The wording was very sincere, clearly showing they put in effort. Lin Enan pressed her lips together, feeling relieved. Although this late apology couldn't fully heal the victim's wounds, it was still a sign of effort. Was it worth all the fuss? Of course it was. When Chu Minglan came home from school, Lin Enan didn't say much and let her see for herself. Xiaolan, did you see? They got what they deserved. Chu Minglan looked at the apology letter from the Shi family in the newspaper, her eyes red, and a look of relief appeared on her face. They finally admitted their mistakes. Teaching by example is more effective than just words. Chu Minglan sniffled, reached out, and hugged Lin Enan's sister-in-law. Thank you. I want to be brave like you and stand up to bad people, protecting myself and those around me. Lin Enan gently patted her back. Xiaolan, you're amazing. However, being brave does not mean being impulsive. We can solve problems with wisdom and the law. At that moment, Chu Mingzhou walked in. Seeing Chu Minglan and Lin Enan like this, he curiously approached sister-in-law. What are you doing? Chu Minglan handed the newspaper to Chu Mingzhou. Xiaoyu, look, the Shi family has publicly apologized. Chu Mingzhou took the newspaper, but unfortunately, he didn't recognize many characters and could only understand a little. Still, he praised them. Wow, that's great. They finally got punished. Sister and sister-in-law, you are amazing. Lin Enan laughed at his reaction but took the chance to teach them. This situation shows us that no matter what difficulties and challenges we face, we must not give up. As long as we uphold justice and work hard, we will definitely achieve victory. Chu Mingzhou and Chu Minglan replied in unison. We remember, sister-in-law. Seeing them so obedient and with nothing else to do, Lin Enan decided to take out some paper and a pen to guide their studies. As she guided them, the two little ones started to feel overwhelmed. Why was there so much English and advanced math? They had never even heard of many of these things. What was supposed to be friendly learning felt more like torture. Their brains were about to explode. Finally, when Chu Mingzhou called them for dinner, they breathed a sigh of relief and ran away faster than rabbits. In the evening, after Lin Enan finished washing up and returned to her room, she saw Chu Mingzhou sitting at the table counting money. Here is 225 yuan, you keep it. Mingzhou, your savings are growing so fast. Hearing Lin Enan's words, Chu Mingzhou couldn't help but smile. This isn't just a small savings, it's some allowances and rewards I've received recently. Lin Enan climbed onto the bed, sat beside him, and pushed the stack of money back. You should keep it. A man should always have some money on hand. I have enough in my wallet right now. Chu Mingzhou didn't take it, just keep it. Lin Enan exclaimed playfully and suddenly jumped into his arms. Chu Mingzhou, you're being mean to me. Chu Mingzhou quickly caught her. What are you talking about?
I'm not being mean to you.
Lin Enan turned around, comfortably leaning against his leg, and pressed down the corners of her mouth with her hand. You look so serious and speak in a harsh tone, telling me to keep it. Chu Mingzhou looked at Lin Enan's silly expression and couldn't help but gently pinch her nose. Okay, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so serious. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. I know I love you too very much.
Chu Mingzhou pauset.
Another passionate kiss landed, leaving both of them lost in thought. Their palms touched, and sparks danced along their bones, igniting a fire deep in their souls. They kissed for a long time, slowly moving from her lips to her cheek and earlobe, each touch filled with a rush of emotions. Lin Enan breathed lightly, wrapping her arms around Chu Mingzhou's neck, pulling him back. I want more kisses from you, brother. Chu Mingzhou's mind exploded with excitement, like a wild beast unleashed, and he kissed her fiercely, causing Lin Enan to let out a soft, lingering sound that sent shivers down the spine. The night was dark, and a spring rain soaked the windowsill, the rhythmic sound of raindrops echoing until midnight. Regret comes easily for people like now. Lin Anan almost trembled as she arrived at the hospital, feeling a bit speechless. Guian looked very serious. Lin Anan sat across from him, and he didn't even look up, his tone as cold as ice. 2 machines have arrived. I will take you for further tests soon. The imported medicine is also here. You need to get in 4 today.
Oh.
Lin Anan felt a bit anxious, unconsciously playing with her fingers. She glanced at Guian, seeing his grim expression, as if she owed him a lot of money. Last night with Chu Mingzhou was so sweet that she completely forgot about her hospital visit today, and now she felt weak and uncomfortable. How long will it take? I have something to do later. Lin Anan still needed to visit Leelu that evening, as she had promised. Guian abruptly stopped writing. Lin Anan, do you really not know your own health condition? Guian shot her a cold glance and stood up. Come with me. Let's do the tests first. Lin Anan quickly got up and followed Guian. They didn't speak along the way. Only the sound of their footsteps echoed in the hallway. When they reached the examination room, a nurse approached, and Lin Anan obediently lay down on the machine as instructed. The tests took about 40 minutes and were quite complicated. After the tests, they returned to Guian's office. Guian still looked worried, focused on the medical records and test data, his eyes showing fatigue and concern. Is something wrong? Lin Anan felt much better lately, but his serious expression made her a bit anxious. The indicators haven't changed much, but you need to understand that with the current medical level, your condition cannot be cured. We can only adjust the treatment to control it and help you recover to your best state. The key is your cooperation. Lin Anan nodded quickly to show she understood. The follow-up treatment is quite complicated. Are you considering hospitalization? Hospitalization? Is it absolutely necessary? Lin Anan felt much better now, and suddenly going to the hospital would be inconvenient. The 2 little ones at home needed to study, and Chu Mingzhou was very busy with the army. If she were hospitalized, no one would be there to take care of her, and it would distract Chu Mingzhou. Guian seemed to see through her thoughts and softened his voice a bit. You are my main patient right now, and your data is very important to me. I'm usually not too busy and can take care of you. Lin Anan quickly waved her hands. No, what I mean is hospitalization a must? I feel much better now. Can we stick to conservative treatment? Guian looked at her deeply and paused for a moment. Do you know what you're saying? Lin Anan was taken aback. She came to the Northwest specifically to get treatment. If it were when she first arrived, she would have chosen hospitalization without hesitation. The Chu family wouldn't have been a consideration. She would have focused solely on herself. But somewhere along the way, her thoughts had completely changed. Seeing her silent, Guian sighed. You can avoid hospitalization, but it will be quite troublesome. It's not troublesome. I will cooperate with everything you say. You must strictly follow my instructions without any carelessness. Daily medication, rest, and regular checkups must all be done properly. Lin Anan nodded eagerly. I promise, I will take care of my health and won't mess around. Guian scoffed lightly. I hope so. If you continue to act recklessly, I can't guarantee your indicators will remain stable.
Got it.
Time to be disciplined. At that moment, a nurse came in to inform them that the 4 drip was ready, so Guian took Lin Anan to the infusion room. On the way, he carefully reminded her of many precautions, from diet to daily routine, covering every detail. Lin Anan agreed to everything. After the 4 was set up, Lin Anan leaned back in the chair, her eyelids drooping, feeling a bit sleepy. Guian's eyes flickered, and he stood up to adjust a hospital bed sheet without saying anything, leading her to lie down on the bed. Lin Anan felt grateful for his thoughtfulness. Just a few minutes after lying down, she could hardly keep her eyes open. Guian quietly closed the door and sat down on a nearby chair, crossing his legs while looking at some materials, though his gaze often drifted to Lin Anan. The infusion room was quiet, filled only with the sound of dripping medicine and Lin Anan's steady breathing. After some time, Lin Anan slowly woke up and saw Chu Mingzhou sitting beside her. Mingzhou, when did you arrive? I just got here. How are you feeling? Lin Anan moved her slightly numb arm. I'm good, just feel like I had a really nice sleep. Chu Mingzhou sat by the bed, gently holding Lin Ainen's hand. Noticing her small hand was cold, he warmed it in his own. I've got the medicine ready. Take your time before getting up. Lin Ainen nodded softly. Have you taken care of things with Xiaolan and Xiaoyu? Yes, I left some food at home. Guian entered the room and paused for a moment, noticing their hands together. This imported medication needs to be taken for 2 months. Because it contains thalidomide, you must avoid getting pregnant during this time. Lin Ainen felt her cheeks heat up at this, instinctively looking at Chu Mingzhou. Chu Mingzhou remained calm, only tightening his grip on Lin Ainen's hand and nodding at Guian. Yes, we're not planning to have children right now. Well, be careful. Guian frowned slightly and added, this is serious. If you become pregnant, the medication could greatly affect the fetus and even endanger Lin Ainen's life. Please be cautious. His eyes showed concern as he looked at Lin Ainen's face for a moment longer. I understand, Dr. Gu. She knew that her health needed full attention, and they weren't considering having children anytime soon. Chu Mingzhou was worried she might feel down, so he gently patted her hand and said softly, don't overthink it. The most important thing right now is to take care of your health. Once you're fully recovered, we can think about other things. Just let things happen naturally. Lin Ainen. Guian felt a heavy weight in his heart. No matter how Chu Mingzhou responded, it made him uncomfortable. If he said he wanted children, it would mean he didn't care about Lin Ainen's health and didn't truly love her. If he said he didn't want children, Guian felt he wasn't sincere with Lin Ainen. Not wanting children while still being so close to her seemed selfish, as if he only cared about his own desires and not her well-being. He still didn't love her. After discussing some details about the medication and follow-up appointments, Guian turned and left. The ward fell silent for a moment. By the time the two left the hospital, it was almost evening. It was convenient to get to Leelu's house, just a short bus ride away. Linen had prepared a housewarming gift for her, a set of bedding that she made to match her own 4-piece set, using high-quality cotton fabric. The warm glow of the setting sun bathed them in light. As they turned into Baihua Alley, they could already hear laughter and cheerful voices coming from inside before they reached the door. Linen knocked, and the door creaked open. Leelu stood at the entrance with a big smile, warmly welcoming them. Sisternin, Captain Chu, you finally made it. Linen smiled and handed over the gift. Lulu, congratulations on your new home. Sisternin, it's just a simple meal with family and friends. You really didn't have to bring a gift. Please take it, it's just a small token. Thank you, Sisternin. Aunt Luo had set up the cooking pots in the yard, and the delicious aroma of the food filled the air. And Captain Chu, please go sit in the living room. Dinner will be ready soon. Aunt, let me help you. No need, just go and sit down. In just a few days, the little courtyard looked very different, clean and cozy. Lulu, you've done a great job with your new home. It looks so comfortable. Life here will surely get better and better. Leelu's face beamed with joy. It's all thanks to my mom. Captain Chu, Sisternin, please sit down and make yourselves at home. Linen and Chu Mingzhou followed Leelu inside, where several people were already seated. Since Leelu's situation was special, all the guests were her close relatives, most of whom Linen had met before. She was surprised to see Editor Lu among them. As Linen and Chu Mingzhou entered the living room, they greeted everyone. Chu Mingzhou was surrounded by Leelu's 2 brothers, chatting, so Linen took a seat nearby. As soon as she sat down, Editor Lu came over, lowering his voice, Comrade Lin. The response to your last article was fantastic. I was just thinking about finding a time to discuss it with you. The payment is nearly 40 yuan. Please come by the publishing house to collect it. So much? Linen was pleasantly surprised. Sure, no problem. Also, Spring Letter will officially launch at the end of the month, so wait for my good news. Great. Thank you so much. Linen mentioned her interest in taking on news articles. Editor Lu's face lit up with a smile. Of course. If you're really interested, I can also provide you with topics for social news. The two quickly found common ground. Not long after, Aunt Luo came in with steaming plates of food, saying, Come on, everyone, it's time to eat. hurried to the table. Everyone gathered around, and soon the table was filled with a variety of delicious dishes, all colorful and fragrant. Leelu was busy serving rice to everyone, saying, "Make sure to eat a lot today. It's to celebrate my new house." The atmosphere at the dinner table was just right. Editor Lu spoke with great skill, lifting the mood even higher. After all, someone like him, who works in print media, is always well-informed, and his topics were of great interest to everyone. This newly discovered tomb is quite special. I have insider information. It's a genuine royal tomb. Do you know which king it belongs to? Editor Lu, is that true? Whose is it? Absolutely true. It belongs to King Jing of the Qin dynasty, the 14th king. This is the largest ancient tomb discovered in our country to date, and it's estimated to contain thousands of exquisite artifacts. The stories he shared left everyone at the table amazed. The villagers of Nan were quite greedy. When they first discovered it, they didn't say a word and dug it up themselves, damaging many artifacts. Several villagers ended up being sentenced. Everyone sighed in disbelief. Lin Enin exchanged a glance with Chu Mingzhou, both smiling brightly. She was so happy. This important ancient tomb, aside from its historical and cultural value, was a significant achievement for Chu Mingzhou. Editor Lu lowered his voice mysteriously. There's also an interesting story. The village head of Nan is named Lu Fuguei, and this tomb has revealed a huge secret. What secret? Lu Fuguei has 3 sons. The eldest works at a sugar factory in the city, the second is a carpenter, and the youngest is a student from a prestigious university. All 3 sons are quite successful. But unfortunately, none of them are his biological children. Everyone gasped. Even Lin Enin was drawn in by his story. Seeing everyone's wide eyes, Editor Lu took a small sip from his glass and teased. This was something Lu Fuguei's wife told him before she passed away. Really? Is that true? Yes. She said the sons were actually from the neighbor, Old Lai, and she wanted them to recognize their roots to fulfill her last wish.
Uffed.
Lin Enin almost spat out the sweet soup she had just taken a sip of, but thankfully covered her mouth in time. How unfortunate for Lu Fuguei to raise 3 excellent sons, only to find out they belonged to the neighbor. It was quite sad, but also really funny. The meal lasted a long time, and by the time Lin Enin and the others stood up to leave, it was completely dark outside. The 2 arrived home. Chu Minglan and Chu Mingqiao were already asleep. Chu Mingzhou went to wash up first. Lin Enin poured herself a cup of warm water and sat down to rest for a while. Noticing the broom in the yard was neglected, she got up to fetch it from the storage room. As she turned around, she suddenly heard a noise at the front door, as if something outside was making soft sounds. As she approached the door, the noise grew louder.
What's going on?
Seeing that Chu Mingzhou had finished washing up and was coming out, Lin Enin quickly pointed to the door. There's something outside. Chu Mingzhou frowned and pulled her back a bit before stepping forward to open the door. Hey, be careful. It's fine. When the door opened, there was nothing outside.
Wait.
Lin Enin stepped forward and looked down, seeing a small dark bundle. Was it a puppy? How did a dog end up here? Lin Enin squatted down to take a closer look at the little shadow. The puppy was dirty, its fur messy, and its eyes were wet as it looked up at her with a pitiful expression, occasionally making soft whimpering sounds. This puppy is only about a month old. I wonder whose it is, Chu Mingzhou said. There were very few families in the military compound that kept dogs, and they didn't pay much attention to pets. So, it was quite surprising to suddenly find a little puppy. Lin Enin hesitated, wondering if she should touch it, but the little puppy came closer, nuzzling against her. Lin Enin was taken aback. Wow, this fluffy thing is so cute. Chu Mingzhou hesitated for a moment before reaching down to pick up the puppy, closing the door with his other hand as he led Lin Enin back inside. You go wash up. I'll take care of it. Lin Enin blinked, her eyes shining with unexpected excitement. Mingzhou, are we going to keep the puppy? Chu Mingzhou thought for a moment. It's cold at night. Let's let it stay in the living room tonight. Tomorrow, I'll ask around to see whose it is and return it. Lin Enin nodded. Although she felt a bit reluctant, She agreed with Chu Mingzhou's reasoning and turned to wash up. People are strange. In the time it took to take a shower, Lin and couldn't stop thinking about the puppy. She had never raised a small animal before and had no idea what to expect. Just a little while ago, it was still a dirty puppy, but she already found it adorable. By the time Lin finished washing up, Chu Mingzhou had already settled the little puppy. It was placed in a cardboard box lined with some straw, looking quite comfortable. The little puppy was curled up inside, its eyes half open, seeming ready to fall asleep. Does it need something to eat? Lin asked softly. Chu Mingzhou pointed to a small bowl with a chip on the side. It's very good. It drank some rice soup by itself. We shouldn't feed such a small dog too much. Lin walked over to the box, crouched down, and hesitantly reached out a finger to gently touch the puppy's head. The little puppy moved its ears, opened its eyes to look at her, and nudged her hand, seeming to enjoy her touch. It's so cute. If no one wants it, can we keep it? Lin looked up at Chu Mingzhou, her eyes shining. Chu Mingzhou did not respond.
Huh?
Can we, Mingzhou? Okay. Seeing her face turn a bit pale, Chu Mingzhou helped her up, not allowing her to play with the dog anymore. He wiped her hands with a cloth and led her back inside. Woof woof.
Wow.
Sister, it likes me. The next morning, Lin woke up to the sounds of little kids exclaiming and the puppy barking. When she stepped out of the room, she saw Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu crouched on the floor, excitedly playing with the little puppy. The puppy wagged its tail happily, occasionally licking Chu Minglan's hand and tugging at Chu Mingyu's clothes, looking incredibly cute. Sister-in-law, look. Little Black is so lively. Chu Minglan said happily upon seeing Lin. Yes, sister-in-law, it even wags its tail. Chu Mingyu chimed in. It's called Little Black. No way. Lai Fu sounds much better. Lin joined them, crouching down to pet the puppy, also finding it adorable. It seems to really like you too. Chu Mingyu immediately began to brag, saying how the puppy was so attached to him and how well they got along. After playing for a while, the two had to hurry to school, turning back to look at the puppy multiple times, their eyes fixed on it. The little puppy, curious, tried to follow with its short legs, but Lin managed to hold it with one hand, lifting it gently. Although Chu Mingzhou had cleaned it up, it was still quite dirty. Being so small made it hard to give it a bath, so Lin filled a basin with warm water and spent a long time wiping it down until the puppy was wet all over, then used a fire pit to dry it off. This is much better, Lin said with a satisfied smile. The little puppy seemed to enjoy the grooming, lying by the fire pit and wagging its tail from time to time. No wonder people say all puppies are cute. Even a little black ball of fur is adorable. While Lin was having breakfast, she fed it some rice soup. After a meal of rice soup, the little puppy stuck to her and followed her everywhere. When it encountered a step it couldn't climb, it would whine anxiously. As Lin sat at her desk writing, the puppy found a spot nearby to sleep, being very well behaved. Near noon, Chu Mingzhou returned earlier than usual. This dog belongs to old Li's family in the second alley. Their mother dog was stolen for meat, and they had a litter of 4 puppies. Without their mother, they didn't want to keep them, so they abandoned them at the foot of the back hill last night. I don't know how this one ended up at our door. All of them were abandoned? They're so small. These days, food is precious, and most families don't want to keep dogs. Lin glanced at the little ball of fur by her feet and frowned. How can such a small puppy survive outside? What about the other puppies? They're probably in a lot of trouble. Really? Lin gently picked up the puppy and stroked its head. Luckily, this little one made it to our doorstep. Mingzhou. Chu Mingzhou looked at her. If you want to keep it, go ahead. Lin's eyes lit up. Can we really keep it at home?
Yes.
The puppy seemed to understand their conversation, wagging its tail like a propeller and even licking Lin's hand. Chu Mingzhou rolled up his sleeves and headed to the kitchen.
Don't worry, dear.
I'll take care of feeding the little one from now on. Little one? Seeing that she genuinely liked it, Chu Mingzhou agreed. Their yard was big, and the little black dog had a good spirit. Raising it to guard the house would be nice. Just as Lin and Chu Mingzhou settled on this, Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu rushed in like a gust of wind. Little Black. Fortune.
Great.
Each person had a name for it. The puppy responded to everyone, barking endlessly and running around with its short legs. Fortune is too plain, and Little Black is too common. Lin Enin decided to compete for naming rights, even though she wasn't great at naming things herself. I think we should be democratic about this. The puppy should choose its own name. Really? Can it choose? Of course. Lin Enin took a piece of paper, tore it into 3 parts, wrote the 3 names on them, folded them into little squares, and placed them in 3 directions. Then she put the little puppy in the middle. Let it choose. Whatever it picks will be its name. Ye Lin Enin clapped her hands, and the little puppy really started running around, sniffing here and nudging there, finally grabbing a small piece of paper. When she opened it, it read, Dumpling. Lin Enin's eyes curved with joy as she cleared her throat. It's fate. From now on, its name will be Dumpling. Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu exchanged amazed glances. All right, let's call it Dumpling. That sounds nice. Lin Enin nodded and explained, look at how round it is, just like a meat dumpling. Plus, I hope our family can be together and happy, so that's why I chose this name. Dumpling is good. Let's name it Tuan Tuan, and later we can get another one named Yuan Yuan. Chu Mingyu clapped his hands in delight, his eyes turning into crescent moons. Lin Enin. Little Dumpling seemed to sense that everyone was talking about it, wagging its tail and circling around them, happily barking. From now on, Dumpling will be part of our family, so let's take good care of it, Lin Enin said with a smile, patting Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu on the head. We will, sister-in-law. The 2 kids replied in unison, their eyes filled with love for little Dumpling. Indeed, having this little creature around made the house feel lively. In the afternoon, Lin Enin was writing her new book when there was a hurried knock at the door. I'm coming. It turned out to be Hu Xiumei, whom she hadn't seen in days. Hu Xiumei was dressed up today, looking much more vibrant than usual, but no amount of makeup could hide the tiredness in her eyes. Sister Xiumei, and I finally got divorced just this morning. As soon as she said that, her voice started to tremble. Lin Enin welcomed her inside, poured her a cup of tea, and gently comforted her. That's a good thing. Congratulations on escaping from a difficult situation. Hu Xiumei took the cup, her hands slightly shaking. After sipping some tea, she felt a bit calmer.
It is a good thing.
Lin Enin gently patted her back, signaling her to take her time and share when ready. On the day the evidence was submitted, Su Wenba was taken away by the police, right from the bus company, in front of everyone.
It was so satisfying.
Now there's solid proof against him, and he's facing the death penalty. I finally feel free. Yeah, it should be like this. And you don't know how ruthless Su Wenba is. Even if he dies, he wants to drag me down with him. The divorce process was so hard. He refused to agree, and even thought I could take the blame for him. Lin Enin frowned, filled with disgust. Sister Xiumei, it's really fortunate that you could get rid of him. Hu Xiumei's eyes were red, tears welling up. Yes, I still feel a bit scared inside, and Lin Enin held Hu Xiumei's hand tightly, offering encouragement. Sister Xiumei, don't be afraid. He has already been arrested by the police and can't cause any more trouble. Plus, you are divorced now, so his actions have nothing to do with you. But Hu Xiumei shook her head. Now, there are still a bunch of Su family members at home waiting for me to deal with them. I need to go back soon and kick those awful people out of my house. Lin Enin thought of the plump aunt and felt a headache. Rude, aggressive, self-righteous, and unreasonable. Moreover, with Su Wenba, whom she cared about deeply, arrested and the marriage over, would she let Hu Xiumei off easily? Lin Enin looked Hu Xiumei over and asked, You haven't been home for a while, right? Yeah, I've been staying at my uncle's house. I just felt so happy and didn't know who to share with, so I came to tell you. The term share good news was indeed appropriate. Are you going back home soon? Yes, now that I'm divorced, the Su family definitely can't stay at my house anymore. Are you going alone? Are you sure you can get rid of them? As soon as Lin Enin said this, the room fell silent. It wasn't that Lin Enin was being unreasonable. With Hu Xiumei's small frame, she could be easily overpowered by the plump ant. Don't let your efforts go to waste in the end. Hu Xiumei laughed at her words. You're right. I guess I was too happy and didn't think about that. My mother-in-law can really be fierce. Ex-mother-in-law. Right? Ex-mother-in-law. Sister Xiumei, don't you have a cousin who's involved with the community? Hu Xiumei understood and nodded, but then hesitated. No, my cousin has a fiery temper too. He might end up fighting, and if my ex-mother-in-law gets involved, it would really be bad for him. Lin Enin frowned slightly, thinking for a moment. Since you can't ask your cousin for help, you can find someone else. Do you have any good neighbors or friends who could at least help you make some noise? Hu Xiumei bit her lip and thought. I don't usually interact much with my neighbors, so I might feel awkward asking them. I do have a few friends, but they are quite timid and might not want to get involved. Have you reported this situation to the community? They might be able to help you, Hu Xiumei sighed again. But I guess the community won't be much help. The worker there gets along well with my ex-mother-in-law. Lin Ainen felt speechless and a bit sad. Hu Xiumei was practically alone now, with no one at home to support her. She couldn't keep bothering her relatives. They would get annoyed. How many people from the Su family are still at your place? 7. What? Hu Xiumei pressed her lips together. It was just Su Wenba's mom and sister, but after the new year. His cousin's family came to stay, saying they wanted to settle in the northwest, but had nowhere to live, so he arranged for them all to stay at my house. Lin Ainen. These people really took advantage without any hesitation. I've been listening to you lately and haven't gone back. I'm focused on gathering evidence, reporting, and getting a divorce. Lin Ainen thought for a while and waved to Hu Xiumei. Sister Xiumei, I have an idea, but you need your cousin's help. In the end, you can decide whether to report it to the police. What should I do? Hu Xiumei leaned in, her eyes brightening as she listened, and immediately nodded. I'll arrange it now, but how should I write the contract to make it secure? I'm good at that. I'll write a template for you. The Hu family ancestral home is quite large, with 2 rows of single-story houses on either side and a rare 2-story building in the middle. The front and backyards are spacious, each nearly an acre in size. It truly qualifies as a mansion, so it's no wonder the Su family is trying to take advantage of it. An innocent man can be punished for having something valuable. Early the next morning, before the Su family had even woken up, the Hu family ancestral home was surrounded by Hu Jiao, Hu Xiumei's cousin, who is known for his tough demeanor. Listen up, Su family. You have 1 hour to get out of my house. His roar echoed through the Hu family ancestral home, resounding in the morning air. The Su family was jolted awake by the sudden shout, each one looking confused and angry. The plump ant was the first to rush out of her room, her eyes wide as she stared at the fierce-looking group in the yard.
Who are you?
How dare you come to my house and cause trouble? She shouted, trying to intimidate them with her presence. Your house? Hu Jiao stepped forward, glaring sharply at the plump woman and mockingly raised his hand, shaking the contract. This is my house. When did it become yours? The plump woman's face turned pale at his words. She stomped her foot and pointed at Hu Jiao, shouting, You're talking nonsense. Who do you think you are? My house was never sold, and no one would dare sell it. Get out now, or, when my son comes back, you'll regret it. The plump woman still didn't know that Su Wenba was in trouble. She thought he was just busy on a work trip. Hu Jiao found her arrogance and ignorance amusing. He loved to speak the harsh truth. Looking around, with a mocking smile, he said, Your son? You must be talking about Su Wenba, the one involved in illegal activities and corruption, right? Isn't he the one who was taken away by the police? Your family is so capable. You can bail out a criminal who is about to face the death penalty? The plump woman trembled at his words. You're lying. My son is a big leader at the bus company. How could he be arrested? Just then, other members of the Su family began to come out. They were ready to confront him, but upon seeing the group of tough-looking people, they fell silent. Hearing that Su Wenba had been arrested and was facing execution? Su's cousin and his family of 5 were the first to back away, losing their confidence. Whether I'm lying or not, You can find out for yourself. Also, your ex-wife, Hu Xiumei, has sold her house to me, and it's all written down clearly. I give you 1 hour to move out, or I won't be polite. Ex-wife. What ex-wife? How could she sell my house? I won't leave. I'd rather die here. Hu Jiu clicked his tongue. Hu Xiumei has divorced her son, who is facing execution, and you still want to deny it? With that, Hu Jiu raised his hand, and his group of brothers marched in, taking seats in the living room with fierce expressions. The Su family exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. The plump woman wanted to stand her ground, but seeing the numbers against her and hearing about her son's serious trouble, she lost her confidence and could only shout, "I don't believe it. How could Hu Xiumei do this? That ungrateful person. My son will be fine. You're just trying to scare me." But her cries were clearly filled with panic. Hu Jiu glanced at her impatiently and said, "Believe it or not, time is running out. Hurry up and pack your things and leave." Su's cousin hesitated and approached cautiously, saying, "Brother, is there some misunderstanding? We've been living here just fine. Why are you suddenly kicking us out?" "Misunderstanding? This house belongs to Hu Xiumei. She sold it to me, and the contract is legal. How can you take over my house and still complain? Stop talking and get out."
But
"We came here to stay with relatives. Where are we supposed to go? You can't be so unreasonable." Hu Jiu looked at him oddly, thinking that none of the Su family had a normal brain. With a loud slap, he hit Su's cousin, making him spin around in shock.
you.
"Why are you hitting me?" Hu Xiumei only said not to hit the older ones, but she didn't mention the younger ones. Hu Jiu had no intention of being lenient. He raised his hand again and slapped him down to the ground. "Get out, or I swear I'll make you regret it." Su's cousin's face turned red and swollen from the 2 slaps. He covered his face, filled with fear and confusion. During this time, he had experienced the life of the wealthy in the city. His aunt had said he could not only work officially at the bus company, but also live comfortably in this big house. Why were they now kicking him out and hitting him? But looking at Hu Jiu's fierce expression and the group of thugs behind him, he ultimately dared not say anything more, only stepping back in anger. The plump aunt, seeing her family member being hit, cried out in distress, "Are you trying to kill him? Is there no law anymore?" But she only shouted and didn't dare to step forward to stop it. The other members of the Su family looked pale with fear. "Are you moving or not? We should leave," Su's sister-in-law said, sensing the danger. She started packing her things, knowing that if they didn't leave quickly, they would be in serious trouble. An hour passed quickly. Besides Su's sister-in-law packing up, the others hadn't moved at all. This suited Hu Jiu just fine. Throw them all out. Yes, Brother Jiu. Once Hu Jiu's men received the order, they sprang into action, rushing into each room like wolves. They showed no mercy, tossing out the Su family's clothes and belongings. Before long, the entrance was piled high with their things. A plump woman watched her belongings being carelessly tossed aside, her teeth clenched in anger as she cursed, "You heartless people, may you never find peace. I will fight you." She tried to rush forward to stop them but was easily held back by 2 strong men, unable to move. Su Wenba's sister cried nearby, "How can you treat us this way? My brother is an important leader, and when he returns, he won't let you get away with this. Where is Hu Xiumei? You should have that woman come here and explain herself." Her pleas and insults received no response as Hu Jiu's men continued to do as they pleased, clearing out the room. Su's cousin stood by, his face swollen and red. He watched as his once comfortable life crumbled before his eyes, filled with frustration but feeling helpless. He couldn't confront Hu Jiu, so he directed his anger at the plump woman. "Aunt, is this still our cousin's home? Can't you take charge? Being kicked out is one thing, but if the clan hears about this, they'll have a lot to say about our cousin." Despite their discontent, the Su family was completely driven out of the Hu family ancestral home, without a trace of sympathy. Indeed, it was Lin Ainan's idea. She suggested that Hu Xiumei create a fake contract, pretending to sell the house to make the Su family realize the situation. The best candidate for buying the house was a reliable troublemaker, and Hu Xiumei was chosen for the task. However, he was quite willing, as he had long wanted to deal with the Su family, but was hesitant to act without a reason, fearing it would put his cousin in a difficult position. Now, it was straightforward. Reclaiming the house and driving them out felt satisfying. But Hu Xiumei repeatedly warned him not to hit the plump woman, or they would be blamed. Having navigated the social scene for years, Hu Xiumei understood her meaning and refrained from touching the woman. As for why they pretended to sell the house, Hu Xiumei avoided meeting them to make things easier in the future. Hu Xiumei was timid. Even if a relative supported her temporarily, it would only be once. The Su family, being troublesome, would always find a way to interfere, and relatives couldn't protect her forever. Claiming the house was sold only required Hu Xiumei and his friends to stay there for a while, after which the Su family would not dare to cause any more trouble. It was simple and final. As for Hu Xiumei, she would stay with her uncle for some time. Everything went smoothly as planned. After the Su family was driven away, the Hu family finally regained some long-lost peace. Once everything was settled, Hu Xiumei arrived with a big bag full of gifts, insisting on thanking Lin and properly. And thanks to your suggestion, you have no idea how chaotic things were at the bus company. Lin and was stunned. So, there's no limit to how outrageous things can get. Auntie was in disbelief that her son had gotten into trouble. Frustrated, she went straight to the bus company. The bus company hadn't even addressed Su Wenbo yet, but selling tickets privately was not just illegal. The company was facing huge losses. Before they could confront the Su family came to them first, demanding compensation. The leader sent to handle the situation had hoped for a calm discussion, but instead, he was met with a barrage of insults. Auntie couldn't read it all, so she didn't understand what he was saying. But it didn't matter. She knew these people not only harmed her son but also had the nerve to ask her for money, which felt like blatant bullying. As a result, Auntie caused a huge scene at the bus company, making wild accusations and throwing a tantrum. The chaos was unbelievable. She cried out, claiming the bus company had wronged her son, and demanded they explain themselves and compensate the Su family for their losses. The leaders of the bus company were overwhelmed, feeling both angry and helpless. No matter what they said, Auntie wouldn't listen and continued her outburst, even threatening to hit someone. Staff members rushed in to intervene, and the situation became very chaotic. Hu Xiumei recounted Annie's antics at the bus company, and Lin laughed so hard her eyes crinkled. This Annie is quite a character. That's just how she is, used to being unreasonable. In the end, she was taken away by the police, still causing a scene, claiming they had embarrassed her and that her reputation was ruined after all those years. She said she couldn't face anyone when she went home. Even at a time like this, she's worried about her reputation instead of finding a way to help her son?
Exactly.
This incident seemed to come to a close. After sending Hu Xiumei off, Lin set up her sewing machine. She had picked out some nice fabric yesterday and needed to prepare more summer clothes, as her family of 4 was waiting to wear them. Lin plans to make a dress for Chu Mingzhou first. It will be a light yellow dress that falls just above the ankles, with beautiful pleats at the hem and a bit of puff sleeves. She will also embroider a few small flowers at the neckline, creating a modified princess dress that is both casual and a bit magical, perfect for kids. There is also a piece of dark blue checkered fabric for Chu Mingzhou. Lin intends to make him a casual outfit with a slightly loose short-sleeve top and simple casual pants. This fabric is breathable and comfortable, ideal for summer wear. As for Chu Mingzhou, Lin chose a piece of gray linen fabric to make him a shirt, along with black suit fabric for long pants. He usually wears military uniforms in the army, so this outfit is for his everyday wear. For herself, Lin picked a light pink chiffon fabric, wanting to make a comfortable and elegant dress. She loves beauty, and wearing dull colors every day makes her a bit unhappy. As she thinks, Lin begins to cut the fabric. Her technique is skilled, and every cut is precise. After cutting, she places the fabric on the sewing machine and starts sewing. The sewing machine goes tap, tap, tap. The little one is very interested in the sewing machine's foot pedal, watching from a distance, bobbing their little head, trying to keep up. Summer clothes are quicker to make than winter ones. They can be finished in a day or two. Any leftover fabric can be pieced together to create simple styles. In the evening, Chu Mingzhou shares some news with Lin. The organization awarded him a second-class merit. Really? Lin is taken aback. It's about the Qin Jinggong ancient tomb incident. Second-class merit? Yes. Lin quickly applies face cream and jumps onto the bed, saying, Chu Mingzhou, you really kept this to yourself until now? Chu Mingzhou holds her securely in his arms. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal? It's a second-class merit. Lin holds his face and gently squeezes it. You're amazing. Chu Mingzhou lets her play with his face without resisting, just supporting her back as she bounces around. I'm really proud of you. Well, it was just a coincidence. Doesn't matter. This time, there will be recognition from the organization and some bonuses. I'll give them to you when they arrive. Lin nods, mumbling a bit, Brother, I really like you a lot. 7 parts in my heart, 3 parts on my lips. I'm sorry, but when I like you, I seem to become forgetful. My mind is filled with thoughts of you, your serious side, your gentle side, and, well, everything about you. Lin felt her chin being held, and her soft words were silenced by a passionate kiss. Chu Mingzhou's eyes sparkled with laughter, but his breathing grew heavier with the kiss. His hand moved downwards. She pushed it away. Lin seized the moment and bit his lower lip. Chu Mingzhou's gaze deepened, a hint of red at the corners of his eyes. He rubbed his finger on his lip, but didn't break the skin. He pulled her closer, from the corners of her eyes to her earlobes, from her lips to her collarbone. Lin's cheeks flushed, and she became quiet. Her toes curled, tears threatening to fall, and she couldn't hold back the soft sounds escaping her throat. Her hands, too, alternated between holding tightly and relaxing. The release date for a letter in spring was set for April 22nd. On the day of the launch, Lin dressed up formally from head to toe. When she finished and stepped out, Chu Mingzhou's gaze was drawn to her like a magnet, lingering on her for a long time. The woman before him was beautifully made up, with delicate features, her brows like distant mountains, lips like cherries, and eyes like autumn waters, making her face even more radiant. Her hair was half up, giving her a gentle yet tidy look. She wore a new dress and a knitted cardigan that complemented each other perfectly, the hem of her dress swaying gently as she walked, showcasing her graceful figure. Come on, why are you in a daze? Lin noticed his distraction and leaned in, blinking her eyes. Chu Mingzhou's gaze remained fixed on her as he gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, his touch so tender it felt like it could drip with sweetness. Let's go. His intense gaze made Lin's cheeks slightly flush, and a sweet smile appeared on her lips. Today is the big day for a letter in spring. I have to go see it and buy a copy for Xiaolon too. What about mine?
Huh.
Do you want one? Chu Mingzhou smiled and nodded. Yes, I want yours too. He took Lin's hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. They chatted and laughed as they left the house, sunlight pouring down, as if casting a golden glow over them. On the way, Lin occasionally glanced out the car window, watching the lively scenes on the street, her thoughts drifting away. This book, A Letter in Spring, was the first book written by the original author, filled with her deepest emotions and the delicate feelings hidden within the pages. In her past life, this book became the stepping stone for Jang Tong to become a well-known writer. Everyone praised Jang Tong for her deep feelings, saying that the couple in the book represented her silent love for her late husband. How amusing! It was clearly the original character's longing for her youthful innocence and her first feelings of love. On the bumpy bus, Chu Mingzhou took Lin's hand and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I hope Yi Zhao and Bai Mu can be very happy in another world, without regrets or disappointments."
Chu Mingzhou said.
He recognized these names as the main characters in her book. Lin had renamed them, wanting the original story to remain pure and untainted. In her past life, the book was called Eternal Youth. It not only lifted Jang Tong's career but also gave her a perfect image. Whenever readers mentioned Ashur and Mumu, they would praise Jang Tong for writing the most beautiful love story. Now, thinking back, Ashur was derived from Guian's character name and Mumu came from Lin Nin's name. That was close. Why did you choose the names Yi Zhao and Bai Mu? Chu Mingzhou asked. See, there it is. Lin Nin smiled and leaned closer to his ear. In this vast world, I have 3 loves, the sun, the moon, and you. The sun is the morning, the moon is the evening, and you are my every day and night. Chu Mingzhou felt his heart skip a beat. What do you think? Is it sweet enough for you? Chu Mingzhou looked into her eyes and nodded softly. Lin Nin linked her arm with his, tilted her head, and rested it on his shoulder. It's sweet words, but also the direction of my heart. Chu Mingzhou. Chu Mingzhou slightly turned his head, brushing against her hair. He felt a lump in his throat, as if he wanted to say something but was held back by his emotions. After a long moment, he quietly replied, I understand. His voice carried a hint of tenderness, as if he wanted to keep Lin Nin's words locked in his heart. Lin Nin closed her eyes slightly. Perhaps only at this moment did she understand the original character's feelings. There was actually another line. In this vast world, there can be no more than 3 loves, the moon in the water, the flowers in the mirror, and you in my dreams. The moon can be sought, the flowers can be obtained, but you are the one I cannot have. Since ancient times, many loves have ended in regret. Good dreams are easily broken. Parting means there will be no more days to meet again, and in the end, one must face the afterlife alone. There are too many things in life that we can encounter but cannot seek, leaving behind so many regrets. The bus continued to sway along, and the warm sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting gentle shadows, warm and soft. The 2 of them headed to the Xinhua bookstore. It didn't take long to arrive. Lin Nin simply wanted to treat herself by buying a book as a keepsake. The publisher really did a great job. Even the display area in the bookstore was set up in the best spot. Spring Day Letters was neatly arranged, its cover shining under the lights, catching the attention of passing customers. As soon as Lin Nin stepped inside, her gaze was fixed on the shelves displaying Spring Day Letters. She walked to the display area, gently picked up a copy, and ran her fingers over the cover, feeling the hard work and dedication that went into its creation. Lin Nin closed her eyes for a moment, feeling a mix of emotions, both sorrow for the original author and gratitude for the present. She quietly chose 3 books. 1 for Xiaolon, 1 for you, and 1 to send to my parents.
Okay.
But you're the luckiest. I've decided to go home and give you a signed copy. Chu Mingzhou smiled. Thanks for your effort. Lin Nin waved her hand. No need to be polite. You're my husband. She handed the book to Chu Mingzhou and glanced around, seemingly casually walking towards other shelves, but feeling quite nervous inside. It was certain that this book would be popular, but her anticipation was hard to contain. Lin Nin pretended to stroll between the shelves, but her eyes kept darting back to the display area of Spring Day Letters, watching the customers' reactions. She noticed a young woman stopping in front of the shelf, picking up a copy of Spring Day Letters. Her eyes sparkled as she opened the book, getting lost in it, smiling occasionally and whispering to her companion, clearly delighted. Lin Nin's eyes brightened, and she turned to take Chu Mingzhou's hand. He was very attentive, noticing her every move and trying to slow down his pace. This book is not only well-written but also beautifully crafted. Look at this cover and the dust jacket, plus the bookmark. It's like a collectible. Is it nice? Let me see. Yes, I flipped through it, and it looks great. It's my first time seeing a story like this. You should buy a copy. After you finish, let us borrow it. That won't work. Since it's a collectible, I'll definitely keep it after reading. In the end, each of the women bought a copy, chatting and laughing as they left. Soon, a new group of people entered the store. The display for Spring Day Letter is in a great spot, and the colors of the book title are very eye-catching. Anyone who enters the Xinhua bookstore can't help but take a look. Lin Nin stood there for a short while and had already sold about 20 copies. This definitely counts as a bestseller. Lin Anan chuckled happily and pulled Chu Mingzhou to the checkout, ready to leave. She still needed to stop by Yongqian Publishing House to collect the payment for her news article and chat with editor Lu for a bit. They were almost in and out. Not long after Lin Anan left, Guian walked into the Xinhua bookstore. He was dressed in a neat Zhongshan suit, his expression cool, and his gaze wandered around the store until it landed on the display for Spring Day Letter. His thin lips pressed together, as if he were frozen in place. He slowly approached, picked up a copy, and gently ran his fingers over the cover, his eyes finally resting on the author's pen name, on Qing. It seemed as if he wanted to reach through the paper to touch someone he once knew well. Looking at the embracing figures on the cover, his expression grew more complex, and memories of his time with Lin Anan flooded back. Those days spent discussing literature and strolling down the street felt so clear yet distant, as if separated by a century. Then, without me, you still shine brightly, Guian murmured, his voice hoarse and filled with endless loneliness, each word seeming to come from the depths of his heart. Just then, a staff member came by with a small cart to restock the display. He looked at Guian with a professional smile and said, "Sir, this is a fresh masterpiece. The author is exceptionally talented, and the stories in this book are deeply touching. It has received a lot of attention since its release." Guian seemed not to hear, lost in his thoughts, and it took him a moment to respond. Perhaps he truly liked it. The staff member was particularly enthusiastic in his introduction. "I bought this book myself. The story is very moving, and I really love a line from it. You came with the warm sun, and from then on my youth had a shining background. It's beautifully written." Guian suddenly stiffened, nearly dropping the book in his hands, and the color drained from his face. He once thought that Lin Anan's gentle smile and poetic talent would be a unique part of his life, but now, reality felt like a cold wall, harshly separating him. Those moments he once took for granted, even squandered, now felt like sharp thorns piercing his heart. Guian took a deep breath, trying hard to calm his emotions. His voice sounded weak and resigned. "Thank you, I would like a copy." The clerk smiled and nodded. "Sure, please pay at the front." As Guian walked out of the bookstore, he looked a bit down, as if surrounded by endless loneliness. It wasn't until he got into the car that he allowed his suppressed feelings to overflow. Looking at the book in his hands, memories flashed before him like a slideshow. They had blushed in a corner of the hospital and smiled at each other under the rain. He had promised to protect her, but in the end, he was the one who lost everything. At that moment, regret and longing wrapped around his heart like vines, spreading pain throughout his body. Guian opened the book, and the familiar yet strange words filled his vision. It felt as if he could see Lin Anan sitting at her desk, focused on writing. Each word seemed to softly tell her story, sharing her growth and transformation, but no longer connected to him. Meanwhile, Lin Anan and Chu Mingzhou arrived at Yongqian Publishing House. Editor Lu greeted them with a big smile, quickly changing his tone. "Teacher Lin, it's an honor to have you here." Lin Anan couldn't help but laugh. "Editor Lu, you don't need to be so polite."
"Ah,
not at all. Your work is excellent. I just did my part." Chu Mingzhou glanced at the two of them. Editor Lu welcomed them into the office and closed the door. "I knew you would come. The last article about women's labor received great feedback. The total payment for both articles is 72 yuan. I've already collected it and was planning to bring it to you."
Wow.
Look how considerate he is. It saved Lin Anan the trouble of going through the process. I must say, writing news articles is a good path, but Lin Anan doesn't take many. At most, she writes 1 or 2 a month during her free time. After all, she isn't a professional. News articles these days require careful attention. They can't exaggerate or fabricate. They must be truthful and convey a sense of great love in a positive way. However, getting 72 yuan for 2 articles is quite good, especially since an ordinary worker earns only 20 or 30 a month. Lin Anan smiled as she accepted the payment. "Thank you so much, Editor Lu. I appreciate you taking the time to come here." Editor Lu waved his hand, still smiling brightly. "It's nothing. If you need anything, just let me know. By the way, I really need to talk to you. Your book, Spring Letters, has received an amazing response since its release. Our office had many visitors this morning, and the phone was almost overwhelmed with calls asking about the book. Several bookstores are eager to place additional orders.
Really?
It's only the first day, and Lin and Ins didn't expect such quick results. Is that true? I was worried that people wouldn't like it, but I didn't expect this. It's so exciting. Lin and In turned to look at Chu Mingzhou, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. Chu Mingzhou gently patted her shoulder, offering silent encouragement and support. Editor Lu nodded repeatedly. Your writing style is unique and delicate, and the story is gripping. It would be unreasonable if it didn't become popular. We need to keep the momentum going. Fireflies will be released on the 10th of next month.
Okay, but...
Teacher Lin about your new book. Lin Nen smiled with her eyes narrowed in delight. No rush, no rush. I need to take some time to refine my ideas.
Great.
I'm really looking forward to your continued writing. With your talent, your next work will surely be even more amazing. Our office will fully support you. Just let us know what resources you need. The implication was clear. Dear Teacher Lin, now that you've become popular, you still need to work with our publishing house. Don't forget about us. We want to be ready to support you. Lin and nodded, looking as if she understood and agreed. After exchanging compliments for a while, Lin and finally stood up to leave. She hummed a little tune, feeling incredibly happy. Chu Mingzhou smiled gently and asked, "Are you hungry?" Lin and reached out to catch a ray of light, as if holding a handful of gold, and gestured a heart shape towards Chu Mingzhou. Yes, I'm hungry. But do you remember I wanted to interview a soldier who retired due to injury? Chu Mingzhou understood immediately. Do you want to go to Kong Changming's house for dinner? Is that possible? Yes, I talked to him about it last time. Lin Nen made an okay gesture. She was already working on a story about women called Chains, but another book titled Spine had not progressed, lacking communication. The last time they visited the Kong family, the world was covered in a beautiful blanket of snow. Now, returning once again, the site is filled with vibrant colors. A large area of trumpet vine climbs freely along the Kong family's wall, with flowers stacked upon each other, bright red and stunning orange, gently swaying in the breeze, as if releasing the energy built up over the winter, making the whole yard lively and different from the last time. This is so beautiful, Lin Nen exclaimed, captivated by the sight of the trumpet vine, her eyes filled with wonder and delight, unable to look away. If this were in the future, she would definitely take pictures and post them on social media. Do you like it? Lin Nen nodded eagerly, her eyes wide with excitement. Then I'll plant 2 in our yard for you, Chu Mingzhou said, smiling at her, his eyes filled with affection.
Great.
Lin Nen replied happily, her eyes sparkling. Kong Changming, hearing the commotion, turned his wheelchair toward the door. He was not surprised by their arrival, likely used to their casual visits. He smiled and nodded at Lin Nen before skillfully maneuvering his wheelchair back inside. Mom, add 2 more dishes. Okay. Once inside, Kong Changming quickly brewed a pot of fragrant tea, and the warm aroma filled the room, easing the atmosphere. He poured each of them a cup and looked at Lin Nen calmly, saying, "Sister-in-law, if you have something to say, just go ahead. No need to be polite with me." Clearly, Chu Mingzhou had already spoken to him about this. Lin Nen clasped her hands together, gathered her thoughts, and said earnestly, "Comrade Kong, as you know, my health isn't great, so I usually stay home and write, trying to do my part. Now I want to write a new book called Spine. The main characters will be several soldiers who retired due to injuries, aiming to showcase those who, like steel, support our country. So I would like to interview you to include your spirit in the book, so more people can know about it. Is that okay?" She stared intently at Kong Changming, her eyes full of sincerity. Kong Changming's hand trembled slightly around the teacup, and his gaze deepened as Lin Nen's words stirred memories of the past. The days of war, the sounds of gunfire, and the calls and sacrifices of comrades flooded his mind like a tide. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice a bit hoarse. "All right, Let's wait until after dinner. Thank you very much. With that topic set aside, Qingming chatted casually with Chu Mingzhou, their relationship quite good. Aunt Zhang was very warm and happy to see Lin and again. At the dinner table, she kept serving Lin and food, saying that Mingzhou was lucky to have such a beautiful and capable wife. Aunt Zhang worked in the education bureau, so she was aware of the recent bullying incident at school and had been paying close attention to it. She said Lin and was kind-hearted and brave for standing up and exposing the darkness without hesitation. After the meal, Lin and felt overwhelmed by the compliments. Chu Mingzhou was very pleased. He was happier when others praised his wife than when they praised him. After Aunt Zhang casually chatted for a bit, she left for work. The others took a short break before getting to the main topic. Lin looked serious and quickly took out her prepared paper and pen to take notes. Chu Mingzhou sat quietly beside her, watching. Lin adjusted her posture and softly asked, "Comrade Kong, that battle back then must have been intense, right? Can you tell me about your feelings when you first went to the battlefield?" Qingming gazed into the distance, as if he could see the smoky battlefield from back then. He slowly said, "Even though we grew up knowing about war, when I first arrived on the battlefield, I was scared, my hands were shaking, and I didn't have that much courage. But when I saw my comrades beside me, their determination to protect our country made me realize I couldn't retreat, not even a step." Shells exploded nearby, dirt flew everywhere. My ears were ringing, yet my body rushed forward uncontrollably. Qingming was a communications soldier, usually the most protected one in the unit, responsible for transmitting messages. He said he could have dodged the grenade that flew towards him, but there were only 2 words left to send on the machine, and the message had to go out, so he risked his life. In the end, he lost both legs, but survived. As Qingming spoke, Lin felt as if she were there with him. Her pen moved quickly across the paper, recording these precious and moving moments. The atmosphere in the room was heavy, filled only with Qingming's deep voice and the soft sound of the pen on paper. Unknowingly, the warm golden light of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a glow over everything in the room. Lin paused, looked up with tears still in her eyes, and said with a choked voice, "Comrade Kong, thank you. I will make sure to write this book well, so that more people can see you silent heroes." Qingming waved his hand, saying, "I don't have much, but at least I'm alive. If you can pass on the spirit of those fallen comrades, that's worth it." Lin suddenly asked another question. "Do you regret it?"
Yes.
Qingming looked at her and answered firmly. Lin was taken aback. "Really?" Qingming's gaze shifted from the distance to his empty pant leg, his fingers gently stroking the armrest of his wheelchair. His movements were slow and heavy, as if he were touching past pains. After a long pause, he spoke, his voice filled with a sense of sorrow and sighing. "I regret not being able to save more comrades, not being able to be with them to see the day of victory. On the battlefield, every second was a choice between life and death. I chose to complete the mission, but the cost was watching my brothers fall." His eyes slightly reddened, and the faces of his fallen comrades flashed through his mind, as clear as if it were yesterday. Lin felt the lump in her throat, tears welling up in her eyes. She understood the heavy burden of guilt that came with such deep camaraderie. Chu Mingzhou patted Qingming's shoulder, saying it's okay. Qingming took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. "However, if time could go back, I would still make the same choice. Because we all know that from the moment we put on the uniform, protecting our country and our people is our mission, even if it costs our lives." Lin nodded firmly, gripping her pen tighter. She silently vowed to present these heroes' stories to the world, ensuring that future generations would remember their sacrifices. This interview brought her not just writing material, but also a profound spiritual awakening, deepening her understanding of responsibility and love for her country. As the sky darkened, Lin and Chu Mingzhou stood to leave. Qingming insisted on seeing them to the door, the evening light casting a warm glow around him, outlining his determined figure. Lin looked back at the vibrant flowers, which bloomed beautifully, just like the life these heroes nurtured with their blood, never fading. The future of Huagua will be wonderful. Thank you. The two walked slowly along the path home, the sunset casting long shadows behind them. Lin Yin's mind was restless, replaying the scenes Kong Changming had described, each moment hitting her heart like a heavy hammer. Chu Mingzhou took her hand and spoke in a low voice. If you want to hear, I can tell you about Mom and Dad's story. Lin Yin was taken aback. She remembered some things about Chu's parents, which were said to be very tragic. Both had received first-class honors and sacrificed their lives. If you want to share, I would love to listen. Since coming here, I have truly understood that this stable and happy life is bought with the blood and lives of many heroes. She slightly tilted her head, gazing at the fiery sunset, as if trying to see something through its brilliant colors. I will write about it well. I want to capture not only their bravery on the battlefield, but also their resilience after retiring, how they continue to live strongly and contribute to society despite their physical challenges. Just like Comrade Kong and Brother Jianmin, even though they have physical limitations, their spirit has never faltered, and they continue to influence those around them in their own way. Once home, Chu Mingzhou went to wash up, while Lin Yin headed straight to the desk. She carefully placed the notebook containing the interview notes on the table and gently opened it. The pages were filled with dense writing, and she ran her fingers lightly over the paper, lost in thought. After a long while, she picked up a pen and wrote a small line in the empty space of the notebook. Heroes are immortal, and their spirit lives on. This book is dedicated to all the unnamed heroes who have contributed to our country. Sister-in-law. There was a knock at the door, and Chu Mingzhou's voice was filled with distress. Lin Yin quickly stood up. I'm here. Sister-in-law, my stomach hurts a lot. Seeing his pale face and his small hands tightly clutching his stomach, with cold sweat on his forehead, Lin Yin was alarmed. Stomach pain? Did you eat something bad? Quickly tell me where it hurts. Chu Mingzhou could only point to his stomach, tears in his eyes. It can't be appendicitis. At that moment, Chu Mingzhou came out of the bathroom. Noticing something was wrong with Chu Mingzhou, he quickly dropped the towel he was using to dry his hair, rushed to his side, squatted down, and immediately picked him up. Don't be afraid, I'll take you to the clinic. Lin Yin quickly grabbed a jacket and helped Chu Mingzhou put it on. The area he pointed to could very likely be appendicitis. Saying this, she followed closely behind Chu Mingzhou as they headed out the door. They hurried along, almost running to the clinic. Chu Mingzhou's pained little face was scrunched up, and he could barely speak, only whimpering as he leaned against Chu Mingzhou. Dai Lihua was busy all day and was just about to head home when she ran into three people. What happened here? Seeing Chu Mingzhou's pale face, Dai Lihua quickly furrowed her brows and hurried over to help him to the bed. She touched his forehead and gently pressed on his stomach, her movements quick and skilled, filled with concern. Yuga, where does it hurt the most? Chu Mingzhou's eyes were teary, and he opened his mouth but could only make weak sounds, unable to speak clearly. He said it hurts here below the belly button. Lin Yin pointed out the spot Chu Mingzhou indicated. The other two doctors quickly gathered around, asking Chu Mingzhou and the others to step outside for a moment. Dai Lihua put on her stethoscope and carefully listened to Chu Mingzhou's stomach. She asked a few questions about his diet and bowel movements, her frown never easing. Lin Yin stood at the door, her eyes fixed on the inside, her hands nervously twisting together. Chu Mingzhou paced back and forth, worry written all over his face. After a moment, Dai Lihua came out. Don't worry too much. It seems he has roundworms in his stomach. We need to confirm it further. Roundworms? Yes, it's not a big deal. Just some medicine and a trip to the restroom should do the trick. Chu Mingzhou and Lin Yin exchanged glances, both relieved that it wasn't something serious. Dai Lihua turned back to the examination room to continue arranging follow-up checks and treatment. Finally, the test results came back, confirming Dai Lihua's initial assessment that Chu Mingzhou indeed had roundworms. Dai Lihua walked out with the report, a slight smile on her face. Don't worry, it's just roundworms. I've prescribed some deworming medicine. If he takes it on time and watches his diet, he will be fine soon. Thank you, Lihua. Dai Lihua waved her hand. No need to say that. We're all family. It's good that Yugo is okay. Dr. Chin just gave him an injection for pain relief, and he's feeling better now. Remember to give him the medicine on time, and keep his diet simple for the next few days. Lin and Chu Mingzhou listened carefully to Dai Lihua's instructions and nodded in agreement. At that moment, Chu Mingzhou's face had regained some color. He looked at Lin and shyly reached out for a hug. Sister-in-law. Lin gently patted his head and pulled him into her arms. Don't be afraid. Everything will be fine.
She really forgot about this.
In this day and age, people need to deworm regularly, or else. Getting roundworms is common. Lin hugged Chu Mingzhou, feeling both worried and a bit amused. You need to pay more attention from now on. If you feel unwell, tell your sister-in-law right away, okay? Chu Mingzhou nodded obediently, leaning against her. Chu Mingzhou stepped forward, looking at Chu Mingzhou. Though his tone was scolding, his eyes were gentle. You always pretend to wash your hands before meals. Now you know how it feels. Chu Mingzhou replied softly, realizing he had worried his brother and sister-in-law this time. Dai Lihua shook her head. You two should take you back home. He's tired from all this. Let him rest, and remember to give him his medicine as prescribed. After Lin and Chu Mingzhou thanked Dai Lihua again, they took Chu Mingzhou and left the clinic. On the way home, Chu Mingzhou seemed much better and started chatting with them. Lin and Chu Mingzhou patiently responded, relieved to see him back to normal. Once home, Chu Mingzhou told Lin to wash up and rest first. He stayed with Chu Mingzhou, helped him change into clean, comfortable clothes, and poured him a glass of warm water for his medicine. Finally, he tucked him in. Sleep well and rest. If you need anything, call us. Chu Mingzhou closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. Outside, the night deepened. Chu Mingzhou turned off the light, gently closed the door, and returned to his own room. Lin had finished tidying up and was sitting on the edge of the bed, sipping warm water. Today's incident reminded us to pay more attention to our family's health and to regularly deworm. We can't be careless about these things.
Yes.
Lin felt that Chu Mingzhou cared about his own matters, but he was rather neglectful with his younger siblings. You could say he wasn't doing a bad job. At least they had better food and clothing than an average family, and he was willing to spend money on the two little ones. But you could also say he wasn't doing well. He was completely unaware of how Chu Minglan was being bullied for a long time. He was probably even more clueless about deworming and vaccinations. When Chu Mingzhou lay down on the bed, Lin felt a bit sorry for him. She placed her cup on the table and snuggled closer, leaning into his embrace. Back to the point, it hasn't been easy for him. He lost his parents when he was still a young boy, and over the years, he has had to be both a father and a mother. Chu Mingzhou noticed Lin's emotions and instinctively tightened his arms around her, resting his chin gently on her head. He softly asked, "What's wrong? Are you still worried about you?" "He's doing much better now." Lin snuggled closer and said softly, "I'm not worried about Xiaoyu. I just suddenly feel a bit sorry for you. You must have gone through so much over the years." As she spoke, she lifted her head and looked at Chu Mingzhou with concern in her eyes. Chu Mingzhou was slightly taken aback, but then smiled gently, running his hand through her hair. "I don't feel Wu. Having you by my side and helping me take care of the family makes me very happy." Lin surprisingly saw a hint of dependence in his eyes. He relies on her? Chu Mingzhou, I feel so small. Her words seemed incomplete, but Chu Mingzhou understood. She had always presented herself as delicate in front of him. She knew how to show vulnerability, lean on him, and even ask for help. From the inside out, she was awakening his sense of responsibility and protectiveness, making him subconsciously want to become stronger to always keep her safe. In truth, Chu Mingzhou understood everything. He was perceptive, but he was willing to be guided by her. "You're perfect just the way you are." Lin's eyelashes fluttered, and she felt a bit of a sting in her eyes. Blinking, she tried to push the feeling down, her voice slightly choked. "I know it hasn't been easy for you these years. Let's take care of this home together and look after our younger siblings properly." Her hand rested gently on Chu Mingzhou's chest, feeling his steady heartbeat. Chu Mingzhou held her hand, his warm palm enveloping her small hand, gently rubbing it. This isn't a pressure you should bear. Taking care of yourself is the most important thing. I will always protect you. With you here, I feel secure. Lin Enin leaned on his shoulder, her thoughts drifting back to their past moments. She joked, I think I have many strengths, like I have good taste and even better luck. When I first got here, I was so confused. If it weren't for how good-looking you are, I wouldn't have been able to get along with you. Now, I guess I was just drawn in by your looks and ended up here. A smile crept onto her lips as memories of their time together filled her mind. Those mornings and evenings spent together, laughter and sweetness, all becoming the strongest foundation of their relationship. Chu Mingzhou, you are amazing. You have become the most important person to me. Hearing her half-joking words, Chu Mingzhou felt a warmth in his heart. He tilted his head slightly, his nose brushing against her hair, and chuckled softly. Yes, I am lucky to be your most important person. Lin Nin's cheeks turned slightly red as she playfully tapped his chest and said, You have such sweet words. Fine. I'll consider it a reward for all your hard work. Chu Mingzhou held her a little tighter. Yes, very sweet. Outside, the moonlight was just right, and the atmosphere inside was warm. When talking about his parents, Chu Mingzhou's tone was relatively relaxed. My parents both came from military families and grew up in the army, so they are quite strong-willed. During the turmoil of war, my dad went to the battlefield with my grandpa when he was just 15. After turning off the lights, they lay down, and Chu Mingzhou held Lin Enin close, softly sharing stories about his parents. Lin Enin listened quietly, paying close attention, remembering every word without needing to take notes. Chu Siren, the youngest brigade commander of the Northwest Army. In a defensive battle, he held his position for nearly a month, working with the 8th Route Army to defeat the enemy's 20th Division and 49th Brigade, personally taking down over 1,000 enemy soldiers at just 25 years old. He earned the nickname Chu Qian. He was a well-known officer in the Northwest Army, famous for both his command and combat skills. However, when people mentioned Chu Qian, they often thought of his wife, Mu Kaihua, first. Mu Kaihua, the top in the Northwest, once killed 472 enemy soldiers with 500 bullets during the War of Defense, setting the highest record for long-range kills. My mom was remarkable, but because of her fierce reputation, she didn't get married until she was 25. My dad was the one she chose. As he spoke, a smile appeared on Chu Mingzhou's face. She said, besides Chu Qian, there wasn't anyone else in the Northwest Army who could fight. These two were a strong match and were known for being a perfect couple. After they married, the once headstrong Chu Qian earned a reputation for being afraid of his wife. Later, when Chu Mingzhou was born, the family enjoyed a period of great happiness. Unfortunately, that happiness was short-lived. When Chu Mingzhou was nearly 17, both parents sacrificed their lives in a counterattack. One was guarding the southernmost defense line, while the other was at the highest point, far apart, and they didn't even get to see each other one last time. No. To be precise, Mu Kaihua saw Chu Qianlian. Before she fired her last bullet, she aimed at him and witnessed him being crushed by enemy fire. In the end, they won the battle and both received first-class honors, but Chu Mingzhou lost his parents. Lin Enin sniffed and tightened her grip on Chu Mingzhou's hand. Auntie said that although he was sensible before, his personality was very much like his father's. So, Chu Mingzhou should have been bold and carefree. But the Chu Mingzhou Lin Enin saw was always calm, serious, and stern. He must have been very sad at that time. Thinking of the pain Chu Mingzhou had experienced, Lin Enin felt a pang in her heart. She looked up, trying to find Chu Mingzhou's eyes in the darkness, and softly said, "Don't be afraid, dear. You still have me." Chu Mingzhou's tone remained calm, without much emotional fluctuation. He gently patted her back, saying, "It was indeed very hard back then. It felt like the sky was about to fall. But I knew I couldn't fall. I had younger siblings to take care of." Lin Enin held his hand tightly, their fingers intertwined. It's different now. You're not alone anymore. I will always be with you. Remember what you said. Never change for a lifetime. The next morning, Lin En went out with Chu Mingzhou. She needed to visit the art troupe to submit a recently translated Russian play and also deliver 2 new outfits for Lin Zihua. Chu Mingzhou took the items from her without saying much and first accompanied her there. Lin En was quite familiar with the art troupe. Although she didn't work there, her brother Lin Zihua was doing great. Ever since his last performance against Mu Yue, he had become a rising star in the Northwest art troupe, making Lin En somewhat of a celebrity as well. You go ahead and do your work. I'll head back after I submit the script, so don't worry. Okay, be safe. After saying goodbye to Chu Mingzhou, Lin En entered the art troupe. Still smiling, she vaguely heard someone mention Dujuan. Dujuan, do you think this is appropriate? You're a singer. Why do you have to squeeze into our orchestra every day? Exactly. Our group's lead singer is Su Yao. You insisted on having the instructor switch to you. Is that interesting? You've even made Su Yao sick with anger. How can you be so exclusionary? Lin En. Peeking in, Lin En saw Dujuan surrounded by 3 girls, clearly being bullied.
Su Yao?
Lin En had a very poor impression of that person. Lin En carefully looked at the 3 girls and frowned. She recognized 2 of them as those who used to follow Su Yao around, causing trouble. All right, stop talking. We don't want to seem like we're bullying her. Otherwise, she'll go complain to the instructor, she heard someone say. It turned out to be Su Yao sitting not far away. What a coincidence. The few people Lin En disliked the most in the art troupe were all gathered together. I didn't do anything. It was the instructor who picked me. And why should I give up? This opportunity to perform at the border outpost is rare. Since I have the chance, I won't back down. If you have the ability, go tell the instructor, but don't stop me, Dujuan said, showing some backbone instead of being a pushover. Don't push your luck. What are you all doing? Lin En noticed the situation was getting tense and walked towards the rehearsal room. The 3 girls and Su Yao's expressions changed to something less natural as Lin En approached. One girl pouted and muttered, "Oh, isn't that Comrade Lin? Why isn't she looking for Lin Zihua and is here instead?" Lin En ignored her sarcasm and pulled Dujuan out, saying, "We're all members of the art troupe. Can't we resolve our differences properly without bullying each other?" She directed her words at the girls, but looked at Su Yao. Su Yao's expression shifted slightly. "Comrade Lin, this is an internal matter for our troupe. Besides, Dujuan is the one trying to take my lead singer position. How is that us bullying her?" Seeing Lin En, Dujuan's eyes turned red. "Sister Anan, I didn't. The instructor thinks I'm more suitable for this performance, and that's why the decision was made." Lin En gently patted Dujuan's hand, signaling her to stay calm. "No need to explain. What's there to explain? Do you think they will listen to you? You." Su Yao was furious at Lin En's attitude, but after being put in her place before, she didn't dare to go too far. "Comrade Lin, are you really helping Dujuan?
Could it be that?
She really has something with Lin Zihua?" Dujuan's cheeks instantly turned red. "Don't say such things. We're just speaking the truth. Who in the art troupe doesn't know your intentions? You just want to get close to Lin Zihua because of his talent." Lin En shot a cold glance at the girl who spoke. The girl was smiling, but under Lin En's gaze, her smile froze. "We're all girls, yet your words are filled with malice. You know these comments can ruin someone's reputation and cause great harm, yet you still choose to speak so cruelly without any regard. What does it matter if someone is the lead singer or not? I think I should suggest that the art troupe properly check their discipline." After saying this, Lin En took Duan by the hand and walked out, leaving the others looking at each other in confusion. Lin En had learned to be smart from Chu Mingzhou. She realized that arguing was pointless, because no matter how much you say, you might not win the argument. When dealing with a snake, you should strike at its weak spot. The more the other party wants something, the more you should make them lose something. Lin En headed straight to Lu Qing's office with Duan. To solve the problem, they needed to address it at its source. Along the way, Duan nervously tugged at Lin En's sleeve and whispered, "Sister En, Will going to find the instructor make things worse? I'm afraid they will target me even more. Don't worry, they won't dare to do anything to you. We are going to the instructor to bring the issue to light and ensure a fair resolution. Otherwise, they will only become more arrogant. Duwon nodded slightly, feeling a warmth in her heart. She knew that Lin and genuinely cared for her and was protecting her. The two arrived at Lu Qing's office, and Lin and lightly knocked on the door. Come in. Lu Qing's voice came from inside. Lin and opened the door and walked in with Duwon. When Lu Qing saw Lin, she was momentarily surprised but then smiled and stood up. She had intended to call her sister-in-law, but seeing Duwon beside her, she quickly changed her words. Comrade Lin, you're here. Lin acknowledged her with a brief sound and got straight to the point, recounting everything about the rehearsal room, including how the girls had bullied Duwon with harsh words and Su Yao's unreasonable behavior. Lu Qing's expression darkened. Is that so? Our art troupe is a place for creativity, and the worst thing is internal discord. Lin raised an eyebrow and handed her a document, right? I came to deliver a translation, but I can see there's a big issue. Fortunately, I was the one who saw it. If it were someone else, it would have caused you a lot of trouble. Lu Qing. Now, there was a hint of a threat. Lu Qing glanced at Duwon and immediately understood. Lin was determined to protect her. Lu Qing took the document. Comrade Lin, rest assured, I will handle this matter seriously. Our art troupe cannot tolerate such bad behavior. It not only affects relationships among members, but also hinders artistic creation and performances. Yes, I know Instructor Lu is always fair, which is why I came directly to you. Duwon is a promising talent, and being selected to perform at the border outpost is surely based on her true abilities. But those people are being unreasonable by excluding her for their own selfish reasons. If this trend continues, everyone will just focus on scheming against each other in the future. Lu Qing deeply agreed. He looked at Duwon and gently encouraged her, saying, Duwon, don't be discouraged, and don't let this affect you. Go back and prepare well for your performance to show your talent. The team will definitely support you. Duwon stood up straight. Yes, instructor. I will work hard.